Chapter 1 The Most Powerful Villainess, the pure and innocent Demon Empress. In Thessalent depth soft hestariski, to enchanting figura studimid stasin of devastation, thespace aroundthums hatred and to fragments rumbling glass. The lady in the ping cone spoke, coldly, Demon Empress, our strengths are evenly matched, neitherable tout shine at heather. Why not compete in a different manner? Very well, it shall prove to the world that the path of darkness is indeed the strongest, replied the lady in Thes blue gown, her confident sepulpabes unodorly. Her skirt flowed down a themid thigh, accentuating her long, flawless legs that guymed like jade. Four Satan ribbons extended from air moon white cincture, each ned with a small golden belly tisend. Barefoot, her skin was a switty snow, flawless and exquisite. Her features were delicately sculpted, Ava Saja thought Kuden Linstribides breathtaking divine. Most striking worries, bright and brilliant like a rubies, possessing gan enchanting galor. After a moment of contemplation, the lady in the pink cone light parted her cherry lips, let us random lice like tacit to target their disciples. 3 years since, shalpado your strongest pupils against each other. Shudio your discipline triumph, is shall concede, and the world shall recognize a supremacy of the dark arts. Agreed. These blue gown lady be med with they killed like innocents. The anxiety they'd been weighing on the pink cone lady lifted. Fortunately, this demon empress was deplying grossed in her cultivation, her thoughts untainted. Thuasi advisor beside her had been dealt with early on otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. In Yun realm, Tinian city, on the path to ascendancy. Ishalem pertoy out the most formidable dark arts. Will he outtake him as your master? Upon hearing this, the young man, who had initially shown some interest, abrupt like collapsed on the ground, exclaiming, Demonis, please don't it kill him. This blue gown lady tilted her head slightly, her clear, autumn and water-like eyes filled with confusion. Yet, to the cultivator seeking to become her disciples, her crimson az appeared extraordinarily bewitching. Even in the absence of malevolence, this blue gown lady instilled a kill in their hearts they instinctively recoiled in fear. Everyone, today, regardless of talent or gender, any own you willing to take mest here master may become a disciple, her solemn voice or ever be rada throughout he path to ascendancy. The cultivators were momentarily taken aback, turning towards the source of the voice, where a thabe held dapping cone lady striking lie similardos tatrioft heaf malium parafin city. In the next moment, the path to ascendance echoed with hunderous foot steps as countless cultivators surged towards the pen lady. Among them, I outclid in a moon-white brocade robe, adorned with numerous golden cloud patterns, stewed with a furrowed brow, his fresh and elegant appearance contrasting this around him. This scene it mirrors the appealing of a renowned novel title-led Phoenix song, across tenin heavens the tirade before Mitran's migration. Jing Mingsuan raised his right hand and light a pitishans mekik. Thesherp sensation confirmadite. So, I am not dreaming? Jing Mingsuan felt his surge of joy Shevegan to recall a character from the original text. Moments later, his malevolent and his expression froze. In the original story, he was Samara Cannon fodder, a character hopeful victim to traps at B6 Malay lead. His appearance lasted barely over 100 words before Meth's demise. Damn! Cursingenwardly, he gazed at the dense packed crowd ahead. This time, the Demon Empress, or a third of female lead, had jathered over 5,000 disciples. Mustaf Tim fared worse than he did, their names Snowdivin mentioned. A thever released, he hate 100 words to his nem mind the original text. However, Jing Mingsuan did not leave himself loverly pleased. He was na tameralina from theory ginal to living, breathing individual. Knowing his future fate, Hugh undoubted liar fusito printing the female elite. Firstly, Hellock the prodigious talent for cultivation nor the protagonist shallow. Secondly, competing for favor and gover 5,000 others would be far more daunting than any civil service examination hefaceden past life. Moreover, as an ordinary person, he could no tinger such pressure he would like clip shine explicably with 9 days to atotha fires a competition. Finally, the Jing family weighs a prominent household within Tinian city why Woodafor sock him in swelt hand comfort to endure hardship under the female elite? Wash insane, or simply masochistic? These years apprenticeship would be farewell he would return to fight no third day. Just dasher resolved to turn away, thes sound off delicate bel seco eden heezers, accompanied be adamid, celestial voice. Young man, I shall teach Yao the most powerful dark arts. Will Yao take him as your master? These blue gown ladies should lost their luster, no longer reflecting conditions held. She could not comprehend with ping cone late Edi Donlato call out, and so many cultivators flockator, while her sincerioniano 9 query lefteth her trembling in fear, unable to move, some even loss in control. Was the dark heart strula thoughterifying? Or was hate he knew ho inspired such dread? Jing Mingsuan was momentarily taken aback, lowering iskazitamit heston and greed I saw these blue gown lady. His pupilla la tedden shock, hisher tracing. The modern yet exquisitely ancient attire, her captivating crimsonges, and the for golden bells. Shua sly the original story's most formidable villainess, the demon empress. A truly fearsome entity, she had repeated lines still at disparent the female Lalia and her disciples. Had she not possessed an extraordinarily innocent nature and an interest in the primary male lead, I twould na they've been disparate hath the protagonist group felt, buttreth of them in tough death. Yet it was precisely this spirity they'd alloweth demon impresto harmonious slimerge with the strongest constitution for cultivating the dark arts, the original heavenly demon heart, becoming the most powerful demon impress in history. In Nain Rahiranli one emperor could emerge, shedified the heaven stoten her title. The female lead could not tolerate these, engaging in an unfair battle with the new lamented demon empress, resultant in astalmate. Themis terrifying aspect was hath demon empress grew stronger with the conflict, forcing the female leader counter-handed tactics. Taking advantage of demon empress simplicity, Shalur adherent to recruitment phase of thought, did not rely heavily on personal strength. On the surface, it appeared to be fair recruitment, leading to a disciple battle 3 years later. Yet, their Liddy was far from it. Having just and you read the devastation wrought by dark cultivators, the cultivator harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the dark arts, especially within Tinian City. As a result, the original demon empress struggled to recruit any disciple and prompt, Lilas the competition. At the time, Thephamal Eliad was an aponic, fearing that demon empress would no tax epsichade fet. However, the demon empress lacked the scheming nature of Thefmalalead, gracious-like conceding guntale ear ladder wensure realized she had been jumped. Observing Jing Mingsuan's dazed expression, thought fit wash better than the previous cultivators, the demon empress she art sang Cassie demid herchen seslim, murmuring softly, apologies, ishalta kimaleave. With that ejectedchern, her silhouette appeared so frailanly. Recalling the various sheens from air journey, her beautifuli s glistened with shed tears. Whittier call garners chair spons, why limis sincerity failed to tignon present? This wasneth demon empress fault, thestigma left by dark, cultivator shad cast along shadow woverth world. At that moment, a clear and resonant voice interrupted her thoughts. Hey! Didoria limina twenai. Sedio would take Jir disciple? The demon impressbo di quivered, her beautifulius woodening astonishment, and a flicker of fear illuminate her face. Yet she tempered her excitement, turning to respond with a composed demeanor. Indeed. At that instant, Thief Molelied, Hohud been observing from a distance, stood frozen in shock. Tinian City Adon's suffragery at Liathi Handsoft dark cultivator show couldn't you willingly take demon impresses theormaster? Disregarding Haramage, the demon impress hastily approached Jingming Xuan, her head slightly raised as inquired. Doi Ao wish to take measure master? Jing Mingsuan did not provide direct and Sir instead stated, "I have certain requirements for my master. Feel free to voiceth them." The demon empress confidence surged she was powerful and surely capable of fulfilling her future disciples demands. Jing Mingsuan immediately replied, "I am called Jingming Xuan. What is your name?" The female Alia and the surrounding cultivator sex changing credulous glances, utterly speechless they had anticipate the request for something from Marie explosive. Sumuchan. Upon hearing this name, Jing Mingsuan sparkled with new-found brilliance. Sumuchan, the twas indeed the name of demon impress in the original story. His initial question was to verify this detail, and no it was confirmed. The demon impress was a formidable figure, even more powerful than the female elite. Most importantly, in the original text, her demeanor towards outsiders gradual lighter Ned cold, losing her earlier innocence. However, she maintained a pure and innocent attitude toward Sharon, particularly the primary male lead. Thus, a slongasha managed the boundary as well, the demon empress scood servi shi strongest asset this world, far superior to apprentice and Gunder the female lead. Jing Mingxuan felt a surge of excitement, his shi'ar tracing with exhilaration. He understood that missing this opportunity with demon empress would mean losing Gashan Sito Alteris Fata forever. Therefore, he was determined to become her disciple. Years later, the demon empress gazed blissfully at her precious daughters, however just beginning to peak. Memory as soft had passed flooding her mind. She would never forget though, in her moment of deepest uncertainty, Jingmingxuan, clad in moon-white brocade, had offered her that Chinsido be Mr. P.S. This narrative I saw I sent to read a Napier love story between Heath Malalia and Theme Lalid, with neither Haven Jayez for in Unils. Namatur how and Samio Thermin maybe, or how beautiful their women appear, they will bear no relevance to theming characters, nor will there be any hints of romantic entanglement. Pleasy enjoy with assurance. Chapter 2 Apprenticeship, exclusively with Demon Empress Doyuhavian Yoda requests, Sumuchan's Foisuastender Angental, Asif Shafir ed to startle the handsome youth before you. Jing Mingxuan nodded slightly, yes. In an instant, Sumuchan's art leapt o her throat. Thegazi soft gathered, cultivator stern ed curious. After I've come your disciple, you must treat mule and canshono kinnisto anunils, Jing Mingxuan declared with utmost seriousness. In the original narrative, thief male demon empress treateth the fierce Malilid with unparalleled affection. To a textant, one might wonder, a striking X implies the tevent the female Lalid could not compare. He was no cuckold, and since he was to become discipleoth demon empress, he must guard against it possibilities. Of course, for others, it might be a sido in a promises made. However, Sumuchan's character was on of integrity hereward washer bond. Thus, in the original tale, Derek Hamima mint went the fierce Maliliadist, doya steel stand by or promised to do anything form? The demon empress responds to his affirmative, her heart filled with sweetness, believing the fierce Malilid intended to become her partner. Yet, the fierce Malilid had declared, you endanger the world, therefore must request ye or demise. In that instant, the demon empress resolve shattered. The female Lalid seized the opportunity to attack, Butavinso, the demon empress repelled her. Later, upon learning that the fierce Malilid's affections lay with the female Lalid, the demon empress mold sorrowfully, ultimately taking her own life. At that moment, Jing Mingxuan's temper flared, angrily questioning the other choices. In his mind, the demon empress should have died valiantly in battle, not succumb to its brover promise. Such a wretched plot was simply nauseating. Yet, this served as Sintrus sent this life, provided Sumuchan agreed. For the fierce Malali Totem Sumuchan was not entirely impossible, but a likelihood stood a mere 99.999 against it. I agree, Sumuchan's innocent and clear voice rang out. The mouth soft gathered cultivators twitched, their expression swelled with astonishment. They had not anticipated Sumucan's consent, nor naivety. Shouldn't aid Moni cultivator be cunning and druthless, valuing Lafise Marie trifles? Why was this female-led Moni cultivator different? Simultaneously, many of the cultivators who had been earlier invited be Sumuchan began to regret their decisions. Jing Mingxuan revealed a satisfied smile. Ihavion final request if I can agree, is Shaltakayo Asmi master. In an instant, Sumuchan, Thief Molelid, and the gathered cultivators were engulfed by curiosity, all wondering what this request could entail. One could be certain that this last request would be even more outrageous than the previous own. Speak. Sumuchan's lips led into a faint smile, her sweet voice a celestial melody. Feeling the intensity of Team and Igazi upon him, Jing Mingxuan, no longer withholding, smiled warmly. I am a man consummed be jealousy, thus my master shall have a butoni discipline me alone, nothers. Instantly, the female Lalia and the cultivators were taken aback. Generally, one could have only own master. Yet Jing Mingxuan turned this notion on its shed, declaring that one could have only own a disciple, a stance a Thetan master would surely reject, a special isomean. Event that broad-minded female Lalit could not accept, cha condition it was, like Clive demon impress would feel same. Ha ha ha. Youngman, you have trilishodi, self in the foot. The smug female Lalit failed tonatize the growing respect and the gazy soft tea cultivators around her. Toder defy the world, what a bold warrior. Is the tall? Sumucan's voice, though soft, resonated powerfully, leaving the cultivators stunned. What did Shimian be isthatal? These ways an utterly audacious request. Jing Mingxuan instantly understood that Sumuchan had agreed, and nodded. His expressions area Sasha said, "Indeed. Just this, do you agree or not?" "Of course I agree. Were I not Fort Hat fellow Scolange, would have never even consider Retikinja disciple," Sumucan replied, her tone brimming with sincerity, her complete a lack of defenses and the deepening thrugretoft ho suho hadrivius largicted her. Then, one cultivator discerned a flaw in the conversation. "Wait, that fellow? You don't mean the demon empress, do you?" At that moment, the cultivator Swera left and asked at Tofshawk. They had initially thought Sumuchan was more a beautiful demoni cultivator seeking disciples, never considering her strength could rival the demon empress. Jingming Xuan, feeling Themvius Andrescent full gazes directed at him, smiled smugly. "Sumuchan from Thisment forth, you." Before he could finish his words, the female Lalid interrupted with an authoritative tone, becoming gad disciple samattered hat determine sonis fat have a not given eat for their thought? Jingming Shuang glanced at her. The female Lalid was exceptionally beautiful, noted to inferior to Sumuchan. Yet, recalling that the female Lalid would have a numerous disciple sem many suitors, he felt no inclination toppers her. After all, he was a staunch believer in pure love, committed to life, one love. Thus, that wa previous request shad butin e proposito exclusive liposest demon empress. Nunned. Before a cold finish, Jing Mingxuan's gaze fell upon Theagerly awaiting Sumuchan, and in a most respectful manner, Hebo we deeply, his expression gravy and his eyes earnest, Asha spoke with utmost sincerity, "Sumuchan, from this momentum, you shall be my steamed master." In the next third be it, era sounding through the code. Theto wearing informable Jingming's wank knelt before Sumuchan, bowingish threedomus with great determination. Then her raised his gaze, meeting Sumucan's exquisitive eyes, only to find her beautiful eyes veiled with tears. It seemed she was moved, yet Jing Mingxuan sensed their emotion slingering beneath the surface. At that moment, delicate hands grasped his sleeves, and Heffelton overwhelming force lift them up. In the blink of an eye, stood talent straight. Sumuchan be met with satisfaction, calling out excitedly, "Disciple." "Master," Jing Mingxuan replied, equally exhilarated. Tokling to Thelagoth, demon empress, the future would surely be bright. The female Lalidrigan hersenses, unable to fathom, thought summy unetralihud taken demon empress's master. Even more astonishing was that Theather Partahadis regarded her counsel entirely. Shimmer-like cast a glance Sather before turning away. These ways an experience she had never encountered before. Washa not beautiful? Washa roar lacking? The answer ways a resounding no, yet why was he so easily overlooked? The female Lalid's curiosity intensified. Simultaneously, among the multitude of cultivators surrounding her, one cultivator recognized Thais as an opportunity to showcase himself before the demon empress. Whoosh! In an instant, Adel figure appeared within the sight of the cultivators. Jing Mingxuansi as narrowed he recognized the individual immediately. The 78th Malaled, currently these Kunsanov Tiang Familiantinian city, known as In the original tale, this fellow way Sotavoted Skafantoth Malalid, sees in every opportunity to flatter her. Having just witnessed the female Lalid's humiliation, Yangziyuan surely viewed Thais a grand opportunity to display his worth. Showcase himself? That would require Yangziyuan to possess the Fatito Doso. Jingming Xuan, congratulations Sony our successful apprenticeship. However, with the our cultivation aptitude, you may never find a master as formidable as Sumucan at this time. So I commend Doralier courage and strategy. This remark cleverly mocked Jing Mingxuan while avoiding direct mention of Sumuchan. It appeared to praise Jingming Xuan, yet subtly instilled in the other cultivator sense of competitiveness. Among the onlookers, envy and resentment brewed, leading them to launch Thyron attacks. I recall Jing Mingxuan possesses the potential for battle emperor even if Hekeltivit she's entire life. Hu il merely attained Hilavello for battle emperor, perhaps Navirvan reaching that. Battle emperor potential. Now under he may Dethosatorque was sphering that this femaled money cultivator, Horrivel's demon empress, would scorn him and abandon him. TSK. Courage and strategy. Ion like knowledge courage. As for strategy, Is deceiving an innocent girl truly clever? Jing Mingxuan, though you seem youthful, your heart is so dark it has a pity for handsome exterior. Hurry and severth his master discipline relationship and lie than will still regard you wasewer the person. Amidst the barrage of criticism and accusations, Jing Mingxuan remained unfazed, completely indifferent. After all, nothing could compare to clinging to Thelagoth, demon empress. However, Sumu Chang could no longer tolerate an overwhelming Gao Rayof de Monastir jerpted, sweeping across the Senshin path, Tinyan City, and indeed, the entire world. All beings trembled in that moment. Yang Ziyuan stood dazed, unable to comprehend we so much in wild flying to Erich. Shouldn't she have realized that she had been deceived, letting to her free? Whitted than fold in Javin's different tire life from his expectations? Should die uterus speak a loaf medisciplegane? Ishal interior bones are grounded dust. Sumukin's voice, no longer soft, radiate denimpasing present seba fitin gatru demon empress. Hadanot note he originaltal, Jing Mingxuan might have felt as thaw fury company and gatiger thought could devour Haimatana a moment. Master, you need, not Benjaret of Earthies. Sumu chances Sid demeanor softened, her lips spouting gas herded, but he just spoke Kilifia. Indeed, their words were excessive lihirsch, and thisishau retaliate, making Thimpea heavy avice. A faint smile legris the corner soft Jing Mingxuan slips. His tenu was neither too light nor too heavy, seeming light of oidofanger, and of enthisem bled cultivators felt no hint of threat in his voice. In the next moment, Jing Mingxuan turned this gazi towards the Krodoff cultivators, his expression killing completely, his starry eyes brimming with murderous intent. At this juncture, the cultivators realized that Jing Mingxuan was serious. Yet, given that this cultivation was in lie a thesekindle of a loft extraordinary realm, how could a passa blard light against them? Therium synthis bouquet transcendence, extraordinary, see opening path entry, profound transformation, divine travel sovereign king, battle emperor, vast sect primordial sage, supreme being, great emperor. Chapter 3. The immortal support. After much contemplation, the gathered cultivators unanimously believed that Jing Mingxuan's counterattack was merely for show. At that moment, however, Jing Mingxian burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Yang Shuyuan, by your reasoning, cultivators with inferior aptitude cannot take the empress as their master. Can they? With that single remark, he instantly divided the previously united group of cultivators into two factions. Those with inferior cultivation talent, compared to Jing Mingxian, glared at Yang Shuyuan with palpable resentment. Yang Shuyuan naturally sensed this animosity, but in his view, it was unnecessary to concern himself with the worthless. Indeed, as soon as those words fell, the atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense. The female protagonist raised an eyebrow. Initially thinking Yang Shuyuan clever, however, it became apparent that his supposed intellect was undermined by his own arrogance. The previously favorable public sentiment had begun to shift towards an unfavorable direction, given that cultivators with lesser aptitude than Jing Mingxian constituted the majority. I am truly relieved that you are not the empress. Otherwise, many present would be unable to take her as their master. Jing Mingxuan's words stoked the flames of discontent among those already displeased with Yang Shuyuan. Yang Shuyuan remained as indifferent as ever. Yet neither my esteemed master nor the empress cares about cultivation aptitude, so I am curious whether it is they who are misguided, or you? The corners of Jing Mingxuan's mouth curled upward. For this statement had effectively pronounced Yang Shuyuan's doom. For Yang Shuyuan to acknowledge any fault would shatter his long-held inner resolve, his Dao heart. The Dao heart is of utmost importance. Even the slightest crack could drastically affect future cultivation. However, should he insist that he bears no fault and assert that it is the empress and her disciple who are at fault, without Jing Mingxian lifting a finger, Yang Shuyuan would surely be obliterated by either the female protagonist or Sumu Chan. Yang Shuyuan stood there, dumbfounded and drenched in sweat. He had not anticipated that Jing Mingxian could be so articulate, plunging him into a predicament. After a prolonged silence, he maintained his quietude, as if this would somehow allow him to survive. Jing Mingxian wore a cold smile. Master, eliminate him. In the next instant, Yang Shuyuan transformed into a mist of blood, the scent of iron filling the air. The surrounding cultivators snapped back to reality, finally realizing that Jing Mingxian wielded Sumu Chan. A devastating weapon. One by one, they trembled, especially those who had previously berated him. Disciple, should we eliminate those who spoke against you? Su-Mu-chan's voice was as sweet as honey, a stark contrast to her words. The cultivators felt a chill run down their spines, shaking uncontrollably. Some even opened their mouths, prepared to plead for mercy. Without a moment's hesitation, Jing Mingxian coldly proclaimed, "Kill them all." He was now the sole disciple of the Demon Empress. The little demon in the eyes of the world, the absolute villain of the tale. Therefore, why should he show mercy to those who opposed him? A villain must embody the essence of villainy. A series of explosive sounds echoed, and a cloud of blood mist enveloped the area. The cultivators wished to retaliate, but upon witnessing the scene, they shrank back in fear. At this moment, the female protagonist remained unmoved. These cultivators were not her disciples, and besides, they had provoked Jing Mingxian first. Ultimately, her intervention would not merely claim a handful of lives. In the blink of an eye, the entire realm of Yun would be laid to waste. Disciple, do not move. Su-Mu-chan's melodious voice harmonized with her ethereal beauty, utterly incongruous with her reputation as a ruthless killer. Jing Mingxian did not comprehend Su-Mu-chan's intentions but obediently remained still. This unwavering trust brought her a sense of delight. She raised her fair hand, delicately placing it upon Jing Mingxuan's forehead. In the next heartbeat, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted and flowed into Jing Mingxuan's body. The cultivators all assumed that this was an attempt to corrupt Jing Mingxian. Yet, the female protagonist perceived that his cultivation aptitude was rapidly ascending, unable to refrain from murmuring, "The immortal support." The cultivators were left dumbfounded. The immortal support is an immensely powerful spell capable of significantly enhancing the recipient's cultivation aptitude. However, due to its draining effect on the caster's foundation, most powerful beings refrain from employing such a technique. After a brief moment, Su-Mu-chan's delicate hand fell away, her previously rosy complexion now slightly wan, yet she still bore a sweet smile. "Disciple, I have elevated your cultivation aptitude to that of the supreme." The corners of the cultivators' mouths twitched uncontrollably, especially those who had previously spurned Su-Mu-chan's invitation to become her disciple. They now regretted their decisions deeply. To rise from the emperor's aptitude to that of the supreme meant crossing 3 major realms. Although it had not reached the level of the emperor, such aptitude was exceedingly rare, with perhaps only one emerging every 10,000 years. Hence, achieving the emperor's aptitude through the immortal support was a formidable challenge. "Thank you, master." Jing Mingxian immediately bowed in gratitude. Curious, Su-Mu-chan inquired, "Are you satisfied with this initiation gift?" "Absolutely. I never imagined it would be possible." Jing Mingxuan's tone was profoundly sincere, much to Su-Mu-chan's delight. As she noticed the faint smile gracing her master's lips, Jing Mingxian resolved to prepare a gift in return. Reflecting upon the plot of the original story, he recalled a certain item and took Su-Mu-chan's delicate hand. Saying, "Master, follow me." Su-Mu-chan's heart fluttered at the sudden tug. Since her inception, she had solely focused on cultivation and had never experienced anything else. Watching the figures of the handsome youth and beautiful maiden gradually fade from sight, the cultivator's anxieties finally eased. "Everyone, please come forward to register and become disciples," the female protagonist announced. Soon, the ceremony to accept disciples concluded, leaving a magnificent spectacle in its wake. Yet, the female protagonist remained disinterested. "Everyone, this empress takes on disciples to counter the demon empress known as Su-Mu-chan. I have made a wager with her. In 3 years, our strongest disciples will battle. Thus, your opponent shall be Jing Mingxian. I understand you may look down upon him, but this battle will determine the fate of the entire Xintian realm. I urge you to remain vigilant and not to slacken your efforts. Those who become the strongest disciple under this empress in 3 years will be rewarded with a supreme-tier magical artifact. Should you defeat Jing Mingxian in 3 years, an emperor-tier magical artifact will be your additional reward." The cultivator's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly unprepared for such generous rewards. An emperor-tier magical artifact. Some cultivators of that realm have lived their entire lives without ever witnessing one. "Everyone, I grant you 7 days to prepare. After 7 days, I shall take you to my emperor's dojo." As soon as she finished speaking, the female protagonist vanished. She reappeared high above Tianyin City, her gaze fixed upon Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan, who were already within a shop named Zhouji in the marketplace. Within the path to ascend, Yufeng spotted a familiar figure pass by and immediately called out, "Jing Song." The one called halted instantly, turning to see Yufeng and offering a faint smile. "Brother Feng, do you need something from me?" Yufeng glanced around before speaking coldly. "Follow me." Jing Song felt reluctant, yet fearing Yufeng's wrath. He could only comply and followed him to a secluded spot. "You are Jing Mingxuan's cousin?" Yufeng inquired. Jing Song quickly grasped the situation, his heart cursing. "Damn Jing Mingxian, it must be his fault that Brother Feng is displeased." He replied, "Yes, eliminate Jing Mingxian, and once the deed is done, I will support you as the head of the Jing family. You shall dine on meat while I guarantee you broth, or even meat." Yufeng said, his expression grave and his tone serious. Jing Song was momentarily taken aback. He had witnessed the tragic end of Yang Shuyuan and understood that this endeavor carried significant risks. However, if he refused, he would undoubtedly face a brutal beating from Brother Feng. Since it's death either way, why not take the gamble, Brother Feng? I wish to agree, but before he could finish, Yufeng produced a spatial pouch and tossed it to Jing Song. After inspecting its contents, Jing Song discovered it was filled with valuable items. "All right, I will definitely eliminate Jing Mingxian." He thought to himself, "Cousin, please do not hold this against me. Brother Feng's offer is just too tempting." Watching Jing Song depart, a smirk crept onto Yufeng's otherwise expressionless face. He feared meeting the same fate as Yang Shuyuan. Hence he chose to send Jing Song to do the dirty work. This way, regardless of success or failure, he would remain unharmed. If it succeeded, the 3-year agreement would conclude prematurely, and he could claim credit. The Supreme Tier and Emperor Tier magical artifacts, along with the favor of the Empress as my master, will all belong to me, Yufeng. As Jing Song walked away, a grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Brother Feng, your generosity is indeed great. But if I kill my cousin, how could I possibly share the credit with you? And if I fail, I will definitely inform my cousin about your involvement. Oh ho ho! Even if I perish, I will drag someone down with me." Chapter 4. The initiation gift. The marketplace of Tianyan City was bustling with people. Jing Mingxian instinctively tightened his grip on Su Muchan's delicate hand, speaking earnestly, "Master, hold on tight to me, or else." The voice suddenly trailed off, not due to any other matter, but because Jing Mingxian abruptly recalled that with Su Muchan's cultivation, it was virtually impossible for her to get lost unless she chose not to follow. "I will hold on to you," she responded, tightening her grip on Jing Mingxuan's large hand. She appeared truly like a delicate maiden. Jing Mingxian glanced at Su Muchan, noticing a gentle smile gracing her pristine face, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons. How delightful! His master must have been touched by his words, truly as innocent as portrayed in the original narrative. As this thought crossed his mind, the scenes of the female demon emperor being hurt repeatedly by the male protagonist flickered in his mind. "I will never allow you to harm my master." "You scoundrel," he vowed. Moreover, he intended to ensure that his master experienced a happiness that had never been depicted in the original tale. Seeing the increasingly resolute gaze of Jing Mingxian, Su Muchan tilted her head slightly, her heart filled with perplexity. "Master, follow me," Jing Mingxian gently urged as he regained his composure. The handsome duo then wove their way through the crowd, hand in hand, maintaining a distance of no more than half a step apart, regardless of how crowded it became. Although the items in the Tianyan City Market were not of the highest grade, they were remarkably diverse, offering nearly every conceivable item. Jing Mingxuan's objective this time was the white silk hairband from the original story. Despite its appearance as a mere hair accessory, it was, in fact, a treasure of the emperor level. Due to unknown reasons, it had shattered and was now covered in a layer of indelible dust, rendering it a neglected piece of junk. It wasn't until the latter part of the original narrative that the protagonist group discovered it, only to buy it and then have it vanish until the story's conclusion. Clearly, the white silk hairband was merely intended to highlight the protagonist group's discerning eyes. However, he was different. He intended to present it as a gift for his master upon taking her as a disciple. Moments later, Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan entered a shop named Zhouji. The interior was a dazzling display of goods, with the most vibrant and expensive items prominently displayed at the front counter. "Dear customers, what can I assist you with?" the shopkeeper inquired with a warm smile. Jing Mingxian replied nonchalantly, "I'll take a look first." The shopkeeper immediately took his seat, knowing that recommending items to such customers would only breed annoyance. Jing Mingxian released Su Muchan's delicate hand and said, "Master, feel free to browse. Take whatever you desired." In truth, he did not believe there was anything in the shop that would intrigue Su Muchan. She responded with a soft mim. Soon, Jing Mingxian spotted the white silk hairband tucked away in a corner. Before that, he picked up 2 gleaming golden bells, then casually lifted the hairband from the corner. "Shopkeeper, if I purchase these 2 bells, can I receive this as a gift?" The shopkeeper took a closer look. The price for the 2 bells was 200 low-grade spirit stones, while the white silk hairband was merely 1 low-grade spirit stone, making it eligible for a complimentary gift. Additionally, the hairband occupied a space, and selling it would allow him to display another item. Certainly, Jing Mingxian maintained a calm demeanor, though internally he was elated. An emperor-level treasure, albeit shattered, could not simply be given away for free. His gaze shifted towards Su Muchan, who was holding a sword sheath adorned with purple lotus patterns. In the original story, his master never wielded a sword. So why had she chosen a sword sheath? But it mattered not. If his master desired it, he would procure it. After all, he could afford it. "Master, have you made your choice?" he asked gently. Su Muchan nodded obediently. The shopkeeper felt a wave of confusion. In his eyes, Jing Mingxian resembled the master. Nonetheless, he maintained his cheerful demeanor, as he was there to conduct business, not to critique or belittle others. "Dear customers, that will be a total of 280 low-grade spirit stones." After the payment was completed, Jing Mingxian stored the 4 items in his spatial ring. "Master, let us return home." Meanwhile, high above in the heavens, the female protagonist's eyes widened in astonishment, her face filled with shock. Among the 4 items, 2 were emperor-level treasures. Although the white silk hairband was shattered, it possessed enough material to be repaired. The sword sheath, too, could be restored to emperor level once the matching sword was found. It was quite absurd that such valuable items were hidden in the small Tianyan city. The female protagonist felt utterly incredulous. Had she observed Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan a bit earlier, she would have realized an even more astonishing truth, that they had headed straight for the Zhouji shop. After a brief tea time, Jing Mingxian brought Su Muchan back to his courtyard in the Jing family estate. Inside the courtyard, Jing Mingxian summoned the sword sheath, the white silk hairband, and the 2 golden bells. "Master, please use your power to cleanse the dust from the white silk hairband." Su Muchan, filled with curiosity but without questioning, utilized her power. The moment the dust dissipated, her eyes sparkled. Previously, she had thought it was merely a dirty cloth, never expecting it to be a shattered emperor-level treasure. The dust had obstructed her observation. Thus, was her disciple's observational ability superior to hers? Just as she pondered this, the ends of the white silk hairband were already adorned with the 2 golden bells. "Master, turn your back to me. I will tie your hair." Su Muchan's eyes glimmered with surprise as she asked, "Is this for me?" "Indeed. You just gifted me such a precious acceptance gift, so I wish to present you with a token of my apprenticeship. This is merely an ordinary item. Once I grow stronger, I shall offer you a more splendid token," Jing Mingxian said with determination, light shining in his eyes. Su Muchan's phoenix-like eyes misted over. Had this been prior to accepting him as a disciple, she would not have reacted this way, for she had always believed in the principle of reciprocity. It was this very reason that deepened her understanding of how sincere her disciple truly was. "No need. This gift is more than sufficient." In response, Jing Mingxian feigned ignorance and asked with a puzzled expression, "Why?" "Look." Su Muchan lifted her jade hand, gently tapping the white silk ribbon. In the next instant, it shimmered even more brilliantly than before, appearing translucent in the sunlight and exuding a faint yet undeniable imperial aura. Jing Mingxian pretended to be astonished, widening his eyes in confusion. "Why does this item possess imperial might?" "It is a shattered emperor-level treasure," Su Muchan explained. Jing Mingxian was filled with joy, his expression almost exaggerated. "Ha ha ha! This time, I've struck gold." At that moment, Both Su Muchan and the female protagonist believed Jing Mingxian had merely stumbled upon good fortune rather than possessing exceptional observational skills. In truth, it was neither. It was simply Jing Mingxuan's profound understanding of the original narrative. Subsequently, Jing Mingxian tied the white silk hairband around Su Muchan's flowing hair, creating an exquisitely beautiful BOW. Su Muchan gently moved, her hair dancing gracefully, light and ethereal. The 6 small bells chimed melodiously, producing a sweet, harmonious sound that sent a thrill through Jing Mingxuan's heart. "Disciple, how do you find it?" Noticing Su Muchan's anxious expression, Jing Mingxian smiled warmly. "It looks even more beautiful than before." Su Muchan's face turned crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Jing Mingxian unabashedly gazed at her, for no other reason than to admire the beauty before him. Su Muchan's cheeks flushed deeper, her heart swelling with joy. "Hee. The disciple's eyes hold only me." Suddenly, she recalled something, waving her delicate hand, causing the sword sheath that had fallen to the ground to soar into her grasp. Jing Mingxian was unsure of his master's intention, but he recognized that she surely had her reasons. Was this sword sheath also extraordinary? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative, prompting him to quickly recall the plot of the original story. However, there had been no mention of a sword sheath adorned with purple lotus patterns. In other words, this sword sheath had not come to the attention of the protagonist group or the author. That's more like it. The narrative should only represent a facet of this world, not the entirety. Jing Mingxian felt a twinge of excitement, as merely following the plot could quickly become tedious. In the next moment, Su Muchan's latent energy erupted, sweeping across the entire Xintian realm in an instant. The female protagonist in the heavens understood that Su Muchan was summoning the sword that belonged to the sheath. Knowing it would not cause any harm, thus refraining from intervening, with a crack, the space at the mouth of the sheath shattered, and a glint of cold light emerged, followed swiftly by a sharp blade. Yet at that moment, an overwhelmingly powerful and robust aura surged forth from the fractured space. "Who dares to seize my treasure?" The voice was hoarse and aged, yet the enunciation was remarkably clear and imbued with a formidable intensity, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. In stark contrast to the composed demeanor of Su Muchan, the female protagonist's lips curled in a slight grimace. Her adversary was no mere trifling opponent, but rather the sovereign of the abyssal Forbidden Zone. A figure of considerable strength amidst the many lords of the Forbidden Realms. Contemplating this, a radiant smile blossomed on the female protagonist's face. The impending clash between the abyssal sovereign and the female demon empress was surely unavoidable. Ideally, it would result in a mutual destruction, allowing her to reap the benefits and effortlessly eliminate 2 significant troubles at once. Chapter 5. A treasure unearthed your artifact? Yet this sword remains unbound. Su Muchan murmured. Jing Mingxuan's mouth twitched. He was aware of Su Muchan's navet, but he was astonished that she could maintain such simplicity in the face of impending danger. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. For his master was the foremost combatant in the Xintian realm. Moreover, he believed that as time passed, he would undoubtedly mold his master into a figure who appeared neither naive nor emotionally cold. Meanwhile, on the other side of the shattered space, the abyssal sovereign was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the being who had seized the Xilian sword would utter such words. This sword resided within his territory. Even without a master, it was still his possession. Accompanied by an echoing voice, the abyssal sovereign exerted all his strength to reclaim the Xilian sword. Yet, the sword did not budge an inch. And instead, it moved in the opposite direction. What? The abyssal sovereign was struck with disbelief. Could this woman be the one who had swept through the Xintian realm, the female emperor? Instantly, he dismissed the notion. He had exchanged glances with the empress before and had observed her combat prowess. She was decisive and merciless, offering no hint of foolishness, so who could she be? Just as the abyssal sovereign pondered this, the hilt of the Xilian sword vanished amidst the fractured space. In a rush, he transformed into a beam of light and surged into the shattered realm, eager to discover who dared to steal his Xilian sword. In an instant, he burst forth from the rapidly closing exit of the fragmented space. Simultaneously, a sharp sound echoed. The Xilian sword had successfully returned to its sheath. Witnessing this scene, the Abyssal Sovereign finally grasped why the other had been able to locate the Xilian sword. In truth, this was not entirely a negative outcome, for he had been searching for the sword's sheath for millennia, yet had found nothing. Now, if he revealed his identity, the other would undoubtedly present the complete Xilian sword to him. Such a delightful prospect, yet reality proved harsh. With a face full of smiles, the Abyssal Sovereign found his neck ensnared by an overwhelmingly potent force, rendering his complexion ashen and his eyes wide with astonishment. He did not panic. He summoned all his might to break free. However, before he could fully unleash his power, both his body and soul were utterly obliterated. High above, the female protagonist's expression froze, her lips twitching. It was important to note that the current female demon empress was in a weakened state after assisting Jing Mingxian. The fact that the half-step emperor-level Abyssal Sovereign had perished so easily was simply incomprehensible. Once she composed herself, acceptance dawned upon her. The Abyssal Sovereign had been overly confident, while the female demon empress's strike had been swift and ruthless. Had the Abyssal Sovereign been on high alert, he would undoubtedly not have met such a swift demise. Within Jing Mingxuan's courtyard, master, that was splendidly executed. I suggest you continue in this manner. Jing Mingxian was unaware of who had perished, but his instincts urged him that in such situations, it was best to act decisively rather than inquire about the identity of the assailant. Otherwise, once the adversary regained their composure, eliminating them would become significantly more challenging. Su Muchan, her face alight with joy, nodded slightly. Moments later, Jing Mingxian noticed Su Muchan's formerly pale and haggard visage had regained a rosy glow. Master, how has the side effect of the Immortal S support dissipated? In response to Jing Mingxuan's inquiry, Su Muchan gently parted her lips, her tone soothing. I just absorbed a portion of that fellow's power. Though it was limited, it sufficed to replenish the foundational cultivation I had previously lost. Jing Mingxian uttered an "oh." Casting a glance at the spot where the Abyssal Sovereign had lingered, now devoid of any presence. Suddenly realizing something, he hurriedly exclaimed, Master, the entrance to that fellow's storage space is likely still here. Perhaps you could sense it and open his storage space to acquire the treasures within. Upon reaching the Haozong realm, cultivators would establish storage spaces connected to their consciousness using materials of spatial nature. Compared to physical storage items like spatial bags or rings, storage spaces were far more secure and difficult to breach, especially while the cultivator remained alive. Without hesitation, Su Muchan began to attune herself to the surroundings. After a brief moment, her gaze sharpened, and her snow-white hand gently struck forward. Instantly, ripples emerged, and Jing Mingxian understood this to be the tremor of space. With a resounding crash, an opening tore through the air, and a torrent of rich spiritual energy surged forth, nearly suffocating them. The glance within revealed a dazzling array of treasures. Jing Mingxian stared in astonishment. They had stumbled upon a veritable treasure trove. Su Muchan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Apart from her formidable cultivation and strength, she lacked any resources for further training, yet cultivation required an immense expenditure of such resources. Even if she could endure, she could not allow her newly acquired disciple to suffer. Now, the worry was alleviated. The female protagonist above beamed with delight. She was well aware that the storage space of the Forbidden Zone's sovereign housed countless treasures. Yet the exact quantity had remained a mystery. Now, seeing it all, she realized it far exceeded her entire fortune. Truly, the Abyssal Sovereign, having lived for countless years, possessed an extraordinary foundation. Moreover, considering the current absence of the Abyssal Sovereign, the Abyssal Forbidden Zone was now like a ripe fruit ready to be plucked. With newfound determination, the female protagonist set her sights on the Abyssal Forbidden Zone, disregarding Jing Mingxian and the female demon empress. In the courtyard, master, may I have that wine gourd? Jing Mingxian pointed towards the pristine white gourd within the Abyssal Sovereign's storage space. Without even a glance, Su Muchan replied, of course. Then, with a glance, the white gourd soared forth. Floating before Jing Mingxian, disciple, quickly bind this artifact. The gentle urging warmed Jing Mingxuan's heart. Not long after, with Su Muchan's assistance, he completed the binding. Jing Mingxian discovered that the white gourd was named the Dantian Wine Gourd. An emperor-level artifact, A single sip from the wine brewed within could double one's strength, with a maximum of 10 sips, after which no further enhancement would occur. Currently, he could only withstand 1 sip. The wine within the gourd was not inexhaustible. It required the consumption of Haozong realm cultivators or resources of the Haozong tier to brew new wine. Presently, the Dantian wine gourd was full, and according to its response, he could consume 999 hearty sips. Excellent, Jing Mingxian secured the white gourd at his waist. Just then, a sword sheath adorned with a Zillion pattern floated into view. This was none other than the sheath that had housed the sword moments ago. Why was it now drifting before him? Before Jing Mingxian could voice his inquiry, Su Muchan's melodious voice rang out, "Disciple, bind this Zillion sword as well." Jing Mingxuan's gaze widened in astonishment. He finally understood why Su Muchan had sought out the Zillion sword. It was intended for him, such a wonderful master, yet the original text failed to depict her receiving a disciple, which left him feeling quite wistful. After a brief while, with Su Muchan's guidance, he successfully bound the Zillion sword. Thus, Jing Mingxian now possessed 2 Emperor-level artifacts, eclipsing many historical cultivators of the Emperor realm. As he gazed ahead, he noted that the storage space was now empty, clearly having been absorbed into Su Muchan's own storage space. Observing the closing of the fragmented area, Jing Mingxian gathered his thoughts, intending to arrange a living space for Su Muqian. That moment, a frantic voice echoed from a distance. "Young master, the master requests your presence in the council hall." Jing Mingxian furrowed his brow. To summon him to the council hall at this hour could only mean trouble. It was highly likely that the members of the Jing family, also on their way to the ascension path, had reported on his situation. However, Jing Mingxian felt no anxiety. The reason was simple. With his master by his side, even the female protagonist would not dare to speak out, let alone those within the Jing family. Should they oppose his apprenticeship, he would simply leave the Jing family. Ultimately, he must cling tightly to his master's coattails. Lai Fu, lead the way. Upon hearing Jing Mingxuan's calm and composed voice, Lai Fu ceased to panic and turned to guide him. Jing Mingxian secured the Zillion sword at his waist alongside the Dantian wine gourd, presenting a rather dashing figure. "Master, let us depart with that." He took Su Muchan's seemingly delicate hand, as they made their way to the council hall. Inside the council hall, an air of authority prevailed. The family head, Jing Cheng, sat at the forefront, flanked by solemn elders, each bearing a stern countenance and grave expressions. "Master, the young master has arrived." Upon entering, Lai Fu clasped his hands in greeting. Shortly thereafter, Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan strolled leisurely into the council hall. The elders, witnessing this scene, were consumed with fury. What may have been merely a one-sided account from Jing Song had now been fully substantiated. Jing Cheng's countenance darkened. He had intended to defend his son, but in such circumstances, even with 8 mouths, he could not articulate a defense. "Jing Mingxian, do you not understand your transgressions?" thundered the Grand Elder. Jing Xiong, his face a mask of disappointment. Lai Fu blinked, thinking to himself that it was over. Even the usually indulgent Grand Elder was furious, and the other elders would likely be even more incensed. Yet Jing Mingxian remained undaunted, his voice resonant and unyielding. "Is it a crime to take a demon cultivator as my master?" Instantly, a chilling silence enveloped the council hall. They had anticipated numerous scenarios, including Jing Mingxuan's insistence on taking a demon cultivator as his master, but they had never imagined he would counter them with such a question. Of course it is a crime. 20 years ago, 2 Haozong realm cultivators from the Jing family perished at the hands of demon cultivators. We harbor an irreconcilable enmity with them. The 6th elder, Jing Wenyao, declared sternly. Jing Mingxuan's gaze remained as cold as ice as he coldly retorted. "Anyone who shares the same sentiment as the 6th elder may step forward now." This evasive behavior left Jing Cheng and the other elders perplexed, their eyes filled with disillusionment. Was the young master truly brainwashed by that female demon cultivator? A manic grin spread across Jing Wenyao's face. For 18 years, he had awaited this opportunity, and now it had finally arrived. "Master, Jing Mingxian has taken a demon cultivator as his master and shows no signs of remorse. I demand that he be stripped of his inheritance rights and expelled from the Jing family," Jing Wenyao proclaimed, rising to deliver his statement with righteous indignation. Immediately, he exchanged glances with his allies. In unison, they stood, clasping their hands, and echoed, "Master." "I share the same view as the sixth elder." Jing Cheng surveyed the scene. Already aware of the sixth elder's factionalism, yet he had not anticipated it had escalated to such a grave extent. His brow furrowed, his expression grave. He had but one son, and if he were to heed the sixth elder's words, it would mean the end of his lineage. "My son, why must you take a demon cultivator as your master? Even if your master were a murderer, I could negotiate." Jing Cheng's face bore the weight of exhaustion, appearing significantly aged, exuding an aura of helplessness. Observing this, Jing Mingxian felt a warmth in his heart. Without further hesitation, before Jing Wenyao and the other elders could pressure his father, he declared, "Master, make your move." The elders held their breath, yet after a considerable pause, nothing transpired. Jing Mingxian, puzzled, turned to Su Muchan, only to find her large, blinking eyes filled with confusion. "Disciple, who should I act against?" The crowd fell silent. Jing Mingxian raised a hand to his forehead, momentarily forgetting that his master was exceptionally naive. Thus, without clarity, his master had no comprehension of his words. "Kill the standing elders." His tone was gentle, yet the words sent shivers down the spines of all present, particularly the elders led by Jing Wenyao. However, bolstered by courage, Jing Wenyao shouted, "Do you dare?" In the next instant, a sharp snap echoed. Jing Wenyao and the other elders transformed into clouds of crimson mist, akin to blood-red blossoms in full bloom. The assembly was left utterly dumbfounded, their faces pale with disbelief. Trembling in shock, they, like the deceased Jing Wenyao and the other elders, had assumed that Jing Mingxian would not dare to act. Yet reality delivered a resounding slap to their faces. Slowly, they turned to Jing Mingxian, who wore a frosty expression, the corners of his mouth curving upward in smug satisfaction. In that moment, they realized their predicament was perilously grave. Unless they wished to court death, they could not afford to offend Jing Mingxian. Jing Xiang glared, his teeth clenched in frustration. "Jing Mingxian, you have succumbed to madness, indeed." "I have embraced madness," Jing Mingxian boldly affirmed, weary of explanations that would likely fall on deaf ears. Moreover, after taking the female demon empress as his master, he had shed his mental burdens. "I now present you with two choices. First, join me in uniting to forge the world's foremost cultivation family. Second, sever all ties with me." As he concluded, Jing Cheng and the elders felt their heads buzzing. Utterly bewildered, even Jing Song, who had thought to bear witness, was left speechless. What they had experienced thus far was entirely different from the scenario they had envisioned. Shouldn't the elders be mounting a fierce assault? With Jing Mingxian on the defensive, how had it transformed into an all-out offensive led by Jing Mingxian? Was it a flaw in their understanding, or was the world simply too chaotic? After a while, Jing Mingxian, seeing the inaction of the crowd, expressed his disappointment. "Given your current expressions, it seems you all lean toward the second option, do you not?" At this moment, Jing Cheng, as the family head, spoke up. "I choose the first option." Jing Cheng gazed intently at Jing Mingxian, an unyielding authority masking a hint of tenderness. "Elders, my choice stems from no other reason than that he is my son. As the saying goes, if a son is not taught, it is the father's fault. To atone for this fault, I am willing to pay any price, even my life." Jing Mingxian smiled faintly, feeling a sense of pride in having Jing Cheng as his father. Much like Jing Mingxian, the elders were deeply moved. Simultaneously, they inwardly lamented Jing Cheng's lack of wisdom. A son can be replaced, but losing the position of family head would mean forfeiting the Jing family's wealth and prestige. Subsequently, a small number of elders opted for the first choice, while the majority chose the second. Once all the elders had made their decisions, Jing Mingxian, with a beaming smile, gestured invitingly. "Those who chose the second option, please depart from the Jing family and seek your own paths." Instantly, Jing Cheng and the elders were left in shock, especially those who had chosen the second option, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Clearly, everyone assumed it was Jing Mingxian and his followers who would be leaving the Jing family. Jing Cheng and the elders who sided with Jing Mingxian were all smiles. Jing Xiang's furrowed brow relaxed, a smile gracing his aged visage. Indeed, he had chosen the first option. Although he had previously criticized Jing Mingxian, it was a case of deep love leading to harsh reprimands. Having lived for hundreds of years, he had long sensed something amiss. How could such a clever and astute child as Jing Mingxian possibly engage in self-destructive behavior? The elders who had chosen the second option attempted to reason with him, but the moment they opened their mouths, they were met with Jing Mingxuan's cold, unfeeling voice. Master, if those who chose the second option do not leave the Jing family within a day, they shall be killed, Su Muchan softly acknowledged, and then, to instill fear in the assembly, her terrifying aura suddenly erupted. The elders who had chosen the second option fell silent, tears brimming in their eyes. Too afraid to display their anger, lest Jing Mingxian find a reason to eliminate them. Some fence-sitting elders even inquired, "Young Master Mingxian, is it possible to choose again?" "What do you think?" Jing Mingxian replied. A broad smile adorning his face, that elder trembled, steeling himself to say, "I believe it is possible. The opportunity is singular. There will not be a second chance." Jing Mingxian coldly chuckled twice, effectively closing off any further discussion. Most of the elders who had chosen the second option appeared ashen-faced. "Everyone. We possess cultivation skills and strength, and most importantly, we have connections. We can simply establish another Jing family." With one person rallying the call, a second and third soon followed. In no time, those who had chosen the second option emanated a momentum akin to a rushing tide, casting disdainful glances at Jing Mingxian and his followers. In their eyes, such a small number of misfits could hardly uphold the entirety of the Jing family. They even entertained the notion of Jing Mingxian eventually aligning with them. The elders who had chosen the second option marched forth with high spirits, smiles on their faces as they left the council hall. Jing Xiang sighed, "With so many elders departing, we will need to busy ourselves for quite some time. No matter. A family divided cannot become the world's foremost cultivation family." Jing Mingxian replied nonchalantly, "Currently, the Jing family lacked many cultivation resources and talented practitioners. However, with his master present, resources and talent would undoubtedly follow. Therefore, unity within the Jing family was of utmost importance." Jing Cheng and the elders who had chosen the first option stared blankly. Slightly dazed, they had initially believed Jing Mingxian was merely speaking in jest, never dreaming he was serious. Jing Xiang's gaze sharpened, his mind racing with thoughts. Ultimately, they all pointed to one conclusion. Jing Mingxian was seeking to rebuild the Jing family from the ground up. Previously, he and the family head had contemplated such a course of action, but lacked the means. Now, Jing Mingxian possessed those means. As this realization dawned, Jing Xiang's attention shifted to Su Muchan, who had been observing Jing Mingxian intently. Was this female demon cultivator the key to those conditions? What made her so exceptional? Jing Xiang found himself at a loss, and upon reflection, he realized Jing Song must know something, yet had refrained from disclosing it earlier. Just as he opened his mouth, he heard Jing Mingxuan's powerful voice resound, "Elders, please hold." Both the elders who had chosen the first and second options were left bewildered, unsure of Jing Mingxuan's intentions. "Who informed you of my apprenticeship to a demon cultivator?" The elder council suddenly came to a realization. It seemed that Jing Mingxian was indeed attempting to uncover the traitor among them. Jing Song trembled all over, fully aware that the elders would undoubtedly accuse him of the misdeed. Thus, he stood up from the side and declared, "It was I." Jing Mingxian cast a sidelong glance. Snorting coldly, "Jing Song, you possess quite the audacity." At this, Jing Song felt a surge of frustration. He yearned to assert that he was quite timid. However, expressing such sentiment would likely lead to his demise. Thus, he opted for the opposite approach, hoping it might afford him a sliver of survival. "That is indeed the case. After all, I have someone backing me." Jing Mingxian furrowed his brow slightly. After some contemplation, he understood that Jing Song, who bore no personal grudge against him, would not instigate trouble. Therefore, the notion of someone supporting him was likely to be true. But who could it be? Hearing this, Jing Song's heart leaped with joy. Realizing an opportunity had arisen, "Jing Mingxian, let us engage in a life-and-death match. Should you win, I shall divulge the identity of that individual." Being 3 years older than Jing Mingxian, Jing Song's cultivation was 3 levels higher, placing him at the 5th level of the extraordinary realm. Even if the female demoness had the time to instruct Jing Mingxian, it would be impossible to bridge the gap of 3 levels of cultivation. As long as Jing Mingxian accepted this deadly challenge, Jing Song could not claim victory was assured, but the odds would certainly be in his favor. Chapter 7. Overwhelming pressure. Sensing the increasingly fervent gaze of Jing Song, Jing Mingxian became more convinced that Jing Song intended to use this life-and-death match to turn the tide in his favor. The disparity of 3 levels in cultivation would indeed grant Jing Song a significant advantage. Yet, let us not forget that he had recently acquired 2 imperial-grade artifacts, one of which, the Drinking Gourd of the Heavens, could double his power, and 3 levels of cultivation could not provide such an enhancement. Although he had never confronted Jing Song directly, he possessed data from family tests conducted on Jing Song. Generally, with each level of cultivation attained, one's strength increased by 10. A simple calculation revealed that Jing Song was currently approximately 33. One stronger than he had been at the second level of the extraordinary realm. Conversely, Jing Mingxian's current strength surpassed that of Jing Song's second level by 25. Hence, as long as Jing Song had not concealed any secrets, Jing Mingxuan's chances of victory approached an infinite 100. Jing Mingxian contemplated these factors solely because this battle was imperative, and victory was essential. Only by ensuring such a triumph could he instill confidence in the members of the Jing family who had chosen him. After a lengthy pause without a response from Jing Mingxian, Jing Song furrowed his brow. Was Jing Mingxian not inclined to accept? Understandably so. In a life-and-death match, the losing party could perish, not to mention, given Jing Mingxian's current association with a figure as formidable as the female Demoness, coupled with his previous status as the heir of the Jing family, it was highly plausible that he would decline. What was more infuriating for Jing Song was his inability to utter even the slightest bit of mockery. For such taunts could very well provoke the female Demoness into killing him before he could even reveal Yu Feng. At that moment, Jing Mingxian spoke. "I accept your challenge." Jing Song blinked in disbelief, his heart racing with excitement as if a young deer caught in a wild chase. "Ha ha ha, my opportunity for fame has arrived." Jing Chang and Jing Xiang exchanged knowing glances, both realizing that Jing Mingxian's acceptance must stem from a certain confidence in his victory, along with ulterior motives. Jing Mingxian turned his gaze towards Sumu Chan beside him and softly said, "Master, observe how I shall defeat Jing Song." Sumu Chan nodded obediently. In her perception, Jing Song was indeed somewhat stronger than Jing Mingxian. However, with 2 imperial-grade artifacts at his disposal, Jing Mingxian was destined not to lose. Moments later, Jing Song and Jing Mingxian stood 10 meters apart. Noticing their readiness for battle, Jing Xiang unleashed his booming voice, filled with authority. In this life-and-death match, Jing Mingxian faces Jing Song. Begin. As the command echoed, Jing Song's body surged into action. Uncertain of Jing Mingxuan's hidden tactics, he resolved to strike swiftly and decisively. A layer of white light erupted around his sword, embodying his utmost strength. Upon entering the range of Jing Song's assault, Jing Mingxian wasted no time, slicing his sword down. With a swift motion, he drew the purple lotus sword from his waist and executed a seemingly mundane parry. The moment their blades collided, Jing Song wore a faint smile. Convinced that Jing Mingxian, who had not utilized any techniques, would surely fail to withstand this strike. Yet, to his astonishment, his sword was cleaved in 2, the other half clattering to the ground, at the same time. A formidable imperial might surged through Jing Song's entire being. In that instant, Jing Song realized he could not muster even an ounce of power. His complexion turned ashen, and his body trembled. The onlookers, no matter how dim-witted, could sense the overwhelming imperial presence sweeping through the assembly hall. In a way, Jing Qing's lips twitched, disbelief flooding his eyes. As the senior elder, Jing Xiang appeared relatively composed. Though his voice trembled as he spoke. An imperial-grade artifact. The elders stood frozen in place, particularly those who had previously opted for choice 2, their expressions a kaleidoscope of emotions. It was no wonder Jing Mingxian had the audacity to proclaim the Jing family as the foremost cultivation clan in the world. It seemed he had indeed acquired an imperial-grade artifact from the female Demoness. At this moment, those who had chosen option 2 were filled with regret, immense regret. Meanwhile, the supporters of option 1 were beaming with joy. As the saying goes, when one ascends, even the chickens and dogs rise with him. The limitless potential of Jing Mingxian implied boundless prospects for them as well. Jing Song's gaze momentarily glazed over. He had aspired to obtain an imperial-grade artifact, either by eliminating Jing Mingxian beforehand or by becoming the strongest disciple of the female emperor 3 years later, defeating Jing Mingxian in the process. The latter required him to compete against over 5,000 others, including those with supreme potential who had trained for 3 years. The former option seemed simpler. However, the female emperor might not bestow an imperial-grade artifact upon him, and there was a significant risk of being hunted by the female demoness. Moreover, the most crucial realization struck him. Defeating Jing Mingxian, who wielded an imperial-grade artifact, would not be a simple feat. Yet, he still harbored a glimmer of hope. Just as he contemplated this, a pop sound echoed in his ears. Upon focusing, he saw Jing Mingxian had uncorked the snow-white gourd hanging from his waist, drinking from the fine wine that exuded a rich aroma. Gulping down a generous mouthful, Jing Mingxian capped the drinking gourd of the heavens and clipped it back to his waist. A flush appeared on his handsome face, giving him an air of tipsy charm as he gazed at Jing Song. In the next instant, his figure vanished from Jing Song's sight. What? Jing Song was taken aback. The surrounding elders were equally astonished. At that moment, Jing Mingxian's speed surged beyond measure. Bang! A handprint appeared on Jing Song's chest. Biffed. Jing Song was sent flying backward, spewing a mouthful of blood as he stared wide-eyed in horror at the scene before him. For it was only at that moment that he caught sight of Jing Mingxian's figure. Overwhelmed, he had been utterly crushed. How could the disparity in strength be so staggering? Hadn't he been 3 levels higher in cultivation than Jing Mingxian? With a heavy thud, Jing Song finally recognized the flaw. Exclaiming, "Is it the wine?" The elders were momentarily stunned. They too had speculated it might be the wine, but what kind of wine could possess such miraculous effects? Before they could continue their conjectures, a wave of imperial might, slightly weaker than before, surged forth, engulfing the entire assembly hall. The elders were left dumbfounded. Oh my goodness! That gourd is also an imperial-grade artifact? 2 imperial-grade artifacts. The elders who had chosen option 2 were filled with regret beyond measure. Meanwhile, those who had opted for option 1 were grinning from ear to ear, their smiles stretching to absurd heights. Among them, Jing Cheng, as Jing Mingxuan's father, wore the most exaggerated grin. To him, the presence of 2 imperial-grade artifacts was not of utmost importance. What truly mattered was that his son had acquired 2 imperial-grade artifacts, signifying the profound foundation of the female demoness he had chosen as a master. In truth, it wasn't so much about profound foundations, but rather a generous gift from the ruler of the abyssal forbidden zone. Lying on the ground, Jing Song's eyes dimmed, his face ashen, a self-deprecating smile escaping his lips. Ha! I thought I still had a chance to win against you. I had no idea I was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Jing Mingxian remained vigilant, still gripping the purple lotus sword. So, do you now concede? Yes, I concede, Jing Song replied emphatically. Jing Mingxian cautiously approached, still on guard, and inquired, "Who is the person guiding you from behind?" "Yu Feng," Jing Song answered without hesitation. Jing Mingxian muttered the name softly. "Yu Feng?" A wave of shock coursed through him. This individual held a significant position in the original narrative, being one of the female protagonist's 36 direct disciples. Ranking 36th. One should not underestimate the 36th position. Even at this rank, Yu Feng possessed the potential of an emperor in the mid-stages of the original story. Although he had yet to break through to the imperial realm by the conclusion of the tale, it was merely a matter of time. The 36th male lead. Who would have thought he would cross paths with him at this juncture? Jing Mingxian felt not the weight of pressure. On the contrary, he considered it Yu Feng's misfortune to confront him now. "Go incite Jing Song to assassinate me, Yu Feng. You certainly have some audacity." The onlookers quivered at the sight of the malicious smile that crept across Jing Mingxuan's face. Jing Song, witnessing this scene, could hardly contain his delight, stating, "Jing Mingxian, I wish to witness Yu Feng's demise with my own eyes. Could you fulfill this small, dying wish for me?" "Of course," Jing Mingxian replied succinctly, and then turned his gaze towards Jing Cheng, addressing him as father. "Extract the soul and light the lamp." Jing Song's face registered shock. But upon further contemplation, He realized that this was perhaps the only way to witness Yu Feng's demise while simultaneously facing punishment. Observing Jing Song's expression gradually calm, Jing Cheng understood that he had accepted the situation. Without further hesitation, he extracted Jing Song's soul before the assembly and infused it into the wick of an oil lamp. Subsequently, the wick was ignited, and Jing Song's soul endured the torment of the flames. His agonized wails echoing incessantly, the assembled elders shuddered in fear, refraining from harboring any ill thoughts towards Jing Mingxian. Suddenly, a graceful and ethereal figure materialized within the council hall. "Who dares to harm my disciple?" A voice filled with authority commanded, suppressing all but Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan into bowing their heads. Jing Mingxian remained unflustered, even raising his hand to declare, "It is I." The female protagonist's gaze sharpened, her previously radiant complexion freezing in disbelief. "What? How can it be this fellow? He has utterly ruined the good mood I had after just robbing the entire abyssal forbidden zone." Su Muchan took no reservations in asserting, "Your disciple engaged in a life-or-death match with mine. Since my disciple emerged victorious, she is entitled to dispose of yours as she sees fit." While the crowd was rendered speechless by such a declaration, the female protagonist herself felt equally at a loss. Could we not employ more elegant and melodious language to convey this? Jing Mingxian chuckled inwardly. His adorably Na'vi master was truly charming. At that moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as Su Muchan's aura surged, her demeanor frostbitten as she sternly declared, "From your disciple, I learned of a wretch named Yu Feng who intends to kill mine. I hope you do not interfere. Otherwise, I am not averse to battling you for another 300 rounds." Chapter 8. The Master's Majesty. The female protagonist's brows furrowed slightly, realizing that matters were spiraling beyond her control. This Yu Feng was truly despicable, reigniting the tension she had painstakingly diffused. While her anger simmered, she maintained a composed demeanor. "Who is this Yu Feng?" The assembly was taken aback. Jing Cheng promptly clasped his hands in explanation. "He is the young master of the Yu family, one of the 100 great clans in Tianyan City. He also went to the Ascension Path today to seek a master, thus he should be your disciple." The female protagonist's expression stiffened as she hurriedly searched through the 5,000 nameplates for Yu Feng's name. Soon, she found it, and a bitter smile crept across her face. Indeed, he was her disciple. Unlike when she had yet to take on apprentices, she now found herself compelled to confront the female demon empress directly. Otherwise, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. "Jing Mingxian, do you truly wish to kill Yu Feng?" In response to the female protagonist's inquiry, Jing Mingxuan's gaze hardened with resolve as he nodded emphatically. Under normal circumstances, she would have erupted in fury. However, as Jing Mingxian was Su Muchan's disciple, should she unleash her wrath, it would inevitably lead to catastrophic consequences. How infuriating! The female protagonist seethed internally. Yet she could not place the blame on Jing Mingxian. It was merely her disciple who had stirred up this mess. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming weight upon her shoulders. Jing Mingxian could empathize with her plight, akin to encountering a group of inept teammates in a game, rendering progress impossible. Suddenly, Su Muchan interjected. "Disciple!" She sensed the presence of the individual she had previously slain. Realizing her expression lacked precision, she hastily added, "It's the one who claimed the Zillion sword as his own." Jing Mingxian nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Meanwhile, the female protagonist's pupils constricted, her expression tense. Yet, the anxiety dissipated almost instantaneously, becoming undetectable unless one observed closely. Just then, Jing Mingxian caught sight of this moment and, combining it with the original character's facade of innocence belied by a cunning nature, he suddenly posed a cold inquiry. "Empress, you wouldn't have taken advantage of their leaderless state to conduct a robbery, would you?" Feigning calm, the female protagonist retorted. "No," but before she could elaborate, Jing Mingxian interjected. "Do not rush to respond. I am merely speculating." He turned to Su Muchan, gently inquiring, "Master, can you deduce past events that have transpired?" "Indeed," Su Muchan replied softly. The weight of such a devastating blow left the female protagonist in a state of heightened alarm. Her gaze towards Jing Mingxian filled with complexity. She felt an impulse to eliminate him, coupled with curiosity about how he repeatedly thwarted her schemes. Empress, shall we discuss this in my courtyard? With that, Jing Mingxian cast a knowing glance. The female protagonist gritted her teeth, yet felt powerless. She needed to maintain her facade of innocence before the onlookers. Thus, she could only reluctantly clench her pristine teeth and respond with a heavy Jing Mingxian surveyed the surroundings and coldly commanded, "Father, Grand Elder, I entrust this place to you. Should any conflict arise, do not hesitate to eliminate." "Yes," Jing Cheng and Jing Xiang promptly replied. The elders who had chosen the second option immediately relinquished any thoughts of resistance. They understood the principle that it is better to live than to die an unnecessary death. Jing Mingxuan's gaze softened as it landed on Su Muchan. Before he could speak, she invoked a spatial displacement, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves back in the previously silent courtyard. Shortly thereafter, the female protagonist also appeared. To prevent any information from leaking to the outside world, she waved her arm. Enveloping the entire courtyard in a formidable barrier, Su Muchan remained unfazed, exuding composure, clearly capable of dismantling the barrier at will. Observing this, Jing Mingxian felt an overwhelming sense of security. He regarded the female protagonist with indifference. As if she were not a beauty of equal standing to Su Muchan, the female protagonist's curiosity intensified. Why was this young man not captivated by her charm? Speak. What is that fellow's identity and background? Of course, you may choose not to answer. After all, my master can deduce it regardless. Jing Mingxian glanced sideways at the female protagonist, a smirk gracing his lips as he proudly declared, "You are quite the astute individual." The female protagonist's lips twitched. What did that imply? Did she appear foolish in his eyes? The detestable scoundrel. Never before has anyone managed to inflict such a significant loss upon her. She is determined to make Jing Mingxian pay a heavy price. In that instant, she recalled Yu Feng. Through her magical powers, she delved deep into her memories to ascertain the particulars of Yu Feng's situation. With a cultivation level at the first stage of the sea-breaking realm, he possessed supreme talent. A cunning plan began to form in her mind, and she secretly chuckled to herself, Jing Mingxian, I shall ensure you suffer a setback. As for Yu Feng, since he is my disciple, I cannot forsake him. Thus, let us each take a step back, shall we?" Jing Mingxian did not nod. Yet the female protagonist's words did not surprise him. In the eyes of outsiders, the original female lead was quite protective of her own. What does taking a step back entail? She had him hooked. Internally elated, she maintained a frosty facade and declared, "In 7 days, I shall lead my disciples away. Therefore, at the 4th watch of the night, you shall duel with Yu Feng. If you emerge victorious, you may dispose of him as you wish. Conversely, if you lose, your feud with him shall be resolved, and he shall not kill you." How does that sound? Jing Mingxian gently shook his head and replied, "Your Majesty, is my victory merely about slaying Yu Feng? Isn't that a power I should inherently possess? Then what do you desire?" The female protagonist feigned irritation. Jing Mingxian coldly stated, "In addition, I want 2/10 of the cultivation resources you plundered from the abyssal forbidden zone." The female protagonist fell silent, her eyes brimming with fury. Ultimately, she could only grit her silver teeth and murmured, "Fine." In the next moment, the restraints vanished, and she disappeared from sight. Jing Mingxian revealed a smug smile and remarked, "Master, set up a barrier here to prevent eavesdropping." Su Muchan obediently nodded, and after a moment of concentration, the courtyard was enveloped in a protective barrier. "Master, Yu Feng possesses a cultivation level at the first stage of the sea-breaking realm. It is certain that his foundational training is more solid than mine. Do you have any methods for swiftly enhancing my cultivation or strength?" Jing Mingxian asked with a broad smile, believing that Su Muchan, being so formidable, must possess some shortcuts. However, Su Muchan simply shook her head and replied decisively, "None. Isn't cultivation fundamentally reliant on oneself?" In that moment, Jing Mingxian finally understood why Su Muchan was so powerful in the original narrative. It turned out she relied entirely on her genuine strength without external aid. A true genius, a genuine prodigy of cultivation. If Su Muchan were to master shortcuts, Wouldn't she then overshadow the Empress and sweep through the entire world of cultivation? Jing Mingxian refrained from further speculation, as he urgently needed methods that could provide shortcuts. Otherwise, not only would he struggle to eliminate Yufeng, who incited Jingsong, but also whether he could safely return from the duel in 7 days remained a significant concern. After a moment of contemplation, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Jing Mingxian, and of course, how could I have forgotten about that most extraordinary divine book from the original narrative? Chapter 9. The Divine Book? The Divine Book, the golden finger of the male protagonist number 13 in the original story. Why has it been deemed the most extraordinary? Firstly, at the beginning, the 13th male protagonist was merely an ordinary mortal lacking even the most basic talent for transformation. Yet by the novel's conclusion, he possessed power second only to the Demon Empress. Secondly, even at the end of the novel, the author did not disclose the specific origins of the Divine Book. Thirdly, the content of this Divine Book encompasses everything, transforming the 13th male protagonist into a master of all forms of cultivation. There are many other extraordinary aspects, but these 3 points are the foundation. If I were to ponder further, Jing Mingxian felt he could contemplate for an entire day and night. However, what mattered most now was not to waste time. In the original narrative, the 13th male protagonist obtained the Divine Book beneath a withered tree in the Li family of Tianyan City. The timing of acquisition was the day after he became the disciple of the Empress. Given this, he could swiftly seize the opportunity. No, not seize. Rather, obtain a fortuitous encounter. Master, let us go, Jing Mingxian exclaimed passionately as he strode toward the courtyard exit. Su Muchan walked quietly beside him, embodying a serene beauty. The Divine Book? Typically, one should venture forth alone to acquire it, however, considering the female protagonist could be observing him at any moment and might unscrupulously snatch the Divine Book. It was essential to have his master by his side. Furthermore, he felt a profound sense of trust in her. Others might covet the Divine Book, but his master, pure and innocent, would surely not act against him. Master, can you prevent the Empress from observing our actions? Su Muchan halted, her delicate brows furrowing. After a moment, her expression softened, and she revealed a childlike smile, saying, "All done, Master. You are truly formidable," Jing Mingxian generously praised her. Su Muchan's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her smile radiating even more warmth. At that moment, the female protagonist realized she could no longer sense the auras of Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan. A glance toward Jing Mingxuan's courtyard revealed their absence, and an immediate wave of anxiety washed over her. This must be due to Jing Mingxuan's suggestion, though she was uncertain of what would transpire next. She knew it would not bode well for her. Without hesitation, she summoned the vast magical energy within her, attempting to unravel the Empress's concealment techniques. After a brief period, Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan arrived beneath the withered tree, which emanated a sense of lifelessness within the Li family estate. Master, please take a moment to sense the area around this withered tree. Su Muchan nodded slightly, closing her enchanting, watery eyes to begin her meticulous sensing. Meanwhile, Jing Mingxian fell into deep contemplation. After all, this was the golden finger of the 13th male protagonist, laden with uncertainties. For instance, the Divine Book might not even be beneath this withered tree at present. Or it could only respond to the 13th male protagonist. Ultimately, allowing his master to sense it first would surely be more effective than aimlessly digging around. Moments later, Su Muchan suddenly opened her eyes, her enchanting red pupils seemingly radiating a crimson glow. Within them, Jing Mingxian saw determination, indicating that his master had indeed perceived something. Hopefully, it is the Divine Book. With a swift motion, Su Muchan waved her arm, and the soil appeared to transform into water as a pristine book swiftly emerged, floating gracefully before Jing Mingxian. Disciple, is this the book you sought? Without responding directly, Jing Mingxian focused intently and noticed only 2 characters inscribed upon it, Divine Book. He nodded and affirmed, "Indeed. This book gives me an extraordinary feeling. How did you know it was hidden here?" After speaking, Su Muchan's gaze shifted toward Jing Mingxian, filled with 7 parts curiosity and 3 parts bewilderment. Jing Mingxian smiled gently and replied, "A grand dream." "A grand dream?" Su Muchan murmured. Jing Mingxian solemnly nodded, Yes, last night, I had a long dream, one that revealed the future, including the moment when you accepted disciples today. Sumu Chan's expression momentarily froze, and after a prolonged silence, she shyly inquired, "Then in your dream, did I receive a disciple?" Jing Mingxian gently shook his head. "No. In fact, I directly lost in the competition for disciples against the Empress." Sumu Chan's eyes dimmed considerably. She had already anticipated this outcome. Thus she had agreed to Jing Mingxuan's request. "Master, would you mind if I became your disciple simply because of a dream?" Sumu Chan raised her head to meet Jing Mingxuan's concerned gaze, suddenly realizing that this was not merely a dream of Jing Mingxuan's. Her acceptance of him as a disciple and the competition with the Empress had only just begun. Not at all. It was merely a dream. After all, Sumu Chan offered a bashful smile, radiant in its beauty. Jing Mingxian discerned the forced nature of her smile and continued, "In truth, my desire to become your disciple is not solely based on the insights from this dream. I genuinely wish to be your disciple." In an instant, Sumu Chan's eyes, as clear as autumn waters, sparkled with joy. Her previously forced smile transformed into genuine laughter. Jing Mingxian pretended not to notice, continuing, "Master, if you still feel uneasy, I will accompany you until the competition with the Empress concludes. At that time, we shall have no further entanglements." A fleeting shadow passed before Jing Mingxuan's eyes. When he looked again, Sumu Chan, slightly shorter than him, had already leaped into his embrace. "I do not mind. This time, I speak from the heart." Gently inhaling the subtle fragrance of orchids emanating from his master, he slowly raised his hands to encircle her delicate waist. Reminiscent of a willow swaying in the breeze, the withered tree stood nearby, and a gentle breeze rustled the fabric of their clothes, the sound echoing in their ears. The handsome man and captivating woman nestled closely together, creating a scene of exquisite beauty that stirred the heart. After a prolonged moment, the two finally released their embrace. Jing Mingxian and Sumu Chan locked eyes, shimmering with brilliance, each seeing only the other. "Master, please assist me in binding this book." Sumu Chan softly responded with an Moments later, the divine book was successfully bound to Jing Mingxian. From this point on, the fate of the original 13th male protagonist was irrevocably altered. Devoid of the illustrious achievements depicted in the original narrative, within Jing Mingxuan's courtyard, he eagerly opened the first page of the divine book. Divine Cultivation Method. Features rapid cultivation speed, solid foundational skills, formidable strength. In summary, invincible, truly succinct, and to the point. Jing Mingxuan's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. He then turned to the second page, only to find it utterly unyielding. Instead, a line of golden characters appeared on the first page. The second page may only be turned after breaking through to the sea-opening realm. Jing Mingxian felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He glanced at the side, where Sumu Chan was, and casually inquired, "Master, do you wish to cultivate this divine method?" "Absolutely." Sumu Chan, intrigued by the formidable divine text from Jing Mingxuan's dreams, pondered just how powerful it truly was in reality. Once they began to meditate and practice the techniques inscribed within the divine book, the spiritual energy of the entire world surged forth like a torrential tide, centering around the two of them. Alarmingly, the outside world remained blissfully unaware, including the original female protagonist. The spiritual energy coalesced around them, ultimately transforming into vibrant, multicolored gas that entered their bodies. After inhaling it, Sumu Chan was taken aback. This was the purest form of multicolored spiritual energy, its effects comparable to the celestial essence found in the immortal realm. She had encountered it in books, yet had never experienced it in reality. The divine text in her disciples' dreams was indeed extraordinarily powerful. Fortunately, it had not fallen into the hands of the individual Jing Mingxian had mentioned. Otherwise, as he had forewarned, she would eventually be surpassed. Time flew swiftly by. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was painted with a kaleidoscope of evening hues, deepening into the encroaching night. Sumu Chan suddenly opened her eyes wide, noticing Jing Mingxian, who was still diligently, or rather greedily, cultivating beside her. "Disciple, if you continue to cultivate like this, your body will not be able to bear it." Startled, Jing Mingxian immediately ceased his practice. He had no desire to perish before he even grew stronger. Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, he looked at Sumu-chan with a puzzled expression. Master, can I only cultivate for 2 hours a day? Indeed, to be precise, even I can only cultivate for 2 hours. Anymore, and individuals like us, cultivators of the human realm, cannot withstand it, Sumu-chan explained in detail. The human realm, specifically referring to cultivators whose levels range from the Transcendence realm to the Emperor realm in the original text. At this moment, Jing Mingxian pondered with confusion how the male protagonist number 13 managed to avoid perishing. Was it the enhancement of the protagonist's halo? Just as he was lost in thought, a series of golden characters emerged in his mind. The master's limit is 2 hours and 15 minutes, and I will give a reminder 1 minute in advance. Jing Mingxuan's expression froze. This divine text was simply astonishing. What about my master's limit? As soon as he uttered this, 4 golden characters appeared before him. 2 hours. Sumu-chan's face stiffened. Oh, it turned out she could only cultivate for 2 hours. She had assumed everyone was the same. Instantly filled with dread, she looked at Jing Mingxian with concern and asked, Disciple, how much time do you have? 15 minutes more than master, but I don't understand why this is the case. Logically, I am much weaker than you, Jing Mingxian replied, filled with confusion. The golden characters began to shift. The master has bound me, hence the extra hour of cultivation. In an instant, both Jing Mingxian and Sumu-chan grasped the situation completely. Subsequently, Jing Mingxian examined his cultivation level and was left utterly astounded. Transcendence realm, 3rd level? I improved a whole level in 1 session? This speed of cultivation is simply outrageous. Evaluating this pace, he realized that in 7 days, he could very well break through to the 1st level of the sea-opening realm. When that time comes, Yu Feng and the Empress will surely be shocked. Jing Mingxian beamed at Sumu-chan and asked, Master, how is your improvement? Quite fruitful. It's significantly faster than before. Sumu-chan's delicate face was aglow with joy. Eager to accelerate his own progress, Jing Mingxian resumed his usual cultivation. Later that evening, Sumu-chan reminded, Disciple, it's quite late now. You should rest. Jing Mingxian immediately wrapped up his practice. The 2 hours of normal cultivation after dinner were merely a psychological comfort, serving little practical purpose. Looking at Sumu-chan beside him, he remembered he hadn't arranged a room for her yet, so he said, Master, please follow me. I will take you to the room where you will rest tonight. No, I want to sleep with you. Sumu-chan immediately retorted, her delicate face filled with reluctance. Chapter 10. The awkward sleeping posture of the female demon Empress. Jing Mingxian was taken aback at first, then secretly delighted at such a fortunate turn of events. Finally, he feigned an earnest sage-like demeanor. Master, we are mentor and disciple, and moreover of opposite genders, so please provide me with a reasonable explanation. Realizing the gravity of the situation due to Jing Mingxuan's serious tone, Sumu-chan's large, watery eyes brimmed with tears as she sniffled, Disciple, I can certainly rest in the room you arrange, but I fear that when I wake, you may be gone, or that this is all just a dream. Jing Mingxuan's gaze momentarily blanked, filled with delight. Her words clearly indicated that she regarded him as her everything, and no longer silent. He slightly parted his lips, his voice gentle. All right, from now on, you shall sleep with me. In the blink of an eye, Jing Mingxian lay on the bed, glancing at Sumu-chan, whose face was radiant with bliss. Master, good night. Sumu-chan replied sweetly, Good night to you too. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the darkness. Jing Mingxian slowly opened his eyes. It was not the ringing of his biological clock, nor was it his desire to rise early. Rather, he felt a weight, softer than the quilt, pressing down upon him. Truthfully, it felt quite pleasant. Therefore, he decided to investigate. As his blurry vision gradually cleared, he finally beheld 2 glossy cherry lips. Instantly, his previously sluggish mind awoke. There was no need to think. He knew this must be his master's delicate mouth. Upon a closer look, he found that exquisite features were mere inches away from him. Fair and delicate, with graceful curves, it was a visage that could only be described as a masterpiece of beauty. He couldn't help but marvel at how such a stunning face could exist in the world. After gazing for a while, Jing Mingxian finally remembered he had opened his eyes for a purpose. He gently lifted his head, slightly pushing aside the covers, and was left dumbfounded. Initially, he thought Su Muchan's face was merely close to him. Now, he realized, astonishingly, that her entire delicate form was nestled against him. No wonder it felt softer than the quilt. At this point, even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he could not clear his name. While others might be frantic, Jing Mingxian wore a face of exhilaration. Couldn't he clear his name? Wasn't he that even better? He had always wished to become a partner with his master. He, master, your terribly awkward sleeping posture has truly worked wonders. Taking another glance, he was met with a stunning expanse of whiteness. Jing Mingxian was instantly thrilled, exclaiming he could hardly bear it. The thought that only he could appreciate such a beautiful sight filled him with immense joy at that moment. He sensed a pair of eyes watching him and hastily turned to find Su Muchan's pure and innocent phoenix eyes gazing back at him. Disciple, what are you looking at under the covers? Jing Mingxian fell into silence, unsure how to respond. He had initially considered fabricating an excuse, but upon recalling Su Muchan's innocent nature, he found himself unwilling to deceive her. It's just that your sleeping posture is so terrible that you ended up on top of me. Su Muchan's face did not flush. Instead, her small mouth pouted in a pitiful manner. Her eyes misting over as she softly murmured, I was afraid you would disappear, so I hugged you. If you feel very uncomfortable, I won't hug you anymore, but you must let me sleep with you. The sight of her in such a state tugged at Jing Mingxian's heart, stirring an impulse to protect her. He raised both hands, gently embracing the lovely figure in his arms. Master, I don't feel uncomfortable at all. I was merely curious. Therefore, you can continue to hold me like this in the future. That's wonderful, Su Muchan exclaimed, tears of joy brimming in her eyes, behaving like a little girl. Master, you're so adorable. Jing Mingxian smiled blissfully, his gaze growing even more tender in the blink of an eye. The day of his duel with Yu Feng arrived. Just after Jing Mingxian finished utilizing the divine cultivation method, he began to introspect. With a snap of his fingers, a surprisingly astonished voice erupted. What the heck? I'm at the first level of the Sea Opening Realm? 8 sessions of the divine cultivation method had propelled him from the second level of the Transcendence Realm to this stage. It was truly absurd. Reflecting on the male protagonist number 13 from the original text, he had spent an entire month to commence his cultivation journey. 3 months to break through to the first level of the Transcendence Realm. A year to reach the first level of the Sea Opening Realm. Meanwhile, Jing Mingxian estimated he would ascend from the first level of the Transcendence Realm to the first level of the Sea Opening Realm in no more than 10 days. In this light, it was evident that the 13th male protagonist was indeed a waste, while he was genuinely formidable. After some contemplation, Jing Mingxian concluded that the disparity was due to cultivation aptitude. No wonder the 13th male protagonist eventually enhanced his aptitude and surpassed even the female protagonist, who had consistently outperformed him. At this moment, Su Muchan approached Jing Mingxian, her slender hand gently resting on his sturdy shoulder. This divine cultivation method is remarkable. Your foundation is now more solid than mine was back then, making it simple to suppress cultivators within the Sea Opening Realm. Jing Mingxian responded with a soft Feeling a surge of confidence, at the Yu family residence, Yu Feng was drenched in sweat, moving about. He appeared no different from a normal person walking. Yet with each step, Yu Feng revealed a grimace of gritted teeth. Veins bulging, muscles tensed, as if each movement was a tremendous effort. That's enough. In the realm of cultivation, even those who wield the might of imperial treasures can move under the overwhelming power of the great emperor's aura, making it more than sufficient to confront Jing Mingxian. A cold yet sweet voice emerged from a short distance. Yu Feng felt the pressure on him diminish significantly, his gaze drawn to the enchanting figure. And he promptly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, It is all thanks to my master. Without such assistance, I could not have achieved this. Although his mentor believed that defeating Jing Mingxian was well within his capabilities, she still advised against taking unnecessary risks, suggesting it would be best to secure victory in one decisive blow. As she spoke, her phoenix-like eyes narrowed. The fact that Jing Mingxian had repeatedly bested her in the past was something that had never occurred before. 7 days may seem neither long nor short. In terms of cultivation, breaking through is notoriously challenging. Therefore, for Jing Mingxian to defeat Yu Feng, he would have to resort to cunning tactics. Thus, during these 7 days, she had specifically instructed Yu Feng to practice resisting the imperial aura. Yu Feng did not disappoint her. Under the great emperor's aura wielded by a practitioner of the sea-breaking realm, he could now move with ease. Yet, why did she still feel an unsettling anxiety? The protagonist could not comprehend it and ultimately chose to abandon her thoughts entirely. "I will keep my master's words in mind," Yu Feng replied earnestly, his demeanor reflecting genuine determination. In truth, his objective was to eliminate Jing Mingxian outright. In his view, securing victory would earn him his mentor's favor and reward him with both a supreme tier and a great emperor tier treasure. As for the fury of the female demon cultivator, he had considered it, but with his mentor present, she posed no real threat. However, under the divine cultivation methods, Su Muchan was now at a 70% chance of victory against the protagonist. An increase from the previous 60%. At Tianyin City, the duel arena was now filled to capacity, and the betting phase for the next match was underway. The betting odds stood at Jing Mingxian 3x. Yu Feng 0.3x. Jing Mingxian versus Yu Feng? It seemed evident that Yu Feng would emerge victorious. Was there even a need to place bets? Bro, you might not know this, but Jing Mingxuan's master is extravagantly generous, having directly bestowed 2 great emperor-tier treasures. Otherwise, there would be no way for a transcendent realm cultivator to face a sea-breaking realm cultivator with such odds. Wow, 2 great emperor-tier treasures? That's incredible. I wish I could have a dozen masters like that. Hee hee. The opponent is a female demon cultivator. No one dared to seek her mentorship except for Jing Mingxian. With such treatment, I certainly do not envy him. Neither do I. After all, she is a demon cultivator reviled by all, quite likely to be killed by some powerful figure at any moment. According to rumors, it seemed that this female demon cultivator was of the same caliber as the female emperor. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Many wore smiles on the surface, but inwardly they were filled with regret. Soon, the betting concluded, leaving everyone dumbfounded as Yu Feng garnered only 1, while Jing Mingxian amassed a staggering 99 of that. 98.999 were bets placed by Jing Cheng on behalf of the Jing family. The stakes did not come from the Jing family's coffers, but rather from resources previously acquired from the Abyssal Lord and the female protagonist. Of course, these bets were merely the tip of the iceberg. After all, how could a mere duel arena in Tianyin City compare to the resources of the Abyssal Forbidden Zone? Jing Mingxuan's objective was simple: to seize the most lucrative duel arena and become the future pillar of income for the Jing family. Upon witnessing this, the higher-ups of the duel arena convened an urgent meeting. Moments later, the meeting concluded, leaving the executives with expressions of helplessness and despair. Before overwhelming power, they held no hope, unless Yu Feng managed to win. At the entrance of the duel arena, Yu Feng's father, Yu Wuxing, tossed him a pill as he approached. Fenger, "Win this duel, and our family will secure a 10 stake in the arena." Yu Feng considered shattering the pill that would temporarily enhance his strength, but ultimately decided to keep it for the sake of his family. Tucking it away in his spatial ring, he nodded. "Rest assured, father, I will emerge victorious." With determined strides, he entered the duel arena. Ahead of him stood the graceful Jing Mingxian. "Allow me to kick things off and set the mood." The audience's eyes brimmed with curiosity. In an instant, Jing Mingxuan's aura erupted forth. Practitioners above the sea-breaking realm were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief, murmuring, "First stage of the sea-breaking realm?" Chapter 11. A shock that stuns all. It was not that they had not seen the world. Rather, it was the astonishing speed at which Jing Mingxian had ascended from the second stage of the transcendent realm to the first stage of the sea-breaking realm in just 7 days. Once they regained their composure, they concluded that Jing Mingxian was sacrificing his foundational cultivation for the sake of rapid advancement. However, upon closer inspection, they were left dumbfounded. His aura was robust and remarkably stable, akin to an indomitable iron fortress. Yu Feng stood agape, even striking his handsome face with a resounding slap. "This isn't a dream, is it? How on earth did Jing Mingxian achieve this?" The female protagonist also felt utterly confounded, her gaze drifting towards Su Muchan, who, like her, seemed detached from the world. Is the cultivation of demon practitioners truly so unreasonable? Or does this female demon emperor possess a unique methodology for teaching her disciples? Pushing those thoughts aside, the most pressing concern was to stabilize Yu Feng's mindset. Thus, she transmitted a thought, Yu Feng. Although the truth remains obscured, such a rapid ascent to the first stage of the sea-breaking realm in such a short time cannot possibly yield such stability. I suspect this is an illusion. Yu Feng's heart sank. His master's words resonated with undeniable logic. In just 7 days. A transition from the second stage of the transcendent realm to the first stage of the sea-breaking realm seemed implausible. However, his composure soon returned. The duel commenced. With a commanding shout, Jing Mingxian swiftly drew the purple lotus sword. In an instant, the imperial aura of the sword surged forth, enveloping the entire duel arena. Following prior exchanges, the audience was already aware that Jing Mingxian wielded a great emperor-tier treasure. Yet, knowing and experiencing it firsthand were entirely different matters. The imperial aura radiating from the great emperor-tier treasure was all too real. And thus the spectators could not help but tremble, their eyes wide with astonishment. Yu Feng maintained a stoic expression, seemingly intimidated by the imperial aura. That moment, the hopes of the duel arena's higher-ups were utterly extinguished. Their faces paling in despair. No wonder Jing Cheng had placed such substantial bets on Jing Mingxian. He must have been confident in his son's victory. The duel arena was finished. Humph. Your imperial aura is nothing extraordinary. Yu Feng remarked disdainfully, raising his head and casting a sideways glance at Jing Mingxian, exuding an air of arrogance. His words momentarily stunned both the audience and the higher-ups of the arena. With a newfound ease, Yu Feng took a step forward. The audience and the higher-ups erupted with fervor. Yu Feng, go for it. What began as a solitary voice from the crowd soon transformed into a thunderous chorus, reverberating throughout the vast duel arena. Hearing this, Yu Feng's spirit soared, his momentum building as he felt an overwhelming confidence that he could defeat Jing Mingxian. Jing Mingxian, concede now, and you may yet avoid suffering. Jing Mingxuan's lips twitched. Is it merely a matter of moving normally under the imperial aura? Surely, I can't be that easily swayed. From a different perspective, one could understand. Yu Feng, as well as the female protagonist, believed that Jing Mingxian could only rely on the great emperor-tier treasure. Once it was gone, or if it failed to function, Jing Mingxian would undoubtedly face defeat. When Jing Mingxian did not respond, Yu Feng sensed something amiss and swiftly summoned the pill given to him by his father from his spatial ring. A keen-eyed expert gasped in shock. Wait, is he really going to consume the sea-breaking realm Zuling pill? This thing can significantly boost one's power. Given Yu Feng's circumstances, he might unleash the strength of an 8th-stage sea-breaking realm cultivator. In an instant, Yu Feng's aura surged forth, radiating the might of a 9th-stage sea-breaking realm cultivator. The audience collectively inhaled sharply, their certainty in Yu Feng's inevitable victory solidifying. Just then, a glimmer of cold light appeared, captivating everyone's attention. Yet, as they turned to look, they found that the cold glimmer had already reached Yu Feng. With a sharp sound, the cold light pierced through Yu Feng's sturdy frame. His eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment. You haven't even had a drink. How is your speed so incredible? Jing Mingxian replied with a faint smile. Who said I need to drink to be this fast? For a moment, silence enveloped the crowd, including the female protagonist. They had previously believed Jing Mingxuan's cultivation to be a facade or artificially boosted. Now, it seemed that the aura he initially displayed was indeed a true reflection of his cultivation level. In just 7 days, he had advanced from the second stage of the transcendent realm to the first stage of the sea-breaking realm, with a solid foundation to boot. The crowd struggled to comprehend this, yet upon witnessing it firsthand, they had no choice but to accept it. Otherwise, there was no way Jing Mingxian could have struck Yu Feng, who had just consumed a pill that significantly enhanced his strength. With a single blow, you've come too close. This saves me the trouble of attacking you directly. Yu Feng, undeterred, maintained a calm demeanor. He then forced himself to channel his internal energy to launch a counterattack. In the blink of an eye, Yu Feng's expression froze, and his eyes sank. Why can't I gather my internal energy? The audience was utterly astounded, rendered speechless by the shock. The corners of Jing Mingxuan's mouth lifted slightly as he chuckled. Hee hee. It is because your magical powers have been sealed that I in an instant. Yu Feng's face turned ashen, and he appeared aged beyond his years. As he recalled Jing Mingxuan's earlier assault, the more he thought about it, the more he realized it was impossible to evade, even with every ounce of effort to escape. How could this be? Yu Feng wore a grimace of despair. Nothing is impossible, Jing Mingxian remarked nonchalantly, his gaze shifting to the referee as he snapped, You wretched referee, why do you not announce the results of this duel? Under normal circumstances, the referee would have swiftly awarded both combatants a substantial penalty. However, at this moment, he could only endure in silence for two reasons. First, Jing Mingxuan's master was not someone to be trifled with. Second, the Jing family was likely to become his immediate superior. Jing Mingxian wins. The many spectators who had supported Yu Feng were left in tears. Inside the meeting room of the dueling arena, the higher-ups remained remarkably calm. They believed they would not be replaced and would continue to oversee the arena, albeit with reduced income compared to before. However, as long as there were loopholes in regulation, they would exploit them without hesitation, for it was not their assets at stake. At that moment, a stunning figure appeared beside Jing Mingxian, her smile radiant as she spoke in a melodious tone, Disciple, I have received the 2 shares. Jing Mingxian nodded slightly. What of the Empress? She has already departed, Su Muchan replied softly. Instantly, Yu Feng's spirits plummeted. He understood that the Empress had completely abandoned him. Jing Mingxian, I am the head of the Yu family. If you are willing to spare Yu Feng, the Yu family is prepared to trade anything we possess. Jing Mingxian glanced over to see a middle-aged man, likely someone of significance within the Yu family. Normally, he would have taken the opportunity to extract a heavy toll from them. Yet, first, he was a disciple of the demonic cultivator, inherently cast as the villain in this world, and he had resolved to embrace that role fully. Second, Yu Feng was the 36th male protagonist in the original narrative. Letting him go would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild. Third, while the Yu family was indeed respectable in Tianyin City, it paled in comparison to the Abyss Lord and the resources plundered from the Abyss Forbidden Zone alongside the Empress. On the other hand, upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Yu Feng lifted his head in shock, evidently believing there was still hope for redemption. I'm afraid I must decline, Jing Mingxian stated, causing Yu Feng, Yu Wuxing, and the audience to be momentarily dumbfounded. None had anticipated Jing Mingxian would respond in such a manner. Was it that the assets of the Yu family were insufficiently enticing, or was Jing Mingxuan's appetite simply insatiable? No one knew. Nor did anyone wish to ponder further. For as soon as Jing Mingxian finished speaking, the sword aura of the Zillion sword enveloped Yu Feng entirely, die in the blink of an eye. Yu Feng was no more. Dead beyond revival. The only remnant was an unclaimed spatial ring. Witnessing this, Jing Song, whose soul was akin to a flickering oil lamp, passed away contentedly. The Yu family was incensed. How could the mere Jing family and Jing Mingxian treat them in such a manner? Yu Wuxing understood the wisdom of avoiding conflict in the face of overwhelming power. With Jing Mingxian's association with the female demonic cultivator, not only had he undergone a transformation, but the entire Jing family stood to benefit. If the Yu family wished to survive, they could not provoke the Jing family, let alone Jing Mingxian. Thus, he transmitted a mental message to the members of the Yu family present, forbidding any hostility towards the Jing family, or else they would be expelled from the Yu family. The Yu family members glared furiously at Jing Mingxian. It was all this man's fault. Without him, the Yu family would not have fallen to such depths. Jing Mingxian paid no heed to their baleful glares, maintaining a wonderfully composed demeanor as he examined the contents of the spatial ring. After a while, he discovered a black token inscribed with the character for beast. This item had been described in the original text as a ticket to enter the 10,000 Beasts small world. After contemplating for a moment, Jing Mingxian fully recalled the 10,000 Beasts small world, which housed numerous spirit beasts, including some imperial beasts in the original narrative. Yu Feng had obtained an imperial beast from this realm, securing his position as the 36th direct disciple of the female protagonist. Noticing Yu Feng's hesitance to summon the beast earlier, Jing Mingxian had decided not to wait any longer, as he had other strategies prepared. He had not anticipated that Yu Feng had yet to tame the imperial beast, Upon reflection, this seemed reasonable. The original text offered no details on how or when Yufeng had subdued the beast, merely stating that one had accompanied him upon his entrance. Disciple, why do you look so solemn? Have you encountered something dreadful? Sumu-chan inquired with evident concern. Jing Mingxian concluded his examination and gently shook his head, replying, "It is not something dreadful. Rather, it is an object I do not recognize." The Yu family members were momentarily taken aback, their curiosity piqued. Yu Wuxing, however, sensed something amiss but could not ascertain it, merely fixating his gaze intently. Jing Mingxian, not wishing to keep them in suspense, directly produced the black token inscribed with the character for beast from the spatial ring. Instantly, many spectators were taken aback. Yu Wuxing, in particular, muttered in disbelief. The beast token, why would Feng Er keep this in his spatial ring? After a moment's thought, Yu Wuxing realized Yu Feng likely intended to use it to save himself, perhaps even the entire Yu family. Is it merely a token? Why would it elicit such incredulous expressions from you formidable individuals of Tianyan City? Jing Mingxuan's words sent ripples through the crowd, causing many knowledgeable warriors to lose their composure. Chapter 12. A Small Ambition. Damn. The Jing family lad, who has never seen the world, holds a beast token that grants access to the 10,000 Beasts small world, where imperial beasts reside. The audience exhibited confusion, as they were unfamiliar with the 10,000 Beasts small world. However, the term imperial beast resonated deeply with them in the Xintian realm. Any beast deemed an imperial beast must possess the bloodline of a great emperor. An exceedingly rare spirit beast. Even practitioners at the emperor level might go their entire lives without encountering one. Thus, the beast token was deemed exceptionally precious. An imperial beast? What a tremendous gain. Jing Mingxian feigned an expression of unrestrained joy in the next moment. A deep voice interjected, "Jing family lad, do not rejoice too soon. This beast token has been tampered with." Jing Mingxuan's expression tightened. He had anticipated that matters would not be so straightforward. In 2 months, the annual opening day of the 10,000 Beasts small world would arrive, and Yu Feng's manipulations necessitated attendance. Otherwise, the beast token would become void. Jing Mingxuan's expression eased as he smugly declared, "Then I shall certainly attend. Hee, Jing family lad, to enter the 10,000 Beasts small world, one must possess at least a 5th level of the sea opening realm." Upon hearing this, the crowd unanimously regarded Jing Mingxian as a fool. Yet, Jing Mingxian merely curved his lips into a faint smile. Indeed, this was his strategy to elicit crucial information. Normally, while these formidable individuals might not dare to act, they would typically indulge in verbal banter or remain silent. Yet, they had been keen to explain, even guiding him, indicating that they were intent on witnessing his folly. As he had limited knowledge of the beast token, he intended to seize this opportunity to learn more and then deliver a resounding retort. What a delightful plan. Oh, a 5th level of the sea opening realm, is it? I shall set myself a small goal, to reach the 5th level of the sea opening realm in 2 months. Seeing Jing Mingxian remain undaunted, even optimistic, the others all twitched their lips in disbelief. Soon, a voice emerged. Do you think breaking through to the sea opening realm is as effortless as transcending to the extraordinary realm? Do you know that breaking through from the 1st level of the sea opening realm is equivalent to an entire level of the extraordinary realm? Were it not for the apprehension of Sumu-chan, who stood beside Jing Mingxian, this speaker would have been even more scathing and derisive. However, some were quick to take a different approach. Jing family lad. In 2 months, if you surpass the threshold for entering the 10,000 Beasts small world, I shall lie on the ground and allow you to step on me to enter the teleportation array. The elder of the Yi family, Yi Jiang, turned dark with rage. Damn. He merely wished to show off. He never intended to fulfill that promise. Now, however, the opposing party had directly revealed his identity. Given Jing Mingxuan's notorious vendetta, should he indeed surpass the threshold, he would undoubtedly hold Yi Jiang to his word. With this thought, Yi Jiang fumed and sought to uncover who had uttered such words. Upon investigation, he was left utterly dumbfounded. The speaker was none other than Jing family elder Jing Xiang. Damn. This is clearly a setup. Yi family elder, since you have stated it so, I can only reciprocate with my 5th level of the sea opening realm in 2 months. Jing Mingxian responded with a calm smile and a respectful gesture. The assembled warriors were taken aback, simultaneously realizing they should never provoke Jing Mingxian, for he held grudges and would repay them in kind. Even on the spot, Jing Mingxian felt a weight in his heart. In truth, the imperial beasts were no longer worthy of his attention. Thus, there was no need for him to venture into the realm of myriad beasts. He could effortlessly sell this heavenly beast token through an auction. However, being well versed in the original narrative, he was aware that within the realm of myriad beasts lay an unhatched celestial beast. This celestial beast remained unborn even until the conclusion of the original story. The reason was not that the celestial beast was unwilling to be born, but rather that the spiritual energy levels of the realm of myriad beasts and even the Shintian realm were far too low, posing a risk of death upon birth. Ordinarily, this predicament would have troubled Jing Mingxian. Yet, with the divine cultivation method from the divine scripture, this issue was promptly resolved. Reflecting on this, he recognized that the 13th male lead in the original text could have acquired the celestial beast long ago, but did not until the very end. This, Jing Mingxian thought, was easily explicable. Influenced by his experiences as a mere mortal, the 13th male lead found it exceedingly difficult to trust others. Furthermore, with the divine scripture being so formidable, it was even less likely that he would impart the divine cultivation method to the celestial beast. After all, even the female lead, whom he adored most, was not informed of the divine scripture's existence by the 13th male lead until the conclusion of the story. Jing Mingxian saw no issue with this. It merely meant that the 13th male lead had missed numerous opportunities. Nevertheless, the divine scripture was the greatest opportunity of all. Matters concerning celestial beasts were merely embellishments, inconsequential in the grand scheme. Master, let us depart. It is time to attend to another matter. With that, Jing Mingxian gently grasped Su Muchan's delicate, pale hand. Inside the conference room of the duel arena, the higher-ups lounged about, exuding an air of lethargy. Bang! The door to the conference room swung open, and Jing Mingxian entered, hand in hand with Su Muchan, followed closely by Jing Cheng and Jing Xiang. Despite the small number of individuals, each held significant importance. Su Muchan, as the strongest combatant, deterred any thoughts of resistance from the higher-ups. Jing Cheng and Jing Xiang, as the current leading administrators of the Jing family, would not allow Jing Mingxian to fall prey to the verbal traps of these higher dash-ups. As for Jing Mingxian, he was naturally the decision-maker. Without his presence, no fruitful outcome would arise from this meeting. Young Master Jing, greetings. I am Xiang Feiwen, the chief officer of the duel arena. Jing Mingxian cast a glance at the man, who bore a face of excess flesh and a rather corpulent physique, clearly having indulged excessively within the duel arena, neglecting his cultivation, for such a physique was otherwise inexplicable. A cursory glance revealed that the physiques of the higher-ups resembled that of Xiang Feiwen. Initially, he contemplated recruiting these higher-ups for his own purposes to avoid overstepping too rapidly. However, it now seemed that he had two options: either dismiss these higher-ups and restructure the management of the duel arena, or compel the duel arena to immediately provide resources for cultivation based on their betting victories. Upon reflection, having previously expelled the elders with ulterior motives, the current Jing family could only manage itself and lacked personnel to oversee the duel arena. Thus, after comprehensive consideration, he leaned towards the latter option. Xiang, how have you deliberated on the matter my father discussed with you earlier? The management team, upon observing the youthful Jing Mingxian, felt a sense of disdain. To them, he was merely riding on the coattails of the female demon cultivator. Otherwise, they would not deign to regard him. After a moment of silence, Xiang Feiwen squeezed out a couple of tears, his face a mask of sorrow, as he stated, "After our heated discussions, we have reached the conclusion to agree." Excellent. I appreciate your timely recognition of the situation. Jing Mingxuan's face broke into a triumphant smile, though internally he felt quite displeased. Why could these spineless individuals not take a firm stance for once? Why must they force him to act so unyieldingly? Sigh. Why must it be this way? In that case, from this moment forth, all of you are dismissed. Please vacate the duel arena. Upon uttering these words, not only did Xiang Feiwen and the other higher-ups stand in shock, but even Jing Cheng, Jing Mingxuan's father, was taken aback. Only Su Muchan and Jing Xiang remained remarkably composed. Su Muchan was indifferent to the matter, while Jing Xiang understood Jing Mingxuan's intentions. Ordinarily, dismissals would proceed gradually, not all at once. Jing Mingxuan's actions were clearly intended to incite the wrath of Xiang Feiwen and the other higher-ups, driving them to irrationality and reconsideration. The higher-ups of the duel arena were fundamentally backed by the prominent families of Tianyan City. The duel arena could not afford the vast resources for cultivation, but with the backing of these families, and through collective fundraising, they could manage to cover the expenses. Of course, this would still be somewhat of a loss for the Jing family, as they could have taken over the duel arena. However, given the Jing family's lack of manpower, forcibly taking charge would incur excessive costs, potentially transforming the duel arena from a source of income into a liability. Thus, Jing Mingxuan's approach was indeed quite astute. Jing Xiang's eyes brimmed with approval, his heart swelling with emotion. After 50 years, the Jing family could finally ascend once more. Recalling Jing Mingxuan's earlier words about forging the world's foremost cultivation family, he fervently hoped to witness it within his lifetime. The reaction from the higher-ups of the duel arena was exceedingly intense. Ultimately, Xiang Feiwen, with a cold demeanor, angrily declared, "Young Master Jing, since you have chosen to make such a decision, our stance is one of disagreement. We will go to great lengths to provide you with the resources for cultivation based on your betting victories. Indeed, you possess spirit," Jing Mingxian praised, his gaze turning icy as he spoke with a smile. "Due to your breach of contract, I shall not grant you any opportunity for reconsideration this time. The resources must be delivered to the Jing family within a day, or you shall meet the same fate as you foam." His merciless words left Xiang Feiwen and the other higher-ups momentarily stunned. Jing Mingxuan's smile instilled a sense of dread within them, rendering them fearful. "Let us depart." With that, Jing Mingxian and the other three turned to leave. The conference room fell into an eerie silence. After a considerable interval, Xiang Feiwen's eyes narrowed as he suddenly realized, "We have been ensnared by that young master of the Jing family. His true objective was never the duel arena, but rather the cultivation resources we can never repay. At this juncture, it was too late for regrets." The fearful higher-ups could only reach out to their respective families, even subtly implying that should they fail to repay, Jing Mingxian would unleash his master upon their families. Consequently, the leaders of the prominent families in Tianyan City found themselves engulfed in fear and anger. Within Jing Mingxuan's courtyard, Su Muchan wore a gentle smile, cheerfully exclaiming, "Disciple, the cultivation resources obtained from our victory have all been delivered into my hands, and I have already given your share to your father." Jing Mingxian responded with a nonchalant As if this were not a matter of great excitement, Su Muchan, puzzled, looked closely and discovered that Jing Mingxian was fixated on the first page of the divine scripture. "Disciple, are you hesitating to turn to the second page?" Her inquiry stemmed solely from her knowledge that Jing Mingxian, having advanced to the sea-breaking realm, would be able to unveil the second page. Chapter 13. "Are you willing to speak now?" Jing Mingxian did not respond immediately. In truth, it was not fear of the second page as Su Muchan suggested that held him back. Upon his return, he had already prepared himself mentally, intending to turn to the second page without fail to acquire new techniques. However, upon merely opening the first page, he noticed several additional lines compared to before. After meticulously reading through the new content, Jing Mingxian was rendered utterly bewildered. The newly added material pertained to the secret methods of their cultivation. According to the divine scripture's feedback, if he and Su Muchan cultivated together, they would gain an extra hour and 15 minutes of cultivation time. In other words, their cultivation duration would extend to 3.5 hours. This was undoubtedly a significant boon. The issue lay in his unwillingness to deceive the innocent Su Muchan into cultivating. He felt that to do so would make him akin to the big bad wolf deceiving a naive little lamb. Of course, this was also because Su Muchan held a uniquely special place in his heart. Exhaling a deep breath, Jing Mingxian lifted his gaze to meet the clear, innocent eyes of Su Muchan. And at that moment, his feelings of guilt surged to an all-time high. "No. I cannot do this now. I shall wait until the day I become her Dao partner before we cultivate together." Thus, Jing Mingxian ceased to dwell on the matter of cultivation and softly said, "Master, I still feel a bit apprehensive. Why don't we turn to the second page together?" "All right, absolutely," Su Muchan cheerfully replied. She then stepped to Jing Mingxuan's side. her delicate hand resting on the page. Jing Mingxian placed his hand atop hers, feeling its warmth, and together they turned to the second page of the divine scripture. Just like the first page, the second page was filled with text. Xu Muchan scanned it, but as before, she found it utterly incomprehensible. Only Jing Mingxian, bound to the divine scripture, could decipher its meaning. Jing Mingxian felt a twinge of discomfort. If only Xu Muchan could understand, she would surely inquire about the new cultivation methods. Or perhaps, if she were aware of what cultivation entailed, she might approach him after adequately preparing herself for other possibilities. Please! The current Xu Muchan's gaze was solely fixed on him, leaving no room for anything else. Disciple. What does the second page say? The sweet and gentle voice of Xu Muchan echoed in the air. Abruptly interrupting Jing Mingxuan's train of thought, as he focused his gaze, he was instantly mesmerized. The divine beast taming technique, characterized by particularly loyal beasts, immensely powerful companions, and remarkably stable foundations, could be summarized as invincible companions. Xu Muchan quickly comprehended, her delicate brows arching with delight as she exclaimed, Disciple. Just 2 months hence, we shall venture into the realm of myriad beasts, and the timing of this divine beast taming technique is indeed fortuitous. Jing Mingxian felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Fortuitous? It had completely altered the content from the second page of the original text. In the original narrative, it was the divine alchemy technique, and now it had transformed into the divine beast taming technique. The preparations he had made regarding alchemy would, it seemed, have to be set aside for the time being at the same time. Jing Mingxian realized that the content of each page in the divine tome likely aligned with the most pressing needs of the future, rather than adhering to the fixed forms he had previously assumed. Disciple, I just noticed that the first page has had additional text added. What does it say? Unable to contain her curiosity, Xu Muchan asked eagerly, Master, you've finally hit the nail on the head, Jing Mingxian rejoiced internally. Yet a glance at Xu Muchan's innocent face rendered him speechless. As before, he couldn't bring himself to deceive his revered master. The newly added content cannot be implemented at the moment, so I refrained from informing you. He replied. Xu Muchan furrowed her delicate brows, her eyes, clear as autumn waters, filled with confusion as she innocently inquired, Why can't it be implemented for the time being? He was reluctant to deceive his master any further. With a sigh, Jing Mingxian could only say, I will tell you in due time. Xu Muchan pouted, appearing somewhat displeased. Moments later, she regained her composure and beamed a warm smile. Disciple, you must have your reasons for not disclosing it. I shall not press further, master, Jing Mingxian murmured, touched. In the next instant, Xu Muchan blinked her large, watery eyes and asked, Can we speak of it now? Jing Mingxian was momentarily at a loss for words. How could he expect his ever-curious master to let the matter rest so easily? He sensed a period of hardship was looming ahead. Simultaneously, he softly replied, Not yet. Time flew by, and soon it was the 7th day. Jing Mingxian continued his training as usual, but after a brief while, he felt a gentle embrace enveloping him. This had been the case for the past 7 days. Even with his good temper, he could no longer tolerate it. Reluctantly, he opened his starry eyes to find Xu Muchan, her entire body pressed against him, her curiosity evident as she wore a smile like a spring breeze. Softly asking, Disciple, are you willing to share now, master? Could you allow me to train in peace? Jing Mingxian replied, irritation creeping into his tone. Xu Muchan tilted her head slightly, her eyes blinking as if deep in thought. In the next moment, the soft, fragrant body finally withdrew. To be honest, Jing Mingxian felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, prioritizing his training and stepping away from the comforts of affection was undoubtedly the right choice. He slowly closed his eyes, but before he could resume his normal practice, he felt another presence leaning against him. Without a doubt, it was his master. Had she chosen to approach him from behind because he had rejected her earlier? Jing Mingxian took a deep breath. Refusing her again might jeopardize their relationship. The test of will had begun. He had to withstand his master's gentle onslaught, for that was the mark of a dignified, independent man. Without further hesitation, he resumed his training. After a considerable time, Xu Muchan, Sensing Jing Mingxuan's lack of response, found herself rather bored. It seemed this approach would not coax him into speaking. However, the sensation of holding her disciple from behind was undeniably pleasant. His broad back, sturdy shoulders, robust physique, and the unique masculinity emanating from him captivated her. Most importantly, it granted her a profound sense of security. Since her disciple showed no signs of resistance, she resolved to continue this way daily. Yet, she needed to devise other methods to ensure her disciple would eventually speak. For her mounting curiosity required release. 2 hours later, Jing Mingxian noticed the soft warmth behind him had vanished. He believed his master had grown bored and had the good sense to stop clinging to him. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he sensed something amiss. Although he had not opened his eyes to see the scene before him, he could tell something was drawing near. First, he attempted to sense it with his spiritual energy, only to find nothing ahead. Could it be a figment of his imagination? Jing Mingxian dismissed this notion. It could only mean that whatever was approaching could cloak itself from his spiritual perception. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open. Xu Muchan's lustrous, fragrant lips were mere inches away. Yet, there was no turning back. The distance was far too close. In the next moment, Jing Mingxuan's face froze. He had envisioned countless scenarios for his first kiss with Xu Muchan. Yet never had he anticipated such a situation. Xu Muchan gazed at Jing Mingxian, whose starry eyes were filled with astonishment. She smiled gently, her expression one of triumphant delight. Releasing her grip, she asked, "Disciple, can we speak now?" The corner of Jing Mingxuan's mouth twitched. How was it that even now, his master was fixated on this matter? Was it truly insurmountable? Jing Mingxian chose silence, covering his mouth and shaking his head to indicate otherwise. Lest his master continue her advances, Xu Muchan's expression turned frosty, her gaze sharp as she commanded in a cool tone, "Open your mouth." Jing Mingxian shook his head even more vigorously, yet, in the next instant, he felt an overwhelming force restraining his actions. His mouth was forcibly opened as he beheld Xu Muchan's breathtakingly beautiful visage drawing near. Despite being the aggressor, her demeanor remained innocent and unblemished. "I can't take it anymore." In the blink of an eye, Xu Muchan pressed her lips against Jing Mingxuan's once more. Compared to before, this kiss was bolder. Moments later, Xu Muchan sensed something was off. Jing Mingxian did not resist. On the contrary, he seemed to reciprocate. A surge of unexplainable joy filled her heart. Yet she pondered how her advances had led to this unexpected turn. Wasn't her disciple supposed to resist? Ultimately, unable to hold back any longer, he surrendered, divulging the secret he had withheld. Why had things taken such a starkly different turn? Contemplating this, Xu Muchan was swept away by her feelings. She decided to empty her mind and fully immerse herself in the experience. After a considerable time, they finally parted. Jing Mingxian gazed at Xu Muchan's contented expression, feeling a surge of pride. "Master, was such an extreme measure truly necessary?" Xu Muchan pouted slightly, murmuring, "Who told you not to speak? As long as it's you, I feel I can do anything." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed and her ears turned slightly red, clearly realizing the embarrassment of her words. So that was it. There was no need for further concealment. Once Jing Mingxian uttered this thought, Xu Muchan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The additional text on the first page of the Divine Tome described the two of them in training together. Chapter 14. Compatibility. Was he a monster? Dual cultivation? What was that? Confusion filled Xu Muchan's beautiful eyes, reminiscent of a serene autumn lake. Jing Mingxian was not surprised. In fact, he thought it would be problematic if his master understood what dual cultivation truly entailed. In simple terms, it meant two individuals cultivating together. Xu Muchan let out a long "oh," her delicate face radiating innocence. That moment, Jing Mingxuan's sense of guilt reached its zenith. While the explanation of dual cultivation wasn't entirely incorrect, the true essence of dual cultivation was far from that. "Disciple, are we not two individuals? Does that mean we can begin dual cultivation right now?" Xu Muchan suddenly posed the question. Indeed, Jing Mingxian found it incredibly difficult to utter this affirmation. Xu Muchan eagerly grasped Jing Mingxuan's hands, her excitement palpable. "Then let us hasten to begin our dual cultivation." Jing Mingxian was momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated such rapid progression. In no time, Sumu-chan would surely uncover the true nature of dual cultivation. What would ensue then? He could hardly fathom. It could either take a turn for the worse or blossom into something beautiful. Oh, by the way, since we have already practiced the divine cultivation technique today, we can only engage in dual cultivation tomorrow, Sumu-chan stated earnestly. Jing Mingxian let out a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, he understood that avoiding the dual cultivation method meant utilizing the divine cultivation technique in advance. However, unexpected events often unfold so suddenly. A line of golden, glowing text materialized before them. As Sumu-chan read it aloud, her lips moved softly. Dual cultivation recalibrates cultivation time. Currently, the limit for both master and disciple is 1 hour and 15 minutes. Jing Mingxuan's expression turned completely rigid. He never anticipated the divine tome would assist him at such a critical juncture. Wait, was this truly assistance? This was clearly an invitation to sever the master-disciple bond. For a moment, Jing Mingxian could conceive no countermeasure. What else could he do but embrace the situation and enjoy it? At the very least, he could become the first man to conquer his master. With this thought in mind, Jing Mingxian began to practice the method of dual cultivation that had already entered his mind. Moments later, he was utterly bewildered, for this dual cultivation was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Rather, it was precisely as he had just explained, involving two individuals cultivating together. What the heck? Wasn't this just a trick? It left him feeling foolishly elated for nothing. At that moment, a series of golden characters emerged in his mind. Currently, the compatibility between the master and his mentor is at 0, thus it can only be understood in its literal sense of dual cultivation. When the compatibility reaches 100, true dual cultivation can commence. And at that time, his mentor will not experience any adverse reactions. Jing Mingxian found himself at a loss for words, as though he had to express his gratitude. Did he? Nevertheless, this was also a relief. Instantly alleviating his guilt. Sigh. His master was so pure and innocent. Sometimes, that was not a good thing. Concluding his inner musings, Jing Mingxian promptly conveyed the dual cultivation technique to Sumu-chan. Subsequently, they engaged in dual cultivation for an entire hour and 15 minutes. Although it was not the dual cultivation he had imagined, during this period, their fingers intertwined, allowing him to fully appreciate his mentor's fair, delicate fingers, as soft as jade. 2 months later, after concluding the dual cultivation with his mentor, Jing Mingxian curiously inquired, "What is my current compatibility with my master?" Instantly, 2 golden digits materialized in his mind, revealing a compatibility of 50. Following this, another line of golden characters appeared. The bond between the master and his mentor is exceedingly sincere. Hence, the compatibility has increased remarkably fast. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least a year to reach 50. Jing Mingxian was filled with joy. Just as he was about to rise, yet another line of golden characters emerged. "Master, your cultivation has already broken through to the peak of the 9th stage of the sea-breaking realm. If you wish to achieve the strongest entry into the Tao, the following breakthrough materials are required." Jing Mingxian glanced around and found that he possessed nearly all of them. The only exception was a world heart from a small world. Upon reflection, he realized he would soon venture into the myriad beasts' small world, where he could certainly obtain the world heart. Having made up his mind, Jing Mingxian slowly released Sumu-chan's soft hand. After a brief moment of tidying up, he spoke, "Master, let us be off." Sumu-chan nodded slightly. Although Jing Mingxian did not explicitly state their destination, she understood there was only one place they were heading, namely, the teleportation array to the myriad beasts' small world. In the blink of an eye, the two appeared 100 meters in front of the array. Upon a glance, they noticed a testing formation for cultivation levels situated before the teleportation array of the myriad beasts' small world. Sumu-chan softly said, "Disciple, this testing formation is at the emperor level." Jing Mingxian casually replied, "Oh," for he had already surpassed the threshold with his peak 9th stage cultivation in the sea-breaking realm and thus did not need to concern himself with this matter. "Young Master Jing, I truly did not expect you to arrive today." An elderly man clad in a black brocade robe suddenly appeared before him. His complexion was rosy and full, exuding a radiant glow. Despite his white hair, he appeared vibrant and ethereal, resembling an immortal who had attained enlightenment. Most importantly, there was an air of nobility that emanated from him. Jing Mingxuan's lips curled into a faint smile, as he began to anticipate the moment he would trample this man beneath his feet before entering the teleportation array of the myriad beasts' small world. Indeed, this old man was none other than the elder of the Yi family who had previously boasted. The elder of the Yi family furrowed his brow. The fact that Jing Mingxian did not display any fear left him perplexed. What was even more bewildering was that Jing Mingxian wore a smile. What does this mean? Could it be that this young man from the Jing family had accomplished the small goal he had boasted about earlier and reached the 5th stage of the sea-breaking realm? Impossible, absolutely impossible. To break through 4 stages in 2 months, in his extensive cultivation career, he had never seen a practitioner achieve such a feat. Could it be that he had employed some nefarious means to forcibly elevate his cultivation? To this end, the elder of the Yi family meticulously sensed Jing Mingxuan's aura, confirming it was stable and did not resemble that of someone who had forcibly raised their cultivation. Now, he felt at ease. "Young master, this is the elder of the Yi family," the suddenly appearing Jing Xiang spoke. Jing Mingxian nodded slightly and said, "Elder of the Yi family, my presence here indicates that I have accomplished the small goal we set earlier. I wonder if you will fulfill your promise now. If you indeed possess the cultivation of the 5th stage of the sea-breaking realm, then I shall naturally honor my promise," the elder of the Yi family replied with a broad smile. Feigning sincerity, Jing Mingxian also smiled faintly. "With your word, elder, I can rest assured." The elder of the Yi family felt a slight shock. Could it be that this young man from the Jing family had truly accomplished his small goal? At that moment, Jing Mingxian pressed his palms together, and with a crisp sound of pop, his entire aura surged dramatically, causing the surrounding winds to swell in an instant. He emanated the aura characteristic of someone at the peak of the 9th stage of the sea-breaking realm. Everyone present was taken aback, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The peak of the 9th stage of the sea-breaking realm? To break through 8 stages and reach the peak in just 2 months. Was this something a mere mortal could achieve? Jing Mingxian was defying the heavens. A chorus of astonished exclamations arose. The elder of the Yi family narrowed his eyes, momentarily stunned. He certainly did not believe this could be true. "I would very much like to believe it. But this is likely an illusion created by your master. After all, achieving the peak of the 9th stage of the sea-breaking realm in just 2 months is simply outrageous, unprecedented in history." Once Jing Mingxian concluded releasing his aura, he quickly returned to a state of calm. Lightly raising the corners of his mouth, he inquired, "What would it take for you to believe?" The elder of the Yi family found himself flustered. After scanning the area, his gaze finally landed on the testing formation for cultivation levels. It was as if he had grasped a lifeline, and with a triumphant expression, he declared, "You should test your cultivation at that formation. It is an emperor-level formation and cannot be influenced by your master." Most of the crowd nodded in agreement, as they shared the elder's belief that Jing Mingxian could not possibly possess the peak of the 9th stage of the sea-breaking realm. "Very well," Jing Mingxian calmly responded, causing a stir of doubt among the onlookers. Could he truly possess the peak of the 9th stage of the sea-breaking realm? In the blink of an eye, Jing Mingxuan's tall figure landed upon the temporarily unoccupied testing formation. Instantly, a wondrous white light erupted, dazzling in its brilliance. Soon, the white light dissipated, followed by a cold, ethereal voice announcing, "Cultivation level. Peak of the 9th stage of the sea-breaking realm." The crowd was more stunned than before, falling into a profound silence, including Jing Xiang, who had previously harbored some belief in Jing Mingxuan's capabilities. The elder of the Yi family turned pale, his face a mask of disbelief. The slap in the face came too swiftly, like a whirlwind. To ascend from the 1st stage of the sea-breaking realm to the peak of the 9th stage in just 2 months was utterly incomprehensible. Truly remarkable. Was he a monster? The Jing family was on the verge of a powerful rise. It seemed this female demon's teachings were indeed profound. Although the female emperor had taken all her disciples to her Taoist temple 2 months prior, those present still felt a sense of regret, wishing they had participated in the ceremony to pay homage to the celestial road. They were fully confident that they would have become disciples of the female demon. Jing Mingxian, however, scoffed at this notion. In his view, Unless someone was aware of Su Muchan's true nature, it was unlikely anyone would choose to become her disciple. With a swift motion, Jing Mingxian leaped, performing a roll to return to his previous position. He then fixed his gaze upon the noble-looking elder of the Yi family and smiled gently, saying, "Elder of the Yi family, it is time for you to fulfill your promise." In an instant, countless gazes shifted toward the elder of the Yi family. Chapter 15. Imperial Beast. The elder of the Yi family was momentarily frozen in place. He glared fiercely at the self-satisfied Jing Mingxian. He found himself in a difficult predicament. Furthermore, if he failed to honor his promise, he would not only face public humiliation but also be compelled by Jing Mingxuan's master to fulfill it. Having reached this point, he had no choice but to honor his word. This way, the damage could be minimized, I am aware. The elder of the Yi family bellowed, seemingly venting his pent-up frustration. He then quickly walked to the front of the teleportation array for the Myriad Beast's small world, prostrating himself on the ground without uttering a word, while simultaneously declaring, "Young man Jing, it is your turn." This elder of the Yi family was quite the astute individual, Jing Mingxian thought to himself. Previously, he had assumed the elder would fly into a rage. Without further hesitation, Jing Mingxian approached the elder of the Yi family, who was lying on the ground. At this moment, he faced two choices. The first was to straightforwardly step on the elder's back to reach the teleportation array of the Myriad Beast's small world. The second was to refrain from stepping on him, thereby providing him with an opportunity to save face. The emotionally intelligent choice would undoubtedly be the second option, fostering a good relationship with the Yi family in the future. However, he was a villain after all. It was highly likely that he would oppose the world in the future. Moreover, the elder of the Yi family had mocked him first, and he did not hold the Yi family in high regard, so how could he possibly refrain from stepping on him? After making up his mind, Jing Mingxian stepped forward, bringing his right foot down heavily upon the calf of the elder of the Yi family. The elder's eyes widened, not because he could not bear Jing Mingxuan's weight, but because he was utterly unprepared for the young man's audacity to actually stomp down, and with such force. This brat is utterly insolent. Yi family. The humiliation of today shall be repaid in kind on another day. Feeling the approaching steps behind him, the elder's eyes blazed with fury, his teeth clenched tightly, his expression one of intense malevolence. Time seemed to stretch unnaturally, as he felt his limbs and bones surrounded by an oppressive aura. The elder was drenched in cold sweat, constantly pondering when this torment would come to an end. Just then, Jing Mingxuan's foot landed on the back of the elder's head, and with the flow of his magical energy, both feet were firmly planted down. Jing Xiang stared blankly at this scene. Although the Jing family had not yet reached a point where they could crush the Yi family, this was the most anticipated spectacle he had yearned to witness throughout his life. The young master truly brings glory to the Jing family. The elder's face froze completely. Jing Mingxuan's brazen arrogance, akin to kicking a drowning dog, exceeded all of his expectations. By the time he regained his senses, Jing Mingxian had already stepped into the teleportation array of the 10,000 Beasts small world, a triumphant smile adorning his face as he produced the celestial beast order whoosh. The sound of the teleportation array activating echoed. A faint blue light flashed, and Jing Mingxian vanished from sight. Su Muchan observed this scene, first glancing at Jing Xiang and stated, "I have set up a defensive formation within Tianyan City. As long as the Jing family suffers harm, the formation will be triggered." This statement was not only directed at Jing Xiang, but also intended for everyone present, including the elder of the Yi family. Furthermore, my disciple wishes for me to convey to you that should anyone dare to harm a member of the Jing family, regardless of who it is or where they attempt to flee, they shall face certain death. Upon hearing this, a sense of reverence arose in the hearts of the crowd. Jing Xiang suddenly realized something and inquired, "Are you also leaving?" "Yes, I am going to my disciple's side," Su Muchan replied. Everyone was left in a state of confusion. Going to Jing Mingxuan's side meant entering the 10,000 Beasts small world, but without the celestial beast order, it was utterly impossible. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated as the space in front of them fragmented, revealing the void. Accompanied by the fluttering sound of her garments, Su Muchan's breathtaking figure entered the void. In an instant, the crowd realized that the female cultivator intended to traverse the void. relying on her perception of Jing Mingxuan's aura to reach the 10,000 beasts small world. This was not impossible. But the difficulty was immense, and it carried the ever-present risk of death. Otherwise, the Celestial Beast Order would not be such an exceedingly precious ticket for entry, and the next moment, the shattered space quickly healed. Soon returning to its original state, Jing Xiang maintained an outward calm, yet his heart was filled with shock. He knew that the young master's master was formidable, capable of standing against the Empress. However, his imagination was still limited. Now it seemed that the contest between the Empress and the young master's master was likely a result of the Empress being unable to handle the situation through conventional means. Thus, was the young master's master stronger than the Empress? Hiss! Jing Xiang fell into silence, excitement surging within him. At this moment, he finally believed that forging the world's foremost cultivation family was an inevitable outcome. A quarter of an hour later, traversing the void, Su Muchan arrived at the outskirts of a small world. After a moment of careful perception, a joyful smile appeared on her delicate face. Indeed, this small world bears the aura of my disciple. Bang! Unlike the previous subtlety, this sound was tremendously loud, akin to a mountain collapsing. A breach was blasted open in the 10,000 beasts small world, and Su Muchan transformed into a beam of ice blue light. Swiftly entering, ultimately landing gracefully upon a verdant cliff. Without a moment's hesitation, she continued descents, quickly pinpointing Jing Mingxuan's exact location. He, disciple, I have found you. Whoosh! Her lovely figure vanished, reappearing amidst a forest filled with towering trees and flourishing flowers. Before Su Muchan could fully process her surroundings, a large hand grasped her small hand, gently saying, "Master, you have worked hard." "Not at all. Traversing the void is quite effortless for me." Su Muchan's smile was pure and genuine, devoid of any pretense. Jing Mingxian furrowed his brows slightly, confusion evident in his eyes, and curiously asked, "Master, could you share the reason?" "My body has been cultivated to an extraordinary strength. Even the spatial storms within the void cannot inflict harm upon me." Su Muchan explained earnestly. Jing Mingxuan's mouth twitched. Extraordinary strength. His master's body felt so soft, akin to a piece of water tofu, seemingly fragile. Yet, observing his master's expression, it was clear she was not deceiving him. Indeed, the world of cultivation was filled with wonders. "Master, please sense the Imperial Beast. I need its aid to locate the Celestial Beast Egg from my dreams." Su Muchan nodded lightly, though she still found it unbelievable that a Celestial Beast Egg existed here. However, since her disciple's dreams had not previously gone awry, and her curiosity was piqued, she promptly extended her divine sense. With a snap of her fingers, her consciousness enveloped the entire 10,000 beasts small world. After a thorough exploration, she did not detect the presence of a celestial beast. It could either be evading her senses or her disciple's dream had not materialized. Regardless, she did lock onto the closest imperial beast in the vicinity. "Disciple, let us go." With that, Su Muchan and Jing Mingxian vanished from the forest, reappearing in an endless, desolate desert. Jing Mingxian scanned the surroundings but found no trace of the imperial beast. Could it be that Master S' perception was flawed? He immediately dismissed this notion. After all, his master was the strongest combatant in the realm of cultivation. How could her senses be inaccurate? Why has the opponent's aura suddenly distanced itself from us? Su Muchan furrowed her brow, filled with confusion. After a moment of contemplation, Jing Mingxuan's eyes widened in realization, muttering, "Master, it seems we have encountered a Ta-Ching jade rabbit capable of spatial displacement even in its juvenile stage. So, it was this imperial beast. No wonder it fled the moment we arrived." Su Muchan pouted playfully, finding it adorably peculiar. Jing Mingxian smiled faintly. "Master, this Ta-Ching jade rabbit is quite elusive. Let us pursue another." "No need. It is merely an imperial beast. It cannot escape my grasp," Su Muchan interjected seriously, her brow furrowed. Jing Mingxuan's mouth twitched slightly. He soon realized that the Ta-Ching jade rabbit had unintentionally embarrassed his master. More importantly, it was in front of him that she had been embarrassed. His master would undoubtedly feel compelled to regain her dignity, lest she lose face before him in the future. Hee hee. Such a master is truly endearing. Subsequently, a thrilling game of chase ensued within the 10,000 Beasts small world, characterized by spatial displacement. After over 1,000 attempts, the Ta Ching Jade Rabbit lay exhausted on the ground, feeling utterly drained. As if its entire body had fallen apart, its magical energy nearly depleted. Who were these relentless pursuers? At first, it had thought it was merely a chance occurrence, but as the encounters multiplied, it realized that it was being chased by the same pair of individuals. In an effort to evade capture, it activated spatial displacement the moment the two landed. IT had assumed that after a while, they would give up, as had been the case when pursued by powerful cultivators in the past. However, this time was different. They showed no signs of relenting, relentlessly pursuing it until it could no longer utilize spatial displacement, nor move an inch. This was utterly insane. In the next moment, a triumphant voice rang out. "Disciple! It has ceased fleeing." Jing Mingxuan's mouth twitched slightly as he softly acknowledged with an mm. This Ta Ching Jade Rabbit had indeed encountered a master with an obsessive streak. Had it been him? He would not have chased for over 1,000 attempts. At most, he would have pursued for 500 times before resorting to other methods, such as spatial confinement. He certainly would not possess the patience to engage in a prolonged game of chase. The Ta Ching Jade Rabbit forced itself to open its weary eyes, recognizing the visitors as a pair of stunningly handsome individuals. However, that was not the main point. The main point was that the two exhibited no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Oh no! This time, it had encountered the so-called super-strong beings referred to by the celestial beasts. "What do you wish to do?" Jing Mingxuan's lips curled into a faint smile, reassuringly stating, "Fear not. We are not here to subdue you." The Ta Ching Jade Rabbit trembled violently, wondering if these two intended to eat it. "My flesh is foul, utterly unpalatable." Jing Mingxian felt a wave of exasperation. He hadn't even mentioned anything about eating. Why had it jumped to that conclusion? Sumu Chan, on the other hand, innocently inquired, "Disciple, is it true that the flesh of the Ta Ching Jade Rabbit is foul?" Chapter 16. The Beast Master of the Celestial Beasts. At this moment, the plump little body of the Ta Ching Jade Rabbit trembled slightly, its tiny tail quivering adorably. "Yes, my flesh is indeed foul." Sumu Chan's gaze turned icy as she shot a glare, fiercely declaring, "This emperor did not summon you to answer." The terrifying and domineering aura forced the Ta Ching Jade Rabbit to cover its mouth, fearing it would further provoke this seemingly beautiful yet ruthlessly fierce woman. "Whether its flesh was foul or not, I do not know," Jing Mingxian remarked, observing the Ta Ching Jade Rabbit's sudden stillness. It seemed somewhat reassured. He quickly shifted the topic. "But the rabbit meat that I am familiar with is incredibly fragrant." "Incredibly fragrant?" Sumu Chan murmured in confusion, her eyes filled with puzzlement. The Ta Ching Jade Rabbit immediately tucked its tail between its legs, its body trembling violently, cursing inwardly, "This damned boy. I have no grievances with you in the past, nor any enmity today. Why must you harm me?" Indeed, especially the spicy rabbit head. Just inhaling the broth within evokes an endless aftertaste. Akin to the bliss of immortals, Jing Mingxuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he spoke with great interest. Particularly amusing was the sight of the Tai Ching Jade Rabbit burying its head in its own belly, which elicited laughter from him. "Wow, disciple, just hearing you say that makes my imagination run wild with deliciousness." Sumu Chan's mouth watered profusely. Had she not been concerned about her image in front of Jing Mingxian, she would have surely drooled. Jing Mingxian nodded slightly, continuing to vividly describe the exquisite spicy rabbit legs. "Why is that?" Sumu Chan inquired with curiosity. Jing Mingxian glanced at the Tai Ching Jade Rabbit, which now appeared flustered. A comical sight indeed. Consider this. Rabbits exert power through their hind legs, making them quite robust, with little fat. Even consuming them raw reveals their tenderness, not to mention the exquisite flavor brought forth by fine spices when cooked. The Tai Ching Jade Rabbit flopped to the ground, its entire form exuding a sense of defeat. Weakly pleading, it whimpered, "Please, do not kill me. I am quite useful. I will heed all your commands." A faint smile played on Jing Mingxuan's lips. He understood that the Tai Ching Jade Rabbit could no longer endure, thus he could proceed as he wished. "Really? The Tai-Ching Jade Rabbit clung to this glimmer of hope, hastily responding, "More real than gold." "Very well. As long as you can take us to the divine beast, we shall spare you," Jing Mingxian replied in a rather cold tone. The Tai-Ching Jade Rabbit froze in place. Only it and the other 7 imperial beasts were aware of the divine beast's affairs. Yet, this young man spoke of the divine beast with such confidence. Without further hesitation, it asked curiously, "How do you know about the divine beast?" As for the notion that there was no divine beast here, the Tai-Ching Jade Rabbit could only await its fate of being transformed into spicy rabbit heads and legs. "Just a dream," Jing Mingxian replied nonchalantly. The Tai-Ching Jade Rabbit twitched its mouth at a dream? How could such a thing be real? If not for the presence of these two, I would certainly have scoffed or questioned them. At that moment, the immense power of the divine beast loomed in its mind. "O divine beast, I am most reluctant to guide these two, but I am of great value to you. And you are so powerful, surely you can subdue these 2 villains." With this thought, the Tai-Ching Jade Rabbit made a decision of betrayal against the divine beast. "All right, I will lead you." Jing Mingxian revealed a hint of delight, turning slightly to glance at Su Muchan. Just as he opened his mouth, he heard Su Muchan, lost in her thoughts, muttering about spicy rabbit heads and legs. Jing Mingxian had not anticipated that his cold and elegant master was, in fact, a foodie master. "Once we return, I shall personally cook for you." Su Muchan instantly snapped back to reality, exclaiming in excitement, "That would be wonderful." However, she quickly realized her ungraceful demeanor and hastily used her powers to wipe away the drool, offering an awkward smile. Jing Mingxian felt a surge of happiness. This indicated that Su Muchan relied on him more. Otherwise, she would not have revealed such an embarrassing side. Moreover, in his eyes, the image of Su Muchan drooling was rather endearing. "However, I have just been drained by you, so I need to rest for a while." The Tai-Ching Jade Rabbit's voice was weak, clearly exhausted. Jing Mingxuan's brows furrowed slightly. It was not that he was unwilling to grant the Tai-Ching Jade Rabbit a respite to regain its strength, but every passing second could yield varying degrees of change in the future. Thus, they must act decisively and meet the divine beast egg as soon as possible to prevent any unforeseen occurrences. Noticing this, Su Muchan gently waved her hand, conjuring a pale blue pill before the Tai-Ching Jade Rabbit's dazed eyes. Before the Tai-Ching Jade Rabbit could inquire about the nature of the pill, an overwhelming force compelled it to open its mouth, and the pill swiftly entered at its over. "It's over. This woman intends to control me with the pill." Yet, this was not entirely unfavorable. Upon meeting the divine beast, it would have an excuse. "This is the Yuan Shangtir pill, Taishan Lingdan, which can restore your mana and stamina to the 7th level of the Yuan Shang realm," Su Muchan stated calmly. In the blink of an eye, the Tai-Ching Jade Rabbit felt its fatigue dissipate, and its mana regained a significant portion of strength. It realized that Su Muchan's words were true and noted that these two seemed to be in a hurry. Could it perhaps delay time by leading them? Just then, a sharp pain surged through its abdomen, causing it to roll on the ground. Wailing in anguish, Su Muchan smiled slightly, adding, "Furthermore, I have added a little extra. Should you contemplate any actions detrimental to me or my disciple, you will suffer from abdominal pain." Jing Mingxian was quite taken aback, his eyes wide with surprise. Has master also taken a turn for the mischievous? However, this new facet of his master added an unusual charm. He did not find it objectionable, as long as he was certain that his master would not act this way towards him. Soon, the Tai-Ching Jade Rabbit returned to normal, gazing at Su Muchan with fear in its eyes. Initially, it had perceived her as a simple-minded foodie, alongside a powerful cultivator, never anticipating her cunning nature. "Hurry and lead the way." Otherwise, Su Muchan's enchanting crimson eyes radiated a chilling brilliance, exuding an intimidating aura. The Tai-Ching Jade Rabbit no longer hesitated, stammering, "Why you? You? Follow me." In the next instant, the Tai-Ching Jade Rabbit vanished from sight. Upon sensing the presence of the Tai-Ching Jade Rabbit, Su Muchan immediately activated spatial displacement. In the blink of an eye, Jing Mingxian found himself within a lush, vibrant forest teeming with life. A mere glance revealed that the spiritual energy here was far richer than any of the previous locations. This was to be expected. The divine beast egg required a sufficient level of spiritual energy to survive. We can only proceed now, for the divine beast has set a seal on the spatial method. The Taiching Jade Rabbit explained. Bracing itself, Xu instantly sensed this and was about to break the fragile spatial seal when she heard Jing Mingxuan's refreshing, magnetic voice. Master, there's no need to break it. Doing so might alarm the other party, and we must also demonstrate our sincerity in coming here. After a moment of contemplation, Su Muchan gently nodded, agreeing with Jing Mingxuan's assessment. Subsequently, the Taiching Jade Rabbit led the way in front, while Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan strolled leisurely behind, hand in hand, resembling a pair of celestial lovers. Moments later, the Taiching Jade Rabbit seemed to sense the oppressive atmosphere dissipating and regained its composure, prompting it to inquire, by the way, what do you seek from the divine beast? To hatch the divine beast egg, Jing Mingxuan's voice was calm. The Taiching Jade Rabbit halted, its eyes widening in astonishment. Utterly shocked. Only it among the 8 imperial beasts knew that the divine beast was still an egg. Did this not imply that the young man's dream was true? Furthermore, it suggested that the young man was highly likely the divine beast's beastmaster. Otherwise, he would not possess such extensive knowledge about the divine beast in that moment. The Taiching Jade Rabbit's hostility towards Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan dissipated entirely. Its next steps were light and carefree. To the Taiching Jade Rabbit, the arrival of the divine beast's beastmaster could very well resolve the issue of the divine beast still being an egg. Of course, this was also influenced by Jing Mingxuan's earlier words. He, we shall finally behold the true visage of the divine beast. Jing Mingxian was puzzled by the situation, but as time passed, he speculated that the Taiching Jade Rabbit had begun to view him as one of its own. As for why it regarded him as such, he could not yet fathom. 2 minutes later, the Taiching Jade Rabbit came to a halt. Its gaze swept forward, revealing a scene of utter chaos, devoid of the previous cleanliness and splendor. What has happened here? Has the divine beast been discovered by other cultivators? No. The divine beast's beastmaster has arrived. Why would they allow the divine beast to suffer such torment? Tears welled in the Taiching Jade Rabbit's eyes, large droplets spilling forth. It's all my fault. Had I not fled, the divine beast's beastmaster would have reached it in time. Just then, a familiar, authoritative voice echoed, Shao Qing, why have you come without my summons? The Taiching Jade Rabbit was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed with excitement, Divine beast, you are unharmed. I thought those vile cultivators had captured you. The divine beast egg fell silent, taken aback by the Taiching Jade Rabbit's evident concern for its well-being. Yet, the memory of the powerful entity that had forcibly breached the spatial barrier of the 10,000 beasts' small world ignited a profound fear within. Divine beast, why has it come to this? The Taiching Jade Rabbit, in a state of perplexity, inquired. Chapter 17. The Terror of the Celestial Beast Egg. The celestial beast fell into silence, inevitably recalling the recent sensation of spatial tearing in an instant. The immensely powerful spatial barrier of the myriad beasts' miniature world was shattered. A cultivator possessing such power was certainly beyond what it could contend with at present. However, the prospect of escaping this place was not so simple, as it required sufficiently high levels of spiritual energy to survive. Left with no choice, it had to resort to acquiring the rare materials capable of refining spiritual energy. These items had been driven underground, resulting in the current state of chaos. Nevertheless, the outcome was significant. It had successfully obtained all the rare materials necessary for refining spiritual energy, and now it merely needed to employ spatial magic to depart from this location. At that point, it could soar freely like a dragon plunging into the sea. Shao Qing, a formidable presence has descended upon this realm, thus I must hasten my departure. The Taiching Jade Rabbit was momentarily taken aback, then tilted its head slightly to glance at Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan behind it, murmuring, I believe they must have arrived. Arrived? In that instant, the ground shook violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. Jing Mingxian could scarcely maintain his footing, even with the application of his magical powers. Fortunately, Su Muchan, quick of reflex, exerted her strength, stabilizing Jing Mingxian in a mere flick of her fingers. The celestial beast egg quickly sensed its surroundings but felt nothing amiss. Bewilderedly querying, This celestial being detects no presence here aside from you. The Ta Ching jade rabbit quivered slightly, its gaze momentarily stunned. At this moment, it realized that the woman's strength surpassed that of the celestial beast master. Moreover, given that the young man was the celestial beast master, it was even less inclined to resort to trickery. Celestial beast master, they are right behind me, it stated. The celestial beast egg trembled violently once more, causing the ground to quake again. However, this time, under the protection of Su Muchan's power, it posed no threat to Jing Mingxian. Su Muchan's finely sculpted eyebrows furrowed gently as she remarked, "Disciple, I sense fluctuations of spatial magic ahead." Jing Mingxian pondered for a moment, quickly realizing and shouting, "Hurry, stop them. This is a signal that the celestial beast intends to flee." Without further deliberation, Su Muchan fully trusted Jing Mingxian's judgment. A thought sprang to her mind, and her magical power surged forth in the next instant. This space was entirely sealed off, rendering any spatial spells ineffective. The celestial beast's spatial magic met the same fate, leaving it utterly bewildered. It was so close to escaping. All of this was due to that earlier warning. At this moment, the celestial beast harbored intense resentment toward Jing Mingxian. Under normal circumstances, it would have already launched a furious attack, accompanied by verbal chastisement. Yet, upon recalling the formidable presence behind them, it dared not provoke them and could only helplessly inquire, "What do you seek from me?" Upon hearing this, the Ta Ching jade rabbit recognized that an opportunity to explain had arisen. It interjected just as Jing Mingxian opened his mouth, saying, "Celestial Beast Master, this human youth is your Beast Master." "Beast Master?" The celestial beast egg muttered, quickly realizing something and growling irritably, "Shao Qing, did you bring them here?" The Ta Ching jade rabbit trembled in fear. Since becoming a subordinate of the celestial beast master, it had never heard such a roar directed at it. "Not blame Shao Qing. It was coerced by us to guide the way." Jing Mingxian's timely deflection left the Ta Ching jade rabbit momentarily stunned. This youth seemed not as malevolent as it had initially perceived. The celestial beast egg was momentarily speechless, not due to an inability to speak, but rather at a loss for how to express itself gently and tactfully. Suddenly, an overwhelming force enveloped it. It immediately resisted, yet found itself utterly powerless, as if completely restrained. With a resounding crash, a smooth, oval egg, exuding an enchanting fragrance, burst forth and gently landed on the ground. Without needing to think further, Jing Mingxian understood that this egg was indeed the celestial beast Ijich. No wonder the master had just released his hold on him. It was to locate the precise hiding place of the celestial beast egg. Jing Mingxian extended his consciousness to continue observing the celestial beast egg. Compared to its front, the rear displayed 10 markings resembling tails. Although he could not yet deduce the specific connection to the celestial beast within, he was certain there was one, and the markings were not merely drawn. Upon seeing Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan, and recalling the Ta Ching jade rabbit's earlier words, the celestial beast egg no longer dared to maintain its previous lofty demeanor, instead gently inquiring, "Human youth, do you wish to capture me and become my beast master?" Almost, Jing Mingxian nodded slightly. The celestial beast egg emitted a voice of resignation. "I am merely an egg now. I cannot be of much assistance to you, no matter. I have come here to hatch you." Jing Mingxian replied with a broad smile. The celestial beast egg felt as if it had encountered a demon, exclaiming in terror, "No. If I hatch, I will perish. The spiritual energy here, even the attached energy from the Xiantian realm, is insufficient for my survival." Jing Mingxian could not be bothered to waste breath explaining. He perceived that even if he did explain, the celestial beast egg would remain half-convinced, so it was better to be direct. "Master!" Subdue it. Su Muchan promptly responded with an and in an instant, the celestial beast egg felt an overwhelming force from all directions, rendering it completely immobile. Thus, it had no choice but to cry out, "Shao Qing, save me! Celestial beast master, I too wish to rescue you, but my power is too weak. I would be controlled by that woman before I could even make a move." The Ta Ching jade rabbit's reasoning was sound. Leaving the celestial beast egg in utter despair, at this moment, The Ta Ching Jade Rabbit shifted its tone, saying, "Moreover, he is your beast master. He would never harm you." Jing Mingxian and the celestial beast egg simultaneously felt a wave of exasperation, particularly Jing Mingxian, who sensed that in certain respects, the Ta Ching Jade Rabbit was naively comparable to his master. Fortunately, in the original narrative, the Ta Ching Jade Rabbit had never appeared, presumably remaining alongside the celestial beast egg the entire time. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly been deceived by the female lead and her entourage of male leads. The sound of footsteps grew increasingly distinct. The celestial beast egg, transitioning from initial terror and disarray to a state of resignation, seized the fleeting moment to contemplate. Even without these two individuals, its future attempts to hatch and survive would be incredibly arduous. It was merely a matter of prolonging its existence. The footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Jing Mingxian crouched down, placing his large hand atop the highest point of the celestial beast egg. Divine Beast Mastery Spell. Instantly, a colossal formation radiating a soft blue light materialized around the celestial beast egg. Filled with incomprehensible runes, Su Muchan, the celestial beast egg, and the Ta Ching Jade Rabbit could all sense the terrifying power contained within each rune. What was most alarming about this power was not only its magnitude but also a nature that eluded their understanding. Moments later, the formation created by the Divine Beast Mastery spell dissipated. Jing Mingxian gently stated, "I have completed the Master Pet contract with you." Both the celestial beast egg and the Ta Ching Jade Rabbit were bewildered. Had Su Muchan not previously learned about the Divine Beast Mastery spell from Jing Mingxian, she would surely have shared their astonishment. The celestial beast egg felt like crying without tears. Although being bound by contract was inevitable, it had not even been granted a chance to resist. This was utterly unreasonable. Simultaneously, it vaguely sensed that hatching might truly not lead to its demise. After all, the young human's actions exceeded its expectations. Crack! A crisp sound emerged. The Ta Ching Jade Rabbit, with keen eyesight, observed the once invulnerable celestial beast egg beginning to crack, the fissures becoming increasingly apparent. Crack, crack, in an instant, the celestial beast egg's shell exhibited even more cracks, and the uppermost shell completely shattered, falling into the interior of the celestial beast egg. "I am going to die. Woe is me! You wicked being, having just bound me to a contract, now you wish for my demise. Should I truly perish, all the curses I lay upon you will take effect. I will curse you to cultivate slowly, curse you to never contract with a spiritual beast again, driven by the fear of death." The celestial beast inside the egg completely lost its rationality, unleashing a torrent of unabashed curses upon Jing Mingxian. However, these were all rather civilized words, which elicited a wave of amusement within Jing Mingxian. This little creature, lacking in cursing prowess, somehow appeared somewhat endearing. After a considerable time, the voice of the celestial beast dwindled until it vanished entirely. The Ta Ching Jade Rabbit suddenly panicked, urgently asking, "Young man, has the celestial beast master perished?" "I am not dead," the celestial beast exclaimed, its voice filled with astonishment. This exclamation was not a response to the Ta Ching Jade Rabbit, but rather an expression of genuine surprise. The celestial beast ceased passively absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth and, like Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan, began to refine the energy, which ultimately transformed into a vibrant, multicolored aura, flowing into the celestial beast egg. The Divine Beast Mastery spell served not only as a contract spell, but also as a technique that granted the contracted spiritual beast a form of divine cultivation method, ensuring unwavering loyalty, at least in terms of body, from the beast. After some time, through the continuous absorption of the multicolored spiritual energy, the celestial beast finally comprehended that it would not perish, yet it remained puzzled as to why. Murmuring, "Why have I not died? Why has the absorbed spiritual energy transformed into the most exquisite form of the lower realm's essence?" As Jing Mingxian was about to elucidate, he heard the next utterance from the celestial beast. "Could it be that this is my innate ability, of which I have been oblivious all along?" Jing Mingxuan's lips twitched, rolling his eyes in irritation as he retorted, "Of course, it is not so." "Then please enlighten me," the celestial beast inquired, though it was already aware that the benefits likely stemmed from the young man before it. However, it believed that without a more direct approach, the young man would not reveal the truth of the matter. Chapter 18. From now on, I am your familiar. Do you recall the formation that was just generated? As soon as Jing Mingxuan's words fell, both the celestial beast and the Ta Ching Jade Rabbit were momentarily taken aback. Then they chorused in unison, "It truly is due to that formation." Precisely. It not only allows the completion of the Master Familiar contract without your consent, but it also enables you to absorb the finest spiritual energy of this realm. Jing Mingxuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he provided a more detailed explanation. Yet, this was not the entirety of it, though it sufficed. Su Muchan felt a stir of confusion within her. Logically, as a disciple, she should have shared the divine beast taming technique with him, just as she had done before, especially since the celestial beast would soon be part of her inner circle. But in reality, she had not done so. What could be the reason? Soon, Su Muchan realized there were two underlying reasons. Point one was that she held a special significance for her disciple, who was willing to speak candidly with her. The other reason, given her current experience, eluded her, making her think she would need to inquire further with her disciple later. Meanwhile, the celestial beast emitted a long "oh," displaying a look of sudden enlightenment. In the next moment, sounds of cracking and shattering filled the air as the celestial egg began to splinter. Before long, the small head of the celestial beast emerged. Its fur was snow-white, resembling the head of a dog, albeit with a markedly sharper appearance. With long eyelashes and large, glistening eyes, it exuded an enchanting allure that captivated the heart. In an instant, Jing Mingxian surmised that the celestial beast was likely a white-furred fox. Another sharp crack resounded as the shell of the egg completely shattered into fragments, revealing the celestial beast's elongated forelimbs. Behind them lay its slender body and hind legs, crowned by a tail that seemed to surpass its own length, a magnificent snowy tail. Not just one, but 10, consistent with the patterns found on the back of the celestial egg. Indeed, this creature surpassed the legendary nine-tailed celestial fox. For being a celestial beast, having an extra tail was quite normal. Closing his eyes to savor the moment, Jing Mingxian quickly discerned that this celestial beast possessed a unique aura, distinct from the beings of the human realm. This aura, while significantly weaker than that emitted by the divine scripture, indicated that the scripture's rank was indeed above that of the celestial beast, perhaps by a considerable margin. Thankfully, it was now in his possession. Had it fallen into the hands of the protagonist group? Even with his past life experience and Su Muchan's unwavering support, he might have ultimately faced demise at their hands. The mere thought sent a chill down his spine, further solidifying his understanding that he was, in fact, a villain, and should not entertain notions of camaraderie with the protagonist group. Naturally, he was not a brutish individual. As long as he was not provoked, there would be peace between them. Conversely, should anyone from the protagonist group dare to provoke him, he would not hesitate to retaliate, whether it be through deception or destruction. My lineage is that of the 10-tailed celestial fox. You may call me Xiaoxian from now on. Xiaoxian's voice was clear and melodious, akin to a celestial song. The Ta Ching Jade Rabbit felt a wave of tranquility wash over it, praising, "The voice of the celestial beast is far more pleasant than before." Su Muchan nodded slightly, but Jing Mingxuan's expression remained grave. As Xiaoxian faced Jing Mingxian directly, she perceived his demeanor with clarity, feeling a surge of confusion. "Young man, do you not favor the name Xiaoxian?" Jing Mingxian gently shook his head, his countenance returning to normal. His concern was not with the name itself, but rather that, judging by the voice just emitted by the celestial beast, it was evidently female, much like the Ta Ching Jade Rabbit. In the past, this had mattered little to him, as he had not intended to take the latter as a familiar. However, this situation was different. Xiaoxian had already become his dot. Of course, he held no disdain toward a female familiar. Rather, he realized that a familiar like Xiaoxian would inevitably transform, and upon doing so, she would likely become an exquisite beauty, perhaps even surpassing Su Muchan in allure and grace. While he could maintain a sense of equanimity, he doubted Su Muchan would be able to do the same indefinitely. Furthermore, he adhered to the principle of lifelong companionship, intending to remain solely with Su Muchan, devoid of interest in other women. Once Xiaoxian transformed, This tranquility would undoubtedly be disrupted, and a myriad of potential complications could arise. Merely contemplating it was enough to give him a headache. Having accepted Xiaoxian as his familiar, his only course of action now was to lay down some ground rules. Ensuring that Xiaoxian would not transform in the future. Master, I shall be your familiar from now on. Xiaoxian's tone brimmed with delight, her 10 tails swaying gently in excitement. For no other reason, but to follow such a master promised her an extraordinary future. Xiaoxian, since you are my familiar, it would not be unreasonable for me to place some demands upon you. Jing Mingxuan's gaze was piercing as he regarded Xiaoxian. Believing this to be a symbol of her favor, Xiaoxian thought it quite normal to propose a few requests to her newly established master, thus she responded with a cheerful ahem. Seeing this, Jing Mingxuan's expression brightened, and he promptly stated, as the sovereign of the myriad beast small world, I wish to acquire all the spirit beasts within it. Is that agreeable? Certainly, Xiaoxian replied without hesitation. She was unaware of Jing Mingxuan's future intentions, but as his familiar, it was no issue for her to hand over the spirit beasts of the myriad beast small world to him. This would also bolster her significance in her master's eyes. Jing Mingxian found himself momentarily taken aback, realizing that Xiaoxian truly regarded him as her master. Initially, he had not intended to elaborate on his second request, as Xiaoxian, having been infused with the divine beast taming technique, would have had no choice but to comply. However, now that Xiaoxian viewed him as her master, he resolved to treat her as his most cherished familiar. I will transport all the spirit beasts to the main world. This way, the myriad beast small world will fall into desolation. Furthermore, as I prepare to break through my cultivation, I require a world heart from a small world. So I will utilize the world heart of the myriad beast small world. Is that acceptable? Xiaoxian was momentarily taken aback. Without the world heart, the myriad beast small world would cease to exist. Yet, since her master had promised to transfer the spirit beasts to the main world, the existence of the myriad beast small world became irrelevant. It could serve as a final contribution to her master's breakthrough in cultivation, and since she had nurtured the world heart, it would undoubtedly bring him great joy. Of course, Jing Mingxian nodded in satisfaction. Xiaoxian hesitated momentarily, but this was a normal response, and her hesitation did not linger long. Do you have any other requests? She asked curiously, her big, watery eyes and long eyelashes fluttering. Jing Mingxian slowly opened his mouth, lightly furrowing his brow. For my final request, I hope you will never transform. Xiaoxian blinked, and upon seeing Jing Mingxuan's serious and solemn expression, she realized the gravity of his request. Transformations of fox beasts typically resulted in stunningly beautiful forms. The higher the bloodline rank, the more exquisite and graceful the fox beast would become. Thus, once she confirmed that Jing Mingxian could be her master, she had envisioned that her transformation would surely astonish him. The fact that he now wished for her to refrain from transforming indefinitely left her utterly perplexed. Why? Xiaoxian's gaze was intense, her face filled with confusion. Jing Mingxian did not remain silent. He offered a gentle smile as he explained, I do not wish for your transformation to jeopardize the sincere bond one share with my esteemed teacher. At that moment, both Xiaoxian and Su Muchan felt deeply moved. Xiaoxian had never imagined that the object of her master's affection would be his own teacher. Su Muchan, on the other hand, was filled with profound gratitude. Previously, she had thought Jing Mingxuan's request to prevent Xiaoxian's transformation was excessive, but now she understood it was entirely for her sake. This disciple was truly worth taking under her wing. Xiaoxian cast a glance at Su Muchan, who resembled a celestial being, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. She understood that she could never rival this woman. In fact, she could envision that if she refused, her master would likely sever their master-familiar contract on the spot. My master is quite devoted. It was precisely this that made her feel that such a master was indeed worthy of her allegiance. Very well, I agree. Unless you request my transformation, I shall never transform. Jing Mingxian raised his hand, gently resting it on Xiaoxian's fluffy forehead, caressing her as he said, Thank you for your understanding. Though no promises were made, Xiaoxian understood that this gesture of affection conveyed more than 1,000 words. Moments later, another hand rested upon her forehead. Compared to her master's large hand, this one was soft and delicate, bringing her immense comfort. Squinting her eyes, she saw that it belonged to her master's teacher, the future mistress. Receiving the acknowledgement of both these remarkable figures solidified her position as her master's familiar. After a considerable time had passed, a hurried and feeble voice emerged in the air above them. "Celestial beast, I can hardly hold on. That human cultivator is exceptionally strong. You must protect yourself and avoid being—" The anguished cry was painfully loud. It was the imperial beast, the Qingtian imperial bull, whose thick skin and tough flesh had not spared it from such a dire fate. The jade rabbit of Ta Qing, with wide eyes, murmured in disbelief. Immediately, she turned to the little fairy and fervently exclaimed, "Great spirit beast, please lend your aid to save it. Although it may not have contributed to you, it has certainly endured hardships. Of course I shall save it." The little fairy responded with a commanding tone, her previously gentle demeanor replaced by an overwhelming aura of strength. Yet it did not instill even the slightest discomfort in Jing Mingxian in the blink of an eye. The little fairy vanished from sight. Jing Mingxuan's expression turned anxious as he called out, "Master, we must go as well." "There is no need," she replied. "She possesses the peak of the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. There are no more than 10 cultivators in the Xiantian realm capable of suppressing her." Yu Muchan's explanation left Jing Mingxian and the jade rabbit of Ta Qing momentarily stunned. Born with the peak of the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. Is that even conceivable? Jing Mingxian felt as though his worldview was crumbling. The jade rabbit of Ta Qing, equally astonished, remarked, "No wonder the great spirit beast was able to subdue us 8 emperor beasts of the Yuan Saint realm even while still in egg form." Chapter 19. Declaration of Sovereignty in a rugged mountainous region of the myriad beasts' small world. A pitch-black bull lay on the ground, its limbs twitching uncontrollably, emitting mournful cries of agony, its large eyes rolled back in terror. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed in the air, growing louder and clearer. Suddenly, the azure sky bull opened its eyes wide, its gaze sharpening as if all the pain coursing through its body had vanished. "Ha! Truly a beast of the empire. You possess great spirit." A woman's voice rang with triumph. In the next instant, 2 red lasers erupted from the azure sky bull's eyes, death's gaze. The woman's face shifted slightly, revealing the creases at the corners of her eyes. The azure sky bull felt a surge of hope from its desperate counterattack, but before it could rejoice, it saw the 2 red lasers thwarted by a pale blue protective barrier surrounding the woman. "Ha! If you possess the power of the Supreme Realm, I would truly have to be wary of you." The azure sky bull's eyes dimmed, realizing that this moment would either lead to its death or its servitude as a pet to the woman. Yet, it acknowledged only the great spirit beast, and thus, it yearned for nothing more than death. "Kill me!" The voice rang out with strength, though underlying it was a hint of weakness. The woman smirked slightly. "After putting in so much effort to deal with you, how could I bear to kill you?" In an instant, a contract formation for Master Pet binding enveloped both the woman and the azure sky bull. With a loud crack, the formation shattered. "Who is it?" The woman shouted furiously at that moment. A majestic fox with 10 fluffy tails, exuding an air of elegance and ethereality, appeared in view. This fairy, its voice was icy, carrying an overwhelming aura of authority. The woman's eyes widened in shock, her face a mask of astonishment. "Even I, at the 5th level of the Supreme Realm, cannot withstand such pressure?" The azure sky bull wore a peculiar expression. It did not recognize the suddenly arriving fox, but felt an uncanny familiarity. Did it have such a spirit beast in its memory? The little fairy cast a cold glance at the injured azure sky bull, her face alight with fury. "You have harmed this fairy's spirit beast. You shall die." In an instant, before the woman could mount any defense, a terrifying power enveloped her entirely. The sound of explosive detonations rang out incessantly. When the noise subsided, the woman's body had been obliterated, her soul utterly destroyed in the dwelling place of spirit beasts. Upon witnessing this, the jade rabbit of Ta Qing declared, "I shall go check on the azure sky bull." Moments later, her figure disappeared. "Master, is the woman truly dead?" Jing Mingxian inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. Yu Muchan dismissed it lightly, replying, "She is dead." "Master, is she completely dead?" I fear she may not be entirely gone or possesses some extraordinary means of resurrection. Jing Mingxian emphasized, his expression grave. In the world of mystical cultivation, anything was possible. As long as even a drop of blood remained, one could miraculously return to life, potentially affecting the past, present, and future. Some had long employed numerous resurrection methods, allowing them to return to life repeatedly even after death. Su Muchan paused, perplexed, and asked, "Why did you not voice these concerns when you killed Yu Feng earlier?" Yu Feng was merely at the first level of the sea separation realm. He lacked such capabilities. This woman, however, possesses the power of the supreme realm, and I feel she may possess such abilities. Jing Mingxian replied with increased seriousness. Su Muchan nodded slightly, acknowledging the validity of her disciple's words. Yet a blind spot remained. "But why did you not question the cultivators I killed previously? Master, your strength is formidable and your strikes ruthless. You would not allow them a chance for resurrection." This statement, though it sounded like praise, was truly Jing Mingxuan's heartfelt opinion. In the original narrative, the master was pure and naive, which made her approach to eliminating enemies rather straightforward. It was a necessity to kill, leaving no room for the enemy to breathe. The protagonist group had been able to navigate through perilous situations for 3 reasons. First, their exceptional strength. Second, they had never provoked the master. And third, the primary male lead employed charm to his advantage. Su Muchan smiled, genuinely happy and content. At the same time, she engaged in speculation, pondering whether the woman was truly dead or merely feigning death. In a mere moment, Su Muchan arrived at a conclusion, stating, "Disciple, that woman is truly dead. Now I can breathe a sigh of relief." Jing Mingxian exhaled deeply, and after a moment's pause, said, "Master, let us also go to the little fairy." "There is no rush. I have something to ask you," Su Muchan replied, causing Jing Mingxian to furrow his brows in confusion. "What is it? Why did you not inform the little fairy about the divine beast taming technique earlier?" Su Muchan inquired, her big watery eyes full of curiosity. Jing Mingxuan's expression twitched. He had initially thought it was a serious matter, only to find it was a trivial issue. At that time, I did not consider the little fairy as one of my own, and I felt it unnecessary to inform her. In my heart, only you are worthy of knowing about the divine scroll. Others are unworthy. Su Muchan felt warmth in her heart. Indeed, she was a special person in her disciple's eyes. On her pure and pristine face, her smile appeared even sweeter, more blissful and joyful. Unable to resist, she raised her hand and linked it with Jing Mingxuan's arm, leaning against his robust figure like a little bird. If this scene were witnessed by the female lead, she would undoubtedly find it utterly bewildering and shocking. Silently, the scene before them shifted. When Jing Mingxian looked again, he and his master stood behind the little fairy. "Master, I believe we need to expel those cultivators who have entered the myriad beasts' small world using the heavenly beast token. Otherwise, they may contract numerous spirit beasts." Jing Mingxian found this reasoning sound. Nodding in agreement while turning to Su Muchan, "Master, project the scene of that supreme realm cultivator's death before all the cultivators' eyes." Su Muchan readily replied with a simple "all right." Immediately, the image was displayed before all the cultivators. No matter how they moved, they could not escape its view. When the supreme realm cultivator perished in an instant, Jing Mingxuan's figure suddenly appeared, startling them into a violent shudder. "Fellow cultivators, all spirit beasts in the myriad beasts' small world now belong to me. Therefore, I grant you 30 seconds to depart. If you have not left after 30 seconds, you shall die." Most cultivators dismissed Jing Mingxuan's declaration of sovereignty and threats. Only those from Tianyin City understood that Jing Mingxian spoke no lies. Considering that preserving their lives was more important than contracting spirit beasts, they all chose to return to Tianyin City. Meanwhile, Su Muchan made a victorious gesture. "Disciple, I have fortified the spatial barriers of the myriad beasts' small world. Even with the heavenly beast token, they will not be able to use the teleportation array to enter." The Jade Rabbit of Ta Ching detected a flaw and curiously asked, "Then how will they return?" "They may return for now, but once the countdown ends, they will not be able to." Su Muchan replied with a gentle smile, the serene expression sending chills down the spine of the Jade Rabbit of Ta Ching. Jing Mingxian glanced at the countdown. Only 15 seconds remained. He knew there would undoubtedly be those willing to take risks or those who did not take his threats seriously. So, who would deal with those cultivators? After some contemplation, Jing Mingxuan's gaze fell upon the little fairy. As the sovereign of the myriad beasts' small world. Having the little fairy execute the task would not only lend legitimacy to the action, but also provide a sense of retribution for the spirit beasts. Little fairy, after the countdown ends, eliminate all the cultivators who have not departed. Without hesitation, the little fairy called out, "All right." She understood that her master had valid reasons for this decision, but to inquire would be impolite. Moreover, with her clever mind, she could surmise that this was a twofold strategy to both appease her and the spirit beasts while simultaneously garnering their favor. Soon, the countdown reached its conclusion. Disciple. Only 10 cultivators have left. Sumu Chan's words left Jing Mingxian momentarily stunned, as he had not anticipated that his threats would prove ineffective. After much contemplation, he realized that a truly impactful threat necessitates an overwhelming sense of pressure, which he had not managed to convey earlier. Ultimately, he concluded that his cultivation level was insufficient, and he erroneously believed that the image of prior Supreme Realm cultivators meeting their demise would intimidate those present. Exhaling slowly, he declared coldly, "Xiao Xian, take action." Xiao Xian could distinctly sense her master's fury. In truth, she was equally enraged by the blatant disregard the cultivators showed towards her master's threats, deeming them to be self-destructive. With a forceful stomp of her front limbs, the ground beneath her erupted with a thunderous crack. Simultaneously, several cultivators found their bodies splitting apart. They finally grasped the veracity of the boy's earlier threats and scrambled to activate their celestial beast orders in an attempt to escape, yet found themselves utterly immobilized, providing Xiao Xian the perfect opportunity to strike. In an instant, wails and pleas for mercy reverberated throughout the myriad beast small world, bringing a sense of relief to the spirit beasts. After a brief moment, the realm turned eerily silent. "Master, all have been tormented to death," Xiao Xian remarked in a surprisingly gentle tone, which felt incongruous with the gruesome context. Jing Mingxian nodded, his gaze as cold as ice, showing no concern for the demise of so many cultivators. "Before retrieving the heart of the world, we must ensure the spirit beasts are settled. Therefore, my master and I must return to the main world, during which time you should gather the spirit beasts together." Xiao Xian lowered her head slightly, disappointment evident in her eyes, clearly wishing to accompany Jing Mingxian to the main world. Perceptively, Jing Mingxian noted her feelings and amended his statement. "Xiao Xian, if you can arrange the gathering of the spirit beasts, you may accompany us to the main world." "I shall arrange it immediately," Xiao Xian exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy and excitement. Not long after, the arrangements were complete, and the remaining 6 imperial beasts commenced their actions, leading the spirit beasts in an unprecedented mass migration. Jing Mingxian hesitated no longer, issuing a powerful command. "Master, we shall return and observe the reaction of Tianyan City to my actions." Chapter 20. Jingxiu Mountain Manor. At the teleportation array in Tianyan City, which connected to the myriad beast small world, figures suddenly appeared, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Initially, the crowd's gazes were filled with anticipation, for they believed that the cultivators venturing into the myriad beasts small world must have successfully contracted spirit beasts to their satisfaction. However, it soon became apparent that the number of cultivators was increasing, and they all bore expressions akin to having swallowed something unpleasant. The elder of the Yi family furrowed his already white brows, directing his attention towards the 2 cultivators from the Yi family who had ventured into the myriad beast small world. "Yi Lingtian, Yi Yunming, what transpired?" After a respectful bow, Yi Lingtian spoke. "Elder, that Jing Mingxian threatened us all, claiming that the spirit beasts of the myriad beast small world belonged to him. He warned that anyone who did not leave within 30 seconds would face dire consequences." Everyone present, save for Jing Xiang, erupted in fury. "What audacity! That brat from the Jing family is so arrogant." They resolved to demand an explanation, vowing that Jing Mingxian would not leave unscathed. "Jing family, do you intend to remain in Tianyan City?" Jing Xiang chuckled awkwardly. "You may seek an explanation here, but it would be prudent not to restrict the freedom of movement for my young master and me." Confused murmurs arose among the cultivators. Questioning why, Jing Xiang offered no answer, merely displaying an enigmatic smile. The elder of the Yi family, his brow furrowed, finally exhaled, turning to Yi Lingtian and Yi Youngming, and coldly commanded, "We leave." Yi Lingtian and Yi Youngming exchanged puzzled glances, both exclaiming in unison, "Elder, why is that?" Without uttering a word, the elder bound Yi Lingtian and Yi Youngming with magical energy, swiftly retreating as if their home were ablaze. Many discerning cultivators recognized the gravity of the situation and ordered a hasty departure. However, those lacking judgment or blinded by rage constituted the majority. With a loud crash, a large hole appeared, revealing a strange azure void within Ian. The next moment, three figures emerged from it. Two were Jing Mingxian and Sumu Chan, while the third was a beautifully proportioned fox, ethereal and adorned with tin tails. "What do you mean, Jing family brat? If you do not provide us with an explanation today, this matter will not end here for you or your family. Jing family brat, wouldn't it be better for us to maintain a harmonious relationship? Why must you disrupt the balance? Ha, Jing family brat, I see that you are simply too greedy. Greed without strength is." The conversation abruptly ceased, leaving the cultivators frozen in place. No strength. Jing Mingxian indeed lacked it, but that did not imply his master did. Suddenly, they recalled the fleeing elder of the Yi family and numerous cultivators. Curse it! These old foxes must have anticipated this all along. Damn! Such a major issue and no warning given. The cultivators began to sweat profusely, realizing they were now trapped, lowering their heads to gaze upon Jing Mingxian. When they saw the smug smile on his face, they soon heard his haughty voice. "Speak. Why the silence? Did you not demand an explanation from me?" The cultivators fell into silence, trembling, their toes digging into the soles of their shoes. Filled with anxiety, a sycophantic cultivator finally spoke. "Young Master Jing, we were just momentarily out of our minds. Otherwise, we would never have dared to ask for an explanation. Indeed, please forgive our insolence and let us go. We will surely follow your lead in the future." Another sycophant chimed in. Jing Mingxian remained silent, his gaze still icy, his pupils subtly moving as he contemplated. The cultivators grew increasingly anxious, wishing to say something but fearing it would provoke him. Yet, remaining silent might convey a lack of sincerity, risking their annihilation. Thus, they found themselves in a state of intense inner turmoil, wholly unaware that Jing Mingxian was observing them with a playful glint in his eyes. "Did you not just demand an explanation from me?" The cultivators instinctively raised their hands in unison, exclaiming, "No, no. We no longer require an explanation. That will not suffice. I have already devised a way to provide you with one." Jing Mingxian smiled faintly, a grin that appeared terrifying and unsettling to the cultivators, causing their hair to stand on end and their bodies to freeze. "Each of you shall pay 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and depart at the swiftest pace. Otherwise, you shall face death." The cultivators, once filled with dread, now felt a wave of relief wash over them. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones posed little challenge for them, instilling a sense of survival after a great calamity. After a brief interval, only 3 individuals and 1 beast remained near the teleportation array of the myriad beast small world, creating an atmosphere of desolation and gloom. Jing Mingxian turned to Jing Xiang. "Elder, is Jingxiu Mountain Manor prepared?" Jing Xiang appeared taken aback. 2 months prior, the young master had instructed him and the family head to propose that the Jing family should develop beyond the confines of Tianyin City, even suggesting the construction of a Tianyin City exclusive to the Jing family. Consequently, the plans for Jingxiu Mountain Manor had commenced. With substantial investment in cultivation resources, Jingxiu Mountain Manor had taken shape, covering an area equivalent to 100 times that of the current Jing family's Tianyin City. The surrounding territory had been acquired by the Jing family, allowing for gradual expansion. Ultimately, full expansion would equate to at least 5 Tianyin cities in scale. "It is ready, however. I am uncertain of your intentions regarding Jingxiu Mountain Manor," Jing Xiang remarked. Jing Mingxuan's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes gleaming with determination to ferry all the spirit beasts from the myriad beast small world. "What?" Jing Xiang was left in shock. Initially, he believed Jing Mingxuan's threats were merely to ensure his own advantageous selection of spirit beasts. However, it became evident that the young master was playing a much grander game. Though the spirit beasts of the myriad beast-small world may not number as many as those of the Shintian realm, they were still a considerable quantity, and their strength far surpassed that of the Shintian realm's spirit beasts. Thus, a new concern arose. The spirit beasts of the myriad beast-small world might be unruly. This young master could not have overlooked that possibility, and Jing Xiang was curious as to how he planned to address it. Seemingly sensing Jing Xiang's apprehension, Jing Mingxian gently ruffled Xiaoxian's fluffy little head. "Elder, this 10-tailed celestial fox is named Xiaoxian. She is the sovereign of all spirit beasts within the myriad beast-small world." Jing Xiang blinked in astonishment, feeling deeply shaken. Capture the leader first. The young master was truly playing this game masterfully. No wonder he was unperturbed by the potential disobedience of the spirit beasts in the myriad beast-small world. "Now I am at ease." Jing Mingxian produced a slip of paper and handed it to Jing Xiang, instructing, "Next, I will take Xiaoxian to tour the accommodations prepared for the spirit beasts at Jingxiu Mountain Manor. While you prepare the items noted on this paper for me to collect upon my return." Jing Xiang nodded gently, casting a glance at the note, and was instantly taken aback. He had anticipated some extraordinary treasure, only to find it was merely commonplace ingredients. "Elder, are the items on this note unavailable for purchase?" In response to Jing Mingxuan's concerned inquiry, Jing Xiang hastily shook his head. "No. It's just that why must we procure so many ingredients? Is there not your esteemed chef at home? I promised my master to prepare delicacies such as spicy rabbit heads and legs for her." Jing Mingxuan's gaze softened. Xu Muchan's delicate, flower-like face suddenly flushed crimson, akin to a rosy apple, yet her phoenix eyes sparkled with delight. In that instant, Jing Xiang grasped the situation. The young master's approach was indeed more brilliant. He understood that to win a person's heart, one must first win over their stomach. Xu Muchan, being the young master's cherished one and a source of strength for the entire Jing family, needed to be courted, preferably in a manner that felt unforced. This gesture by the young master was clearly a subtle yet genuine attempt to please. Previously, he had worried that the young master might struggle in his interactions with Xu Muchan, but now he felt entirely reassured. "Young master, I shall take my leave." With that, Jing Xiang hopped joyfully towards the Tianyan city market, radiating sheer happiness. So much so that Xu Muchan suddenly remarked, "Disciple, does the elder not know how to walk?" "Piffed." Jing Mingxian could not contain his laughter. The little fairy was perplexed, as she shared the same sentiments as her mistress. Once his laughter subsided, Jing Mingxian promptly explained, "The elder is simply overjoyed." "Overjoyed? Why?" Xu Muchan still appeared utterly bewildered. Jing Mingxian, slightly dazed, chose not to fabricate an answer, sincerely stating, "Because he feels that our relationship has grown closer." Though she did not comprehend why the elder felt this way, Xu Muchan's cheeks, which had just regained their normal hue, flushed again, even reaching her ears. Her bashful master was all the more endearing. Jing Mingxian reflected with a sense of warmth and then remarked without hesitation, "Master, let us proceed to Jingxiu Manor." The little fairy's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She was unaware of the specifics of Jingxiu Manor, but she trusted her master's judgment. It surely could not be a dreadful place. Xu Muchan's gaze sharpened, her expression returning to normal as she began to channel her magical energy. Activating spatial displacement, the surrounding scenery swiftly dissolved, only to be rapidly replaced by new vistas. Upon reaching their destination, the little fairy gasped in awe, "Wow! The spiritual energy here is so abundant, and its quality surpasses that of the beast world." Chapter 21. Devouring the heart of the world. A slight smile graced Jing Mingxuan's lips, but he refrained from seeking accolades, instead opting for a straightforward description. "This place is enveloped by an imperial-grade spirit-gathering formation. Coupled with the refinement of numerous rare treasures, the standard of spiritual energy here rivals that of the foremost powers in the Shintian realm." The little fairy let out a long "oh," nodding her head gently, tears of emotion welling in her eyes, appearing utterly natural, not forced. "This region is the grassland area. What do you think?" After speaking, Jing Mingxian gazed into the distance. Although he periodically inspected the area, he did not do so daily, allowing for the possibility of oversight. After surveying the surroundings, he found no discrepancies, and his anxious heart settled. Indeed, Quite splendid. The little fairy nodded softly, her voice brimming with excitement. Initially, she believed her master merely provided a dwelling for the spirit beasts under her command. However, she was profoundly mistaken. She had underestimated the situation drastically. Such a remarkable place would surely satisfy even her. And the spirit beasts would be even more pleased. Observing the dazed little fairy, Jing Mingxian decisively stated, "Master, next, let us head to the forest area." Su Muchan responded with an and in the next instant, the trio arrived in a boundless, densely wooded forest, where towering trees obscured the sun. Upon sensing the surroundings, the little fairy discovered the forest's expanse exceeded her wildest imagination. For a forest of this size, I designed 3 sections. In addition, there are small and medium-sized forests. In essence, it is crucial to instill a sense of home in the spirit beasts. Jing Mingxuan's voice trailed off, leaving unspoken what he truly envisioned, creating the impression that his goodwill was selfless. However, what is given without cost is often the most valuable. The spirit beast's living quarters were not situated in the core area of Jingxiu Manor, but rather in the middle to outer regions. Thus, should an attack occur and breach the imperial-grade defensive formation, the spirit beasts would be the first to bear the brunt. Nevertheless, at this current stage, no cultivators were likely to launch an assault. And even in the future, such instances would be rare. Moreover, the defensive formation was challenging to breach, so the spirit beasts would not incur significant costs. At this moment, the little fairy's eyes grew even more misty as she fell into a momentary stupor. Such kindness towards the spirit beasts seemed unnecessary, yet her master had chosen to do so. Perhaps it was a temporary arrangement made in consideration of her feelings, or perhaps it was a premeditated plan all along. This thought brought to mind what Xiao Qing had said. Her master had dreamt of her. Initially, she believed that the Taiqing Jade Rabbit had been manipulated into saying such things unbeknownst to her. But upon reflection, it seemed highly probable that it had indeed been a dream, leading to the prior arrangements. Yet, how had her master discerned the authenticity of the dream? Confusion filled the little fairy's heart, gradually manifesting on her face. Noticing her perplexity, Jing Mingxuan's curiosity was piqued, and he inquired, "Little fairy, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to voice them. Master, I wish to know how you determine the truth of a dream." The little fairy blinked, visibly anxious, her heart racing. Jing Mingxian could not suppress his laughter. "Ha ha! To judge the truth of a dream, one simply compares it for similarities. Upon meticulous comparison, I found them strikingly alike and thus did not hesitate further." Su Muchan and the little fairy's eyes brightened simultaneously, their mouths agape in a moment of enlightenment. Subsequently, the trio ventured to numerous spirit beasts' habitats. In truth, it was unnecessary. The little fairy even insisted it was not needed. Yet Jing Mingxian was adamant. The reason was simple, a meticulous attitude to avoid being deceived. And the potential victim of such deception was not only the little fairy, but also himself. In the beast world, Jing Mingxian stood atop a cliff, surveying the surroundings, where spirit beasts swarmed in every direction, seemingly endless, so many. More than the members of the Jing family. This was excellent. The primary value of the spirit beasts lay in bolstering the strength of Jingxiu Manor. Contracting their spirit beasts was merely a secondary concern. "Master, please do not be too forceful during the forthcoming transfer." Jing Mingxuan's gaze was filled with concern as he regarded Su Muchan, his tone gentle. Su Muchan offered an awkward smile, then transformed her demeanor, exuding an unparalleled majesty, radiating an aura of a formidable and visionary demon emperor. "I have already re-established the spatial portal. There is no need for us to traverse the void." Jing Mingxuan's expression stiffened, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, as he reflected inwardly, "Truly impressive, master." Upon further contemplation, this was entirely reasonable. In the original narrative, Su Muchan was born for cultivation. Anything related to cultivation was but child's play for her. It was precisely because she devoted herself wholeheartedly to her training that Su Muchan's thoughts remained pure, living life with an innocent simplicity. With a swift motion, Su Muchan waved her arm. A melodious chime rang out as 6 spatial portals, emanating a soft blue, ethereal glow, materialized, corresponding to the forest, grassland, waters, wetlands, desert, and ice fields. The spirit beasts stood frozen in astonishment. Even with imperial beasts and celestial beasts vouching for them, they still felt a lingering unease. However, witnessing the 6 designated areas alleviated much of their apprehension. This was because the master of the celestial beasts was genuinely taking action, not merely toying with them. Everyone, please choose a portal to enter based on your suitable habitat. Jing Mingxuan's expression turned serious as he amplified his rich and magnetic voice through his magical energy. Instantly, the 8 imperial beasts led the charge, entering first. The spirit beasts observed this and felt a slight decrease in their unease. Consequently, one by one, spirit beasts began to enter the portals. An hour later, only 2 individuals and 1 beast remained within the beast world. Xu Muchan opened her beautiful eyes, her demeanor grave as she nodded. Disciple, there are no more spirit beasts in this realm. Good, Jing Mingxian replied, his gaze settling on the tin-tailed celestial fox, stating, Little fairy, let us seek the heart of the beast world. The little fairy readily affirmed with a simple In no time, the trio arrived near the heart of the world. The heart of the world took on a heart-like shape, resplendent with vibrant colors, emanating various mystical energies akin to the 5-colored stones used by Nuwa to mend the heavens. After a brief moment of sensing, Sumu Chan's phoenix eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, This heart of the world is truly beautiful. I can already feel its immense power. Wait, this heart of the world has a significant chance of allowing the beast world to ascend to a greater realm. She then turned to the little fairy, who bore an expression of pride, continuing, I sense that it has obviously been nurtured. Little fairy, the one who nurtured it is you, am I correct? Indeed. The little fairy nodded in acknowledgement. Jing Mingxian gently patted the little fairy's fluffy head, praising, You are truly remarkable, little fairy. Little Xian was beaming with joy, her beautiful eyes nearly curving into crescent moons. However, the conversation soon took a turn as Jing Mingxian inquired, Little Xian, your efforts to nurture this must certainly have another purpose. Are you truly giving this to me? Absolutely, Little Xian responded decisively, her gaze sharp and resolute, clearly having made up her mind. She then opened her mouth to explain, My master has treated me and the spirit beasts so well. It is only fitting that he receives this heart of the world. If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall present you with another. Jing Mingxuan's voice was heavy with conviction, his gaze unwavering, indicating that he was not merely speaking for show to tea that moment. Little Xian felt as though she were bathing in honey, smiling like a lovesick fool. Without any further hesitation, Sumu Chan waved her delicate hand as if wielding a sharp blade, swiftly removing the heart of the world in an instant. The entire realm of myriad beasts began to crumble and disintegrate. Before long, only the power of the heart of the world lingered in this place. Little Xian ceased her silence and deep gaze, coldly stating, Master, Mistress, we must leave. In the blink of an eye, the trio arrived at the grassland of Jingxiu Mountain Manor. Little Xian, you handle the matters concerning the spirit beasts. I must absorb the heart of the world. With that, Jing Mingxian seated himself on the ground. Without uttering a word, Su Muchan released the materials for Jing Mingxuan's breakthrough. Each one was an exceedingly rare treasure. Little Xian merely cast a glance and felt a tremor in her heart. These materials did not seem intended for a breakthrough into the Dao realm. Rather, they appeared to be for a leap into at least the supreme realm. She looked again at Jing Mingxian, her master indeed at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the sea-breaking realm. Could it be that he aimed to forge the strongest Dao realm? Little Xian was momentarily stunned. The transcendence, supernatural, and sea-breaking realms constituted the foundational 3 stages. It was only upon entering the Dao realm that one truly embarked on the path of cultivation. Making it exceedingly important, she had once contemplated forging the strongest Dao realm herself, but absorbing so many breakthrough materials would be beyond her physical capacity. Yet, the materials her master had now were even more formidable than she had initially envisioned. Could he truly withstand it? Su Muchan caught sight of the concern in Little Xian's eyes. She too harbored worries, yet the divine book would not harm its disciples, and besides, she was present to oversee matters. Little Xian, worry not. He shall be fine. Just do as he instructs. Little Xian nodded slightly, though concern still lingered in her gaze. Thus, She contacted the 8 great imperial beasts, intending to swiftly resolve the matters concerning the spirit beasts. Meanwhile, Jing Mingxian, having adjusted his entire aura, brought his hands together with a resounding clap and began to inhale the breakthrough materials into his body. As he operated the divine cultivation method, his body transformed into a furnace. Refining each of the breakthrough materials, a quarter of an hour passed. Only one breakthrough material remained, the heart of the world. Jing Mingxian opened his mouth and inhaled the heart of the world, imbued with countless Dao Law energies, into his body. Golden characters shimmered in his mind. Master, do you intend to cultivate all Dao laws, or focus primarily on a few, with the rest as supplementary? Jing Mingxian furrowed his brow, puzzled, and asked, what difference does it make? The former is more challenging, but it offers the greatest enhancement for you. The latter, however, does not provide as significant an improvement. After reading the golden text, Jing Mingxian hesitated not at all. Resolving in his heart, merely difficult. I choose to cultivate all Dao laws. Chapter 22. The third page of the Divine Book. In the next instant, under the divine cultivation method, the heart of the world began to dissolve, transforming into a radiant, multicolored gas that surged rapidly toward Jing Mingxian's limbs and bones. Su Muchan's phoenix eyes narrowed, her expression grave as she murmured, not just one Dao law's aura. It seems to encompass all Dao laws. Little Xian, who was directing the spirit beasts, was momentarily stunned. This aura felt as though it were an entire world. Was it possible that Master did not intend to cultivate one or a few Dao laws, but rather all of them? Upon hearing this, Su Muchan suddenly understood, blinking as she confirmed the authenticity of her perception before eagerly exclaiming, Divine Book, will my disciple be all right? Little Xian's eyes filled with confusion as she muttered, Divine Book? In response, a line of golden characters appeared. Mistress, rest assured, Master will be fine. He has chosen to walk the path of the strongest cultivation across all realms. Su Muchan slowly exhaled, her worries alleviated significantly. Though her brows remained tightly knit as her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Jing Mingxian, she sensed everything. If Jing Mingxian's aura showed any signs of trouble, she would act immediately. Little Xian gazed at the vigilant mistress, finally grasping why her master had once imposed the seemingly excessive request that she refrain from taking form. Such a mistress was indeed worthy of such devotion from her master. Half an hour later, the gaseous heart of the world, having circled Jing Mingxian's body 10 times, surged into his dantian, qi sinking into the dantian. Su Muchan's brows furrowed even tighter, her eyes narrowing. Normally, this situation would indicate that the breakthrough materials had been completely absorbed, and a cultivation breakthrough was about to commence. However, this step was exceedingly perilous, necessitating her utmost vigilance. Little Xian did not idle either, remaining equally on guard. The 8 great imperial beasts and numerous spirit beasts, feeling Jing Mingxian's aura grow denser, silently prayed and wished him well in their hearts. At this moment, the aura began to rise. The Ta Ching Jade Rabbit could no longer contain itself, shouting, Charge! The spirit beasts were initially taken aback, but soon those capable of human speech shouted in unison, Charge! While those that could not spoke in hoarse cries. In an instant, all the beasts roared together, transforming Jingxiu Mountain Manor into a hubbub of excitement. The people stationed at Jingxiu Mountain Manor felt goosebumps erupt all over their bodies. The aura continued to ascend, radiating to even farther locations. After a quarter of an hour, the aura still climbed, yet felt entirely different from before. It was as if the aura contained the essence of the entire world, encompassing all things within it. That moment, Little Xian leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, the breakthrough was successful. Indeed, Su Muchan echoed, her voice filled with exhilaration. Jing Mingxian felt warmth in his heart. Although the commotion made it seem as though he were breaking through to the Emperor realm, it also signified that he bore the hopes of many. He did not, however, continue to push for further breakthroughs but instead began to consolidate his current realm, solidifying his foundation in cultivation. For him, possessing the divine cultivation method, minor breakthroughs came swiftly, and there was no need to rush. Time flew by, and after adjusting himself, Jing Mingxian slowly opened his eyes. Just as he stood, a slender, graceful figure flashed before him, followed by a delicate, soft body diving into his embrace, calling out dreamily, "Disciple, Master." Jing Mingxian gently uttered a word, raising his hand to softly pat Su Muchan's back, reassuring her of his presence and bringing her comfort. Little Xian observed this pair, akin to celestial lovers, and a sweet smile graced her lips. After a moment, Jing Mingxian turned his gaze toward Little Xian, who appeared utterly content, as if savoring something delightful. "Little Xian, during this time, you shall tend to the spirit beasts." Little Xian's expression stiffened. She longed to remain by her master's and mistress's side. However, upon reflection, the spirit beasts were indeed more crucial, being a vital part of her master's grand scheme. Once she managed this well, her significance in her master's and mistress's hearts would undoubtedly grow. Thus, without further hesitation, she replied, "All right, master." Before Jing Mingxian could finish his sentence, Su Muchan interrupted, "Wait a moment. You must fully release your aura so I can see how your cultivation appears after breaking through to the Dao realm." Jing Mingxian felt perplexed, but, upon seeing Su Muchan's captivating red eyes fixed on him, nodded gently. He then distanced himself slightly from Su Muchan, clenched his hands, and at that moment, fully unleashed his aura. In an instant, the aura swept across the entire Jingxiu mountain manor. Had it not been for the formation concealing it, the aura could have radiated even further. Moreover, had it not been for Su Muchan's spell, the ground beneath Jing Mingxian would have been barren, cracked open, and filled with flying sand and stones. Yet, these were not the key points. Both Su Muchan and Little Xian were filled with astonishment. At that moment, Jing Mingxuan's entire body shimmered with a divine white light. "Perfect Dao realm," Su Muchan and Little Xian whispered in unison. Jing Mingxian retracted his aura, perplexed, and asked, "Perfect Dao realm?" Theoretically, every practitioner who embarked on the path of cultivation should be able to achieve this. Yet in reality, no practitioner had succeeded, not even myself, Su Muchan explained gravely. "Neither have I," Little Xian chimed in, her expression darkening as she continued. "According to the knowledge passed down in my clan, the reason the perfect Dao realm is so challenging is due to the absence of the innate qi." Jing Mingxian blinked, feeling utterly bewildered. The original text had never mentioned the existence of a perfect Dao realm. Ultimately, it stemmed from the original protagonist's inadequate foundation. Otherwise, the original text might well have depicted it. A line of gleaming golden characters appeared before him. "Master cultivates all Dao laws, compensating for the lacking innate qi." The faces of the two individuals and the beast were filled with astonishment. Who could have imagined that the innate essence could be supplemented in such a manner? Subsequently, Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan returned to the Jing family in Tianyan City, retrieving the ingredients from the hands of the elder Jing Xiang, before returning to their courtyard. Spicy rabbit heads, spicy rabbit legs. Listening to Su Muchan's childlike chatter, Jing Mingxian smiled gently. "Master, let us not rush this. If we are not hasty about that, then what shall we prioritize?" Su Muchan tilted her head slightly, a mix of discontent and confusion adorning her flawless visage. Jing Mingxian summoned the divine book, stating, "Now that my cultivation has broken through to the Dao entry realm, I can turn to the third page." "Oh, I completely forgot about this matter," Su Muchan exclaimed in surprise, then recalled the little immortal, nodding slightly. "Indeed, this matter is of greater importance. Otherwise, I would not be able to keep this secret to myself in the future." Jing Mingxian affectionately brushed Su Muchan's delicate nose with his hand, his eyes filled with tenderness. Upon opening the first page, the content remained unchanged from before. Turning to the second page, he noticed additional text compared to earlier. "In the realm of divine pets, as the bond value increases, both the master and the pet's strength will enhance. Currently, the bond value between the master and the pet stands at 10 points. Hence, a strength increase of 10. Quite satisfactory. An extra boost of 10 in strength." Jing Mingxian felt a deep sense of contentment. After all, one should not refuse a free gift. Su Muchan displayed a hint of disappointment. This technique bore little utility for her, yet it was commendable for enhancing her disciple's strength. Disciple, quickly turned to the third page. The first 2 pages were so useful. The third must surely be promising as well. Both Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan shared this sentiment. As the third page was gently turned, a line of text caught Jing Mingxuan's eye. "Divine healing technique, notable for its powerful healing effects. Capable of curing any injury, provided one follows the instructions for treatment, invincible healing. At that moment, both Su Muqian and Jing Mingxian froze in place. The divine healing technique, what relevance did it hold for them now? Nevertheless, it was indeed a commendable auxiliary spell that might prove invaluable in the future. Master, I shall prepare a spicy full rabbit feast. Upon Jing Mingxuan's declaration, Su Muqian immediately nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Yay!" under the influence of magical power. The spicy full rabbit feast, which would ordinarily take at least half an hour to prepare, was completed in less than 15 minutes. Su Muqian gazed at the brightly colored spicy rabbit heads, eagerly extending her delicate hands, unperturbed by the scorching heat, diving into the feast with gusto. Wow! So spicy and numbing, but absolutely delightful. After a considerable time, Su Muqian finally finished her meal. Disciple, this spicy full rabbit feast is truly remarkable. Your culinary skills are exceptional, Jing Mingxian observed Su Muqian, whose lips were stained a deeper red, her face glistening with grease, resembling a little flower cat, his gaze filled with affection, feeling that such a master was irresistibly charming, wishing to behold her beauty time and again. Thus, he proposed, "Master, for the next few days, I shall prepare meals for you, so you can indulge to your heart's content." "All right." "Yes," Su Muqian responded, her smile pure and brimming with joy. Jing Mingxian channeled his internal magical energy, lifting his hand to gently caress Su Muqian's smooth face, erasing all traces of grease in its wake. Su Muqian gazed intently at Jing Mingxian, remaining silent and motionless. Ultimately, his finger came to rest upon her rosy lips. Master's lips are so soft. Su Muqian felt her heart skip a beat. I wish this moment could linger forever. Such a disciple. She adored her immensely. 3 days later, Su Muqian had just finished another spicy full rabbit feast when the petite form of the Taiqing jade rabbit suddenly appeared. Observing the leftover bones of its kin, it displayed no fear. Only a mournful expression, pleading, young master, I beseech you, help save the Qing Tiandinyo, or it shall surely perish. Do not fret, speak in detail about what has transpired, Jing Mingxian inquired, his brow slightly furrowed in perplexity. The Taiqing jade rabbit nodded its head, which appeared devoid of a neck. It is like this. The Qing Tiandinyo has been afflicted by a slow-acting poison from a supreme realm cultivator. The celestial beast believed it could resolve the issue, but the toxin has already infiltrated the Qing Tiandinyo's dantian and soul, rendering it almost irreparable. However, the celestial beast still exerted its utmost effort to save it. Currently, the Qing Tiandinyo is growing increasingly weak, thus it sent me to find you, while also advising me not to harbor too much hope. Jing Mingxian and Su Muqian exchanged glances, their eyes twitching slightly, both recalling the divine healing technique mentioned on the 3rd page of the divine book, Little Qing. Take us there. Without hesitation, the Taiqing jade rabbit performed a spatial shift, anxious not to waste time that could lead to the demise of the Qing Tiandinyo. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a vast, flat grassland. Through the connection with the little immortal, Jing Mingxian turned his gaze to see the little immortal, whose eyes were bloodshot and face fatigued. Gritting its teeth to endure, its aura considerably weakened. Master, mistress, I apologize. The little immortal's voice lacked its previous lightness, now hoarse and subdued. Jing Mingxuan's face darkened with anger as he reprimanded, "Why endure such suffering? Did you not know to summon Little Qing sooner?" The little immortal hung its head, resembling a child who had erred. Jing Mingxian exhaled, "This shall not happen again." His gaze shifted to the side, where the Qing Tiandinyo lay, gasping for breath, its eyes wide and rolling back, its body as large as an adult bull from his past life. He hastily approached, crouching down to place his right hand on the Qing Tiandinyo's abdomen. Invoking the divine healing technique, a prompt surfaced in his mind. Please input magical energy to commence examination. Examination? Jing Mingxian felt puzzled, yet proceeded to input his magical energy. Instantly, akin to various scanning devices in a hospital from his past life, he sensed every part of the Qing Tiandinyo's body. The external injuries, internal wounds, and soul damage all materialized in his mind. Moreover, detailed healing methods emerged, most of which only required the application of the divine healing technique with magical energy. Only the chronic toxin mentioned by the Taiching Jade Rabbit necessitated a rare treasure known as the Zhenwu flower. Master, do we possess the Zhenwu flower? All the spirit beasts were momentarily taken aback. Confused as to why Jing Mingxian sought the Zhenwu flower, Su Muchan, fully aware of the reason, delved into her memories and ultimately recalled that they indeed had some. She promptly summoned it from her storage space. And in an instant, a Zhenwu flower materialized before them. Without a hint of hesitation, she executed a spatial shift, delivering the Zhenwu flower to Jing Mingxian with utmost speed. Jing Mingxian caught it in his left hand, infusing it with magical energy, causing it to levitate in a standing position within his palm. Divine healing technique? In an instant, the Zhenwu flower, exuding a rich martial aura, rapidly dissipated in Jing Mingxuan's left hand, transforming into gas, which he inhaled into his body. Then, under the transformation of the divine healing technique, he infused it into the Qing Tian Dinyo through his right hand. The observing spirit beasts, along with the Taiching Jade Rabbit and the Little Immortal, were left bewildered, unsure of what was occurring. Had it not been for the prestige Jing Mingxian had established earlier, the spirit beasts might have questioned his actions. Celestial beast, look, the blood vessels in the Qing Tian Dinyo's eyes are disappearing, and it is no longer rolling them back, the Taiching Jade Rabbit exclaimed with excitement, having closely monitored the Qing Tian Dinyo. The spirit beasts turned their gazes, discovering that indeed, as the Taiching Jade Rabbit had stated, the Qing Tian Dinyo was regaining its vitality at an astonishing pace, no longer appearing so feeble. Moments later, Jing Mingxian stood up, softly stating, Qing Tian Dinyo, you now possess an immune body to counter the chronic toxin within you. Henceforth, you need only rest for a year, and the chronic toxin will be completely eradicated. Thank you. The Qing Tian Dinyo's voice was hoarse, filled with gratitude. In reality, recovery could be expedited, but Jing Mingxian had his own matters at hand. Moreover, allowing the Qing Tian Dinyo to heal gradually would enable it to appreciate the timeliness of his treatment. Otherwise, if he were to heal it instantly, it would not foster a profound memory of his kindness. Jing Mingxian smiled gently, rising to turn back towards Su Muchan. Observing the graceful contours of his master's figure, visions of examining the Qing Tian Dinyo's body flashed through his mind. External injuries, internal wounds, soul damage. In an instant, an idea blossomed in Jing Mingxuan's heart, to deepen his bond with his master under the pretense of checking and treating her body. Ah, I truly am a little genius. Jing Mingxian couldn't help but smile faintly. Su Muchan naturally noticed this, but paid it no mind, believing her disciple to be simply rejoicing in having saved the Qing Tian Dinyo with the divine healing technique. Soon, Jing Mingxian approached Su Muchan. Master, let us return. Su Muchan nodded slightly, preparing to activate a spatial shift to leave when all the spirit beasts prostrated themselves on the ground. The Qing Tian Dinyo, having just narrowly escaped death, also lay prostrate. Noticing this, Jing Mingxian asked, Little Immortal, why are they all bowing down? The 10-tailed celestial fox swayed its 10 magnificent tails, and though its face appeared weary, an exceedingly joyful smile graced its features as it spoke. Esteemed mistress, the spirit beasts wholeheartedly acknowledge both you and the master, thereby expressing their allegiance, in contrast to Su Muchan, whose gaze was momentarily lost in thought. Jing Mingxian appeared far more moved. He turned to the assembly of spirit beasts and declared emphatically, Thank you all for your recognition. Henceforth, we shall strengthen ourselves together and protect Jingxiu Manor. The gazes of the spirit beasts grew resolutely steadfast. 3 days later, the chorus of myriad beasts resounded once more. However, unlike the previous occasion, this time there was no human language. Only roars echoed forth, creating a resounding spectacle akin to a thunderclap. As the cacophony faded, both Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan vanished from sight. In Tianyan City, within Jing Mingxuan's courtyard, Su Muchan exclaimed, Disciple, we must always treat these spirit beasts with kindness. Jing Mingxian nodded earnestly, affirming, of course, they follow us with unwavering loyalty, and we must not let their hearts grow cold. A satisfied smile graced Su Muchan's lips. At that moment, Jing Mingxian shifted the conversation. Master, While treating the Azure Emperor Bull, I discovered that the divine healing method includes a diagnostic function capable of revealing unhealed external injuries, internal wounds, and soul damage. Is it truly so? Then please examine me. Sumu-chan responded with evident delight, her voice light and buoyant. She understood that the divine healing method was unparalleled in its ability to heal. Thus, if it could identify injuries, they could surely be treated. Jing Mingxian was taken aback, not anticipating that examining his master would be so effortless. Yet upon reflection, he realized that his master, with her unclouded thoughts, could not possibly harbor the same myriad of concerns as he did. Master, let us move indoors. This is not an ideal place for examination. Sumu-chan tilted her head slightly in confusion but complied with Jing Mingxuan's request. Once they had secured the doors and windows, visions of his master's exquisite form filled Jing Mingxian's mind. Disciple, are you not ready yet? Sumu-chan asked innocently, her impatience palpable. Jing Mingxian quickly responded. Coming. He approached Sumu-chan, and as he gazed upon her face, which radiated innocence, he found himself momentarily entranced. Bullying his naive master felt akin to being a brute. They were inseparable, and ultimately, his master would be his. Why the rush? In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Jing Mingxian reached for Sumu-chan's delicate hand. Just as he felt its warmth, he heard her puzzled voice. Disciple, your hand is too far off. You should grasp me here. Jing Mingxian sensed his wrist firmly held by Sumu-chan, and his hand fell upon an unexpectedly smooth area. Upon closer inspection, he realized, goodness, it is my master's abdomen. Disciple, stop hesitating. Sumu-chan urged. With her words, Jing Mingxian cast aside his doubts. Divine healing method, begin examination. Moments later, he discerned Sumu-chan's external injuries, internal wounds, and soul damage, noting no external injuries or soul damage, but only one internal wound located in a rather peculiar position, right in front of her. Had his master endured a significant trauma there? Jing Mingxian pondered, astonished by how she could appear so flawless despite such a past. What do you see? Sumu-chan inquired, her beautiful eyes wide with curiosity. Jing Mingxian, maintaining a calm demeanor, pointed to the area before her, stating, there is but one internal injury, located right here. Pray, how did it occur? Oh, I perceived it as too heavy and cumbersome, so I attempted to swat it away. However, my body was too resilient, and it bounced back. Yet, I did experience excruciating pain, which caused me to faint, Sumu-chan murmured. A hint of apprehension in her voice. Jing Mingxuan's expression froze in disbelief. His master was indeed formidable. Fortuitously, she had not managed to swat it away, or else both he and their future child would have faced dire consequences. Master, this internal injury must be treated gradually. We cannot rush, Sumu-chan nodded obediently. As long as you are the one treating me, I am unconcerned. Jing Mingxian's heart swelled with excitement. After a brief silence, he raised his hands to initiate contact, yet he remained focused, solemnly employing the divine healing method. Sumu-chan could not help but exclaim, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Whether it was from the pain or a burgeoning awareness of her own feelings, she could not tell. Moments later, the first treatment concluded. And feeling a profound sense of relief, Sumu-chan anxiously asked, Disciple, how many more treatments must I undergo? This is unbearable. Another 99 times, Jing Mingxian replied, only to be met with Sumu-chan's instant pallor and tearful expression. He hastily reassured her, the pain will gradually lessen, and may even become quite comfortable. Humph. I do not believe you, unless you share the divine healing method with me so that I may examine and treat you. Sumu-chan pouted. Jing Mingxian's spirit surged at the prospect, reflecting, is such fortune truly within reach? Chapter 24. Unfazed noticing Jing Mingxuan's momentary hesitation, Sumu-chan's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Hee, disciple, you've been caught off guard. It seems you fear pain as well. Jing Mingxian gently shook his head. Pain, I certainly fear. I am but human. However, my surprise is not solely due to that. Then what is the cause of your surprise? Sumu-chan's curious eyes widened. Jing Mingxian smiled warmly, because master wishes to examine and heal me. This. Sumu-chan's enchanting red eyes widened. her heart racing like a startled fawn, devoid of rhythm. She did not comprehend this sensation, yet it brought her joy, reminiscent of times past. Observing Su Muchan's sudden daze, Jing Mingxuan's gaze brimmed with affection, his smile becoming slightly foolish. This was not mere infatuation. His master, in her oblivion, was utterly adorable. After a long moment, Su Muchan, her face flushed, murmured, "You do possess the gift of speech. Quickly impart the divine healing method to me, for I wish to examine you thoroughly." How charming, Jing Mingxian thought to himself, amused by his master's obliviousness to her own changes. Without hesitation, he imparted the divine healing method to her. Moments later, Su Muchan wore a triumphant smile. "Disciple, when you cry out in pain, I shall not relent." Jing Mingxian remained unfazed, even urging, "Master, please proceed quickly. I can hardly contain my anticipation." Su Muchan's finely arched brows furrowed sharply, her eyes wide. This disciple of mine shall soon find himself begging for mercy. Shaking off her thoughts, she gradually raised her fair hand and placed it directly upon Jing Mingxian's abdomen. Divine healing method. Soon, the first external injury was revealed. The waist? This revelation struck her as alarming. Startled, she inquired, "Disciple, what is the cause of the injury on your lower back?" Jing Mingxian, taken aback, recalled, "I pushed myself too hard during physical training, which strained my back. I still feel a lingering unease about it." "Why would you engage in such excessive training?" Su Muchan asked, her brow furrowed deeply, her face a portrait of confusion. "I am the eldest son of the Jing family, the sole heir. Should I prove to be inept, it would bring shame upon the entire clan," Jing Mingxian explained calmly. Having traversed from the womb to the path of ascension, he had devoted himself tirelessly to cultivation upon encountering Su Muchan. Yet, the more he trained, the more he felt acutely the disparity in innate talent. Others could elevate their cultivation with a mere sip of water, while he had to exert tenfold or 100-fold effort to achieve the same results. Before his reincarnation, he had been filled with ambition, believing that in this fantastical realm, he could defy fate like the protagonists of tales. However, upon his arrival, he found reality even harsher. Survival of the fittest reigned supreme. And the world was undeniably more brutal. With inferior cultivation aptitude came slower progress. Equal cultivation levels rendered one with lower aptitude akin to refuse. He had contemplated surrendering to despair, but thoughts of his parents and the care of the elders compelled him to strive onward. Yet, he no longer trained as fervently as before. Time passed, and Su Muchan completed her examination of external injuries. Many existed, yet none compared in severity to the mark upon his waist. Following that, she assessed internal injuries and soul damage. Discovering numerous internal injuries, albeit not deeply rooted, and no soul damage whatsoever. Simultaneously, Su Muchan noted that Jing Mingxuan's soul was far more resilient than she had anticipated, leaving her puzzled as to why. Presuming her disciple himself was unaware, she set the thought aside. How shall we proceed with the healing? Her thoughts turned to the information before her, which clearly stated options for direct healing or multiple sessions. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed, and she shot a sharp glare at Jing Mingxian, her voice tinged with irritation. "Disciple, you could have healed directly. Why opt for 100 sessions instead?" "Master, I too wish to heal you directly, but it would be quite painful. Thus, I consulted the divine tome, which advised that 100 sessions would yield the least discomfort," Jing Mingxian replied, his expression one of innocence, his tone gentle. Su Muchan felt a mix of gratitude and skepticism. Questioning, "Divine tome, is this true?" Immediately, two radiant golden characters emerged, boldly proclaiming us. Jing Mingxian felt no anxiety whatsoever, for he had not lied. He had genuinely consulted the divine book. Of course, he longed for more interactions with his revered master. Yet it was of greater significance that she could alleviate his pain to the greatest extent. "I'm sorry, disciple." Su Muchan, realizing her mistake, offered a heartfelt apology. Jing Mingxian smiled gently. "It's quite all right, but I hope you can trust me more in the future." "As I hold such trust in you." In that fleeting moment, Su Muchan felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Nevertheless, she vowed to place greater trust in her disciple moving forward. It was an essential commitment. "Master, Please begin my treatment. Let me see if it truly hurts. Jing Mingxuan's expression was one of openness, even brimming with anticipation. The more he expressed this, the less Su Muchan wished for him to endure excessive pain. Prompting her to inquire, "Divine Book, how many times has my disciple experienced the least pain during healing?" Soon, a line of shimmering golden characters appeared 30 times. Seizing the opportunity, Jing Mingxian interjected, "Master, you really don't need to do this. Since you care so much for me, naturally, I must reciprocate." This ensures a standard of equality in testing. Su Muchan suddenly adopted a more domineering demeanor, shedding the previous tenderness she had shown towards Jing Mingxian. A smile involuntarily crept upon Jing Mingxian's lips. He sensed that his master cared for him more than before, and in the next instant, he felt Su Muchan's gentle touch upon his robust form. Her movements were tender, stirring deep emotion within him. Healing indeed brought pain, yet his focus was not on that. Thus, with each treatment, Jing Mingxian bore the discomfort stoically, maintaining a calm demeanor. Su Muchan blinked in confusion. She could not comprehend why there seemed to be no pain at all. "Disciple, didn't you feel any pain?" In response, Jing Mingxian chuckled softly. "Of course, I felt pain, but knowing that it is you, my esteemed master, treating me, makes it bearable." Su Muchan's delicate visage flushed a rosy hue, rendering her bashful. Simultaneously, her eyes glistened with moisture, profoundly touched. Reflecting on the times when her disciple had healed her, she realized she had only felt pain and felt she had failed in her role as Jing Mingxuan's master. "Disciple, do you think I only care for my own feelings?" Jing Mingxian shook his head vigorously, still wearing a gentle smile. "Not at all. I believe you are straightforward, willing to admit your mistakes, and genuinely care for me. I truly appreciate such a master." Su Muchan gazed up at him, her eyes wide with realization. Understanding Jing Mingxuan's sentiments and recognizing how she must alter herself in the future. "Jing Mingxian, my disciple, from now on, I swear to protect you with my life." Upon seeing the unwavering determination in Su Muchan's eyes, Jing Mingxian recognized that his master had made a significant resolution, one that was undoubtedly intertwined with him. "Could it be that she intends to marry me?" Jing Mingxian flashed a bright, cheerful smile. 99 days later, Su Muchan's internal injuries were fully healed. At this moment, Jing Mingxian maintained the same posture he had during her treatment, feeling a wave of sadness within. "Alas, I can no longer experience my master's presence in this way." However, the bond he had cultivated with her during this time had intensified, and he believed it would not be long before he could once again feel her presence. Suddenly, Su Muchan grasped his hands. "Disciple, didn't we finish the treatment? Why are you still holding that posture? Is it a lingering effect?" Observing Su Muchan, her head tilted and her expression a blend of innocence and confusion, Jing Mingxian hurriedly tightened his grip. "No, I was merely reflecting on the treatment's conclusion. See, I'm back to normal now." "Really?" Su Muchan replied, her tone playful. At that moment, Jing Mingxian felt a pang of discomfort. He had hoped to maintain that connection a while longer. "Master, your father and the elder have come to visit, saying they have urgent matters to discuss with you." The sweet, adorable voice of Xiao Xian floated in from outside the room. Jing Mingxian promptly resumed his composure. Speaking in a serious tone, "Xiao Xian, please have them wait in the courtyard. My master and I will join them shortly." "Okay," Xiao Xian replied, turning to head towards the courtyard exit, her curiosity reigniting about what the master and mistress did indoors every day and why they could not allow her to see. Moments later, Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan emerged from the room, neatly dressed, and seated across from Jing Cheng and Jing Xiong. "Father, elder, what brings you here today?" Jing Cheng, sitting upright, began. "The Cloud Realm's administrator, Lord Yun, is to host the Tianyun Grand Competition." The Tianyun Grand Competition? Jing Mingxuan's heart raced with surprise, as this was a pivotal moment in the original narrative. The female protagonist had numerous disciples participating, with one emerging victorious to become her personal disciple. Indeed, that disciple was none other than the protagonist in the original story, Gu Qingyuan. Chapter 25. The True Dragon's Treasure. Just thinking of that name made Jing Mingxuan's heart race. An inexplicable tension enveloping him. He was not afraid of Gu Qingyuan. Rather, in the original tale, Gu Qingyuan captivated his master to the point of contemplating self-harm. Although Su Muchan had assured him she would treat him well and that he was her only disciple, he still felt uneasy. Meanwhile, Jing Chang continued with a furrowed brow. The number of participants from Tianyin City for the Tianyun Grand Competition is limited to 100, with a cultivation restriction ranging from Dao entry to transformation realm. Currently, within the Jing family, the elder and I believe there is not a single clan member who could qualify among those 100 cultivators. The elder and I do not mind, as the Jing family is not ranked among the top 100 families. However, I felt it necessary to inform you, especially since you happen to be at the Dao entry level. Moreover, the rewards for the Tianyun Grand Competition are incredibly generous. It would be a pity to miss out. But the decision lies with you. Su Muchan remained silent. In her eyes, it mattered little whether her disciple participated. Xiao Xian, however, gently shook her head. Master, my suggestion is that it would be best not to go. Why? The question came not from Jing Mingxian but from Su Muchan. Xiao Xian appeared somewhat taken aback but explained without hesitation. For you, the Tianyun Grand Competition would only serve to enhance your experience. Beyond that, it holds no significance, including those extraordinarily generous rewards. However, the risks involved are immense, potentially even life-threatening. It simply doesn't seem worth it. This reasoning resonated well, and it wasn't long before Jing Cheng, Jing Xiang, and Su Muchan nodded in agreement. Only Jing Mingxian remained stoic, seemingly deep in thought. Su Muchan leaned closer to him, her large, glistening eyes wide with curiosity. Disciple, what are you thinking so seriously about? Hearing this, Jing Mingxian snapped back to reality, startled by the proximity of Su Muchan's beautiful face, causing him to flinch. After a moment of composure, he turned to find that his master had withdrawn her head. Feeling the intense gazes of the three and the beast upon him, he declared firmly, I want to go. Why? The trio and the beast looked at him in puzzlement. Jing Mingxian recognized that without a reasonable explanation, it would be difficult for him to proceed, so he spoke up, because I wish to gain more experience. Only then can I grow stronger. I do not want to become a cultivator with great potential yet incapable of realizing my full strength. His words struck a profound chord within the hearts of the three and the beast. Jing Cheng, wearing a relieved smile, was the first to respond. Xianer, since you are resolute, your father shall not dissuade you further. Go forth, eldest young master. I shall promptly nominate you for the selection tournament in Tianyin City. Jing Xiang exclaimed, excitement evident as he slammed his hands on the table. Not long after Jing Cheng and Jing Xiang departed, Su Muchan's demeanor turned icy, becoming exceedingly serious. With her mesmerizing crimson eyes fixed on Jing Mingxian, she coldly stated, Disciple, now you may reveal your true reason for wanting to go. Like before, I dreamt of the Tianyun Grand Competition. Jing Mingxian replied. His words caused both Su Muchan and Xiao Xian to pause in astonishment. Especially for Su Muchan, every time Jing Mingxian dreamt of a scene, it signified the potential for acquiring something valuable. Surely, this time would be no exception. The true reward of the Tianyun Grand Competition was not merely the apparent offerings, but rather a supreme-tier treasure, the Dragon Pearl, buried deep within the competition's realm. Su Muchan and Xiao Xian's mouths fell agape as they murmured, Dragon Pearl? Ah, a supreme-tier treasure? It doesn't sound that impressive, Xiao Xian remarked nonchalantly. Su Muchan nodded slightly. Indeed, if one were to risk their life for a supreme-tier treasure, it would feel entirely unworthy. Jing Mingxian did not find this surprising. After all, Xiao Xian was of extraordinary origin, and his master was exceptionally powerful. He believed that if it were an emperor-tier treasure, both Xiao Xian and Su Muchan might be astounded. However, a supreme-tier treasure was evidently not enough to impress them. Yet, he remained unfazed, for he had an even more formidable weapon yet to disclose. Have you heard of the true dragon's legacy? Xiao Xian furrowed her brow slightly, then seemed to recall something, saying, You mean the treasure left behind for descendants by the true dragon emperor after his demise? Precisely. The Dragon Pearl serves as the key to unlocking the fabled treasures of the true dragon. Jing Mingxuan's expression was grave, devoid of any indication of deceit. Xiao Xian fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding and stating, Indeed, it is necessary to make the journey. During my time in the beast realm, I learned from those formidable cultivators that the true dragon's treasure is highly likely to contain celestial-grade artifacts. Su Muqian remained silent, gently biting her rosy lips. Jing Mingxian could not fathom why his master was still so troubled. Master, could you share the reason you wish for me not to go? A veil of mist clouded Su Muqian's eyes as she replied, I do not wish for you to perish, even if the odds are exceedingly slim. Jing Mingxian felt a warmth in his heart. He no longer entertained thoughts of whether Gu Qingyun could sway his master, for he was unwaveringly confident that such a master would not be swayed by another. Master, you are a demonic cultivator, which means you can disregard any rules. If I were to face a life-threatening crisis, you could directly intervene to save me. The moment those words left his lips, Su Muqian's eyes sparkled. Xiao Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Why did I not think of that? With Master S' immense strength, no one would dare to obstruct her. If anyone did, she would simply eliminate them without hesitation. Jing Mingxian spoke with resolute conviction. His handsome face brimming with murderous intent, Su Muqian gently nodded, a heavy escaping her lips. In Tianyuan City. At the venue for the Tianyuan Grand Selection, Jing Mingxian, clad in a moon-white brocade robe, arrived. The crowd fell into stunned silence, not due to the overwhelming aura he exuded, but because they had never anticipated his presence. Jing Mingxian? What is he doing here? As the eldest son of the Jing family, he was expected to cheer on those participating in the selection. Could it be possible that Jing Mingxian intends to participate in the selection? Unthinkable. Can one truly break through from the peak of the 9th layer of the sea-opening realm to the downentering realm in just over 3 months? I believe it might be possible. After all, he had advanced 8 levels plus a peak minor realm in just 2 months prior. Even if true, such rapid advancement suggests an astonishingly poor foundation in cultivation. As the crowd murmured, Jing Mingxian merely smiled faintly, continuing to the registration desk. Jing Mingxian, am here to register. At that moment, astonishment rippled through the crowd. The staff at the registration desk, after a thorough search, marked a check next to Jing Mingxian's name on the list and stated, You may challenge any cultivator on the 100 arenas. As long as you can maintain your position until the hour of 5 p.m. You will qualify to participate in the Tianyuan Grand Selection. Understood. Jing Mingxian nodded gently. The crowd stood in a daze, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Soon, a disgruntled voice rang out, Jing Mingxian is merely at the sea-opening realm. What right does he have to participate in the selection? This is a scandal. The staff member paused, taken aback, and after double-checking the information provided by the Jing family, responded, The materials from the family elder indicate that Jing Mingxian possesses the cultivation of the downentering realm. The crowd fell silent, their suspicions of foul play only deepening. After all, Jing Mingxian's master was no less formidable than the empress. Concealing such information from the Junyun sovereign should be trivial, rendering the Jing family's actions devoid of risk. Under normal circumstances, Jing Mingxian would have had no need to concern himself with the crowd. However, as the moment called for it, he decided to seize the opportunity. Since everyone believes I do not possess the downentering realm cultivation, I shall demonstrate that I do. He turned to the staff and inquired, Where is the array for testing cultivation? Although many in the crowd had already leaned toward believing in his downentering realm status, the desire for tangible proof kept them silent. The staff member, with an apologetic smile, replied, Please follow me. Moments later, Jing Mingxian stepped into the testing array. Instantly, a dazzling white light erupted, filling the air with a divine radiance. Soon, the light dissipated, and a cold, ethereal voice rang out, Cultivation at the 8th layer of the downentering realm. The crowd fell into an even deeper silence, the entrance to the selection shrouded in tranquility. To break through to the downentering realm in just over 3 months, and to reach the 8th layer, was such a rate of cultivation even possible? The staff surveyed the crowd with disdain, thinking it absurd that they would question what they themselves could not achieve. Jing Mingxian, please proceed to challenge the arenas. Do not waste any more time. In response to the staff's concern, Jing Mingxian smiled warmly and nodded slightly, swiftly exiting the testing array and striding into the selection arena. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the selection, the elder of the Yi family had only just recovered from his astonishment. Cultivation at the 8th layer of the downentering realm. The speed at which this Jing family lad has advanced is astonishing. Initially, he had no intention of informing the Empress, but the situation was too outrageous to remain silent. He began to channel his mana, preparing to invoke the secret method to contact the Empress. Chapter 26. The Empress is alarmed. Hey, ha! The resounding voices echoed within the Empress's dojo. The over 5,000 disciples she had gathered were executing their martial techniques in perfect unison. At that moment, the Empress, clad in formal attire, surveyed the scene with a stern expression. Over the course of nearly 6 months, under her initial tutelage, these 5,000 disciples had made significant progress, with many exceptional talents emerging among them. She could not help but recall the moment she and Su Muchan had selected the city, employing a cunning strategy to utilize fortune-seeking spells. Indeed, Tianyin City was the city with the highest concentration of fortune. In hindsight, her choice was vindicated, particularly with the seemingly unremarkable yet suddenly formidable Jing Mingxian. Among her disciples, there was one whose advancement was equally remarkable, rivaling Jing Mingxuan's speed. Humph, Jing Mingxian, how proud you must have felt after slaying my disciples Jing Song and Yu Feng. In just 2.5 years, despair awaits you. The Empress felt an even greater sense of delight at the thought. Just then, a secret method to contact her was received. Without hesitation, she accepted the call. Your Majesty, what news? The Empress inquired curtly. Jing Mingxuan's current cultivation is at the 8th layer of the Dao entering realm. In an instant, the Empress's smile vanished, her eyes widening in disbelief, her heart racing. She had anticipated that Jing Mingxian would possess Dao entering realm cultivation. But the 8th layer surpassed her expectations. How fortunate she was to receive this news. Otherwise, she would have remained a complacent frog in a well. It became clear that her fastest-growing disciple was still far behind Jing Mingxian. The only advantage her disciples had was that some of them were already at a high level of cultivation. However, none were exceptionally high, merely at the divine travel realm. Given 2.5 years. If Jing Mingxuan's cultivation speed did not significantly decline, he could very well reach the divine travel realm. Conversely, her disciples at the divine travel realm would find it nearly impossible to ascend to the sovereign realm. If this continued, her competition with the Demon Empress for disciples could very well end in a dismal defeat. The Empress's desire to win surged within her. She refused to lose and was determined to triumph. Moreover, should the Demon Empress prevail, the upheaval that would ensue in the entire Xintian realm was unfathomable to her. It would likely result in untold suffering and chaos. At that moment, the humble voice of the Yi family's elder broke through. Your Majesty, did you hear that? The Empress, exuding her regal authority, replied coldly, I heard. Continue with the details regarding his current situation. He is currently participating in the Tianyin Grand Selection in Tianyin City, having effortlessly defeated the cultivator on Arena 66. It seems he will secure his qualification for the Tianyin Grand Selection. The Yi family elder gazed at Jing Mingxian, who sat calmly on Arena 66, exuding an air of arrogance. Challengers need not apply or give prior notice to the cultivators on the arena, opening the possibility for a surprise attack. By behaving in this manner, Jing Mingxian was asserting his strength, demonstrating that he could defeat them even while seated, or even knock them off the arena entirely. The Tianyin Grand Selection? The Empress murmured in confusion. The Yi family elder quickly understood and began to elaborate on the details of the Tianyin Grand Selection. The Empress nodded slightly. I understand what must be done. In the next moment, she unilaterally concluded her secret conversation with the Yi family elder. The elder could only speculate about her next course of action, but he was certain it would not be one of inaction. A slight smile crept upon his lips, satisfied, as he mused, Jing family lad, enjoy your moment of ease while you can. Soon, that will no longer be the case in the Cloud Realm, within the Junyun Sword Pavilion. The Junyun sovereign, who had been meditating, suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying and potent aura. He opened his eyes wide, maintaining an appearance of calm composure. Your Majesty, what brings you to my humble abode today? The Empress wasted no time, her lips parting to deliver a cold and unyielding proclamation, no pleasantries. I require 100 participation slots for your Tianyin Grand Selection. The Celestial Cloud Sovereign furrowed his pale brows tightly. He could surmise that the Empress was utterly indifferent to the Heavenly Cloud Grand Tournament, hinting at some other underlying reason. Upon further contemplation, he deduced it must pertain to the formidable demon empress, who audaciously broke the cosmic rules and ascended to the throne of emperor despite the existence of the current empress. Just as he was about to inquire into the matter, he noticed the empress's aura had significantly weakened. She had evidently departed. A bitter smile crept upon his lips as he sighed inwardly. The empress remained as she always had, aloof and distant, regarding others as mere mortals, while he was indifferent to this. Many powerful cultivators harbored grievances against her. Were it not for her unparalleled strength, those cultivators would have undoubtedly expressed their discontent openly rather than letting it simmer beneath the surface. Within the empress's dojo, the female protagonist commanded sharply, "Halt!" Instantly, over 5,000 disciples came to a standstill within 3 seconds, all gazing in unison at the breathtaking female leader. Disciples at the levels of Dao entry to transformation realm. Step forward. With her words, an indeterminate number of disciples emerged from the throng. After a sweeping scan of their auras, she discerned a total of 1,245 individuals. In 30 days, I shall take 100 of you to participate in the Heavenly Cloud Grand Tournament. The disciples' eyes widened in astonishment. This signified their chance to earn the Empress's favor. Following this, they anticipated gaining her guidance and care in their cultivation. The opportunity to ascend had been laid before them, igniting their fervor and stirring their hearts with excitement. You now face 2 choices. First, challenge Jing Mingxian. The victor will earn a seat and be granted a reward tailored to their abilities, with a maximum of 100 seats available. Second, all of you may engage in a contest. The longer you survive, the greater your chance of qualifying for the Heavenly Cloud Grand Tournament. Excluding the victor from the first choice, the number of participants allowed in the tournament will be 100 minus the number of victors from the first choice. Compared to the latter, the disciples unanimously felt that the former option, challenging Jing Mingxian, was simpler. Most importantly, they had 2 chances. If they lost the first choice, they still had the second master. What is Jing Mingxuan's current level of cultivation? One disciple queried. The female protagonist remained composed, stating calmly, 8th layer of Dao entry. A hush fell over the disciples. They had recently reviewed Jing Mingxuan's information after he defeated Yu Feng. He had risen to prominence solely by seizing opportunities after becoming a disciple of the Demon Empress. Otherwise, most of them would have regarded him with disdain. 8th layer of Dao entry? And he achieved this in less than half a year. His cultivation speed is astonishing, they murmured. Indeed, just half a year ago, he was merely a 2nd layer cultivator of the extraordinary realm. Given their prior understanding, they realized that confronting Jing Mingxian would require utmost vigilance. Otherwise, they risked suffering a significant setback. With such rapid advancements in cultivation, it was evident that his foundational skills were likely lacking, making it improbable for him to fully unleash the power of the 8th layer of Dao entry. Each disciple held their own thoughts. Most deemed Jing Mingxian a mere fade, lacking true substance. The female protagonist sighed inwardly. Few among her disciples possessed independent judgment. Her gaze fell upon an unmissable figure among the disciples, tall and statuesque. With a countenance resembling jade and an aura of ethereal elegance, he appeared almost otherworldly. Jiyu Qingyuan. He was her most favored disciple and the man who had stirred ripples within her heart. At the entrance of the Heavenly Cloud Grand Tournament selection, in the blink of an eye, thousands of cultivators gathered. The already crowded entrance became even more congested. Jing Mingxian, sensing the commotion, calmly opened his eyes and surveyed the scene. After scanning the crowd, he spotted the most striking young man among them, Gu Qingyuan. Jing Mingxuan's eyes widened momentarily. He recognized him, not merely due to his status as the young master of the Jing family, but because on the day Gu Qingyuan began his journey on the path to immortality, he had garnered much admiration from the talented disciples of various esteemed families, making it impossible not to notice him. At that moment, the female protagonist approached Su Muchan with a smile, saying, I have brought my disciples to challenge Jing Mingxian. Do you have any objections? Su Muchan, aware that the visitor harbored ill intentions, nonetheless trusted her disciple's strength and her ability to intervene if necessary. Thus, it was an opportune moment for her disciple to hone their skills. None, Su Muchan replied coolly. The female protagonist nodded slightly and turned to her disciples. Instructing, you may proceed. The staff members, witnessing this exchange, attempted to intervene. Apologies. Registration has already concluded. You cannot participate. The female protagonist's gaze turned icy, her brows knitting together. What is the issue? I shall take responsibility. The staff member nodded slightly. Ceasing their obstruction, the disciples entered. Gu Qingyuan and Su Muchan exchanged glances. Ji Qingyuan felt his heart race. It seemed he had fallen for the demon empress at first sight. Jing Mingxian, observing this scene, felt a wave of anxiety. Maintain composure. Keep a level head. I must trust my master. She would not be swayed by a mere glance. Chapter 27. A fierce duel standing beside Su Muchan. The female protagonist also witnessed the moment. Could it be that the demon empress had taken a liking to Gu Qingyuan? As she pondered this, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, barreling toward Gu Qingyuan. Both Gu Qingyuan and the female protagonist were caught off guard. By the time they reacted, Gu Qingyuan had already been swept up to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Su Muchan, her expression darkening, retorted, "Is your disciple lacking in sense? Blocking my view of my disciple. If this happens again, death." The female protagonist stood frozen. How could a youth with such a charming demeanor and exceptional aura fail to attract the attention of the pure-hearted demon empress? Wasn't her nature supposed to make her more inclined to notice Gu Qingyuan? Yet, why had she acted so decisively and uttered such a harsh threat? The female protagonist found herself utterly perplexed. Upon witnessing this, Jing Mingxuan's anxious heart finally settled. Indeed, Gu Qingyuan fit Su Muchan's preferences perfectly. Yet, Su Muchan already had him, having forged a deep bond, which should quell any inner turmoil. Of course, this was merely his assumption, not necessarily reflective of Su Muchan's thoughts. Simultaneously, Gu Qingyuan transformed into a fireball, descending rapidly amidst a blaze of flames. The female protagonist sensed this and waved her hand elegantly. Ji Qingyuan materialized before her, the flames dissipating. "Disciple, do not obstruct the view of others again. Otherwise, even I may not be able to save you." The female protagonist admonished sternly. Coming to his senses, Gu Qingyuan nodded vigorously. "Understood, master." Jing Mingxian believed the matter had concluded, yet suddenly, a voice broke through. "Master, he has been gazing at you with a smug smile, as if he thinks his handsome features and impeccable aura can captivate you." Su Muchan was momentarily taken aback, murmuring to herself, "Handsome features? Impeccable aura? Does he possess such qualities?" At that moment, Gu Qingyuan felt struck by lightning. Wondering if he truly lacked these traits, the female protagonist's expression twitched. Could it be that the demon empress was visually impaired? Those present felt a wave of incredulity. If Gu Qingyuan were not handsome and lacking in charm, then there would be no such thing as a dashing and charismatic man in the world. Little Immortal blinked, mustering the courage to speak. "From my observations over the years, he indeed possesses them. However, compared to you, master, he pales in comparison." The first part of her statement resonated with the crowd, but the latter part revealed Little Immortal's desperate attempt to survive, rather than a genuine sentiment, of course. Jing Mingxian was also handsome, but he simply did not measure up to Gu Qingyuan. Su Muchan nodded gently, a smile gracing her lips. "Little Immortal, you and I share the same taste. We both believe my disciple is the finest." In truth, she realized that she had no judgment regarding the appearance and aura of men. However, she cared not, for she already had a disciple. No matter how stunning other men might be, it was of no consequence to her. Little Immortal paused, uncertain whether the female protagonist was sincere or merely being polite. Only Jing Mingxian understood that Su Muchan spoke the truth. Recollecting the events from the original narrative, Jing Mingxian realized that Su Muchan had been captivated by Gu Qingyuan not for his handsome visage or ethereal demeanor, but rather by his myriad actions. Coupled with the ending where Su Muchan committed suicide, he recognized that those actions were merely a facade to win her affection. With this realization, Jing Mingxuan's anger surged. "Gu Qingyuan, you scoundrel, I shall ensure your downfall." At that moment, Su Muchan suddenly grasped something. Her earlier demeanor had undoubtedly been observed clearly by her disciple. While her retort had been swift and decisive, her disciple would likely misinterpret it. Damn it. Su Muchan's expression darkened, casting a sidelong glare at Gu Qingyuan, her voice laced with fury. If you dare to look at me again, I will gouge out your eyes, strip you of your cultivation, and make you experience the agony of desiring life, yet finding it unattainable. Jiyu Qingyuan's complexion turned deathly pale, greatly frightened. Internally, however, he was seething with rage, silently vowing to obtain Su Muchan at all costs. Yet, unable to confront Su Muchan directly at present, he resolved to target her cherished disciple, Jing Mingxian. Humph! How dare you leave me in such a wretched state, Jing Mingxian? Your end is nigh. I shall undoubtedly deliver a severe beating to Jing Mingxian. Anything less would be insufficient to quell the hatred burning in my heart. Sensing the intensifying gaze of Gu Qingyuan, Jing Mingxian maintained his smile, fully aware that his opponent, having suffered such a significant setback, would not relent easily. Yet, this suited him perfectly. He feared that Gu Qingyuan might cower and shy away from confrontation. To entice Gu Qingyuan into action, Jing Mingxian patiently and naturally feigned an exaggerated breathlessness. Both Su Muchan and the little fairy frowned in unison, knowing that Jing Mingxian could not possibly be out of breath at this moment. Thus, there had to be some other reason behind it. Just as one of the female protagonist's disciples was sent flying off the stage by a kick from Jing Mingxian, Gu Qingyuan, clad in azure robes, soared into the air above the arena, landing with a swiftness that left no room for the other disciples to enter. Damn! Jing Mingxian was already at the end of his strength. Gu Qingyuan was about to seize the opportunity. No matter, we can defeat Jing Mingxian later. After all, he has only this path to participate in the Tianyun Grand Competition. Indeed. Ha ha ha. How did I not think of that? Jing Mingxian had long been aware that the female protagonist's actions were directed at him, yet he was taken aback by how openly her disciples voiced their intentions. Nevertheless, it mattered little. If they wished to defeat him for rewards, he would vanquish them all to demonstrate his unmatched prowess. Declaring his invincibility among his peers, even transcending a major realm without contest, in an instant, he felt his blood boiling, his spirits soaring. Jiyu Qingyuan, observing Jing Mingxian still gasping for breath, lifted his proud head, spewing arrogant words as if looking down upon others. Jing Mingxian, I shall allow you the use of one hand, lest others accuse me of bullying you in a wheel battle. Jing Mingxian said nothing, his figure swiftly vanishing from Gu Qingyuan's sight. Most cultivators believed it was merely their eyesight that failed to keep pace with Jing Mingxuan's speed. Only those with formidable strength or at the transformation realm displayed astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief, for they too could not discern his movements. Oldly, can you see his movements? I cannot. He was just hiding his strength, or perhaps feigning weakness as this real. Even Brotherly at the pinnacle of the transformation realm cannot see clearly. The female protagonist's expression was equally grave. She had thought Jing Mingxuan's breakthrough to the 8th layer of the Path Realm was extraordinary. Yet, his current performance was even more astonishing, his speed rivaling that of a prodigy at the 1st layer of the Divine Travel Realm. So powerful, infuriatingly so. But why reveal such strength at this moment? Shouldn't he continue to conceal it and shock everyone at the Tianyun Grand Competition? Moments later, the female protagonist understood. Jing Mingxian was deliberately targeting Gu Qingyuan. The reason was simple. Gu Qingyuan's earlier actions had provoked Jing Mingxuan's ire. On the stage, Gu Qingyuan strained to perceive Jing Mingxuan's movements and, seeing a palm strike approaching, he responded with a counter, only to swing at empty air. At that moment, Gu Qingyuan's face registered shock. He comprehended that he was simply no match for Jing Mingxian. Yet Jing Mingxian had only just reached the 8th layer of the Path Realm. How could he possess strength surpassing that of Gu Qingyuan, who was at the 5th layer of the Transformation Realm? Before he could ponder further, Jing Mingxian ruthlessly unleashed a slap, the sound echoing throughout the selection grounds. All could see Gu Qingyuan's once handsome visage gradually swelling into a grotesque sight, bruised and battered, leaving onlookers shivering in horror. Crack! Another slap landed. Jiyu Qingyuan's body spun 360 degrees in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. At this point, he had lost consciousness, signifying Jing Mingxuan's victory. Yet, instead of casting him out of the arena, Jing Mingxian leisurely walked to the center where Gu Qingyuan lay. Gazing upon the lower half of Gu Qingyuan's body, Concealed beneath his garments, he revealed a glimmer of malice before raising his foot to mercilessly stomp upon Gu Qingyuan's fifth limb. In an instant, the audience stood agape. The men instinctively clutched their legs, feeling a phantom pain. The female protagonist was astonished, yet she made no move to intervene. After all, with her healing abilities, Gu Qingyuan would undoubtedly recover. This would serve as a lasting lesson for him and foster a deep resentment towards both Jing Mingxian and Su Muqian. After a while, as if fatigued from his actions, Jing Mingxian ceased his assault. The spectators, both curious and brave, peered closer to discover that Gu Qingyuan's lower half was a shocking crimson. It was evident he would be rendered impotent in the future. The men clamped their legs tighter, vowing never to gaze upon Jing Mingxuan's master again. At that moment, Jing Mingxian displayed an expression of deep conflict. He yearned to kill Gu Qingyuan, but the female protagonist would surely disapprove. Currently, his master was not guaranteed to suppress her in his view. As long as there remained any risk, his master should not venture into danger, thus alternative methods must be employed. Quickly, Jing Mingxian devised a plan to render Gu Qingyuan uninterested in women. But how to achieve this discreetly? Suddenly, a line of golden, divine text flickered in his mind. Master, you can utilize the divine healing method for modification. What? Such an operation exists? Jing Mingxian was taken aback, soon grasping the method of alteration through the divine healing method. The female protagonist, observing Gu Qingyuan in a near-death state, felt a surge of satisfaction, as it provided her with a perfect excuse to address Jing Mingxian. Jing Mingxian, it was merely a spar. How did it turn into a venting of frustrations? Many began to realize that the Empress was wielding the weapon of public opinion to pressure Jing Mingxian. Although Su Muqian was not weaker than the Empress, her presence instilled a sense of caution. Thus, one by one, they began to voice their opinions. Indeed, young Master Jing, your strikes were excessively harsh. You've rendered Gu Qingyuan completely incapacitated. My dear child, just a glance, and he ends up like this. Is there no justice? Is there no law? Jing Mingxian, if you have any conscience, you must take responsibility. At this moment, Su Muqian's aura surged, her delicate brows furrowing, her enchanting red eyes emanating a piercing radiance. The crowd fell silent, daunted into submission. Jing Mingxuan's lips curled into a faint smile. He happened to possess a powerful healing spell that would undoubtedly restore Gu Qingyuan to his former state. The crowd gasped, bewildered by Jing Mingxuan's intentions. Yet, considering past events, they surmised it could not bode well. The female protagonist sensed a scheme afoot, though it was not her who would be treated. Moreover, in a public setting, Jing Mingxian would find it challenging to pull any tricks, unless he could blind her entirely. While such a scenario was possible, it remained exceedingly unlikely. Very well, you may proceed with the treatment. Should you fail to restore him, I shall not let it slide. Jing Mingxian nodded slightly, raising his right hand, fingers extended, and the unconscious Gu Qingyuan suddenly stood upright. The divine healing method, a radiant, mystical white light emanated from Jing Mingxuan's right hand, filling the air with vibrant life force. The spectators were momentarily stunned, whispering amongst themselves, realizing Jing Mingxian indeed possessed healing magic. He gently pressed his right hand against Gu Qingyuan's forehead, swiftly infusing him with vitality. In the next instant, Gu Qingyuan's mouth opened. Unleashing a howl of agony as the wails grew louder, his mouth widened in a grotesque display. The crowd felt a shiver run down their spines, trembling in fear. Jing Mingxian wore a peculiar, triumphant smile. The female protagonist, sensing a chill run down her back, found nothing overtly amiss. This perplexed her greatly. Moments later, the treatment concluded. Empress, Gu Qingyuan has been healed. You may now inspect him at your leisure. Jing Mingxian smiled softly, his tone remarkably calm. The female protagonist fell silent, sensing that Jing Mingxuan's confidence was not mere bravado but rather a genuine assurance that she would uncover no issues. This struck her as very strange. However, out of caution and to reassure her disciples, she conducted a thorough examination. As expected, everything appeared normal, without any problems. Now, two possibilities emerged. Either he had cleverly concealed something from her, or everything was indeed as it seemed. With his earlier strange smile intended merely to unsettle her, The latter was more likely, for she was a cultivator of the Emperor realm. How could a mere Path realm cultivator possibly deploy a healing technique that could deceive her? Everything appears normal. Have someone carry Gu Qingyuan out of the arena. As Jing Mingxian watched Gu Qingyuan being removed from the stage, his smile remained serene, though internally he reveled in joy. Not only had he ensured that Gu Qingyuan would never again feel attraction towards any woman, but he had also rendered his fifth limb eternally impotent. Henceforth, he need not worry about his master being seduced by Gu Qingyuan. Truly, a lasting resolution to future troubles. Furthermore, countless women in the Xintian realm were spared from misfortune. This act could be deemed a monumental deed of merit. Just as Gu Qingyuan was gently carried out of the arena, he slowly opened his eyes, murmuring with a slight movement of his lips. Is this death? You have not perished, exclaimed the female protagonist's disciple, who was lifting Gu Qingyuan. Instantly, Gu Qingyuan regained his composure, surveying his surroundings before realizing he was being carried, and then spoke, "Let me down. I can walk by myself." The two disciples who were supporting him immediately displayed expressions of joy in the blink of an eye. Gu Qingyuan firmly stood upon the ground, subsequently stretching his legs and discovering no issues. However, his gaze inadvertently fell upon his lower garments, stained with blood, causing a chill to run through his heart. Had his future happiness been extinguished? After a moment of inspection, he realized it was a false alarm. His fifth appendage was still intact. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he sighed in relief. Thank goodness! Thank goodness! The onlookers, well acquainted with Jing Mingxian, furrowed their brows in confusion, struggling to comprehend his actions. Could it be that he feared the Empress, hence restoring Gu Qingyuan to perfect health? That seemed unlikely. Empress, look, he is as lively as before, Jing Mingxian emphasized with a pointed tone. The more he insisted, the more the female protagonist suspected foul play, and her trepidation towards Jing Mingxian deepened. Gu Qingyuan turned to Jing Mingxian, his voice laden with irritation. Jing Mingxian, what right do you have to utter such words? I treated you. Thus, I certainly have the right to say this. Jing Mingxian retorted with a cold laugh. Gu Qingyuan's eyes narrowed in shock. Impossible. How could you be so benevolent as to treat me? It was he who treated you, the female protagonist articulated clearly. Her voice solemn. Gu Qingyuan stood frozen, utterly unprepared for the revelation that it was Jing Mingxian who had healed him. He had always believed it was his master who had done so. His master would never lie about such a matter, so this had to be true. He contemplated reclaiming his dignity from the female demonic disciple, Jing Mingxian. Although he had been soundly beaten by him, it was a consequence of his own challenge, thus reasonable. What was unreasonable was the act of healing him. Could Jing Mingxian truly possess such a magnanimous character? Had his past vendetta merely been for show? Gu Qingyuan felt his established worldview beginning to crumble. The female protagonist observed Gu Qingyuan's dazed expression, yearning to assert that Jing Mingxuan's treatment must have involved some underhanded means. Yet, lacking evidence, she hesitated. Knowing that voicing such suspicions would surely provoke the female demonic disciple into a furious conflict, resulting in catastrophic consequences, Gu Qingyuan raised his hand with difficulty, bowing slightly. Jing Mingxian, thank you for treating me. Jing Mingxuan's smile blossomed even brighter. Gu Qingyuan, having been thoroughly toyed with, now had to express gratitude, which delighted Jing Mingxian to no end. From now on, behave yourself and don't cast your gaze upon my master, or you shall face dire repercussions. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyuan, infuriated, turned to leave, having initially thought Jing Mingxian had changed for the better, only to realize it was a mere attempt to humiliate him. As he exited the selection arena, his anger intensified. Jing Mingxian, I shall not let this go, echoed the female protagonist's voice in his mind, reminding him that if he sought vengeance against Jing Mingxian, he first needed to secure a spot in the Tianyun Grand Competition. Gu Qingyuan's heart sank as he acknowledged the truth in his master's words. Scanning the area, he caught sight of the female protagonist, as graceful as a startled swan, and nodded gently. Suddenly, he found himself bewildered. In the past, whenever he beheld his master, he always felt a yearning desire to be close to her. But now, he felt nothing at all. Why was this? Had he grown weary of his master? Impossible. She was stunningly beautiful, with an extraordinary presence that transcended all others. How could he ever tire of that? It must be the result of his recent ordeal at the hands of Jing Mingxian, leading to a temporary disruption of his senses. Indeed, that had to be the case. The selection tournament in Tianyin City continued unabated. Jing Mingxian faced relentless assaults from the female protagonist's disciples, although many were hesitant to step forward. None chose to withdraw, all waiting for the moment Jing Mingxian would exhaust his magical and physical strength. Time sped by, and soon it was 3:15. The staff noticed the still crowded 66th arena and called out, "You have 15 minutes left to challenge. After 15 minutes, if Jing Mingxian remains in the arena, he will secure his qualification for the Tianyun Grand Competition." The female protagonist's disciples were taken aback. They had assumed they could take their time and never considered there would be a time limit. Jing Mingxian yawned, appearing quite bored. It was not that the female protagonist's disciples lacked strength, but rather Jing Mingxian was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering him entirely unchallenged. Wishing to leave an indelible impression on the female protagonist's disciples, he grinned widely and spoke, "Staff, may I have them all come at once?" The staff, along with the disciples and everyone present, fell into stunned silence, a challenge involving 10 at once. Jing Mingxian truly disregarded the female protagonist's disciples. The nearby disciples of the female protagonist wore expressions of fury. Their teeth bared in anger. The staff, momentarily at a loss, did not know how to respond at that moment. His superior, the head of the Tianyun Grand Competition selection, made an appearance. "Since it is the request of the defender, it shall be allowed." In an instant, the female protagonist's disciples were all aflame with excitement, each envisioning the moment Jing Mingxian would be defeated by them. Only the female protagonist's expression darkened. She understood that sheer numbers did not guarantee victory against Jing Mingxian. On the contrary, should her disciples be vanquished, they would suffer a tremendous psychological blow, detrimental to their future cultivation. "Jing Mingxian, you possess a truly ruthless heart. Yet, you may not necessarily secure victory, for my disciples are no mere trifles." Chapter 29. The Empress of Demons embrace. Bang, 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 thud, thud, thud. The 10 disciples of the female protagonist were sent flying by Jing Mingxian, crashing heavily to the ground. This marked the 12th wave. How was it possible that he could dispatch them all at once without anyone being able to challenge him? I feel there are those who could, but they are merely observing. Observing? If they have the capability, they should act now. Waiting until Jing Mingxian is exhausted to strike would be dishonorable. Dishonorable? If Jing Mingxian can defeat 10 at once, those 10 should feel utterly humiliated. Indeed, it has long been a matter of dishonor. Winning is far better than losing. The crowd buzzed with discussion, yet they were all stunned by the overwhelming power exhibited by Jing Mingxian. For a prolonged period, no team had entered the arena. Growing impatient, Jing Mingxian scanned the area, noting that the female protagonist's disciples either wore expressions of dread or remained composed and observant. He calculated the time, then cheerfully reminded them, "You have 6 minutes remaining." The female protagonist's disciples, realizing the time constraint, finally began to show signs of urgency, their brows furrowing. Yet, half a minute passed, and still, no disciples ascended the arena. Jing Mingxian remained unfazed, continuing to remind them, 5.5 minutes, 5 minutes, 4.5 minutes, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 voices resounded as a group of female disciples leaped into the arena. Yet, in an instant, just like the previous 12 waves, they were all sent flying by Jing Mingxian. Invincible. This single word was etched deeply into the minds of all present. Xu Muchan observed the spirited Jing Mingxian, a sweet smile gracing her exquisite features as she proudly proclaimed, "My disciple is truly remarkable." The female protagonist's expression darkened, but she refrained from urging her disciples. Nevertheless, this served as a signal to them that failing to defeat Jing Mingxian would have dire consequences. Thus, the previously observant disciples finally abandoned their calm demeanor. Bang! 2 groups collided, and while one was sent sprawling, the other landed firmly within the arena. Wow! Li Gu and his group are in. Among these 10, the lowest cultivation level was the 7th stage of the transformation realm. This wave was surely secured. Ha ha ha! Jing Mingxian is finally going to be defeated. The disciples of the female protagonist laughed heartily, their earlier despondency replaced by arrogance. Jing Mingxian regarded them coolly, his expression still calm. He appeared as though he had never witnessed such a scene before. Or perhaps he was unaware of the past exploits of these 10 cultivators. Yet in truth, he was acutely aware. These 10 were indeed formidable, all contenders for victory in the Tianyun Grand Competition within the original narrative. However, in that narrative, without exception, they had all been surpassed by Gu Qingyuan. Should they confront him one by one, he would feel no pressure at all. Now, however, there was indeed a slight pressure, but merely a slight one. Jing Mingxian, I advise you to concede at once. Otherwise, once we strike, your defeat is inevitable. The monk known as Li Gu attempted persuasion, his demeanor radiating confidence and ease. In the next instant, Jing Mingxian appeared before him, delivering a punch that landed squarely on his chest. The overwhelming force rendered him instantly unconscious, leaving him no opportunity to wield any magical power. The other 9 monks met the same fate, all succumbing to Jing Mingxian's single strike, dispatched from the arena with ease. Thud, thud, thud. As the sounds of 10 bodies hitting the ground echoed, and the figures of Li Gu and the others were observed falling, the crowd remained in a daze, struggling to comprehend the scene. The female protagonist's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never anticipated that her 10 most esteemed disciples, aside from Gu Qingyuan, would suffer such a devastating defeat. Simultaneously, she had just caught a glimpse of Su Muchan's figure, evidently indicating that Jing Mingxian had employed Su Muchan's spells. This was not entirely surprising, considering Jing Mingxian was Su Muchan's direct disciple. Yet, in light of the current circumstances, the implications were nothing short of alarming. This signified that Jing Mingxian had already become a demonic cultivator. If he were to continue evolving in his present state, his future prowess might rival that of Su Muchan. Contemplating this, the female protagonist felt an immense weight pressing down upon her. One Su Muchan was already a source of great distress. The thought of another was overwhelming, leading her to believe that it might be better to eliminate her altogether. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the break of dawn. Time's up, a staff member shouted. Except for the arena yet to determine a victor, all other platforms had their cultivators qualify for the Tianyun Grand Tournament. The female protagonist's disciples, once proud and somewhat arrogant, now hung their heads in defeat. They had assumed they would easily best Jing Mingxian, even entering the fray after witnessing Li Gu and the other 10's downfall. Yet the outcome was singular. They were all vanquished. It was crucial to remember they were a collective of 1,245 cultivators. Had Jing Mingxian's strength escalated to the point that mere numbers held no sway? The female protagonist's expression grew complex. This utter rout exceeded her expectations. Throughout the encounter, Jing Mingxian had exhibited no signs of pressure, effortlessly dispatching his foes. This suggested that he had not yet unveiled his true strength, invincible among his peers. He was also unmatched across a significant realm. In her prime, she had only achieved the former, utterly incapable of the latter. Her disciples were not inferior to her opponents from years past, and many surpassed them significantly. Taking a deep breath, the female protagonist surveyed her dejected disciples and softly declared, "Let us return and reflect on our lessons. In my view, he may appear formidable now, but that does not guarantee he will remain so. Nor will he always maintain such strength." The disciples seemed to glimpse hope, their spirits rekindled. Only those who were inherently proud and powerful remained oblivious to the shift. The female protagonist felt neither surprise nor dismay. She believed she could restore her disciples' confidence, enabling them to rise anew and overcome the fear instigated by Jing Mingxian. Before departing, Gu Qingyuan cast a meaningful glance at Jing Mingxian. In return, Jing Mingxian offered a faint smile, sending a chill through Gu Qingyuan. The next moment, the female protagonist and her disciples vanished without a trace. On Arena 66, Jing Mingxian slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. He had reached a state of utter exhaustion. His earlier composure had been a facade. After all, he had just endured a relentless onslaught from 1,245 cultivators of comparable, if not superior, realms. More alarmingly, most among them were renowned prodigies of their respective realms. Fortunately, he possessed the divine book and had achieved a perfect understanding of the Tao. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. His eyelids felt heavy, and he yearned for a restful slumber upon returning home. At that moment, a staff member's voice rang out. The Tianyun Grand Tournament will commence in 30 days, during which the Lord of Tianyun City will personally escort you. 30 days. It seems I have a promising opportunity to cultivate to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Tao. With this thought in mind, Jing Mingxian intended to leave the arena, only to be interrupted by the sudden appearance of a stunning figure. Master, what brings you here? Su Muchan beamed, not uttering a word. As she stepped forward, embracing Jing Mingxian in full view of the crowd. Disciple, you have worked hard. Jing Mingxian felt a wave of emotion wash over him, his body growing weak. Leaning against Su Muchan's delicate form, he discreetly conveyed a thought that only she could hear. Please allow me to rest against you for a moment. I am utterly drained. Su Muchan's smile brightened even further, for it was only in her presence that her disciple revealed his most genuine self. The onlookers watched this scene unfold, their expressions filled with envy and admiration, their hearts resonating with a poignant longing. How I wish to be embraced by such a beautiful enchantress, they mused. Why must such a stunning woman be a demon cultivator? Had she not been, I am certain many would have sought her as their master, and Jing Mingxian would not have had such fortune. Disciple, I apologize. If any man dares to make eye contact with me in the future, I shall annihilate him on the spot, Su Muchan declared, her tone laced with a mix of innocence and ferocity. The crowd, particularly the men, shuddered in fear. Jing Mingxian narrowed his eyes and softly replied, I feel the same. A woman who dares to meet my gaze can only be my master. At that moment, Xiao Xian blinked, her elegant form trembling as she sensed impending danger. This was merely an act. She understood that these were words of affection exchanged between her master and mistress, only effective on strangers. Furthermore, she was a beast, a 10-tailed celestial fox, not a woman. Shortly thereafter, the outcomes of all 100 arenas concluded, and the crowd prepared to disperse. Having regained some strength, Jing Mingxian called out sharply, Everyone, do not rush to leave. There is still a splendid performance awaiting you. The crowd halted in unison, their brows furrowing in curiosity, wondering what spectacle could possibly unfold. Master, please deduce the whereabouts of the Empress's spies within Tianyun City. The elder of the Yi family and the other spies of the Empress felt a wave of panic wash over them. Had they not lived long, their astonishment would have been evident on their faces. Chapter 30. Total Annihilation. Su Muchan obediently nodded, her right hand forming a gesture as she embraced Jing Mingxian. Immediately, the Empress's spies grew increasingly anxious. They wished to contact the Empress but feared being discovered by Su Muchan, knowing that such an outcome would surely lead to their brutal demise. Yet, failing to make contact seemed equally fatal. In other words, every possible action appeared to lead to a dead end. Amid their distress, the elder of the Yi family stepped forward, boldly proclaiming, No need for further deductions. I am the Empress's spy. And it was I who informed her of your participation in the selection competition. He was not afraid of death. Rather, he sought to ensure his demise held significance. Dying alone was certainly preferable to the loss of many. And clearly, his sacrifice would prove invaluable. Simultaneously, he believed that his selflessness would inspire the other Empress's spies, leading them to make even greater contributions in the future. Su Muchan intended to conclude her deductions, believing the root cause had emerged, thus rendering further analysis unnecessary. Sensing his master's right hand descending slightly, Jing Mingxian understood that Su Muchan was about to finish her deductions. Master, you are too naive. Master, continue the deductions. There must be more than one spy for the Empress. As these words fell, the female protagonist's spies, who had been grappling with their feelings of anguish and anger regarding the elder's voluntary sacrifice, were left dumbfounded. The elder of the Yi family was taken aback, suddenly realizing that confronting Su Muchan was not particularly challenging, but facing Su Muchan with the assistance of the troublesome Jing Mingxian was an entirely different matter. Thus, to deal with these two demon cultivators, the first step was to eliminate Jing Mingxian. In truth, the female protagonist was fully aware of this, yet she found no opportunity to act. Su Muchan spent all her time with Jing Mingxian, as inseparable as conjoined twins. The elder of the Yi family maintained his composure, confidently asserting, "There is only me as the Empress's spy. That's so." Jing Mingxuan's tone deepened, seemingly convinced yet questioning the elder of the Yi family. The elder remained unflustered, affirming, "Of course, after all, the worst outcome would be total annihilation. So all he needed to do now was persist, perhaps allowing some of the Empress's spies to survive, or at least minimizing the casualties." Elder of the Yi family, I do not doubt your words. Upon hearing this, the elder and the female protagonist's spies breathed a sigh of relief, believing Jing Mingxian would not allow Su Muchan to continue her deductions. However, Jing Mingxian then displayed a peculiar, enigmatic smile, abruptly shifting his tone. "However, I am rather cautious and enjoy delving deeper into matters. Therefore, Master, please continue your deductions." The elder of the Yi family and the female protagonist's spies gasped in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. It was not that they had not anticipated Jing Mingxuan's insistence. Rather, they realized they had been toyed with all along. He offered them hope only to plunge them into despair. The elder of the Yi family glared fiercely, demanding, "Jing Mingxian, do you truly intend to eradicate us completely?" "Indeed," Jing Mingxian declared firmly, his gaze unwavering as he uttered those two words. In response, one of the female protagonist's spies coldly retorted, "Jing Mingxian, you may deal with us today, but justice cannot be extinguished. In the future, the Empress will have more spies, and I am curious how you will respond then. Ha ha, you people are truly amusing. You clearly wish to use the Empress to bring about my disgrace, perhaps even to eliminate me, yet you dare to proclaim yourselves as champions of justice. What sort of justice does this amount to?" Jing Mingxian scoffed derisively, his eyes brimming with contempt. Without granting the Empress's spies an opportunity to speak, he continued, "You inquire about my future course of action. The answer is quite simple. I shall continue to slay, until there remains no one in this world who dares to pose a threat against me or my master." This moment, Jing Mingxuan's visage was suffused with a chilling aura of murderous intent. Devoid of any trace of emotion, the gathered crowd was left utterly astounded, realizing that Jing Mingxian was nothing like the demonic cultivators they had known before. Those past demons acted without reason, indulging in wanton slaughter and plundering. Yet Jing Mingxian merely sought a tranquil existence with Su Muchan. Anyone who dared to disturb that peace would find themselves facing his wrath. As the onlookers recalled the individuals Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan had dispatched in the past, they recognized the truth in his words. The elder of the Yi family wore a pained expression. Had he known this would come to pass, he would have acted differently. The Empress's spies also bore expressions of distress. Su Muchan felt a swell of gratitude in her heart and continued her calculations in silence. After a brief interval, she gently declared, "The analysis is complete. There are a total of 87 among the Empress's spies. Eliminate them all." Jing Mingxian spoke with a calm indifference, as if he were about to eradicate a mere pack of beasts. Su Muchan nodded slightly, her enchanting red eyes narrowing in an instant. "No matter their location, every individual listed as an Empress's spy met with a violent demise. A closer examination would reveal their souls bursting forth as well. Were the Empress to arrive in this moment, she would be astonished to discover that these individuals were slain by an overwhelming force of Dao, rendering them irretrievable even by the mightiest of imperial cultivators. Of course, the Empress herself would have no desire to resurrect them, for they were inconsequential. Following this massacre, the inhabitants of Tianyan City refrained from undertaking any actions detrimental to Jing Mingxian. The factions behind the slain spies were warned with utmost seriousness, severing all ties at the first opportunity, lest they bear the consequences. This also aligned seamlessly with Jing Mingxuan's desires. Should they overreach, they might provoke a formidable backlash. "Young master, your words are quite impressive. They have effortlessly afforded the Jing family a space for stable development," Jing Xiang remarked with a beaming smile. Jing Mingxian responded with a warm demeanor, aware that the elder was not one to offer flattery lightly. Thus his praise was genuine and devoid of pretense. 30 days later, after practicing the divine cultivation methods and engaging in dual cultivation with his master, Jing Mingxuan's cultivation level ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Dao entry realm. However, what truly filled him with joy was the revelation that his compatibility with Su Muchan had reached an astounding 99. This indicated that with just a single additional point, he would be able to engage in genuine dual cultivation with her. At that moment, a vision of radiant golden light filled his mind. Upon inspection, he discovered it to be the materials required for breaking through to the transformation of the profound realm. Much like his previous ascent to the Dao Entry realm, he possessed the majority of the necessary materials. Thanks to the initial delivery from the Lord of the Abyss, the heist of the Empress, and the secluded treasures of the little fairy, only two materials eluded him: the horn of a heavenly dragon and the blood of a dragon clan celestial beast. For others, the latter might seem impossible to acquire, yet Jing Mingxian remained unperturbed, for he knew that within the true dragon's legacy, such materials awaited. Adjusting his physical state to its optimal condition, he ceased his meditation, donned a robe of purple and black brocade, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Then, summoning the purple lotus sword and the Dantian wine gourd, he fastened them at his waist. Embodying the essence of a sword immortal, "Master, the elder has informed me that the city lord has sent someone to escort you. Please make haste," the sweet voice of the little fairy chimed. A melody that melted his heart. Jing Mingxian replied with a gentle thereafter using his power to tidy his attire, ensuring he appeared immaculate before swiftly exiting his chamber. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Sumu Chan, clad in a flowing red ancient-style gown. Compared to her previous ice-blue attire, she now radiated an alluring brilliance, losing a touch of her earlier innocence. "Let us depart." Jing Mingxian took Sumu Chan's delicate, snow-white hand and made their way towards the main entrance of the Jing family, with the little fairy trailing closely behind it. The venue for the Tianyun Grand Competition. Participants from 147 cities, each comparable in size to Tianjin City, had gathered. Additionally, there were 30 notable contestants from various factions, along with the Empress's disciples participating as a special group. In total, the Tianyun Grand Competition boasted 17,800 cultivators. In the original narrative, there were only 17,700 cultivators. The additional 100 were a direct result of Jing Mingxuan's influence. In the grand scheme of things, this discrepancy was of little consequence. Jiu Qingyuan surveyed the crowd, even employing his powers to sense the surroundings, ultimately locating Jing Mingxian amidst the throngs. His face lit up with joy as he rushed towards Jing Mingxian. The latter, too, keenly sensed Gu Qingyuan's approach and pondered whether the latter was indeed making his way towards him. Was it possible that Gu Qingyuan had discerned his altered inclinations? Chapter 31. He, take me along to fly. Jing Mingxian remained utterly unperturbed, standing resolutely as he awaited Gu Qingyuan's arrival. As the distance between them diminished, Gu Qingyuan observed Jing Mingxuan's surroundings with increasing clarity. Unlike the throngs pressing in on him, there was a conspicuous absence of anyone within a 5-meter radius of Jing Mingxian. Whether out of fear inspired by Jing Mingxian or simply a reluctance to approach him, Gu Qingyuan paid it no mind. However, as he drew nearer, he took the opportunity to assess Jing Mingxian in stark contrast to the image of the modest gentleman he once projected. Jing Mingxian now exuded an aura of formidable dominance. Cold and unyielding, as though he intended to keep the world at bay. Thud. A heavy footfall resonated through the air. The surrounding spectators turned their attention towards the sound, beholding the confident figure of Gu Qingyuan. The crowd froze, instinctively sensing that this was not the place to linger, and hastily retreated. Jiu Qingyuan's lips twitched. While he entertained the thought of engaging Jing Mingxian in battle, he knew that doing so would preclude his participation in the Tianyun Grand Competition. "Gu Qingyuan, what brings you here?" Jing Mingxian inquired with a serene tone, a faint smile gracing his face. Jiu Qingyuan's eyes narrowed coldly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he proclaimed, "After 30 days of training, I have grown stronger. I will no longer be easily defeated by you, Dado. Then I eagerly await our encounter in the forthcoming Tianyun Grand Competition." Jing Mingxuan's voice remained unperturbed. As if he were indifferent to Gu Qingyuan's newfound strength, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Gu Qingyuan's features, and like a petulant child, he retorted, "Very well. We shall see in the Tianyun Grand Competition." As he stormed away in a huff, Jing Mingxian couldn't help but feel a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, bemused by the encounter. He had anticipated that Gu Qingyuan might lose his composure and launch an attack, thus providing him with a legitimate reason for self-defense. Instead, he merely came to announce his own progress. They were hardly close acquaintances. What compelled Gu Qingyuan to go out of his way to inform him? Meanwhile, Gu Qingyuan furrowed his brow tightly, feigning anger even as he privately mused over the inexplicable pleasure he felt upon hearing Jing Mingxuan's words. I await with bated breath. Wasn't Jing Mingxian supposed to be his adversary? Ultimately, Gu Qingyuan concluded that it must simply be his admiration for Jing Mingxian, devoid of any ulterior motives. The series of words from the Supreme Cloudmaster came to a close. Jing Mingxian noticed the scene before him gradually becoming indistinct, supplanted by new images. Clearly, the Tianyun Grand Competition was about to commence, and he was being transported to the small world where the fierce battles would unfold. Moments later, the images settled into focus. A sweeping glance revealed him standing amidst a verdant expanse of forest. Before he could fully gather his bearings, a robust voice rang out nearby. Ha ha ha, my luck is impeccable. I encounter a delicate young scholar right off the bat, which means I can easily score 100 points. Each contestant in the Tianyun Grand Competition possessed a token to record their points. If another contestant's token absorbed theirs, it would vanish, and the opponent would claim all their points, plus an additional 100 points from the token itself. Jing Mingxian was indifferent to the concept of points. Yet lacking a token would result in his expulsion from the small world. He shot a warning glare at the middle-aged man who had spoken, coldly advising, if you wish to live, then leave. Heh, little one. I am not easily intimidated, the middle-aged man scoffed, seemingly undeterred, as he clenched his fist, which appeared larger than Jing Mingxuan's head, radiating an oppressive aura. Why Beastmaster Fist is unrivaled. If you do not wish to be killed, hand over your token. A sharp beam of sword light flashed by Dian the next moment. The middle-aged man's body was cleaved in two at the waist, and then swept away by the surging sword energy. Leaving not a trace behind, Jing Mingxian spoke with a hint of indifference. Is that all? He chuckled softly. Hee. That sword strike from my disciple was truly impressive. A sweet, melodious voice echoed, revealing the presence of Su Muchan. Jing Mingxian remained remarkably composed, aware that neither outsiders, nor even the female protagonist, could perceive Su Muchan and the little fairy, nor could they hear any sounds. He had not intended for things to unfold this way, as it would rob him of the pressure he sought to experience during the Tianyun Grand Competition, but he simply could not resist Su Muchan's insistence. Naturally, they had established some ground rules, unless he found himself in a situation of certain death. Neither Su Muchan nor the little fairy would intervene. Master, you absorbed the items within his spatial ring. Jing Mingxian communicated this without uttering a word, employing a special secret technique to converse with Su Muchan. Note: during the Tianyun Grand Competition, the exchanges between Jing Mingxian, Su Muchan, and the little fairy were conducted through secret methods. After absorbing the opponent's token, Jing Mingxuan's token number changed from 0 to 100. Disciple, where shall we head next? Su Muchan asked, her big, watery eyes filled with curiosity. Jing Mingxian shrugged and replied, to the Dragon's Nest. Going there so soon? The little fairy inquired, her eyes wide with astonishment. Aren't you going to enhance your strength further? Master? Jing Mingxian gently shook his head. No need. Moreover, the Tianyun Grand Competition lasts for 7 days, and now is the moment when few will venture to the Dragon's Nest, perfectly avoiding any interruptions from battling the Celestial Dragon. That makes sense. The little fairy nodded thoughtfully after a brief contemplation. Jing Mingxian glanced at Su Muchan. Master, where is the location of the Dragon's Nest? I will fly there on my sword. Su Muchan immediately raised her delicate hand and pointed in a particular direction. In an instant, the purple lotus sword at Jing Mingxuan's waist soared out of its sheath, expanding threefold into a massive sword capable of carrying passengers. Just as Jing Mingxian stood upon the purple lotus sword, ready to depart, Su Muchan suddenly appeared before him, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, Hee. Take me along. Jing Mingxian decisively responded with a simple The little fairy, however, couldn't help but twitch her lips, internally mocking. It seems the master and the mistress are perpetually flaunting their affections. Thus, in the eyes of outsiders, It appeared as though Jing Mingxian was flying alone on his sword. In reality, Su Muchan was tightly embracing Jing Mingxian, while the little fairy flew alongside, quietly observing and silently consuming dog food. As they soared through the skies, Jing Mingxian felt an immense sense of contentment, a sweet and blissful smile gracing his fresh and handsome face. Ah, master is truly delightful and gentle. The dragon's nest awaited. A sharp beam of sword light gracefully descended. The slumbering celestial dragon slightly opened its enormous dragon eyes, aware that someone was intruding upon its peaceful dreams. Long Qi, prevent the intruder from approaching here. A warm red beam shot forth from the dragon's nest. The celestial dragon swiftly closed its eyes, returning to slumber, believing that Long Qi alone would suffice to confront any intruders. Outside the dragon's nest, as Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan landed, a dragon man adorned with crimson scales appeared before them. No one is permitted to approach the dragon's nest, he declared. Jing Mingxian smiled faintly. What if I insist on advancing? Then we shall fight, Long Qi replied solemnly, his eyes narrowing as the magic within him began to surge. In the next moment, Jing Mingxian appeared right before him. Long Qi's dragon pupils widened in shock, his expression filled with disbelief. How is this possible? He appeared right before me in an instant. His speed surpasses mine. In that instant, Long Qi sensed an overwhelming surge of magical power emanating from Jing Mingxian's right hand. Coalescing into a terrifying force, he immediately understood that he was no match for the young man before him, nor were the guards within the dragon's nest equal to him. Take me to meet the celestial dragon, or perish. Jing Mingxian issued a chilling death threat, his voice icy and laced with murderous intent. Long Qi, realizing that the celestial dragon would undoubtedly be able to eliminate Jing Mingxian, deemed it not worth losing his life over this encounter, and reluctantly nodded. Very well. I shall take you, Su Muchan. Her curiosity piqued, asked, Disciple, why not simply kill him? The little fairy seized the opportunity to inquire. Yes, the dragon's nest is right ahead. Why allow him to guide us? In my dream, the path to the dragon's nest is fraught with traps. With him leading the way, I need not expend my magic on navigating those traps. Just as Jing Mingxian finished explaining, the little fairy's soft voice chimed in. But with me and the mistress here, you need not expend your magic on those traps either. Did we not agree that unless I find myself in a situation of certain death, you would not intervene? Upon hearing this, Su Muchan and the little fairy simultaneously realized their oversight and apologized. My apologies. I had not considered that. Thus, the trio followed Long Qi as they effortlessly entered the dragon's nest. The celestial dragon sensed the presence of intruders and opened its colossal dragon eyes, roaring with anger. Long Qi, I commanded you to stop the intruders, yet you have brought him here, my lord celestial dragon. I could not defeat him, Long Qi replied, looking rather aggrieved. The celestial dragon was taken aback. Long Qi possessed the cultivation of the 9th level of the transformation realm. How could he possibly be unable to contend with the human cultivator before him? Yet, Long Qi had no reason to lie about this matter, so the celestial dragon refrained from further questioning and instead regarded the composed Jing Mingxian. Human, what brings you here? Jing Mingxian flashed a sunny, cheerful smile. I have come to take your dragon horn. The celestial dragon was momentarily stunned, and Long Qi, along with the other guards, were equally taken aback. In the blink of an eye, the celestial dragon's pupils widened to their fullest, and it opened its massive maw lined with sharp fangs, unleashing a furious dragon roar. In that instant, the entire small world reverberated with an exceptionally resounding roar, imbued with terrifying pressure. Every cultivator within the small world trembled. Too intimidated to move a muscle, the audience at the Tianyun Grand Competition venue displayed expressions of confusion. The Supreme Lord of Cloud rolled in bewilderment but quickly regained composure, exclaiming in astonishment, Is a contestant really challenging the celestial dragon within the dragon's nest right now? What is a celestial dragon? Indeed. What is a celestial dragon? Supreme Lord, stop keeping us in suspense. Please explain. Amidst a chorus of urging, the Supreme Lord of Cloud stroked his long, graying beard, speaking with an air of calmness. The celestial dragon is a dragon beast, the most powerful being within this small world of the Tianyun Grand Competition, possessing the peak cultivation of the first level of the divine travel realm, comparable to a second-level prodigy cultivator. The gathered powerful figures gasped in astonishment. All participating cultivators possessed levels ranging from the entry realm to the transformation realm, with none boasting the cultivation of the divine travel realm. In other words, the Supreme Lord of Cloud's description was entirely accurate. Who could be so audacious as to challenge the celestial dragon upon entering this small world? Many names flashed through their minds, most belonging to renowned cultivators from the Cloud realm. Yet, given the celestial dragon's might, why would those cultivators recklessly initiate a challenge? At that moment, the Supreme Lord of Cloud took a sip of tea and then spoke with a serious tone. In my opinion, it is likely that an unfortunate soul was spatially displaced near the dragon's nest and, by sheer coincidence, ventured towards it, provoking the slumbering celestial dragon. The powerful figures found this reasoning plausible and nodded in agreement. The female protagonist deemed such an occurrence too coincidental, with an exceedingly low probability of happening. However, given the current circumstances, this explanation did seem reasonable. To ascertain the truth, the female protagonist coldly commanded, "Supreme Lord, shift the projection to the dragon's nest, and we shall see what transpires." "Yes, Your Imperial Majesty," the Supreme Lord of Cloud responded respectfully. With a wave of his hand, the projected image shifted to the interior of the dragon's nest. The colossal form of the celestial dragon came into view, its serpentine body elongated, powerful forelimbs, and enormous dragon eyes fixated ahead, eyeing the dragon's gaze. The crowd beheld a strikingly handsome youth clad in a purple-black brocade robe. The female protagonist was taken aback, her focus sharpening as she realized it was none other than the person she found so detestable, Jing Mingxian. Her face broke into a smile. "So it's this unfortunate fellow. Ha ha ha! The heavens are truly assisting me." Yet just then, Jing Mingxian began to grumble. "If you're going to fight, then fight. What else with the roaring? Do you think you can scare me to death with your roar?" The audience, who had initially felt a sense of joy, were now taken aback. They had assumed Jing Mingxian was merely an unfortunate soul, but this statement revealed that he was fully aware of his actions. A terrifying and audacious thought echoed in their minds. The Supreme Lord of Cloud voiced this very thought, his voice trembling slightly. He wouldn't be challenging the celestial dragon on purpose, would he? Many prominent figures within the Cloud realm and even the Xintian realm shook their heads in disbelief. Unable to fathom that such an unknown youth possessed the audacity, let alone the strength, to do so. Only the female protagonist nodded firmly, stating, "Though I am reluctant to admit it, it appears to be true." "Why?" the Supreme Lord of Cloud and the other powerful figures inquired in unison. The female protagonist exhaled slowly. "He is the personal disciple of the Demon Empress." The powerful figures exhibited expressions of considerable astonishment. They were well aware of the identity of the female Demon Empress, a formidable cultivator who had audaciously defied the very laws of heaven and earth to attain the status of emperor, leaving even the recently speaking empress at a loss. However, they had never heard of her direct disciple, presuming that such a disciple would possess limited strength. Just the empress's direct disciple, not the empress herself. One of the strongmen jested, significantly alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. Yet, at that moment, the protagonist, proud as she was of her disciple, continued to expound on his accomplishments. Moreover, just a month ago, he single-handedly defeated all 245 disciples eligible to participate in this Tianyun Grand Competition. In an instant, the venue fell into a profound silence, the hearts of the gathered cultivators clearly shaken. Before long, Tianlong's coarse, strained voice broke the stillness. "Human, you're courting death." In the next heartbeat, a shockwave imbued with terrifying energy erupted from Tianlong's gaping maw, laced with a hint of celestial might. The protagonist smirked, her heart exclaiming, "Tianlong, you've done splendidly. Annihilate Jing Mingxuan, and I shall reward you with an extra chicken leg." She had never anticipated that the notoriously difficult to kill Jing Mingxuan could possibly meet his demise at the jaws of a wild dragon beast. It seemed she had overcomplicated matters. The path of a cultivator's growth is seldom smooth. One could unexpectedly perish at any moment, rendering her intent to target Jing Mingxuan utterly unnecessary. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwave reduced everything in its path to ashes, cracking the ground beneath and sending fragments soaring into the air. Jing Mingxuan remained unfazed, swiftly drawing the Zillion sword and sweeping it forward. The audience, witnessing this spectacle, deemed it a futile endeavor. Yet, astonishingly, the shockwave was indeed held at bay, though Jing Mingxuan still slid back 10 meters. What? Tianlong's eyes widened in disbelief, mirroring the astonished expressions of the audience within the Tianyun Grand Competition venue. Yet, rather than remaining passive, it intensified its magical energy, proclaiming through the force of its power. Human, you cannot withstand my wrath? Heh, Jing Mingxuan chuckled coldly. This was not a matter of him merely holding on. It was simply that Tianlong stood to his left, as the saying goes, one typically loses to waves on the left. And he had already triumphed by half. The other half was, of course, the Dantian wine gourd. Wine, come forth, he bellowed, popping open the gourd at his waist and, under Tianlong's watchful gaze, he began to drink, thud, thud, thud. The venue erupted with thunderous mockery. To them, Jing Mingxuan appeared to be resigning to his fate. So, this is the extent of the female demon empress's direct disciple. The protagonist extended her consciousness to observe the expressions of the powerful figures, including the Supreme Lord of Cloud Roll, all wearing faces of regret. She knew they would soon be thoroughly embarrassed. Should they fail to eliminate Jing Mingxuan in an instant, it would signify they would never have another chance. And there was a substantial likelihood he might retaliate successfully. The reason was simple. The wine from the Dantian gourd could temporarily elevate Jing Mingxuan's strength. 1 sip, 2 sips, 3 sips. The protagonist's lips twitched. She had calculated the enhancement from the wine in the gourd and knew 1 sip could double one's strength. 3 sips would likely triple it. Tianlong, you are in grave danger. Suddenly, the shockwave could no longer touch the Zillion sword, or rather, it was being countered by the aura erupting from Jing Mingxuan. The audience gasped in astonishment, rendered speechless. In the next moment, a blinding flash of sword light sliced through the air, cleaving the massive shockwave in two, and upon closer inspection, the entire dragon's lair was bisected. Tianlong's eyes widened to the brink of disbelief. And then the dragon was severed in two, almost simultaneously. A pair of splashes echoed. When the scene came into view again, Tianlong's left half lay to the left, while the right half sprawled to the right. Dragon 7 and the other guards fled the lair like startled birds. The audience fell into a profound silence, their eyes glued to the spectacle, utterly awestruck. The protagonist was similarly stunned. In her imagination, there should have been a fierce battle, yet it had all culminated in a simple, decisive strike. So powerful, the path of demonic cultivation. Could it truly be the pinnacle of cultivation? With a series of crisp footsteps, Jing Mingxuan approached the left half of Tianlong, and with a swift flash of the sword, effortlessly severed a dragon horn from the creature's head. Blushing, Jing Mingxuan let out an exasperated belch, shrugging helplessly. I merely sought to procure your horn for my own use. Yet you not only refused but also unleashed your mightiest attack, forcing me to take your life. What was the necessity of that? The audience's faces twitched in disbelief. To slay Tianlong was one thing. Yet to place the blame on Tianlong himself seemed absurdly ironic. Unfortunately, Tianlong was already deceased and could not hear Jing Mingxuan's words. To whom was he speaking? Many in the audience began to realize this. The protagonist's expression momentarily froze, murmuring, "He is speaking to us." In an instant, the powerful figures displayed expressions of profound astonishment. Indeed. Henceforth, please address me as the Wine Sword Immortal, Jing Mingxuan said with a slight smile. The onlookers recalled his earlier battle, finding no fault in his actions, and thus silently acquiesced to this designation. From that moment on, Wine Sword Immortal became Jing Mingxuan's exclusive title. What followed was the monotonous process of dividing Tianlong's remains, while the scene shifted to other locations. Once he confirmed that Su Muchan was no longer observing him, Jing Mingxuan instructed her to store Tianlong and all the precious treasures within the dragon's lair in her spatial storage. Seizing the opportunity, he glanced at the token, which displayed a staggering score of 1,100,000 points. He was instantly taken aback, for in the original story, the first place in the Tianyun Grand Competition, Gu Qingyuan, had only amassed 990,000 points. In other words, he could now simply lounge about and still claim the top spot in the Tianyun Grand Competition. Master, someone is approaching rapidly, Xiao Xian alerted him. Jing Mingxuan expanded the range of his consciousness while furrowing his brow. Murmuring to himself, is this individual attempting to rob me while my strength has yet to recover? Or do they have other intentions? Regardless, he resolved to remain steadfast amid the changes. Chapter 33. The Beauty Who Threatens the Male Protagonist. Soon, his expanded consciousness revealed a tall woman adorned in a sheer veil, soaring directly towards the dragon's lair. She wore a light purple gown complemented by white long sleeves, exuding an extraordinary grace. Her flowing hair and dress danced in the wind, creating an ethereal aura reminiscent of a celestial maiden. Without regard for her face, her figure was undeniably stunning, a paragon of beauty. Yet, Jing Mingxuan paid little attention to these details. His gaze and heart were solely fixated on Su Muqian, and no matter how much more beautiful another woman might be compared to Su Muqian, it mattered not to him. He was instead searching for any item on the woman that could confirm her identity and ultimately spotted the character's yunk inscribed upon the hilt of her sword at her waist. Coupled with his knowledge from the original story, Jing Mingxuan immediately discerned the true identity of the visitor. Yin Qianruo, the granddaughter of the Supreme Lord of Cloud Roll. His ability to arrive at this name so swiftly stemmed from the fact that she was the first romantic interest of the number one male protagonist. Gu Qingyuan died in other novels. She might have been one of Gu Qingyuan's wives. However, this was a story centered around a female protagonist, and thus the true main character was her, not Gu Qingyuan as such. Until the very end, Gu Qingyuan never bestowed Yin Qianruo with an official title. Suddenly, a smile graced Jing Mingxuan's lips as he recalled a delightful thought. Jiyu Qingyuan had become disinterested in women due to his interference. Even rendering him impotent, in other words, he had inadvertently saved Yin Qianruo from a future filled with turmoil. A deed of immeasurable merit, Jing Mingxuan composed himself. In the original story, Yin Qianruo possessed remarkable cultivation talent, only slightly inferior to Gu Qingyuan. She could have claimed first place in the Tianyun Grand Competition, yet due to her secret affection for Gu Qingyuan and his flowery words, she had relinquished her opportunity to him. Consequently, Gu Qingyuan reaped both beauty and fame during the Tianyun Grand Competition, basking in unparalleled glory. Recalling this, Jing Mingxuan's robust physique trembled slightly. Damn. Almost forgot that Yin Qianruo is a romantic idealist. Though he did not believe he could captivate her, he still felt the need to be cautious to avoid any disturbances. With a crisp thud, the light purple figure appeared before Jing Mingxuan. Yin Qianruo scrutinized him from head to toe, noting his youthful handsomeness and imposing, aloof demeanor, which made her feel somewhat intimidated. Furthermore, his aura was so restrained that, despite being at the 9th level of the Xian realm, she could not discern his true cultivation. However, someone capable of slaying Tianlong was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. The treasures of Tianlong have all been claimed by me. You are too late, Jing Mingxuan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Yin Qianruo. His demeanor was laced with condescension, and under the weight of his presence, Yin Qianruo felt a profound pressure. A hint of trepidation flickered across her face as her delicate frame shivered slightly. She even clenched her small hands to bolster her resolve. I have no interest in Tianlong's treasures. Jing Mingxuan chuckled softly, his voice cutting through the air with a chilling edge. Then, are you interested in me? Not really. I'm merely intrigued by your strength. Yin Qianruo endeavored to present a composed facade, yet internally she was a tempest of anxiety. The youth before her starkly contrasted with Gu Qingyuan. He was akin to a looming iceberg, while Gu Qingyuan radiated warmth and exuberance like a sunny, cheerful boy. Truth be told, had her and Gu Qingyuan's abilities not been lacking in comparison to the formidable display of strength from the other party, she would have undoubtedly turned on her heel and departed immediately. Despite the gauzy veil obscuring her face, Jing Mingxuan discerned Yin Qianruo's discontent. This was precisely as he desired. He required only one woman, his master, and wished for the rest to keep their distance, especially those afflicted by romantic folly. Oh, enough with the pleasantries, state your purpose for being here. The man maintained his previously aloof demeanor. Yin Qianruo's countenance darkened, a flicker of disdain surfacing beneath the veil. as she thought to herself that Gu Qingyuan was indeed preferable. Such a stark contrast could only be felt through comparison. I wish to extend an invitation for you to explore the mysterious palace hidden within this small world. Just as anticipated, in the original narrative, Yin Qianrou had invited the top 20 cultivators on the leaderboard to explore the enigmatic palace on the final day of the Tianyun Grand Competition. Now, the timeline had been significantly advanced, primarily due to the overwhelming impact of slaying the heavenly dragon. Additionally, her high scores meant that as the granddaughter of the Supreme Lord of Cloud, she was acutely aware of what her points signified. What is your background? How did you come to know of this? Jing Mingxuan's expression turned skeptical, his brows knitting slightly. A hint of a smile graced Yin Qianrou's lips as she finally stepped into her element. Explaining, I am Yin Qianrou, the granddaughter of the Supreme Lord of Cloud, possessing the key to access the mysterious palace. However, my strength is insufficient, thus I seek your company for the journey. Jing Mingxian nodded slightly, while the little fairy beside him voiced a suggestion, Master, let us directly seek the supreme treasure, the Dragon Pearl. There is no need to venture into this mysterious palace. Were it not for Yin Qianrou's gaze upon him, Jing Mingxian would have rolled his eyes or at least grimaced. Little fairy master, the Dragon Pearl is hidden within the mysterious palace. At once, Su Muchan and the little fairy understood. Observing Jing Mingxian's contemplative demeanor, Yin Qianrou felt a surge of anxiety. She was genuinely at a loss when it came to this youth. Should she decline, her only option seemed to be a swift retreat. When do you plan to go? And how many will accompany you? Upon hearing Jing Mingxuan's inquiries, Yin Qianrou breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, it indicated his willingness to journey to the mysterious palace. I intend to depart on the 7th day, inviting those who are certain to place in the top 20 on the leaderboard. Jing Mingxian's gaze sharpened suddenly. Did this imply that 21 individuals might attend? That should not be the case. My strength is considerable, and securing a position in the top 20 should pose no significant issue, Yin Qianrou hastily clarified. Jing Mingxian shook his head gently. I can accept your invitation, but we must depart immediately. I do not wish for more participants. Should you refuse, I shall kill you and take the key to the mysterious palace from your corpse. Yin Qianrou trembled violently, her exquisite form undulating in a manner that could ensnare the souls of countless men. Yet, Jing Mingxian's expression remained grim, seemingly oblivious to her allure. The little fairy internally exclaimed at the master's formidable composure. This is an open threat. My grandfather is the Supreme Lord of Cloud. Do you not fear his vengeance should you take my life? Yin Qianrou questioned, her emotions tumultuous. Jing Mingxian smiled faintly. I do not fear, for my master is a demon emperor. Yin Qianrou's complexion turned ashen. In this world, only one demon emperor existed, the female demon emperor, who was beyond the reach of even the current empress. No wonder he had been able to vanquish the heavenly dragon from the outset. Yin Qianrou, I grant you 5 seconds to decide. Jing Mingxian's smile seemed sinister, eerie, and terrifying in Yin Qianrou's eyes. 5. Immediately, Yin Qianrou's heart raced, and she shouted, Are you serious? 4. Yin Qianrou pressed her delicate lips together, her pupils dilating in panic. 3 At the sound, Yin Qianrou could bear it no longer. Her beautiful eyes misted, and she timidly rasped, I agree. I will comply with all your demands. Jing Mingxian shrugged in resignation, coldly remarking, If you had only acted thus from the beginning, you need not have forced my hand. Do you take pleasure in being difficult? Internally, he was elated. The thrill of threatening Gu Qing's beloved companion was invigorating. It felt as though, in threatening Yin Qianrou, he was simultaneously delivering a resounding slap to Gu Qing's face. Yin Qianrou remained silent, even avoiding Jing Mingxian's gaze, feeling as though he were a devil incarnate. No wonder her master was the female demon emperor. Only a madwoman would take such a lunatic as her disciple. Lead the way, Jing Mingxian commanded coldly. Snapped back to reality, Yin Qianrou found her legs trembling, her strength waning. She understood that if she accompanied him to the mysterious palace, she would likely be at his mercy. Before you, I have also invited another. Is it permissible for him to join us? Jing Mingxian frowned slightly. In the original narrative, had Yin Qianrou not extended invitations on the 7th day? Yet, this was of little consequence, and he replied, It is acceptable. Yin Shinro's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated Jing Mingxian's acquiescence. This indicated that he was genuinely pressed for time and held no ulterior motives regarding her. Damn. I possess unparalleled beauty, with both figure and grace. Yet he harbors no intentions? Is he truly a man? Perhaps it was true. As a disciple of the female demon emperor, he must have long since succumbed to madness. Yin Shinro, could you refrain from manifesting your thoughts while you indulge in your flights of fancy? Do you take me for blind? Jing Mingxian rolled his eyes, exasperated. Yin Shinro shivered, quickly suppressing her expression, and then spoke in a cool tone. Follow me. With a swift motion, she transformed into a beam of light. Departing the dragon nest, her lips curling into a smile as she thought, Gu Qingyuan, here I come. Chapter 34. Gu Qingyuan's mental breakdown. In a lush, verdant forest, Gu Qingyuan sensed Yin Shinro's presence and soared towards her. Shortly thereafter, he came to a halt. The glance ahead revealed Yin Shinro, her visage partially concealed by a transparent veil. Shifting his gaze, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Jing Mingxian? What brings you here? Jing Mingxuan's expression froze, and he muttered with a twitching lip, So you are the one Yin Shinro invited. At this moment, he found himself utterly perplexed. Having only recently been transported to this small world, how had Gu Qingyuan and Yin Shinro forged such a connection so swiftly? This pace was astonishing. It appeared that even Gu Qingyuan's disinterest in women could not alter his encounters with his beloved companions, perhaps even accelerating them. Ha ha ha, Gu Qingyuan laughed heartily, but his expression soon shifted to one of fierce determination. Jing Mingxian, prepare for battle. Yin Shinro's face paled, and she quickly interjected, Gu Qingyuan, he was the one who slayed the heavenly dragon. What? Gu Qingyuan's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his handsome features. Previously, Yin Shinro had conveyed the immense strength of the heavenly dragon, suggesting that even their combined efforts might fall short. Thus, challenging Jing Mingxian seemed akin to throwing an egg against a rock. Jing Mingxian suddenly appeared before Gu Qingyuan, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Gu Qingyuan, are you ready? Wait. Gu Qingyuan shouted, immediately donning an awkward yet polite smile, his heart racing as he nervously inquired, Can we postpone this until later? And what do you think? Jing Mingxian's voice was grave, his countenance intensely serious. Gu Qingyuan felt the pressure mounting. Yet for the sake of his life, he forced a smile, his teeth chattering as he replied, I suppose that would be acceptable. Yin Shinro was taken aback. She had never expected Gu Qingyuan to be so timid, leaving her disappointed in him. Had she known of his past experiences, she might have thought otherwise. Perhaps even more highly of him than before. I believe it is unacceptable. Jing Mingxian's voice resonated with authority, his faint smile instilling a sense of dread in Gu Qingyuan, akin to standing on the precipice of a great abyss. At that moment, Yin Shinro regained her composure. Although she was reluctant to involve herself, she still required Gu Qingyuan for the forthcoming exploration of the mysterious palace. Jing Mingxian, engaging in battle now will deplete our strength. How about you both fight after the exploration of the mysterious palace concludes? Jing Mingxian observed Gu Qingyuan's evident fear. His intimidating tactics had proven effective. With an additional ally, clearing the first 3 layers of the mysterious palace would be expedited. And he replied nonchalantly, That is acceptable. Gu Qingyuan immediately cast a look of approval toward Yin Shinro, realizing that he must rapidly enhance his strength within the mysterious palace, lest he remain in his current predicament. He then turned to Jing Mingxian, who had distanced himself and stood atop the Zillion sword, and curiously asked, Did you truly slay the heavenly dragon? Indeed. Jing Mingxian's tone remained calm, though he was perplexed as to why Gu Qingyuan felt the need for confirmation. Gu Qingyuan felt a flicker of admiration blossoming within him. At that moment, he could hardly fathom why he would harbor such admiration for Jing Mingxian. It is merely his admiration for the strong, akin to the appreciation he held previously. Indeed, it is precisely that way. A dust-laden door creaked open slowly. Jing Mingxian, Gu Qingyuan, and Yin Shinro, shielded by their magical auras, entered the mysterious palace, avoiding the encroaching dust. Gu Qingyuan and Yin Shinro walked side by side in the lead, while Jing Mingxian trailed behind. Although he appeared solitary, he was flanked by Su Muchan and the little fairy. Jing Mingxian strolled leisurely, as any threats that materialized ahead had long been neutralized by Gu Qingyuan and Yin Qinrou. In the original tale, the mysterious palace spanned 5 levels. The first 3 levels were riddled with traps and guardians. Yet none posed a challenge to Gu Qingyuan and Yin Qinrou. Even with their growth stunted by 6 days, Jing Mingxian believed they would easily navigate the initial 3 levels. Moreover, there were no cultivation resources of any significance for him to concern himself with. So he sauntered along, engaging in light conversation with his master and the little fairy, Jiyu Qingyuan and Yin Qinrou, eager to be the first to claim the treasures within the palace, voiced no objections. An hour later, the trio, or rather, for individuals and a beast, descended to the 4th level. Gazing forward, they beheld a dragon man clad in azure armor, whose crimson eyes snapped open, wielding a long spear as he charged directly at them. Gu Qingyuan and Yin Qinrou found it as simple as before, both leaping forward. The spear swept horizontally, emitting a blinding black light, and an overwhelming force erupted in that moment. Jiyu Qingyuan and Yin Qinrou exchanged startled glances, hastily raising their magical artifacts to defend themselves. With 2 resounding clangs, their artifacts were sent flying. Jiyu Qingyuan stared in disbelief at his numbed right hand, murmuring, "How could this be possible?" Yin Qinrou, equally dazed, was similarly overwhelmed by the guardian of the 4th level. However, when another wave of black spear light approached, they swiftly regained their composure, channeling their magical energies to counter it. Yet as the spear light drew nearer, the terrifying force became palpable, akin to a towering tsunami, and they ultimately realized that even combined, they could not withstand the opponent's assault. Were they truly destined to perish here? In the next instant, a pale violet sword light zipped past them, akin to a startled swan, shaking their very souls. It was Jing Mingxian who had launched the attack. For reasons unknown, a sense of calm blossomed within both of them. Indeed, the previously invincible black spear light dissipated upon contact with the sword light. The dragon man, gripping the spear in defense, found himself forced backward, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Astonishing! Gu Qingyuan and Yin Qinrou were entranced. With a swish, a purple-black beam whizzed past them with such speed that they could barely discern it. Moments later, a pale violet sword light flashed ahead, revealing Jing Mingxian standing behind the bronze-armored dragon man. Boom! The bronze-armored dragon man was shattered into countless pieces, leaving not a trace of dust behind. An overwhelming sense of admiration surged within Gu Qingyuan and Yin Qinrou. After a brief moment, Gu Qingyuan snapped back to reality. Reflecting on his previous emotions, he felt a sudden collapse of his composure. For he realized that it was not mere admiration, nor was it simple reverence, but rather an inexplicable infatuation for Jing Mingxian that had taken root within him. What the hell? Why am I attracted to a man? Shouldn't it be women? Gu Qingyuan gazed at Jing Mingxian, who was sheathing the Xilian sword with effortless grace, a sight that struck him as remarkably charming. How handsome! Suddenly, memories of past banter with friends surfaced in his mind. A real man should be with men. Those who pursue women are weaklings. Previously, he had dismissed this notion as absurd, but now, it seemed quite profound. Jing Mingxian, feeling a sudden chill creep up his spine, turned to find Gu Qingyuan regarding him with a peculiar gaze, even sporting a rather unnerving satisfied smile. Surely, this fellow has lost interest in women. Turning instead to men, at that moment, Jing Mingxian felt a tightening sensation. Chapter 35. The Female Demon Empress Sensing Crisis. Very well, Gu Qingyuan. So this is how you wish to play. I merely intended to prevent you from harming women. Yet you do not spare men either. Fine. You're impressive. Then I shan't be faulted for abandoning any sense of chivalry. Jing Mingxian pondered, realizing that if he allowed Gu Qingyuan to remain interested in men, he might soon turn his affections towards the little fairy. To avert such a calamity, he resolved to render Gu Qingyuan disinterested in all living beings. After careful consideration, ensuring there were no logical flaws in his plan, he approached Gu Qingyuan. As Gu Qingyuan watched Jing Mingxian draw nearer, the latter's charming smile set his heart racing like a startled deer. The wave of nausea washed over Jing Mingxian. Had it not been for the divine healing technique he intended to employ, he would have undoubtedly confronted Gu Qingyuan with force. Upon reaching Gu Qingyuan, Jing Mingxian coldly commanded, "Gu Qingyuan, raise your hand." After a moment, Gu Qingyuan snapped back to reality, perplexed as he inquired, "Why?" Jing Mingxian shot him an exasperated glare, retorting, "Of course, to heal you, so you can maintain your best state for the next level." "Wow!" Gu Qingyuan gasped, his face flushing, and then, like a delicate girl, he softly replied with a drawn-out Yin Shinro stood nearby. Utterly stupefied, feeling an overwhelming urge to retch. She could never have imagined Gu Qingyuan possessed such a soft side. Where had the sunny, cheerful boy gone? Jing Mingxian could hardly bear it any longer. He pointed a finger at Gu Qingyuan's palm. Divine healing technique? In an instant, a vibrant, otherworldly white light surged into Gu Qingyuan's body. Unable to tolerate Gu Qingyuan's effeminate demeanor, Jing Mingxian did not hold back, executing the modification at lightning speed. The process was decidedly abrupt and forceful. Otherwise, how could it be completed so swiftly? Soon, the modification was accomplished. Gu Qingyuan's eyes became clear, and the blush on his cheeks vanished. Huh! Didn't I just think Jing Mingxian was incredibly handsome, striking deep into my heart? Why do I feel indifferent now? Gu Qingyuan mused, perplexed, unable to fathom what had transpired. Yet, recollections of earlier sentiments flooded back, leaving him feeling nauseated. Jing Mingxian observed Gu Qingyuan, who appeared on the verge of retching, and promptly vanished from view. As expected, Gu Qingyuan opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of vomit, seemingly intent on expelling his very bile. Yin Shinro's face twitched slightly, utterly incredulous. Clearly, Gu Qingyuan's mind was troubled. First, he blushed at Jing Mingxian, and now this bout of vomiting. She found herself utterly baffled by his thoughts. Jing Mingxian exhaled slowly. This should mark the end of the ordeal. The primary male protagonist truly proved to be a handful. With a sigh of exasperation, he intended to scour the 4th level for cultivation resources. However, after taking only a few steps, a sweet, melodious voice called out, "Jing Mingxian, you haven't healed me yet." Jing Mingxian paused momentarily, realizing that to conceal his intent to treat Gu Qingyuan, he had no choice but to approach Yin Shinro. He casually pointed at the palm of her hand. Divine healing technique. As soon as the treatment concluded, he intended to turn and leave. Yet, halfway through his pivot, Yin Shinro gazed at him with tender eyes, declaring, "Jing Mingxian, you were so handsome just now." Jing Mingxuan's skin crawled, his body freezing in place. In a way, is this infatuated girl now interested in me? If it were any other man, such attention would surely be welcomed. However, his heart belonged solely to his master, Sumu-chan, and thus he turned back with a frigid glare, projecting an aura that kept others at bay. "What does my handsomeness have to do with you?" Yin Shinro removed her delicate veil, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Adorned with a faint blush, "It has everything to do with me. I adore men who appear cold on the surface yet possess warm hearts." Jing Mingxian stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Although Yin Shinro's statement held truth, how had she discerned it? Could it be that she had noticed his healing actions towards Gu Qingyuan and Yin Shinro? What the hell? Is that even possible? Jing Mingxuan's mind short-circuited. He felt utterly unprepared for the pace set by Gu Qingyuan and Yin Shinro. What he had thought would be a singular assault had turned into an unrelenting barrage, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Sumu-chan sensed her mood darkening, accompanied by an ever-growing, intangible pressure. She could not comprehend the situation, but she felt it was intertwined with the events that had transpired earlier. Jing Mingxian, feeling an icy shiver run down his spine, glanced at the source of his unease, discovering Sumu-chan with puffed cheeks. Her expression grave, radiating a fury akin to an impending volcanic eruption. My master, sensing a crisis that could lead to losing him. Regardless, he needed to act swiftly. He could not allow his master to remain vexed any longer. "Yin Shinro, I have someone I like." Yin Shinro paused, momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing Jing Mingxuan's serious demeanor, she understood he was sincere. A normal person would have expressed their acknowledgement and quickly distanced themselves. However, as a lovesick individual, Yin Shinro responded, "I can be the one on the side." Jing Mingxian had anticipated this outcome, yet he still found himself at a loss for words. Why love for her runs deep? and I wish for no third party to intrude. Do you grasp my sentiment? Yin Qianruo's delicate form quivered slightly. It was the first time she had confessed her feelings for a boy, only to be met with such a resolute rejection, leaving her in utter despair. I speak plainly, but such is the reality. Jing Mingxuan's tone softened considerably before he turned to leave. The next step was for Yin Qianruo to process this herself. He added that aside from inflicting hurtful words, there was little more to be achieved. Su Muchan's expression not only returned to normal, but also blossomed into a smile of profound satisfaction. Her disciple had indeed resisted temptation. He. The disciple claimed to be deeply in love with me. Soon, Su Muchan regained her composure, her face a mask of icy contemplation. However, such events would undoubtedly recur. She needed to foster a more intimate bond with her disciple. Otherwise, if her disciple were to be stolen away by another woman, she would have no time to weep. But she was at a loss as to how to cultivate such closeness. They had already been inseparable, sharing the same bed and even exchanging kisses. So, what further actions could deepen their relationship? Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the nearby Shiwei Xianhu, and with a notion of desperate hope, she sent a thought transmission to the little spirit that Jing Mingxian could not hear. Little Xian, how can I achieve a more intimate relationship with my disciple? The little spirit trembled at the inquiry. How could she answer such a question? A wrong response could surely cost her head. Yet, remaining silent would be even more perilous, so she reluctantly voiced her genuine thoughts. Mistress, I have not experienced such matters either. Instantly, a hint of disappointment crossed Su Muchan's exquisite face. However, upon reflection, it was quite natural for the little spirit, having just come into existence, to lack such experience. Seeing that her head remained intact and noticing her mistress's anxious expression, the little spirit decided to disregard her own safety and shifted her tone. However, I have heard from cultivators that a confession seems to solidify a more intimate relationship. Chapter 36. The Demon Empress's Confession. Compatibility maxed out. Su Muchan remained silent for a considerable time before tilting her head slightly, her lips parting delicately. A confession? What is that? The little spirit's face froze. She had not anticipated that her mistress was utterly unaware of what a confession entailed. How innocent! No wonder her master treated her mistress like a precious treasure. So pure, occasionally silly, immensely powerful, cold to outsiders, yet possessing a figure seemingly sculpted by divine hands. Indeed, the mistress was a dream lover in the eyes of Minnie M. and at that moment, she sensed her mistress's increasingly intense gaze. Without further hesitation, she explained succinctly. Just like that woman, Yin Qianruo, said earlier. Yu Muchan pondered thoughtfully, then approached Jing Mingxian. Disciple, you were incredibly handsome just now. Jing Mingxian was momentarily stunned, blinking rapidly, unable to comprehend the reason behind his master's words. Was it because he had just rejected Yin Qianruo? Was that really handsome? He did not think so, and thus assumed it must be that his master viewed him as handsome. Truly, the saying that beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder was not unfounded. Su Muchan fixed her gaze intently on the unresponsive Jing Mingxian. Had her confession failed? To prevent Jing Mingxian from noticing, she refrained from looking at the little spirit and sent another thought transmission that he could not hear. Little Xian, what should I do now? The little spirit's previously frozen expression returned to normal as she quickly replied. Mistress, that statement is not a confession. Rather, it is the latter part that counts. Su Muchan contemplated for another moment before concluding that she should express it this way. Disciple, I adore men like you, seemingly cold on the surface, yet warm-hearted within. At this moment, Jing Mingxian realized that his master was echoing Yin Qianruo's earlier words and inquired, Master, what do you mean by repeating Yin Qianruo's words? Are you still upset about my interaction with her? The little spirit raised her right forelimb to cover her forehead, appearing unable to bear witnessing the situation. Mistress is wonderful in every way, but her innocence is a bit excessive. A mere confession had escalated to this extent. Su Muchan quickly shook her head, resembling a rattle drum, which Jing Mingxian found exceedingly endearing. Master, what does that mean? Observing the look of confusion on Jing Mingxuan's face, Su Muchan realized that continuing in this manner would surely lead to a failed confession. It would be better to be candid with her disciple as before. He would undoubtedly be more adept at confessing than the little spirit. Disciple. I wish to confess my feelings to you, but I do not understand how, nor do I know how to do it. Jing Mingxian gazed at his master, whose eyes brimmed with tears, two sparkling droplets escaping as she wore an expression of pitiful helplessness. In that moment, his emotions were a whirlpool of complexity. He found his master's previous demeanor amusing. Yet he was captivated by her current adorableness, and he felt a deep sense of emotion at her clumsy attempt to confess. He gently wiped away the tears at the corners of Su Muchan's eyes, revealing a tender, warm smile. Master, now, repeat after me. Su Muchan obediently nodded, and then Jing Mingxian began. I like you. I want to be with you forever and ever. Die in an instant. Su Muchan's enchanting red eyes sparkled, reminiscent of alluring rubies. Without hesitation, her soft lips parted, and she earnestly exclaimed, Disciple, I like you. I want to be with you forever and ever. Jing Mingxuan's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression touched. He could no longer contain his emotions. Regardless of whether Gu Qingyuan and Yin Qianrou might witness this moment, he raised both hands and embraced Su Muchan's graceful figure tightly. Su Muchan's body trembled slightly, and without any hesitation, she lifted her delicate hands to encircle Jing Mingxian. Just as she raised her head, she found herself face to face with his strikingly handsome visage. Soon, without any unexpected occurrences, Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan shared a kiss. After a while, Gu Qingyuan, having recovered from his earlier bout of nausea, raised his head just as he was about to observe Jing Mingxuan's unusual behavior, becoming frozen in place as if time had stopped. The little spirit's eyes sparkled, and she smiled faintly, ensuring that no one would disturb her master and mistress. As for Yin Qianrou, she remained in a daze, still reeling from Jing Mingxuan's rejection, her back turned to him, oblivious to what he was doing. After what felt like an eternity, the kiss between Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan came to an end, both gazing intensely into each other's eyes, illuminated with a fierce brilliance. Master, when we return, I wish to marry you. Will you agree to be my bride? Su Muchan was unsure of the meaning behind his words, but instinctively felt that this was an action that would strengthen their bond. Thus, she gently nodded, replying, Yes, I am willing to marry you. The little spirit's mouth twitched. She sensed that her mistress likely did not comprehend the meaning of marrying and being married. However, this was of little consequence, as it indeed fulfilled her mistress's desire to establish a more intimate relationship with her master. That moment, a line of lustrous golden text appeared in Jing Mingxuan's mind. Congratulations, master. Your compatibility with the mistress has reached 100, allowing you to commence true dual cultivation. Jing Mingxuan's heart surged with joy. Upon reflection, he wondered whether it was the divine tome that was perceptive, or if the requirement for compatibility reaching 100 was simply Su Muchan's confession to him, or even her agreement to marry him. Regardless, he was now exceedingly exhilarated, eager to take his master home and become partners for life. After calming down somewhat, Jing Mingxian understood he must obtain the Dragon Pearl, then seek the Dragon Clan's celestial beast blood from the true dragon's treasures, and finally return to Tianyin City to unite with Su Muchan. With his thoughts clarified, he reluctantly released his embrace around Su Muchan, who also lowered her delicate hands. Turning to glance at Gu Qingyuan and Yin Qianrou, he noticed Gu Qingyuan appeared frozen, while Yin Qianrou still seemed lost in her thoughts. Jing Mingxian realized he could not rely on these two in the fifth layer. Nor had he intended to, however. He still needed a plausible excuse to prevent them from interfering with his forthcoming actions. Master, may I now engage Gu Qingyuan? The little spirit inquired sweetly. Jing Mingxian suddenly understood and replied, Yes, thank you for your assistance. This is my responsibility, the little spirit stated calmly. Though it seemed she was not seeking praise, she knew that both the master and mistress would certainly remember her contribution. In the next moment, Gu Qingyuan returned to normal. Without hesitation, Jing Mingxian declared, Gu Qingyuan, Yin Qianrou, after we take a moment to rest, we shall explore the fifth layer. Very well, Gu Qingyuan responded. Yin Qianrou took a considerable time before softly replying with a simple, All right. Jing Mingxian did not offer any comfort, as that would only lead Yin Qianrou to believe there was still a chance. After gathering the cultivation resources from the fourth layer, he began to meditate, employing the divine cultivation method to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, restoring his previously depleted mana. After a quarter of an hour, Jing Mingxian adjusted his state to its peak, opening his bright starry eyes, his handsome face radiating vitality. I am ready. What about you? Gu Qingyuan gave a slight nod, indicating that he was also ready for a respite. So am I? Yin Qianruo replied coolly, her demeanor returning to its previous sharpness, as if she had come to a realization. Soon, the three of them made their way to the fifth level. During their journey, Yin Qianruo requested, Jing Mingxian, may I meet the one you cherish? Jing Mingxian realized that Yin Qianruo was still harboring intentions, attempting to approach from the direction of Su Muchan after failing to gain ground with him. The appropriate response would have been to decline outright, thereby extinguishing her hopes. However, such a refusal might invite endless disturbances from Yin Qianruo, so he opted for a more nuanced approach to strike at her heart. Certainly. In fact, shortly, I will be hosting a wedding to bind our fates as partners, and I shall extend an invitation to you. The moment those words escaped his lips, their impact was staggering. Yin Qianruo's expression froze. But she quickly composed herself. After all, she had no desire for a confrontation. Du Qingyuan then made a symbolic gesture, saying, Congratulations. Thank you for your well wishes. Jing Mingxian replied with a courteous bow. Before long, the three, or rather, for including the beast, arrived at the fifth level of the mysterious palace. Just as they touched down, a red light flared ahead, prompting Jing Mingxian to swiftly draw his Zillion sword to counter. Gu Qingyuan and Yin Qianruo readied themselves, but as soon as they moved, they were struck down. With two resounding thuds, they collapsed unconscious to the ground. Jing Mingxian, however, held his sword firm against the assailant's attack, revealing a figure clad in golden armor, adorned with crimson dragon scales. It was evident that Gu Qingyuan and Yin Qianruo were not subdued by this dragon man, but rather by Su Muchan and the little fairy. Master, we have incapacitated these two. Unless we wish for them to awaken, they shall remain in slumber indefinitely. Upon hearing this, Jing Mingxian replied in a grave tone, Excellent. Now it is my turn. The dragon man's body trembled slightly, seemingly daunted by Jing Mingxuan's fierce and piercing gaze. Jing Mingxian furrowed his brow, murmuring, Should I enter a berserk state directly? A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of a proud, untamed wolf as he declared, This is quite flattering. I shall reciprocate in an instant. Jing Mingxuan's aura surged dramatically. The little fairy's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, Master is going all out. The strength of the Dragon Man Guardians at the fifth level did not rival that of celestial dragons. Even in a berserk state, Jing Mingxian could choose to employ the same tactic he used to vanquish the celestial dragon, namely, to consume the precious liquor from the sky-destroying jug. However, he deemed it wise to conserve such a rare resource, given its high-tiered ingredients necessary for brewing. Additionally, he believed that in his full power state, he could defeat the Dragon Man Guardian even in its berserk state. With a fierce roar, the golden-armored Dragon Man's red radiance intensified. Its aura peaking at that moment, in a flash, the Dragon Man vanished from Jing Mingxuan's sight. At that instant, Jing Mingxuan's gaze sharpened, his aura robust and unrestrained. Exuding a faint white glow, a dull thud echoed as the Dragon Man's fist connected squarely with the Zillion sword held in Jing Mingxuan's right hand. It appeared the Dragon Man aimed to strike Jing Mingxuan's back, but at the crucial moment, he pivoted and parried with his sword. Fortunately, the Dragon Man was but a puppet. Otherwise, the impact would have been overwhelming. A being at the peak of the 9th level of the Transformation Realm, verging on the Divine Travel Realm, was thwarted by a human cultivator of a lower realm, an utterly surreal spectacle. Witnessing this, the little fairy's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression frozen in shock. She had anticipated that the best outcome for her master in a full-power confrontation with the Dragon Man would be an even match. Given the Dragon Man's strength rivaled that of a peak Divine Travel Realm prodigy, however, the reality far exceeded her expectations. Her master effortlessly blocked the Dragon Man's assault, indicating his true power surpassed that of the Dragon Man in its berserk state. Though she herself boasted a pinnacle cultivation in the Supreme Realm, she was acutely aware that, Under similar circumstances, she would not stand a chance against the Dragon Man. My master is beyond my imagination. The little fairy couldn't help but exclaim, recalling the tale she had heard from the Jing family and others in the Tianyan city regarding her master. Before becoming the disciple of the mistress, her master had been a diligent cultivator, yet he paled in comparison to the prodigies. Now, he not only surpassed ordinary prodigies, but also eclipsed those she had considered as supreme talents, should he continue to grow. His future would be boundless, destined to become an unparalleled terror in the realm. She believed this was not solely due to the mistress's guidance, but also a testament to her master's own efforts. Suddenly, a sharp, pale purple sword light flickered before her eyes, akin to a fleeting comet, prompting her to focus ahead. At that moment, Jing Mingxian appeared behind the golden-armored Dragon Man, his posture exuding effortless grace. The Dragon Man, with its hollow eyes, bore an expression of utter astonishment. In the next instant, a resounding explosion shattered the air as it was torn apart by the sweeping sword energy, vanishing without a trace. Jing Mingxian exhaled lightly, sheathing the Zillion sword. That last strike had consumed 70% of his magical power and stamina. This was the soul sword technique, instant slash of heaven and earth, taught to him by Su Muchan. In an instant, he concentrated a vast amount of his magical power and stamina, unleashing it in one fell swoop with devastating force, said to be capable of cleaving through the very fabric of the heavens. This technique was not of Su Muchan's own invention, but rather learned from a sword cultivator who once sought her aid. The demon cultivators had been thoroughly defeated, even the demon patriarch was slain, leading them to beseech Su Muchan, who had been immersed in her own cultivation. Unsurprisingly, her intervention turned the tide of battle. Ultimately, that sword cultivator was forced to sacrifice his life to execute the instant slash of heaven and earth. Had it not been for Su Muchan's overwhelming power, she would have struggled to withstand that strike. Haunted by the memory, Su Muchan had quietly memorized the technique, later refining it from the supreme tier to the emperor tier. Thus, the instant slash of heaven and earth now surpassed the original in both potency and terror. Master, I shall meditate and recuperate for a while. You and the little fairy can begin searching for the cultivation resources on the 5th level. With that, Jing Mingxian seated himself on the ground, channeling the divine cultivation method to absorb the ambient spiritual energy and replenish his expended magical power. Su Muchan and the little fairy exchanged glances, both feeling that after defeating the Dragon Man Guardians on the 5th level, there should be no further battles, and they ought to seize the moment to search for the Dragon Pearl rather than rest. Perceiving their puzzled expressions, Jing Mingxian promptly explained, "The Dragon Pearl is the true challenge." Enlightenment dawned upon Su Muchan and the little fairy, and they began to follow Jing Mingxuan's earlier instructions. Jing Mingxian restored his magical power and stamina. He fell into contemplation. In the original narrative, the Dragon Pearl possessed a spirit, so merely spotting it did not guarantee it would be willingly taken. It exhibited a childlike playfulness, and even after exhausting their strength, Gu Qingyuan and Yin Qianrou failed to capture it. Ultimately, they resorted to underhanded tactics to seize the Dragon Pearl. Consequently, the Dragon Pearl remained resentful, withholding information about the true dragon Celestial Emperor from Gu Qingyuan, depriving him of numerous opportunities. It wasn't until much later, moved by Gu Qingyuan's protective actions, that the Dragon Pearl revealed everything, though by then, Gu Qingyuan had become strong enough to no longer require those opportunities. Rendering the revelation moot, however, for Jing Mingxian in the present, such knowledge was immensely valuable. To earn the Dragon Pearl's genuine allegiance, he needed to optimize his own state. As time swiftly passed, Jing Mingxian gradually opened his eyes, his handsome visage radiating vitality and vigor. Rising, he proceeded towards the location where the Dragon Pearl was said to be concealed in the original text. Su Muchan and the little fairy watched intently. Soon, Jing Mingxian arrived at a robust section of the flooring. This particular floor appeared identical to the others. It was an illusion crafted through special techniques to deceive perception. In the original story, Gu Qingyuan had managed to discover it purely by chance, standing atop it to evade the Dragon Man Guardians' attack. Aware that the Dragon Pearl lay beneath, the Dragon Man Guardians had no choice but to cease their assault. After Gu Qingyuan and Yin Qianrou exploited a glitch to defeat the Dragon Man Guardians, They realized the peculiar nature of the floor and subsequently shattered it, uncovering the Dragon Pearl. With a thunderous crash, the floor was reduced to dust beneath Jing Mingxuan's foot, revealing a brilliantly colored chest adorned with intricate dragon patterns, resplendent and magnificent. I cannot believe I overlooked this. Su Muchan's exquisite eyes widened in shock. After all, she was a cultivator of the Emperor realm, so the dreams of my disciple, like the past, are indeed real. The true dragon's treasure, she exclaimed gleefully. It offers me a chance to appreciate the cultivator who was once referred to as the Heavenly Emperor. At that moment, a series of loud thumps echoed through the air. With a resounding click, the treasure chest gradually creaked open. Jing Mingxian was not taken aback. The chest housing the Dragon Pearl had a predetermined mechanism. Once someone discovers the chest, it would automatically unlock after 3 seconds, releasing the Dragon Pearl contained within. Whoosh, a sphere, far larger than a luminous pearl, gleamed brilliantly, harboring mysteries and wonders, suddenly shot out. Ha ha ha, I am free. Accompanied by this exclamation, the Dragon Pearl soared through the air without any discernible trajectory, moving at an astonishing speed. However, as it attempted to escape from the staircase, a piercing dragon roar reverberated, and a divine dragon radiating golden light emerged. Jing Mingxian felt the might of the heavens emanating from it, compared to the faint aura previously possessed by the heavenly dragon. This divine presence was overwhelmingly potent, instilling an intense sense of oppression that left him somewhat breathless. Dragon Pearl, since you have been discovered by a fated one, you must fulfill your mission of allowing him to capture you. The Dragon Pearl grumbled irritably. Mission. I refuse to comply. What can you, a mere remnant of the past, do to me? Subsequently, the Dragon Pearl surged forward with great force. Master, are you not going to stop it? Xiao Xian inquired with concern. No need, Jing Mingxian replied nonchalantly. The reason was simple. The true dragon Heavenly Emperor had orchestrated this scenario, ensuring that the Dragon Pearl could not leave without fulfilling its mission. Moreover, this scene was also depicted in the original text, wherein the Dragon Pearl collided for a quarter of an hour without managing to escape, ultimately exhausting itself and falling prey to Gu Qingyuan's deception, leaving it unable to evade or flee. Jing Mingxuan's decision to refrain from intervention mirrored that, and even as the Dragon Pearl began to tire, he encouraged, keep going, just a bit more effort, and you will break free. Instantly, the Dragon Pearl felt a surge of motivation and continued to charge forward relentlessly. Su Muchan blinked her beautiful eyes, filled with confusion, unable to comprehend Jing Mingxuan's intentions. Xiao Xian, however, recognized that this was a tactic to deplete the Dragon Pearl's energy, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts, internally muttering, hee hee. Master, you are truly cunning. After another quarter of an hour, the Dragon Pearl's speed diminished significantly. In the blink of an eye, Jing Mingxian appeared beside the Dragon Pearl, effortlessly controlling it within the palm of his hand using his magical powers. Ha! It's so easy to capture you like this. The Dragon Pearl, momentarily dazed, soon realized that the prior encouragement had been a ploy to exhaust its energy. That doesn't count. You were deceitful, Jing Mingxian smirked, a glint of pride in his expression. Do you really believe I would consent to your not counting? The Dragon Pearl understood that he certainly would not, and as it recalled the events leading up to this moment, its anger intensified. You villain! If you had the ability to restore my energy, even to half, you would never be able to capture me. In response, Jing Mingxuan's eyes sparkled with determination. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Then if I capture you, will you still claim it doesn't count? The Dragon Pearl shook its rotund body. No. Once you capture me, it absolutely counts. Good. With that, Jing Mingxian ceased his magical exertion. The Dragon Pearl found itself able to move freely again. Filled with elation. Restore your energy to its peak, and then I shall come for you. Upon hearing this, not only was the Dragon Pearl taken aback, but Xiao Xian and Su Muchan also paused in surprise. Soon, Su Muchan revealed a knowing smile, realizing that her disciple aimed to thoroughly conquer the Dragon Pearl. Xiao Xian and the Dragon Pearl quickly deduced the same. The Dragon Pearl, shedding its previous rebelliousness and mischief, spoke in a solemn tone, Human, your actions warrant my serious consideration. Half an hour later, the dragon pearl had regained its full strength and called out, "Human, come chase me. If you catch me, I will divulge all the opportunities laid out by the true dragon Heavenly Emperor." Chapter 38. Heart and Soul. The dragon pearl acknowledges its master. Xiao Xian displayed a look of deep emotion. The entirety of the opportunities set by a deceased Heavenly Emperor-level cultivator was exhilarating to contemplate. Moreover, this individual was none other than the renowned true dragon Heavenly Emperor within the Xintian realm. Consequently, Su Muchan's gaze sharpened. However, Jing Mingxuan's eyes remained unperturbed, as if he were disinterested. The reality was quite the opposite. He desired the true dragon Heavenly Emperor's opportunities more than anyone else, but he understood clearly that he must capture the dragon pearl. Otherwise, his dreams would remain mere fantasies. The dragon pearl sensed Jing Mingxuan's seriousness and thus grew more solemn. With a soft whoosh, the dragon pearl darted deeper into the 5th level, intending to hide and observe Jing Mingxuan's reaction. Soon, the dragon pearl's figure vanished from sight. "Master, are we not going to pursue it?" Xiao Xian inquired anxiously. Jing Mingxian gently shook his head. "No need. Given its behavior, it seems to be playing a game of hide and seek. Otherwise, why would it run so far away? It could simply hover around me." Xiao Xian furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before realizing the validity of his reasoning. Consequently, a new question arose in her mind. "Master, are you confident you can find it?" Jing Mingxian nodded decisively. A relaxed smile gracing his handsome face, exuding absolute confidence in locating the dragon pearl. This elicited curiosity from Xiao Xian and Su Muchan. They did not believe Jing Mingxian possessed such remarkable searching abilities. However, they refrained from expressing their doubts, knowing that it was better to wait and see. Furthermore, voicing skepticism would undermine Jing Mingxuan's confidence and create a negative impact. "Dragon Pearl, are you well hidden?" With the enhancement of his magical powers, his voice reverberated through the grand and intricate 5th level of the mysterious palace. Xiao Xian's lips twitched as she retorted, "The dragon pearl is not a fool. How could it possibly respond to you?" In response, the dragon pearl's pure and innocent voice rang out, "I'm well hidden." Xiao Xian blinked in surprise, momentarily dumbfounded. She realized that the dragon pearl seemed as innocent as the mistress, having not experienced the world's vicissitudes. However, the dragon pearl had been sealed within the treasure chest for far too long, while the mistress, on the other hand, possessed immense strength and wisdom, knowing what was advantageous and what was detrimental to her. As this thought crossed her mind, curiosity welled up within Xiao Xian, and she turned to the statuesque Su Muchan. "Mistress, if you were in this situation, would you respond to the earlier inquiry?" Su Muchan replied without hesitation. "I would, Xiao Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. Su Muchan continued, however, "My response would come from all directions, ensuring that my disciple would not be able to pinpoint my location, for this is, after all, a game of hide and seek." Xiao Xian's expression shifted as she realized that the mistress was merely innocent, not foolish. Jing Mingxian could not help but laugh aloud. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Xian, if my master were truly as you envision, how could she have possibly reached the realm of the emperor?" Xiao Xian fell silent for a moment before nodding heavily. "Indeed." Su Muchan tilted her head slightly, puzzled as to how the conversation had veered in this direction. She also wondered what kind of image Xiao Xian had conjured of her, but of course, she was certain it was not a favorable description. Otherwise, Xiao Xian would not have elicited laughter from her disciple. "Human, you cannot find me, so you want to come looking for me?" The dragon pearl's voice carried a hint of impatience. This time, Xiao Xian did not underestimate the dragon pearl. She listened closely and discerned that the voice emanated from multiple sources. It appeared she had underestimated the dragon pearl or assumed it to be simple-minded. Instantly, her thoughts returned to the initial question. Why was her master so confident in finding the concealed dragon pearl? She had no clue, yet she did not dismiss the possibility that her master was merely boasting. Instead, she felt a sense of anticipation for her master's upcoming actions. Just then, Jing Mingxian made his move. He strode forward with light steps. She and Su Muchan followed closely behind him. After a series of twists and turns, Jing Mingxian halted at a particular spot, his gaze like a hawk's, fixed upon what appeared to be a solid red lacquered wooden pillar. "Dragon Pearl, come out," I know you are hidden inside this wooden pillar. Xiao Xian observed for a long time but sensed nothing within the pillar. Was this object capable of deceiving her perception? Or had her master made an error in judgment? Su Muchan's lips curved into a knowing smile, evidently having made her own discovery. With a whoosh, the red lacquered wooden pillar vanished, revealing the round, gleaming dragon pearl before their eyes. You must have guessed. If you have the ability, find me again 2 more times. The dragon pearl reverted to its childlike demeanor, playfully refusing to comply. Jing Mingxian smiled warmly. His expression relaxed as he replied, "Sure. You may continue to hide." In an instant, the trio was taken aback, sensing Jing Mingxuan's unwavering determination to completely conquer the dragon pearl. After a brief pause, the dragon pearl called out, "I am hidden well." Much like before, the voice emanated from numerous locations, leaving no hope of locating the dragon pearl through auditory cues. Jing Mingxian remained composed, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding confidence. After walking for a while, he stopped again, pointing toward an empty bookshelf. "Dragon pearl. You have one last opportunity to hide." The bookshelf ahead suddenly transformed into a gleaming orb, indignantly exclaiming, "How could you find me so quickly?" "I shall reveal the answer after you have been found by me for the 3rd time," replied Jing Mingxian, his expression grave and earnest, devoid of any semblance of deceit. Long Zhu, convinced, swiftly took flight, in stark contrast to the unwavering confidence of its previous 2 attempts. This time, a flicker of doubt crept into its mind. What form should it assume? After a brief survey, Long Zhu radiantly brightened. In this guise, he surely won't recognize me." After repeated confirmations, the concealed Long Zhu finally spoke up. "I am well hidden." Before long, the sound of approaching footsteps grew increasingly distinct. In a way, can he truly discern my presence here? At this moment, Long Zhu's composure began to waver. Yet, it chose not to reveal itself. Perhaps this was merely a coincidence. However, in the next instant, it found itself deftly scooped up by Jing Mingxian. Disguising yourself as a luminous pearl in this brook is indeed a clever idea. A normal person might never conceive of such a scenario, but alas, you encountered me. Little Xian had just opened her mouth to caution Jing Mingxian against such overconfidence when she beheld the luminous pearl gradually morphing in size and color, ultimately resembling Long Zhu. "What? Master, this is too outrageous. How did you find me?" Long Zhu inquired, perplexed. Jing Mingxian smiled slightly. "It's quite simple. I memorized the entire layout of the 5th level, including the essence of these objects, making your discovery a trivial endeavor." "How terrifying," was the immediate reaction of both Little Xian and Long Zhu. Su Muchan furrowed her brows, her expression tinged with confusion as she asked, "Disciple, when did you commit this to memory?" "Of course, during my time of rest." Integrating the original plot, Jing Mingxian surmised that Long Zhu had a 99.99 chance of initially engaging in hide-and-seek. Thus he prepared in advance. To borrow the phrasing of his high school teacher, this was a guaranteed exam question. Just memorize it, and you are set. Once Long Zhu calmed its emotions, it declared, "Human, you have gained my respect. Yet if you wish to truly conquer me, you require formidable strength. Winning through mere tactics leaves me unconvinced." "What the, Long Zhu? Do you presume my master is so accommodating that you can take liberties?" The usually temperate Little Xian could no longer suppress herself. Just as Long Zhu was about to speak, Jing Mingxuan's large hand rested upon her fluffy head, instantly calming her, causing her graceful form to tremble, and her 10 bushy tails drooped. "Little Xian, I understand you mean well, but my objective is to conquer Long Zhu. If there remains even a hint of defiance in its heart, then it is not true conquest. Otherwise, I would have already captured it." Jing Mingxuan's words caused Long Zhu to gradually descend, feeling as though comparing itself to the other was akin to the fox's claim of shamelessness. Consequently, it spoke with utmost seriousness. "Human? And you, fox, rest assured, should I be captured next, I will undoubtedly submit wholeheartedly. If I remain uncaptured, I shall guide you to the true dragon's treasures and divulge all the opportunities as previously stated." Jing Mingxian nodded slightly, his heart brimming with joy. He understood that complete conquest of Long Zhu was but a final step away. Then let us begin. Longzhu swayed its form as if nodding and continued. If you capture me, it will signify your strength has passed the test. Jing Mingxian softly acknowledged, yet he did not pursue the rapidly moving Longzhu. Instead, he closed his eyes, seemingly attuning to the trajectory of its movement. After quite a while, Little Xian grew anxious, feeling that her master should not have acquiesced to Longzhu's. Yumuchan placed her soft, jade-like hand upon Little Xian's fluffy head and gently said, "Do not be hasty. We must trust him." Little Xian was taken aback, realizing that she had seemingly never believed in her master. She indeed wished to have faith, yet the vast disparity between her master and Longzhu, coupled with the numerous times her master had let Longzhu go, left her in a state of agitation. After an extensive period of swift movement, Longzhu found it utterly uninteresting, considering its own speed. It concluded that even if it appeared before Jing Mingxian, he would never be able to catch it. Thus, it boldly flew directly in front of Jing Mingxian, urging, "If you do not seize me soon, I shall declare your forfeiture." In an instant, an irresistible force enveloped it, firmly ensnaring it, and upon glancing back, it found itself imprisoned within the palm of Jing Mingxuan's right hand. The speed was astounding, so rapid that it had no time to react. "Why did you not do this sooner?" Before it could finish, Longzhu beheld Jing Mingxian, breathless and sweating profusely, evidently having expended a considerable amount of magical energy and stamina. Little Xian's eyes sparkled with admiration as she murmured, "Utilizing instant slash of the universe to such an extent, Master, you are undoubtedly an unparalleled genius." "Indeed," Su Muchan affirmed with unwavering certainty, her enchanting red eyes gleaming. Initially, she had intended to impart all her knowledge to Jing Mingxian, but he had remarked that one should not be greedy, suggesting it would be wiser to concentrate on mastering a single discipline. In hindsight, that advice proved astute, for Jing Mingxian had indeed elevated instant slash of the universe to a realm of mastery. At that moment, Longzhu spoke with genuine sincerity, "Master." Jing Mingxian gently replied, soon breaking into a jubilant smile, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, at last, you are convinced." Following the conquest of Longzhu, the next objective was, naturally, the true dragon's treasures. Both man and beast quickly contemplated this matter, their hearts filled with anticipation. Chapter 39. The True Dragon Emperor. Lifelong unmatched amongst men. Thereafter, Jing Mingxian completed the binding of Longzhu, thus becoming its unequivocal master. "Master, did you know? Since my inception, you are my first master, and I believe my last." Longzhu's tone brimmed with affection and determination. Jing Mingxian paused in surprise, recalling that in the original narrative, Longzhu had never been bound by Gu Qingyuan. Furthermore, as a contingency left behind by the true Dragon Emperor, it was generally assumed that Longzhu's former master was indeed the true Dragon Emperor. Yet, hearing Longzhu's statement suggested otherwise. Little Xian, perplexed, inquired, "Longzhu, did the true Dragon Emperor not become your master?" "No." Longzhu gently shook its form, as if shaking its head, then paused to say, "He mentioned that a certain cultivator would become my master." To which I initially retorted, asserting that I would never bind myself to a cultivator who could not earn my submission. Jing Mingxian smiled faintly, questioning with curiosity, "Longzhu, based on your earlier behavior, would it not be true that unless you were entirely conquered, even if you divulged all the opportunities laid out by the true Dragon Emperor, we would be unable to seize those genuine fortunes?" "Indeed, true fortunes require my cooperation. However, I would not allow you to return empty-handed and would still ensure you acquire a few," Longzhu candidly explained. Little Xian and Su Muchan were taken aback. Who would have thought that to obtain the true Dragon Emperor's complete opportunities, one must first conquer Longzhu? Fortunately, Jing Mingxian had dreamt of this beforehand. Otherwise, the current situation would have been unimaginable. "Longzhu, where exactly are the true dragon's treasures?" Jing Mingxian finally redirected his inquiry to the main topic. In the original narrative, the true dragon's treasures were as plentiful as the tomb of Cao Cao in his past life. Only Longzhu knew the true location of the true dragon's treasures. "Master, the location of the true dragon's treasures is not static. It constantly shifts. Even if I reveal a location now, it will only indicate where the treasures currently reside. Not where we will go next. Longzhu's reply left Jing Mingxian momentarily stunned. He had always believed that the true dragon's treasures were fixed in place. Fortunately, he hadn't rushed to find them. Otherwise, they would either have been unable to locate them or would be waiting idly. As Gu Qingyuan and Yin Qianrou had done in the original narrative. Disciple, time is of the essence. Shall we proceed to the true dragon's treasures? Su Muchan gently urged. Jing Mingxian nodded slightly, then turned his attention to Gu Qingyuan and Yin Qianrou. Still lying on the ground. First, let us awaken them, and then we shall depart. All right, Little Xian and Su Muchan replied in unison. In the next moment, Gu Qingyuan and Yin Qianrou regained consciousness, their blurry eyes meeting the tall figure of Jing Mingxian. You two are finally awake, now. We can leave. They fully roused, only to behold Jing Mingxian's retreating silhouette. Unlike Yin Qianrou, who gazed dreamily, Gu Qingyuan surveyed the 5th level, finding it desolate, clearly having been thoroughly pillaged by Jing Mingxian. Damn! He left not a single thing behind. How ruthless! Yin Qianrou scoffed. We didn't contribute. We were knocked out upon arrival. It's only natural he took everything. While that was true, considering their previous experiences, the cultivation resources in the 5th level were undoubtedly the finest. As Gu Qingyuan reached this conclusion, his eyes brightened with realization. No wonder he didn't exert himself in the first 3 levels. He had clearly set his sights on the 4th and 5th levels. Gu Qingyuan. Even if that was his intention, he must possess the strength to obtain them. Otherwise, he would end up like us, knocked out. Yin Qianrou exhibited a fleeting expression of disdain. Subsequently, she recalled that Jing Mingxian had been attentively monitoring both her and Gu Qingyuan while they were in a state of unconsciousness after defeating this layer of guards, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Although this place might not pose any danger, the fact that Jing Mingxian chose to wait for their awakening before departing indicated his commendable character. That makes sense. Gu Qingyuan affirmed with a nod. In reality, the resources from the first 3 levels, coupled with a few from the 4th, were already sufficient for him to accelerate his cultivation. Yet, his insatiable greed compelled him to seek even more. We should also make our exit, Yin Qianrou declared coolly, then murmured softly. This delay has undoubtedly squandered a significant amount of time for accumulating points. Gu Qingyuan exclaimed. Indeed. His ultimate goal this time was to surpass all of his master's disciples in the Tianyun Grand Competition, thereby garnering his master's greater favor. In a certain expanse of forest, Jing Mingxian glanced at the token and inquired, Master, do you possess a method to prevent the Supreme Lord of Cloud Roll from discovering my departure? Su Muchan lifted her delicate right hand to support her chin. After a moment of contemplation, her hand descended rapidly to the token, enveloping it in a brilliant crimson light. It's done. Now, regardless of where you go, the token will not relay any information to the Supreme Lord of Cloud Roll. Though this, Jing Mingxian unabashedly praised. Wow, Master, you are truly remarkable. Su Muchan's exquisite visage flushed with a faint blush, though it was not deep. Appearing rather charming, guided by the Dragon Pearl, the trio, 2 humans, 1 beast, and 1 pearl, departed from the miniature world of the Tianyun Grand Competition, wandering through the void. This scene was entirely different from the original narrative Jing Mingxian had read. Yet with the prior revelations from the Dragon Pearl, he understood that the true dragon's legacy was now meandering through the void. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the main entrance of the true dragon's legacy. A glance around revealed that the entrance was utterly ordinary and quite dilapidated, lacking the grandeur one might expect. How curious, the little fairy murmured. The world believes the true dragon's legacy to be extravagantly opulent. Yet the reality is the opposite. No wonder no one has ever reached the true site of the true dragon's legacy. Even if they arrived here, unless their strength surpassed that of the true Dragon Emperor, they would need my key to gain entry, the Dragon Pearl added. The little fairy nodded in agreement, feeling it to be quite accurate. Dragon Pearl, open the door, Jing Mingxian said gently. Without hesitation, the Dragon Pearl soared to the entrance. Emanating an incredibly radiant glow, Su Muchan furrowed her brows, realizing that this action might attract some powerful entities lurking in the void, and promptly waved her armf in an instant. A thin veil of faint crimson light enveloped the entire true dragon's legacy, perfectly concealing the brilliance of the Dragon Pearl. Upon seeing this, Jing Mingxian generously complimented, "Master, your foresight is truly commendable. With you by my side, my sense of security has greatly increased." The bashful Su Muchan's countenance turned rosy once more. Yet her beautiful eyes sparkled, and her cherry-like lips curved upward. With a snap of her fingers, the entrance swung open, and the group swiftly advanced. Just as they entered, the door behind them slammed shut with a resounding thud. Drawing the attention of Jing Mingxian, the little fairy, and Su Muchan, who all glanced back, the Dragon Pearl quickly clarified, "This is to prevent any outsiders from entering. Master need not concern yourself." The trio disregarded it and turned their gazes forward, where they beheld a stone tablet towering 3 meters high, inscribed with a line of robust and enigmatic characters. "The true Dragon Emperor, never inferior to others in his lifetime, in an instant." The group remained transfixed, as if time had stopped. After a quarter of an hour, the little fairy returned to normal, exclaiming with a sense of wonder, "I never expected this stone tablet and its inscription to harbor the principles of imperial law. I feel I am much closer to advancing to the Emperor realm." Another quarter of an hour passed, and Su Muchan returned to her senses, directly seating herself on the ground as her aura began to rise. The little fairy stood in stunned silence, and upon sensing Su Muchan's cultivation advancing to the second tier of the Emperor realm, she gasped, "Has the mistress broken through? Such exceptional comprehension." Just then, Jing Mingxian also awakened, but did not experience a breakthrough. The Dragon Pearl expressed confusion, "Master, you are the last to awaken. Why do you appear unchanged?" "I have restrained myself," Jing Mingxian replied nonchalantly. The Dragon Pearl was even more perplexed. "Why would you suppress it? Wouldn't it be better to directly break through and become stronger?" "Indeed, it would. However, I still require one more breakthrough material," Jing Mingxian responded. The Dragon Pearl urgently inquired, "What material?" "The blood of a Dragon Clan celestial beast," Jing Mingxian stated plainly. After a brief silence, the Dragon Pearl spoke up, "I know where to find it. I shall retrieve it at once." With a whoosh, the Dragon Pearl vanished from Jing Mingxian's sight, moving at a speed significantly greater than before, clearly indicating that the mysterious palace's fifth layer had a suppressive effect on the Dragon Pearl's speed. Jing Mingxian turned his gaze towards Su Muchan, who at that moment was as serene as a maiden, appearing even more tranquil and composed than usual, captivating him to the point where his heart raced, yearning to indulge in her beauty. Yet, he restrained his inner impulses, recognizing that she was calibrating her internal energy. Though he knew that indulging would not cause any harm, one could never be too cautious. After all, it would not be long before they could bind their fates as partners, making it unnecessary to act on his desires just yet. After a while, Su Muchan slowly opened her eyes, a hint of an uncontrollable smile gracing her exquisite features. "Disciple, were it not for our mutual cultivation, I could never have attained such a breakthrough from merely observing a stone tablet." The little fairy stood in stunned disbelief, exclaiming, "Mutual cultivation? No wonder you and the mistress never allow me to enter the room." It dawned on her that this was the reason. However, considering the mistress's demeanor, she still appeared to be a maiden, leading her to ponder what kind of mutual cultivation this entailed. My relationship with Master is merely the most basic form of mutual cultivation. "We have yet to reach the stage you envision," Jing Mingxian clarified succinctly. The little fairy fell silent, quickly grasping Jing Mingxian's meaning. "So, mutual cultivation is simply two individuals cultivating together? How absurd!" At that moment, the Dragon Pearl returned, carrying a glass vial filled with golden blood, speaking with palpable excitement, "Master, this is the blood of the Dragon Clan celestial beast. You must break through without delay and not squander the insights you've gained." "There will be no waste," Jing Mingxian replied with a warm smile. Not only was the Dragon Pearl puzzled, but the little fairy and Su Muchan were equally confounded. Chapter 40. The Supreme Imperial Law. Witnessing this scene, Jing Mingxian looked perplexed. Hadn't he just explained everything? "When did you ever explain?" Su Muchan, the little fairy, and the Dragon Pearl exclaimed in unison, their excitement palpable. Jing Mingxian sighed, his lips twitching in exasperation. "When the Dragon Pearl asked why I showed no change, I stated that I had restrained myself, did I not?" The little fairy and the Dragon Pearl were momentarily taken aback. The little fairy, her fluffy white tail swaying, expressed her astonishment. I thought you were merely suppressing the feeling of a breakthrough. Not that you were also restraining your understanding of the stone tablet. Indeed, I thought the same. The Dragon Pearl concurred. Xu Muchan tilted her head slightly, blinking her beautiful eyes. Disciple, when you spoke those words, I should have been in the midst of my breakthrough and was not paying attention. It is also my fault for not clarifying my thoughts from the outset, leading to your misunderstanding. Jing Mingxian said apologetically, which endeared him to the little fairy and the Dragon Pearl, subtly bridging their relationship. The little fairy's eyes widened as if struck by a thought, and she promptly exclaimed, Master, quickly absorb the breakthrough materials and begin your advancement. Do not waste any more time on this matter. Yes, Master, hurry and break through. The Dragon Pearl urged with excitement. Jing Mingxian felt a stirring in his heart but did not indulge in sentimentality. Instead, he seated himself on the ground and, closing his starry eyes, said, Master, please place the breakthrough materials around me. In the blink of an eye. The materials were arranged. Xu Muchan gazed at the glass vial that the Dragon Pearl was holding and gently instructed. Dragon Pearl. Also place the vial containing the Dragon Clan Celestial Beast's blood near Jing Mingxian. The Dragon Pearl enthusiastically responded with a couple of affirmatives and, as it had earlier, carefully positioned the vial. Once everything was prepared, Jing Mingxian began to circulate the divine cultivation method, drawing each material into his body for refinement. Before long, with the exception of the celestial dragon's horn and the blood of the Dragon Clan Celestial Beast, all materials had been absorbed and refined. Finally, only the last two materials remained. The Dragon Pearl released a sound akin to a sigh of relief, yet in truth, this was the most critical moment. The little fairy softly hummed in agreement. Despite having experienced this once before, she felt as though time was stretching indefinitely. With a whoosh, the celestial dragon's horn entered Jing Mingxuan's mouth, appearing extraordinarily large as if it could not fit. But with the aid of magical energy, it gradually shrank until it successfully entered. Moments later, the refining of the celestial dragon's horn was complete. With a pop, the vial's opening was uncorked, and the golden blood surged forth like an unending river, flowing into Jing Mingxuan's slightly parted lips. After a while, Jing Mingxian completed the final refinement, divine cultivation method. In the next instant, the refined materials began to move within Jing Mingxuan's body, penetrating deep into his limbs and bones. The meridians and veins enveloping every drop of blood, every cell, and even Jing Mingxuan's very soul. Once fully absorbed, Jing Mingxian ceased to suppress his power, and his cultivation surged instantaneously to the realm of transformation. Xu Muchan, Xiao Xian, and Longzhu had yet to express their astonishment when words on the stone tablet ahead emanated a silvery divine radiance. A towering figure, crowned with dragon horns, materialized, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. Longzhu gasped in surprise. Is that the true dragon celestial emperor? Xu Muchan and Xiao Xian's eyes were filled with awe, yet they maintained their composure, surveying the scene with a calm demeanor. The projected image of the true dragon celestial emperor gazed deeply at Jing Mingxian before muttering, You are not the destined one I foresaw in my calculations. So are you an anomaly? Longzhu paused in disbelief, murmuring, Not the destined one is mentioned by the true dragon celestial emperor? Then what is the master? In response, Xiao Xian smiled faintly. Did not the true dragon celestial emperor say it himself? An anomaly. Anomaly? With that, Longzhu hung suspended in the air, becoming utterly still. At this moment, the true dragon celestial emperor broke his silence. This is rather fortuitous. The future is destined for a tragic conclusion. Perhaps you, this anomaly, can overturn that fate. With the last remnants of my power, I shall lend you my strength. As the figure began to dissipate, the true dragon celestial emperor cast a glance at Longzhu. Please take good care of Longzhu. It is still but a child. Longzhu bristled, retorting, I am not a child. I have lived for a long time. It is only you who treats me as one. Xu Muchan and Xiao Xian exchanged glances, both understanding that the true dragon celestial emperor spoke the truth. Longzhu, farewell. The true dragon celestial emperor smiled gently before his form dissolved into a radiant silvery light. surging towards Jing Mingxuan's robust physique. Long Zhu was momentarily taken aback, memories of the last encounter with the true dragon celestial emperor flooding her mind, recalling how he had not properly bid her farewell. Although this moment felt like a reconciliation, she recognized it as merely a remnant of the true dragon celestial emperor's legacy, not his true self. A sense of regret washed over her. Had she the chance to do it all again? She would certainly have said her farewells to the true dragon celestial emperor. With that thought, Long Zhu emitted a somewhat hoarse voice. True dragon celestial emperor, farewell. In an instant, the silvery light grew ever brighter, striking yet gentle, causing no discomfort even when gazed upon. Xiaoxian remained fixated, attuning her senses to their peak, determined not to miss a single moment. Xu Muchan, though not as intense, furrowed her brows, discerning whether that silvery glow bore any peculiarities. After a long while, she found nothing amiss, yet this did not deter her from continuing to perceive. With a thunderous boom, an oppressive aura erupted from Jing Mingxuan's entire being. Xiaoxian's face registered shock. The imperial Dao laws? Not only that, but they were laws uniquely his own. Su Muchan added solemnly. In her estimations, Jing Mingxian was indeed capable of comprehending the imperial Dao laws, yet those were once the true dragon celestial emperors, not his own. Clearly, the true dragon celestial emperor had recognized this issue, hence his earlier proclamation of aiding his disciple. The true dragon celestial emperor. Although history leaves uncertainty regarding his demise, in a world of cultivation where the rules of heaven and earth have drastically transformed, even one who once dazzled as a celestial emperor is bound by the limits of mortality. Without ascension, a path to demise is inevitable. Thus, will she and her disciple face the same fate someday? With this thought, Su Muchan gazed deeply at Jing Mingxian. Suddenly, a line of glistening golden text appeared in her mind. Mistress, ascension is merely a challenge. It is not insurmountable. Su Muchan's face was filled with astonishment. She dared not claim she would certainly ascend. Yet this divine text spoke such affirmations. Judging by past experiences, dismissing any arrogance or boasting, it must be true, indicating that the divine text hailed from an even more powerful realm. The celestial domain, or perhaps a world even more formidable than the celestial domain. Regardless, she could remain with her disciple, forever intertwined. A radiant smile graced Su Muchan's face, filled with happiness. Xiaoxian and Long Zhu were momentarily taken aback, realizing that their mistress looked exceptionally beautiful when she smiled. After a brief interlude, the imperial Dao laws manifested a nascent form upon Jing Mingxian, taking the shape of a crimson lotus. It appeared unremarkable. Yet within it lay the resonance of the world's laws. In the blink of an eye, the lotus transformed into a lotus platform, upon which Jing Mingxian sat in meditation. Xiaoxian mused, at this moment, the master resembles an enlightened immortal. Long Zhu nodded slightly, acknowledging that this was far superior to the true dragon celestial emperor's imperial Dao laws in terms of foundation. Stronger than mine, in my view. It should be the most potent imperial Dao law, Su Muchan stated with a serious expression, bestowing high praise. Xiaoxian and Long Zhu offered no rebuttal, especially Xiaoxian, who understood that her mistress never spoke falsehoods. Or perhaps simply could not. Soon after, she realized that Jing Mingxian should awaken, yet his eyes remained tightly shut. There was no other reason. Jing Mingxian simply wished to turn to the 4th page of the divine text. However, he would not do so alone, as he invited Su Muchan into his sea of consciousness. Together they would unveil the 4th page. The 1st and 2nd pages remained unchanged. Upon reaching the 3rd page, as before, a new line of golden text appeared. With each treatment completed, longevity will increase based on the difficulty of the healing. Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan stared in disbelief. What did this imply? It signified that they could heal the world and attain immortality. Goodness! This divine healing method is truly astonishing. Su Muchan inhaled deeply, the weight in her heart finally lifting. Even if they did not achieve ascension, she and her disciple could possess nearly endless longevity. Suddenly, the words of the true dragon celestial emperor echoed in her mind. The future is destined for a tragic conclusion? Why? Su Muchan found it difficult to comprehend. Yet she believed that with the support of the divine text, She and her disciple would grow stronger, unimaginably so, and would undoubtedly put an end to the so-called tragic future. Filled with resolute confidence, she gently parted her crimson lips. Disciple, we may turn to the next page. Jing Mingxian replied with a single word, all right, and then gently grasped Su Muchan's snow-white hand as they turned to the fourth page together. With the emergence of a brand new line of golden text, Jing Mingxian began to read aloud. Divine Absorption Method. Characterized by rapid, stable, and comprehensive absorption of any cultivation resources, invincible absorption. The two fell into silence. It is well known that even the absorption of spiritual energy cannot be entirely converted into cultivation or magical power. Thus, this divine absorption method seemed utterly absurd. Had I possessed the divine absorption method while absorbing those breakthrough materials, I could have conducted a thorough test, Jing Mingxian lamented. Just as they were about to depart, another line of mysterious golden text appeared before them. Master, Mistress, as long as it remains within you, you may also utilize the divine absorption method for absorption. Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan fell silent once more. This meant that all prior losses could be converted into cultivation or strength. Truly remarkable, teacher. Time is of the essence. Let me give it a try. Jing Mingxian proposed excitedly. Su Muchan smiled radiantly, nodding her agreement. For her, this was an immensely fruitful opportunity. Even without the divine text's earlier proclamation, she was already exceedingly content. Chapter 41. A New Breakthrough. The bond value is full. Moments later, the aura within Jing Mingxian swelled once more, startling both Xiaoxian and Long Zhu. After settling, could his aura rise again? This defied common sense. Xiaoxian's beautiful eyes widened, her face a mask of puzzled disbelief. Long Zhu echoed, indeed, master. Before she could finish her thought, both Beast and Pearl sensed that Jing Mingxuan's cultivation had ascended to the peak of the first level of transformation, and then spiraled uncontrollably further. Second level of transformation. Peak of the second level of transformation. Third level of transformation. It continued until it reached the peak of the third level of transformation before finally coming to a halt. An inexplicable increase of 2 levels plus a peak. What could possibly account for this? Xiaoxian's mind was awash with questions. Long Zhu felt a sigh of relief, grateful that it had finally ceased. If it were to continue, I would need a long time to adjust. Jing Mingxian did not take the time to recuperate but slowly opened his eyes, smiling warmly at Su Muchan. Master, it is now your turn. Su Muchan gently shook her head. I am not in a hurry. You should first solidify your current cultivation. Seeing the resolute look in Su Muchan's eyes, Jing Mingxian, who had intended to persuade her further, chose not to insist and softly uttered. All right. 2/4 of an hour later, Jing Mingxian completed his recuperation, his starry eyes sparkling with vigor as he smiled gently. Master, it is now your turn. Su Muchan nodded gently before settling into a meditative posture. Levitating gracefully in mid-air, her flowing garments hung suspended, subtly swaying under her own majestic aura, evoking an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens. This sight deepened the perplexity of both Xiaoxian and Long Zhu. If it were merely Jing Mingxuan, one could attribute it to his prodigious talent and extraordinary comprehension. However, with Su Muchan's presence, the situation felt entirely different. Xiaoxian sensed that this might be related to the divine book, yet she dared not inquire about it in the past, nor did she feel emboldened to ask now, her curiosity having swelled to its utmost limit. If she refrained from questioning further, she feared it would jeopardize her ability to cultivate properly in the future. Thus, she gracefully approached Jing Mingxuan, playfully teasing him with her 10 fluffy, snow-white tails while displaying an adorably pitiful expression. Jing Mingxuan, not granting Xiaoxian any more opportunities to showcase her enchanting allure, swiftly pulled her into his embrace. His voice cold as he demanded, "What is it that you wish to ask me, master? Is your and the mistress's recent breakthrough related to the divine book?" Xiaoxian timidly inquired, appearing quite endearing. Jing Mingxuan responded with a soft hm. Following this, Xiaoxian refrained from pressing further. She understood that her master was reluctant to divulge information, and even if she asked, it would likely yield no answers, potentially leaving a negative impression. A minute passed, and as Xiaoxian remained silent, Jing Mingxuan realized she had decided against further inquiries. This was a clever approach that did not leave him feeling dissatisfied. Reflecting on their bond, Xiaoxian had proven herself to be unwaveringly loyal. Just like this time, she would not exert pressure on him, which made him feel remarkably at ease. It seemed rather unjust that he had yet to reward such a splendid spirit companion. The only gifts he could offer were the Divine Book, the Divine Healing Method, and the Divine Absorption Method. Comparatively, the Divine Absorption Method was evidently superior, potentially enabling Xiaoxian to elevate her cultivation to the level of an emperor. However, one must take things step by step. Thus, he intended first to heal Xiaoxian and see if he could gain longevity in the process. Xiaoxian, you must endure. Xiaoxian was momentarily taken aback, then realized her master was bestowing upon her a special reward. Her face lit up with joy, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she repeatedly affirmed with delight. The Divine Healing Method. But then, Jing Mingxuan was left dumbfounded to him. A newly born Xiaoxian should have minimal external injuries, internal wounds, or soul damage. Yet, to his astonishment, Xiaoxian was covered in injuries. If they were not from her birth, it could only mean she had endured numerous severe traumas even while still an egg. Jing Mingxuan's heart ached, and he held Xiaoxian even tighter. Xiaoxian blinked her large, watery eyes, confused by the situation. Nevertheless, she had to admit that being in her master's embrace felt incredibly warm and safe. Xiaoxian, your injuries are grave. I suspect you suffered significant trauma while still an egg. Jing Mingxuan's words caused Xiaoxian's eyes to sharpen, memories of her tragic past flooding her mind. Her race had faced a catastrophic disaster in the celestial realm. The powerful members of her clan had used a special celestial technique to send her away, but with no possibility of survival in the celestial realm, she had no choice but to descend to the mortal realm. Traveling normally would surely alert her enemies, so she opted for a clandestine passage. Though fraught with trials, it was all worth it. However, upon her arrival, the connection between the mortal realm and the celestial realm was completely severed. The good news was that she no longer had to live in hiding. The bad news was that she was confined to her egg, requiring a sufficiently dense and high-level spiritual environment to survive. There was, however, one piece of good news. Once the conditions for survival were met, her lifespan in the egg would be infinite. Master, if healing is impossible, then do not waste your efforts. I am living well enough as it is. Jing Mingxuan gently shook his head. Even if it is a futile endeavor, I will heal you because you are my spirit companion. As your master, I have the obligation and responsibility to do so. For a moment, Xiaoxian was deeply moved. A line of luminous golden text appeared in Jing Mingxuan's mind. Congratulations, Master. Your bond with Xiaoxian has reached 100 points in the realm of divine companions. Both you and Xiaoxian will have your strength enhanced by 100. To this, Jing Mingxuan merely responded with a soft HM, neither expressing joy nor concern. After a thorough examination, Jing Mingxuan slowly exhaled. Master, am I beyond healing? Xiaoxian's sweet, melodious voice was filled with apprehension. Jing Mingxuan shook his head gently. No. Although it will require a substantial amount of rare materials, magical power, and time, it can indeed be healed. Xiaoxian was touched, her bright phoenix eyes misting over with tears. She was profoundly moved, but upon considering the immense cost, she hesitated and began to persuade him. Master, I am fine for now. You may opt for conservative treatment and save the rare materials for more pressing needs. Jing Mingxuan's expression grew stern, his gaze piercingly sharp, declaring, using them for you is the very definition of addressing a pressing need. The unwavering conviction in his tone warmed Xiaoxian's heart, further affirming that agreeing to Jing Mingxuan's request had been the wisest choice. However, Jing Mingxuan did not proceed with the treatment immediately. First, he needed to devise a specific healing plan. Secondly, the rare materials were with Su Muchan, and even if he wished to treat her, he currently lacked the necessary conditions. After some time had passed, Su Muchan's aura finally began to rise. Jing Mingxuan closed his eyes to feel it closely. He discerned that his master's energy was exceptionally robust, vast, and boundless, akin to an ocean of stars. In the blink of an eye, Su Muchan's aura underwent a transformation, evidently indicating a rise in her cultivation. Yet, it abruptly halted, leaving Jing Mingxuan quite perplexed. Once Su Muchan concluded her adjustment and opened her brilliant, Ruby-like eyes, he urgently inquired, Master, what is your current cultivation level? Peak of the second layer of the Emperor realm. Su Muqian replied promptly. Jing Mingxuan's lips twitched as he remarked, how is it that you've only advanced by one peak? Just one? Su Muqian's expression stiffened. In response, Xiaoxian chimed in, Master, the later stages of cultivation become increasingly challenging to advance. The mistress achieving her current level in just half a year after breaking through the Emperor realm is already astonishing. Jing Mingxuan pouted, wanting to express that Su Muqian had absorbed all the residual energy he had accumulated until now, yet she had only advanced by one peak, which he found utterly unacceptable. Su Muqian perceived the calculations in Jing Mingxuan's mind, and thus sent a strand of divine consciousness to explain. Disciple, you must remember that only half a year has passed since my breakthrough into the Emperor realm, so I possess little residual energy within that realm. Jing Mingxuan felt enlightened. Viewed this way, it was indeed commendable for his master to have advanced by a peak. Following this, he recounted Xiaoxian's situation. Master, this is the situation. What are your thoughts? Xiaoxian wore an anxious expression, aware that the mistress was benevolent but concerned about the substantial consumption of rare materials, necessitating careful consideration. To her surprise, Su Muqian readily replied, Of course we will heal her. Rare materials can be replenished, but Xiaoxian is irreplaceable. In an instant, Xiaoxian was moved to tears, leaping from Jing Mingxuan's embrace to nestle into Su Muqian's arms. Nuzzling gently, woo-woo mistress. Compared to her master's solid physique, the mistress felt considerably softer, exuding a delightful fragrance that brought her immense joy. If she had to compare which was better, she could only say that each had its own merits. And she adored them both immensely. After a brief respite, the trio of one master, one spirit, and one pearl embarked on a new journey. Passing by a stone tablet, they gazed into the distance to behold a majestic array of palatial structures. Master, each of these palaces represents a different category, encompassing spells, techniques, elixirs, artifacts, talismans, formations, bloodlines, physiques, medicinal materials, and more. Which one would you like to visit first? Jing Mingxuan pondered for a moment but remained undecided, finally stating, Let us visit the palace where you obtained the blood of the Dragon Clan's celestial beasts. Long Zhu nodded repeatedly and began to lead the way. Moments later, the trio arrived at the Bloodline Palace. Like the other palaces surrounding it, it stood tall and resplendent, dazzling the eye. Upon entering, various containers greeted their sight. Jing Mingxuan winced slightly. It resembled a biological laboratory, but the containers were filled with blood. He surveyed the area and noted that, aside from the various types of blood, there were also bloodlines available for absorption. However, in comparison to the blood, the number of bloodlines was significantly fewer, though they were all at the saint level. Everything was quite similar to what was described in the original text, and since he had already absorbed the blood of the Dragon Clan's celestial beasts, he felt no enthusiasm. Longzhu, noticing this, flew directly in front of Jing Mingxuan and asked, Master, is there nothing here that you desire? Indeed not. Jing Mingxian nodded decisively. It was not that he looked down upon the bloodlines of the Yuanqing and even the Zhizuan levels. Rather, they simply did not align with his aspirations. Longzhu pondered momentarily and murmured, Indeed, the bloodlines here are insufficient. My master deserves a superior lineage. Longzhu, you need not hold such thoughts. Bloodlines are not of paramount importance. Before Jing Mingxian could finish, Longzhu interjected excitedly, Aha! The next bloodline is certain to please my master. Chapter 42. Blood of the True Dragon Emperor. Jing Mingxian fell into silence. He could certainly offer words of caution, but witnessing Longzhu's genuine concern for him, it would be inappropriate to do so. Thus, he shifted his perspective, revealing a glimmer of anticipation in his starry eyes, and spoke gently, Am I truly certain to like it? I shall take a good look. Excellent, excellent. Longzhu's voice grew more animated, its already bright and round form shining even more radiantly. Observing the departing Longzhu, Xiaoxian couldn't help but sigh, Master, are you perhaps too compliant with Longzhu's ideas? You cannot say anything that might discourage it. Moreover, since matters are not yet settled, it would be unwise to utter such cynical remarks. It is better to indulge Longzhu's thoughts and judge the outcome later. As Jing Mingxuan's words fell, Xiao Xian felt a warm sensation in her heart. After all, her master was also Jing Mingxian. If he could treat a newly bound Longzhu this way, he would undoubtedly extend the same courtesy to her. Before long, Longzhu suddenly appeared before Jing Mingxian, alongside a colossal glass vial filled with golden blood. Master, this is the blood of the true Dragon Emperor, the lineage of the true Dragon Heavenly Emperor. Jing Mingxian, Su Muchan, and Xiao Xian's eyes widened in unison. The bloodline of a legendary Heavenly Emperor could hardly be deemed inferior. In fact, it was likely far superior to that of a typical Emperor-level lineage. Jing Mingxian furrowed his brow slightly, recalling that in the original text, Longzhu had never mentioned this to Gu Qingyuan. Did this imply that Longzhu ultimately did not trust Gu Qingyuan, but rather held absolute faith in him now? He refrained from jumping to conclusions and instead inquired, Longzhu, is there a significant risk in absorbing the blood of the true Dragon Emperor? Indeed, there is, Longzhu affirmed. Xiao Xian, aware that the absorption of bloodlines always carried risks, asked, then what is the extent of that risk? According to my master, the risk is 0. For he has condensed the most potent imperial laws and has also received the stone tablets recognition. Longzhu added with an explanation. In an instant, the frowns of the two and the beast relaxed. Jing Mingxian raised his hand and gently stroked Longzhu's gleaming, rotund body, expressing his delight. You were right. I truly like it. Acquiring a bloodline, especially one belonging to the former True Dragon Heavenly Emperor, was undoubtedly something he cherished greatly. At least for him at this moment, it was something he would immensely appreciate. He also realized that Longzhu in the original text might not have refrained from informing Gu Qingyuan out of disdain, but rather because Gu Qingyuan had no need to take such a risk at that time. Of course, this was merely his speculation and not necessarily the reality. Without further ado, Master, hurry and absorb the blood of the true Dragon Emperor. Longzhu's sweet, melodious voice resonated, making the listener feel utterly enchanted. Jing Mingxian nodded gently and then levitated into the air, settling into a meditative posture. Subsequently, the most potent imperial law, the Crimson Lotus platform, manifested beneath him, its base perfectly aligned with the ground. With a soft pop, the vial's mouth opened. The golden blood erupted with an overwhelming imperial might, terrifying in its intensity. However, upon contact with Jing Mingxuan's exerted powers, it instantly calmed as if a well-behaved child, allowing him to absorb it into his mouth. Soon, all of the true Dragon Emperor's blood entered his body. Despite this, the absorption speed was not particularly swift, as this was the bloodline of a heavenly emperor. Jing Mingxian did not rush. Instead, he displayed remarkable patience in his absorption. Meanwhile, outside the true dragon's legacy, a diminutive figure suddenly emerged, clad in a green robe, with an elderly, gaunt face adorned with numerous wrinkles. The vitality coursing through her was far from vibrant, resembling one on the brink of death. A hoarse female voice echoed, filled with authority despite its raspiness. The old crone glanced around but found nothing, her white brows knitting slightly. Her eyes then widened upon noticing a faint red protective barrier ahead. Along with a simple yet dust-free door within its there an emperor-level cultivator who has arrived here before me. The old woman's brows tightened further, as she no longer possessed the strength of her prime. If the other party's power matched or exceeded hers during her peak, it would mean she could not seize this tremendous opportunity. Moments later, the old woman's white brows unfurled, and she laughed with delight. Ha ha ha, at the pinnacle of the first level of the Emperor realm? I, on the other hand, am at the pinnacle of the second level of the Emperor realm. I can easily suppress the other. After some time, the contemplative old woman began to meditate. She believed that entering now would only alert the enemy and preferred to wait patiently. Time swiftly passed, and 5.5 days had elapsed since the Tianyun Grand Competition. Jing Mingxian finally completed the perfect absorption of the true Dragon Emperor's blood. His eyes now transformed into golden dragon pupils, exuding an eerie yet unparalleled majesty. In the next moment, his aura began to surge rapidly, transforming into the 4th level of the Xian realm, transforming into the 5th level, transforming into the 9th level of the Xian realm, transforming into the pinnacle of the 9th level. Only then did the steadily rising aura begin to subside. Longzhu twisted its body slightly, tilting its little head. Why did it only ascend to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Xian realm? I feel that the true Dragon Emperor's blood should at least elevate it to the God Travel realm. Just like before, when breaking through from the Dao Entry realm to the Xian realm, the Master's breakthroughs require supplementary materials to forge the most stable foundation and the strongest power. Xiao Xian provided a simple explanation. Long Zhu's eyes widened in realization. Oh. It then looked back at Jing Mingxian, finally understanding why its master was so formidable. After nearly half a day, Jing Mingxian completed his adjustments. It was not that he wished to delay. Rather, the sheer number of realms he had broken through necessitated ample time to optimize his body. Nevertheless, it was all worth it. His foundation was now remarkably solid. Just as he was about to open his eyes, a series of extraordinary golden characters appeared in his mind. Upon closer inspection, it was a list of materials required for breaking through to the God Travel realm. The forefront was the virgin blood of a female cultivator at the Emperor level, leaving Jing Mingxian feeling quite incredulous. Fortunately, his master met this criterion. Otherwise, where would he find such a thing? He could either forego this material for his breakthrough or wait for a virgin female cultivator at the Emperor level. Analyzing the situation, Jing Mingxian felt he would not wait, but instead opt for the breakthrough. Who knows if he would even be able to wait, let alone if the other party would be willing to offer their blood? After scanning through the list of other materials, they appeared significantly more reasonable compared to the first. With a slow exhale, he opened his eyes, concluding the manifestation of the most potent imperial law, and then ended his meditation. Turning his gaze towards Su Muchan, he recounted the materials necessary for the upcoming breakthrough. The final material requires us to engage in true dual cultivation. This can be arranged once we become Dao partners. Jing Mingxian did not elaborate further, primarily out of his own embarrassment. Su Muchan did not grasp the specific meaning but nodded obediently. I understand. Most of the breakthrough materials were available, and the remaining would depend on whether they could be found within the True Dragon's legacy. Subsequently, Su Muchan listed the breakthrough materials they were missing. Do not worry, mistress. They are all here. I will fetch them right away, Long Zhu exclaimed eagerly. Xiao Xian sensed something but chose not to voice it. Before long, Long Zhu returned with all the breakthrough materials that Su Muchan had pointed out. After Su Muchan collected them, Long Zhu spoke again. Master, where shall we go next? Jing Mingxian fell into contemplation. But in the next moment, Su Muchan gently parted her rosy lips, inquiring for her opinion. The Tianyun Grand Competition is nearing its final day. Should we return or proceed to the next palace? After a brief reflection, Jing Mingxian replied, At present, my gains have been substantial, and one must not rush their cultivation. I also need time to solidify my foundation, so we shall explore the True Dragon's legacy another time. Given the circumstances, this decision seems most prudent. Xiao Xian nodded in agreement, while Long Zhu felt reluctant but suppressed its own thoughts, saying, Master, we shall do as you say. Seeing Su Muchan nod in acquiescence, Jing Mingxian knew his master agreed, and he promptly issued the next command. Then let us depart from here. Soon, the trio of 2 humans, 1 beast, and 1 pearl exited the grand doors of the True Dragon's legacy. Master, mistress, please wait a moment. The dragon pearl suddenly emitted a sound, followed by an eruption of dazzling light reminiscent of the brilliance when the door had been opened. Jing Mingxian focused his gaze and discovered that the gate to the True Dragon's treasure was shrinking, ultimately vanishing into the dragon pearl's core. With the True Dragon's treasure absorbed into his being, he mused that he would no longer need to seek it out in the future. The dragon pearl descended gently. Simultaneously offering an explanation, Jing Mingxian affectionately stroked the dragon pearl, praising, You have truly excelled this time. This is merely my duty. There is no need for such flattery, master. Although this was the outward expression, the dragon pearl's body responded eagerly, rubbing against Jing Mingxian's hand. Its voice transformed into a melody of joy and cuteness. Not pausing, Jing Mingxian continued to caress the dragon pearl while speaking, Master, shall we return? Return? That is contingent upon whether this emperor consents. A hoarse, aged female voice reverberated through the void, imbued with an overwhelming imperial authority. Su Muchan raised her arm, instantly enveloping Jing Mingxian, Xiao Xian, and the dragon pearl in a faint crimson protective barrier. effectively countering the oppressive imperial presence. Then, with a sharp gaze, she fixed her eyes upon a distant point, her voice laced with fury. Regardless of whether you consent or not, this emperor shall ensure your demise here today. Su Muchan's rage was palpable. Unlike Jing Mingxian, Xiao Xian, and the Dragon Pearl, who had yet to fully grasp the terrifying imperial might, she had truly felt its weight. Had she not reacted swiftly, even Xiao Xian, who was at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the supreme realm, could have perished on the spot. As for Jing Mingxian, his demise was all but guaranteed. The thought of this intensified the flames of Su Muchan's anger. Heh, is that all you boast about with your peak cultivation at the 1st layer of the Emperor realm? After a couple of scoffs, the speaker materialized within sight. A short, somewhat rotund old woman with graying hair, rough, sagging skin, and a face marked by deep wrinkles. Her eyes brimmed with disdain as she smugly continued. Let me inform you, I possess the cultivation of the peak of the 2nd layer of the Emperor realm. Chapter 43. Counter-suppression, truly fearsome master. The revelation of her peak cultivation at the 2nd layer of the Emperor realm stunned Jing Mingxian, Su Muchan, Xiao Xian, and the Dragon Pearl. However, their thoughts diverged significantly. Xiao Xian realized that this old crone must have been aware of Su Muchan's cultivation level prior to entering the true dragon's treasure, thus daring to brazenly reveal her own strength to instill fear and deter their resolve to fight. Yet, even if Su Muchan did not reach the peak of the 2nd layer of the Emperor realm, she would undoubtedly fight fiercely to protect her master, perhaps even more fiercely upon learning of her opponent's strength. The Dragon Pearl felt that there was little to boast about regarding the peak of the 2nd layer of the Emperor realm. After all, that was precisely Su Muchan's level, and it sensed that she would undoubtedly overpower her opponent. Jing Mingxuan's lips twitched slightly. The peak of the 2nd layer of the Emperor realm was indeed a precarious threshold. It felt almost as if the old woman had come to deliver herself to them on a silver platter. However, such thoughts were misguided. Based on prior understanding, who would have anticipated that Su Muchan could ascend to the peak of the 2nd layer of the Emperor realm in just 5 or 6 days? Su Muchan was momentarily taken aback, not having expected her opponent to match her current strength, and thus did not dwell on it further. Now, surrender all your cultivation resources, and I shall grant you a swift death. Otherwise, you shall find yourselves in a predicament where you cannot live or die. The old woman's voice was riddled with coldness and murderous intent. Meanwhile, Su Muchan, with a graceful flick of her pale hand, unleashed an unfathomable torrent of terrifying magical power. The once arrogant old woman now appeared wide-eyed, rendered immobile and utterly suppressed. Beneath her calm facade, she felt a flicker of panic, drawing upon her years of experience. She attempted to muster all her magical energy to resist the overwhelming force that enveloped her. Yet, she was struck dumb, for she could not summon even a sliver of power. The opponent's strike had left no room for reprieve, stripping her of any chance to recover. It's over. Nevertheless, the old woman maintained an air of composure, attempting to engage in psychological warfare to provoke Su Muchan into revealing a weakness. Your strike was decisive and sharp. Yet to me, it is merely adequate. Su Muchan's gaze momentarily faltered, and she quickly sensed her surroundings, discovering no apparent issues. Yet, the opponent's words led her to ponder if there was a hidden aspect she had overlooked. Observing Su Muchan's furrowed brow, Jing Mingxian immediately grasped the situation. Master, this old woman is attempting to deceive you. Do not take her words to heart. The old woman felt a surge of irritation. Who is this old woman to him? This young man clearly lacked respect for his elders. Upon noticing Su Muchan cast a glance at Jing Mingxian, the old woman felt her heart race, abandoning her silent curses and hastily continuing. This emperor possesses the peak cultivation of the 2nd layer of the Emperor realm, which surpasses yours by an entire layer. Though you believe this emperor would deceive you, or that the cultivator beside you would mislead you? Even if my disciple were to mislead me, I would accept it, for I have complete faith in him, Su Muchan asserted firmly, causing the old woman's anxiety to escalate. She had not foreseen that a cultivator at the Emperor realm would trust a practitioner of the transformation realm so blindly. Master, continue your assault. Let us see whether this individual is truly formidable or merely boasting. Jing Mingxian urged with a commanding tone, his gaze unwavering. The old woman, now in a state of sheer panic, hastily exclaimed, "Wait, I have not." But before she could finish, Su Muchan shot her a piercing glare, and at that moment, the terrifying principles of the Emperor's path erupted forth, instantly enveloping the old woman. With a snap of her fingers, the old woman's emperor body was utterly obliterated, leaving behind only a soul. Witnessing this scene, Jing Mingxian could not help but exclaim, "Master, you are truly formidable." However, Su Muchan did not smile. Instead, her expression turned to one of astonishment. Her attack had aimed to annihilate the old woman entirely, yet it had merely destroyed her physical form. This indicated that the opponent had profound mastery over her soul. Yet, no matter how deep that mastery was, it could not withstand Su Muchan's next onslaught. "What? You two possess the peak cultivation of the second layer of the Emperor realm?" the old woman exclaimed in astonishment, her wrinkled eyes wide with disbelief. She had long assumed Su Muchan was at the peak of the first layer of the Emperor realm. Now, she was uncertain whether Su Muchan had entered the true dragon's treasure already at the peak of the second layer, or had only attained it thereafter. The former would indicate a cunning practitioner in the cultivation world, while the latter would be outrageous, suggesting that the resources hidden behind that door were of unparalleled quality. Unfortunately, she no longer had the opportunity to ascertain that. However, it did not preclude the possibility of returning in the future. "You shall wait for me. I will return to find you." With that, the old woman shimmered with a ghastly green light, evidently employing a means of escape. Just as Jing Mingxian prepared to alert Su Muchan, he noticed her delicate hand had already formed a fist. He quickly turned his gaze forward, discovering no immense hand imbued with supreme pressure. Yet, it was as if the old woman was ensnared by an invisible force, her previously radiant green light vanishing without a trace, leaving only a visage of agony and despair. "May you succumb to this suffering and perish slowly," Su Muchan declared coldly, her demeanor exuding undeniable valor and poise. The old woman gritted her teeth, suppressing the anguish from her soul being crushed. "Death? This emperor has long since ceased to fear it." Her words were, of course, meant to incite Su Muchan into making a mistake, hoping that in a fit of rage, she might inadvertently crush her, thereby granting her a release from her torment. The tactic proved effective, igniting Su Muchan's fury. However, at that moment, Jing Mingxuan's voice rang out, "Master, do not be angered. I just realized we could utilize this old crone's emperor-level soul to brew the wine in the Dantian wine jug." In an instant, the old woman's face turned pale with shock, her composure shattered as she anxiously cried, "No, then it shall be so," Su Muchan replied with a gentle smile, her expression deceptively sweet yet appearing as a devil to the old woman. Jing Mingxian retrieved the Dantian wine jug from his waist, popping open the cork without affording the old woman a moment to speak, channeling magical energy to draw her into the jug. To ensure safety, he also inquired about the jug, receiving confirmation that the old woman's soul could indeed be used for brewing. He felt reassured. Approximately a day later, the old woman's soul would completely dissipate, and 3 days hence, 100 mouthfuls of wine would be produced. Excellent, truly excellent. Coming back to his senses, Jing Mingxian noticed a crack forming in the void, revealing a mesmerizing array of colors. Without a second thought, he realized that his master had breached the old woman's storage space. Disciple. The resources for cultivation within this storage space are not even a tenth of those possessed by the Lord of the Abyss. Su Muchan pouted her delicate lips, displaying her evident dissatisfaction. Jing Mingxian chuckled sheepishly, acknowledging, after all, the Lord of the Abyss is the ruler of the Abyssal Sanctuary, whereas this old crone has likely exhausted her resources long ago. So this outcome is quite normal. Now that you mention it, I feel considerably better. Su Muchan's lips curled into a delicate arc, exuding a pure and ethereal beauty. Jing Mingxian felt his heart race in an instant. Such an innocent master was truly enchanting. Every frown and smile, every gesture, painted a vibrant landscape. After a moment, Jing Mingxian pondered something, his brow furrowing in confusion as he asked, "Master, it is exceedingly rare for a new emperor-level cultivator to emerge in the Shintian realm. How is it that this old crone exists?" Su Muchan's expression faltered, her elegant brows knitting together as she fell into contemplation. At this juncture, the little fairy opened her mouth to explain, "Master, I believe this old woman must have come from another world." Another world? Jing Mingxian was momentarily taken aback. The original text only delved into other worlds in its later chapters, yet he was already encountering this notion. It likely was just a coincidence, not worthy of excessive concern. After a brief moment of organization, the trio of one person, one beast, and one pearl returned to the small world of the Tianyun Grand Competition from whence they had departed. Jing Mingxian picked up the token and gently pressed it to view the current leaderboard. First place, Jing Mingxian, 1,000, 100 points. Second place, Gu Qingyuan, 893, 57 points. Third place, Yin Qianrou, 889, 68 points. Fourth place, Li Junqin, 341, 40 points. With a sigh of relief, Jing Mingxian exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration. He had initially feared that during his absence over the past 5 days, someone might surpass him, but it turned out to be mere speculation. However, in the original text, the points of Gu Qingyuan and Yin Qianrou were not so closely contested. Before the opportunity arose, Yin Qianrou had been over 20,000 points behind Gu Qingyuan, yet now the gap was merely around 4,000 points. This indicated that Yin Qianrou was no longer infatuated with Gu Qingyuan. Within the venue of the Tianyun Grand Competition, the Supreme Lord of the Rolling Clouds slammed his hand heavily upon the table. Following a resounding crash, he uttered not a word, merely exhaling a breath of frustration, yet everything remained unspoken in the preceding scene. Yin Qianrou had been the first to discover the magical beast that could yield 100,000 points and had continuously dealt damage. However, just as she was about to deliver the final blow, that scoundrel Gu Qingyuan intervened and claimed the kill. Were it not for Gu Qingyuan's master being the Empress, the Supreme Lord of the Rolling Clouds would have not only scolded him but also acted decisively to teach him a lesson, making it clear whose domain the Tianyun Grand Competition truly was. Once his emotions had settled somewhat, the Supreme Lord of the Rolling Clouds turned to the expressionless female protagonist. "Empress, you have seen it. There was a chance to bring down Jing Mingxian from the first place, yet your disciple's unethical act of stealing the kill has left no one capable of shaking Jing Mingxian from his position." The female protagonist remained calm and composed, casting a sidelong glance at the Supreme Lord of the Rolling Clouds, her delicate lips emitting a chilling voice. Indeed unethical, yet no one decreed that the magical beast belonged to anyone. With a single sentence, she effectively stifled the Supreme Lord's claims. Understanding that he could gain no favor from the Empress, the Supreme Lord turned to the other powerful figures present and said, "The first place on the leaderboard cannot be awarded to the Empress's disciple. What do you all think?" In swift agreement, the powerful figures nodded in approval. Witnessing this scene, the female protagonist's heart blossomed with delight. She hoped this assembly of powerful figures would unite to target Jing Mingxian, thus increasing the likelihood of collectively opposing the Empress Su Muchan in the future. While their coalition might not be strong enough to overpower Su Muchan, it was certainly better than standing alone. After a thorough discussion, the Supreme Lord of the Rolling Clouds made a final decision. On the last day, a horde of magical beasts worth at least 10,000 points would be introduced. As the sixth day concluded, the Supreme Lord's deep, aged voice reverberated throughout the small world of the Tianyun Grand Competition. "Dear contestants, I am the host of this Tianyun Grand Competition, the Supreme Lord of the Rolling Clouds. I appreciate your hard work over these 6 days. Now I shall outline the changes for the 7th day." Jing Mingxuan's brow furrowed, his gaze sharpening as he murmured, "This old man speaks now. It can only mean trouble, isn't it the last day? He can't change the established facts now," the Dragon Pearl remarked innocently. Jing Mingxuan's gaze suddenly sharpened. Upon reflection, it became clear that whether it was Su Muchan, the little fairy, or the Dragon Pearl, they all possessed a degree of innocence and simplicity. Among them, the little fairy exhibited the least, while Su Muchan displayed the most profound depth of simplicity. As for the Dragon Pearl, although there had been minimal interaction thus far, the prior impression suggested that even if it could not rival Su Muchan, it was not far behind. Thankfully, they all listened to him. Otherwise, he would truly be a deity accompanied by 3 bumbling companions. At that moment, the little fairy voiced a strong counterargument. "Master's points may appear numerous, but if they wish to collaborate, they could rewrite the first place at any time. However, I believe they will not overturn the existing rules. The Dragon Pearl nodded enthusiastically, then curiously inquired, "Why not?" "Firstly, I have my master." They wouldn't dare act so brazenly. Upon hearing this, the little fairy and the Dragon Pearl turned to gaze at the adorably bewildered Sumu-chan. Though she seemed harmless at present, when unleashed, her power was utterly terrifying. The Dragon Pearl glanced back at Jing Mingxian, curiosity evident in its eyes as it asked, "What about the second reason?" "Ah, well, though they are a group of righteous cultivators, they will not overturn rules they have previously established unless absolutely necessary," Jing Mingxian replied decisively. To which the Dragon Pearl responded with a prolonged, "Oh," as if it had grasped the concept. Then, shifting the conversation, it asked, "Is there a third reason?" "There is none." Just as Jing Mingxian concluded, the Supreme Lord's booming, aged voice echoed again throughout the small world. After thorough discussions with the powerful figures present, we unanimously agree that the previous point acquisition was highly unreasonable. Therefore, on the final day of the Tianyun Grand Competition, there will be modifications to the point acquisition system. In half an hour, we shall release a multitude of magical beasts that can yield more points. For detailed information, please consult your tokens. Lastly, I wish all contestants in the Tianyun Grand Competition the best of luck in securing a favorable rank on the leaderboard. Jing Mingxian promptly used his token to inquire about the various magical beasts. In an instant, a soft blue light projected before him. There are 1,000 magical beasts that can yield 10,000 points each. That's a total of 10 million points, directly surpassing the master's current score. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the Dragon Pearl was still taken aback, feeling an intense surge of anger. This essentially meant that the previous 6 days had merely required survival, with the 7th day designated for point accumulation. The Dragon Pearl voiced this thought aloud. To this, the little fairy smiled gently and clarified, "If the master were to do that, the situation would not be as it currently stands. So, according to your reasoning, that old fellow is targeting our master?" The Dragon Pearl suddenly realized, growing even angrier as it roared, "Those despicable old fools." Yet, Jing Mingxian merely smiled faintly, appearing completely unfazed. This left the Dragon Pearl perplexed, prompting it to ask curiously, "Master, aren't you angry that they are targeting you?" Jing Mingxuan's expression suddenly darkened. "Of course I'm angry." After a moment of silence, the Dragon Pearl, unable to comprehend why the seemingly furious master displayed no outward signs of anger, hesitantly inquired, "Then why did you smile just now?" Jing Mingxian chuckled, then, without any pretense, explained, "Such a plethora of magical beasts constitutes a valuable cultivation resource, of course, provided my strength is sufficient. Moreover, their actions actually provide us with a reason to settle scores. As long as our claims are just, they are the ones who will suffer." Sumu-chan nodded in agreement, her expression indicating her understanding that as long as they were justified, she would relentlessly pursue the matter. Ensuring the opposing party faced dire consequences, I can understand the earlier part, but I still do not grasp why they will suffer. The Dragon Pearl's voice quavered. It was aware that it had too many questions, one after another, potentially irritating its master. Jing Mingxian detected this and thus softened his tone. "Because I have my master backing me." In an instant, the Dragon Pearl experienced a moment of enlightenment, fully comprehending the situation. Jing Mingxuan's gaze turned serious as he addressed Sumu-chan with solemnity. "Master, please proceed to the venue of the Tianyun Grand Competition and follow my instructions." Sumu-chan slightly parted her rosy lips to respond with a soft "all right." Then her graceful figure vanished from sight. At that moment, Jing Mingxuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. "Target me? Then I shall just send out my master." Within the venue of the Tianyun Grand Competition, a woman clad in a red dress suddenly materialized at the center of the arena, capturing the attention of countless spectators. The Supreme Lord of the Rolling Clouds and other powerful figures wondered who the newcomer was. The female protagonist announced in a clear, cold voice, "She is the Demon Empress, Sumu-chan." In the next instant, an overwhelming aura of imperial might radiated from Sumu-chan, enveloping the expansive venue of the Tianyun Grand Competition. Countless spectators turned pale, trembling in fear, including the Supreme Lord of the Rolling Clouds and other formidable beings. The female protagonist's phoenix eyes narrowed, her delicate face filled with astonishment. The reason was simple. The aura exuded by Su Muchan indicated that her power had significantly increased. In a mere span of 6 months, the power of the female demon empress has progressed at an astonishing rate, leaving her feeling as though she is no longer a match for her opponent. In truth, she is indeed no longer capable of contending. Who dares to show themselves the sovereign of the rolling clouds? Come forth. Su Muchan's voice, imbued with seething anger, resonated with an imperial might that intensified at that moment. The face of the sovereign of the rolling clouds turned pale, resembling that of a man who had seen death. He had anticipated the female demon empress's wrath, but had dismissed it, believing he could withstand her imperial aura, just as he had with the empress herself. However, reality struck him hard, as he found his defenses shattered in an instant. This female demon empress is truly fearsome. Was the empress previously engaged in battle with such a formidable being? He finally comprehended that her previous warnings were not mere exaggerations. Simultaneously, he understood that the tranquility enjoyed by the beings of the Xintian realm was a burden borne by the empress. Feeling a surge of emotion, the sovereign of the rolling clouds glanced at the empress and noted that her complexion had also paled slightly, which left him utterly bewildered. The female protagonist sensed the gaze of the sovereign and the other powerful beings upon her. She yearned to restore the rosy hue to her cheeks, but the terrifying imperial pressure of the demon empress rendered her efforts futile. Thus, she begrudgingly conceded. You all have witnessed it. The power of the female demon empress has ascended rapidly, and I am no longer her match. A flicker of hope extinguished in the hearts of the assembled powerful beings. Who could have imagined that the once dominant empress, who had once overshadowed the entire cultivation world, could not even counterbalance the female demon empress? Still not coming forth? Sovereign of the rolling clouds, it seems you are seeking death. Su Muchan's voice dripped with impatience, her pressure deepening further. The cultivators felt as if they were suffocating, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, yet they remained painfully aware of their predicament. The sovereign of the rolling clouds, his heart pounding with dread, dared not delay any longer. He took to the air, curling into a humiliating ball as he rolled towards Su Muchan. Witnessing this spectacle, a single word encapsulated Su Muchan's feelings: satisfaction. Jing Mingxian, Xiao Xian, and Longzhu shared in this sentiment, with Longzhu exclaiming, "Master, you truly possess insight. Had it been me, I would never have done such a thing." Everyone should take note. You may find yourselves in need of such actions in the future, Jing Mingxian replied, a smug smile gracing his lips. Before long, the sovereign of the rolling clouds found himself 10 meters away from Su Muchan. It was not that he was unwilling to continue rolling, but rather that Su Muchan's formidable power prevented him from drawing any closer. Realizing this, he quickly inquired, "Demon Empress, what wrong have I committed? Why must you humiliate me in such a manner?" "What wrong? You know it all too well," Su Muchan retorted coldly. The sovereign of the rolling clouds immediately recognized that his actions concerning Jing Mingxian had been exposed and hastily began to explain. "Demon Empress, my intentions were solely for the fairness of the Tianyun Grand Competition. I meant no offense to your disciple. I care not for your intentions. The fact remains that you have indeed affected my treasured disciple. What do you propose we do about it?" As she mentioned her beloved disciple, a faint blush graced Su Muchan's otherwise frosty visage. It was not that she had not anticipated Jing Mingxian would elicit such affectionate terms from her in public. Rather, she had never referred to him in such a manner before. The sovereign of the rolling clouds sighed in relief, fearing that the female demon empress had come solely to take his life. It seemed that as long as he handled the situation adeptly, she would spare him. Perhaps the crisis at the Tianyun Grand Competition could be averted. After a moment of contemplation, the sovereign of the rolling clouds spoke slowly. "Demon Empress, might I propose this? If your disciple remains at the top of the leaderboard, I shall grant him entry into the Tianqi secret realm." Su Muchan furrowed her brow, uncertain of what the Tianqi secret realm entailed. However, from the expressions of the other powerful beings, it was evident that it was a coveted treasure. Yet, she refrained from making an immediate decision, coldly stating, "This matter requires my treasured disciple's input. Please wait." The sovereign of the rolling clouds and the other powerful beings released a collective breath of relief. The protagonist, however, was not surprised. She knew Su Muchan was quite accommodating, but Jing Mingxian would not be so easily placated. It was a fitting opportunity for these powerful beings to experience Jing Mingxuan's might. Meanwhile, Jing Mingxian fell into deep contemplation. The Tianqi Secret Realm. It opens once every 333 years, with a year and a half remaining until the next opening. Unlike the current Tianyun Grand Competition, there is no minimum cultivation requirement for the Tianqi Secret Realm, only a maximum, which must not exceed the King Realm. In the original narrative, he had met his demise within the Tianqi Secret Realm at the hands of the sixth male protagonist. Additionally, the sixth male protagonist emerged from the Tianqi Secret Realm, becoming the Empress's sixth direct disciple. While that was the version of him from the original story, it nonetheless stoked resentment. Sixth male protagonist. Heh, if I don't exploit you at least once, I shall not be Jing Mingxian. Beloved disciple, have you made your decision? Su Muchan's voice resonated within his mind, urging him onward. At that moment, Jing Mingxian emerged from his reverie and promptly replied, "One entry ticket is far too meager, master." Adopt a facade of displeasure, then coldly state, "Is this all?" Su Muchan concurred that a single entry ticket was indeed insufficient, turning her gaze toward the still crouched sovereign of the rolling clouds. Her expression darkening as she uttered in a frigid tone, "Is this all?" No one could discern whether these words originated from Su Muchan or Jing Mingxian. However, one thing was clear. A single entry ticket to the Tianqi Secret Realm was woefully inadequate. The sovereign of the rolling clouds understood this as well, but dared not reveal his maximum offer at the outset, fearing it would provoke an even more exorbitant demand from them. Demon Empress. I can offer the cultivation resources contained within this spatial ring. As he spoke, a spatial ring adorned with a blue gemstone appeared in the sovereign's hand, accompanied by a seemingly ordinary piece of parchment inscribed with the profound laws of the Tao. Detailing the entry ticket to the Tianqi Secret Realm, Su Muchan's phoenix eyes narrowed, and the two items were swiftly presented before her. Upon inspecting them with her divine sense, she discovered that the cultivation resources were comparable to those she had previously acquired from an elderly woman, albeit of slightly lower quality. She promptly conveyed this information to Jing Mingxian, sharing her sentiments, "Beloved disciple, I believe this is quite satisfactory, is it not?" In response, Jing Mingxian chuckled lightly, "Haha, master, you are still too easily contented. How could this old fellow, as a realm master, possess only such meager resources? Should I continue to demand more?" Su Muchan inquired tentatively. "Absolutely," Jing Mingxian nodded, then proceeded with his analysis. "In terms of cultivation resources, that is likely his limit. He probably will not part with anything further in that regard, so I suspect he will offer something else." Simultaneously, Su Muchan stowed away the spatial ring and the entry ticket to the Tianqi Secret Realm. Then, with the same cold demeanor as before, stated, "Is this all?" The sovereign of the rolling clouds stood frozen in place. Although he had yet to reach his maximum offer, he was nearing it. Yet, judging by Su Muchan's words, it seemed she remained unsatisfied. The thought of not appeasing them, particularly Jing Mingxian, filled him with dread, as the consequence was death. Without further hesitation, he painfully extracted a tome, his expression contorted with anguish as he said, "Demon Empress, this is my self-created rolling cloud sword technique, now at the supreme level. I believe it will greatly benefit your disciple." Upon witnessing this, Su Muchan, though thick-skinned enough to accept the rolling cloud sword technique into her storage space, felt a twinge of guilt rising within her heart. "Beloved disciple, are we perhaps being a bit too greedy?" Jing Mingxuan's lips twitched. "Alas, my master is simply too kind-hearted. Even if the sovereign of the rolling clouds is not feigning, there is a reason for every pitiful soul. After all, he initiated this conflict with us, however. It was indeed unwise to relentlessly exploit him, and the fact that the sovereign had presented the rolling cloud sword technique indicated that he truly had nothing of value left to offer. Master, we are doing this to ensure he feels the sting of his actions. Otherwise, he may continue to target us in the future." Su Muchan found this reasoning compelling, prompting her to ask, "Should I continue with is this all?" "That will not be necessary. He has virtually exhausted his resources. You should now turn your attention to the other powerful beings present. Jing Mingxian commanded swiftly, then, realizing something, added urgently, this time, you need not phrase it as, is this all? Simply express your demands as you see fit. Su Muchan's heart instantly understood. She then cast a cold glance at the sovereign of the rolling clouds. With just that single look, the sovereign felt his heart momentarily cease, trembling with trepidation. The Empress and I have come to a unanimous decision to temporarily spare you. We hope you will refrain from provoking us in the future. Otherwise, death, at that moment, the weight on the sovereign's heart lifted, and he finally felt a sense of relief. Immediately, Su Muchan cast her gaze over the formidable beings who had previously sat alongside the Supreme Lord of the Rolling Clouds. A subtle smile gracing her exquisite features. At first glance, her expression appeared innocent and untainted, yet in the next moment, it sent a chilling shiver through the strong ones present, resembling the smile of a devil. This emperor recalls that the decision regarding my precious disciple was one you reached in conjunction with the Supreme Lord of the Rolling Clouds. Thus, if you do not show the same fortitude as he, I shall not hesitate to act with ruthless resolve. In that instant, the previously confident strong ones turned ashen, their hopes dashed. The Supreme Lord of the Rolling Clouds felt a surge of joy in his heart. Indeed, he could not be the sole sufferer, and this crowd of spectators must also pay a price, lest his own torment become unbearable. A quarter of an hour later, the expressions of the strong ones morphed into those of despair. The extensive resources they had painstakingly accumulated over the years had all been relinquished to the female demon emperor. Who could withstand such a loss? The female protagonist observed this scene quietly, a faint smile gracing her delicate features. Unless one looked closely, one might not even discern that she was smiling. Su Muchan, you have executed this maneuver splendidly, positioning yourself as the antithesis to the myriad strong ones of the Cloud Realm. Once this matter is publicized, the formidable beings from the other 35 realms of the Xintian world are sure to unite. Ha ha ha, initially, I thought it would be arduous to rally these strong ones. Yet it appears this has come to fruition with little effort. At that moment, Su Muchan's graceful and curvaceous figure came into view. The female protagonist was momentarily taken aback, but as she regained her composure, she felt Su Muchan's piercing gaze fixated upon her, as if she intended to consume her whole. Could it be that the other party also harbored intentions of robbing her of her cultivation resources? How audacious! Historically, it had always been she who plundered others. Never had she been the target of such an endeavor. Yet, given Su Muchan's formidable strength, should she truly decide to rob her, she would have no choice but to acquiesce. Nevertheless, the female protagonist mustered her final resistance, coldly retorting, Su Muchan, you cannot possibly intend to rob even this emperor. I had no part in this matter. The previously despondent strong ones began to gather their spirits, eagerly anticipating the impending confrontation between the female emperor and the female demon emperor. However, in the next moment, Su Muchan smiled with a certain thickness of cunning. Your Majesty, my precious disciple has decreed that you shall be exempt this time. After all, were it not for you, how could this emperor have been blessed with such an exceptional disciple? In an instant, the female protagonist's eyes narrowed. Simultaneously, countless strong ones, including the Supreme Lord of the Rolling Clouds, turned their gazes toward her, their eyes brimming with resentment. This reaction was quite understandable. Instead of merely confronting a female demon emperor, they now faced an additional little demon, thereby complicating matters significantly. The female protagonist recognized that this was undoubtedly not Su Muchan's own intention, but a ploy orchestrated by Jing Mingxian to redirect the collective ire towards her. One must admit, this tactic was successful. She had her own means of breaking the deadlock. Explanation. However, such an explanation would contradict her nature and potentially undermine her status. Yet, if she failed to clarify, misunderstandings would only deepen. What was she to do? As the female protagonist racked her brain in search of a better resolution, Su Muchan revealed a sweet smile. Let there be no misunderstanding. The Empress acted to safeguard this world, and it was an unavoidable necessity, yet I did not anticipate that this would lead to my acquisition of such an outstanding disciple. The female protagonist fell into silence, even if she were to refine these words before uttering them. The strong ones might not believe her, let alone accept them when spoken by Sumu-chan. Sure enough, the Supreme Lord of the Rolling Clouds and the other strong ones felt something was amiss. Typically, the female emperor and the female demon emperor were sworn adversaries, yet here was the female demon emperor ardently defending the female emperor. There had to be some hidden agenda behind this. Could it be that all of this was a scheme devised by the female emperor and the female demon emperor to drain them of their resources? Was that even plausible? Even the Supreme Lord of the Rolling Clouds began to entertain this possibility, recalling how the former female emperor had relished such self-serving machinations, especially since the female demon emperor appeared markedly different from the nefarious demon cultivators of yore. Therefore, were the female emperor and the female demon emperor in cahoots? Once this notion took root, the strong ones experienced a profound upheaval within their hearts. The female emperor, the one who had ended the era of malevolent demon cultivators, was now conspiring with the female demon emperor, a sentiment that felt profoundly dissonant. Moreover, they had witnessed the fierce battle between the female demon emperor and the female emperor, where neither side had exhibited any restraint. Consequently, the theory that the female emperor and the female demon emperor were in league with one another likely stemmed from their own unbridled anger rather than reality. Observing this scenario, Jing Mingxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he continued to communicate through their unique telepathic technique. Master, this group of strong ones has begun to suspect the female emperor. We must press our advantage. Sumu-chan found this all rather amusing, knowing she could easily eliminate every being present, including the female emperor. She voiced her anticipation. My precious disciple, how should we seize this opportunity, Master? Once the Tianyun Grand Competition concludes, shall we not become partners in the Tao? Jing Mingxian replied in a tone suggesting collaboration. The female protagonist's enchanting phoenix eyes widened slightly, and as she regained her composure, she inquired, what does this have to do with our tactical advantage? We can have the female emperor serve as a witness to our union, further solidifying our close ties and causing the strong ones to distance themselves from her. As Jing Mingxuan's words fell, Sumu-chan's eyes sparkled with delight, and she readily replied, that sounds quite entertaining. Indeed, I, too, find it immensely amusing, which is why I wish for you to proceed with this plan, Jing Mingxian affirmed with solemnity. Subsequently relaying what he intended to say next, Sumu-chan's delicate, radiant face flushed a deep crimson, and she bashfully remarked, my precious disciple, must I truly be the one to say this? This declaration was no longer a private exchange. It resonated throughout the assembly of spectators at the Tianyun Grand Competition, especially reaching the ears of the Supreme Lord of the Rolling Clouds and the other strong ones, who listened intently. They collectively fell into contemplation, pondering what Sumu-chan would say next. Sumu-chan's outwardly projected consciousness registered their curiosity. She had not anticipated that her disciple's suggestion would prove so effective, igniting intrigue among the crowd. As time passed, their curiosity would only intensify. All she had to do was wait for them to urge her to speak. The female protagonist furrowed her brows. She could sense an increasing number of curious gazes around her. It was evident that Sumu-chan was poised to unleash something significant, likely tied to her, and it would surely not bode well. Having realized this, the female protagonist resolved to vacate this contentious space. However, just as she stood, she heard Sumu-chan's cold, threatening voice resonate in her ear. Empress, you cannot leave yet. What I am about to say is of considerable relevance to you. Chapter 46. Strong ones never complain about their environment. Indeed, the female protagonist longed to flee, yet the intensifying aura of murderous intent compelled her to feign nonchalance, forcing a smile as she said, very well. This emperor shall listen to your words. The strong ones, whose gazes were already ablaze with intensity, now brimmed with even greater curiosity, eager to discern what the female demon emperor would reveal next. Thus, one audacious strong one called out, Lady Demon Emperor, please, do not keep us in suspense any longer. In an instant, the entire venue of the Tianyun Grand Competition fell silent, the sound of accelerated heartbeats palpable in the tense atmosphere. After a considerable pause, witnessing that the audacious one had not faced any repercussions, the calls for her to continue grew louder. Silence. Sumu-chan commanded coolly. Instantly, the venue returned to its previous hush, with everyone holding their breath, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Su Muchan wore a gentle smile, her luscious lips parting to speak. In 7 days, this emperor shall unite with my precious disciple Jing Mingxian as partners in the Tao. Therefore, Empress, both my disciple and I wish to invite you as our witness. You would not decline, would you? The female protagonist stood frozen in place, utterly taken aback. She had not anticipated Su Muchan's audacity in proposing to become Tao partners with her own disciple. Thankfully, the latter was a demon cultivator. Had it been her, such a revelation would have caused a seismic upheaval throughout the cultivation world. Then it dawned upon her that being asked to witness this union was merely a deliberate attempt to vex her. Yet, she could sense the veiled threat in Su Muchan's words. Refusal could very well spell danger to her life. How infuriating! She needed to grow stronger. Otherwise, she would perpetually remain at the mercy of Su Muchan and Jing Mingxian. The female protagonist could only feign reluctance, her expression betraying her discomfort. Very well. This emperor shall attend. Su Muchan smiled lightly, seemingly unfazed by the female emperor's demeanor, and nodded with satisfaction. With your word, this emperor is at ease. In the blink of an eye, the female protagonist realized that Su Muchan had vanished without a trace, as if she had never been there. At that moment, she became acutely aware of the vast chasm in strength that separated her from Su Muchan. Her enchanting eyes narrowed in contemplation, her mind drifting to a place known as the abyssal depths. Immediately, her delicate frame trembled ever so slightly, a subtlety that even the supreme lord of the rolling clouds and the other strong ones failed to detect. Perhaps it was best to let it be. Venturing into the abyss, I too face a considerable likelihood of demise. Upon regaining her composure, the female protagonist felt the peculiar gazes of the esteemed figures. Including the Supreme Lord of Cloud upon her, she needed not to ponder. It was evident they suspected her to be allied with the female demon empress, yet she was not. After some contemplation, she realized that no matter the method employed, the already formed suspicions could not be altered. Unable to suppress a breath of frustration, her gaze turned icy, her aura expanding, unleashing an overwhelming imperial might. You may think as you wish. It is of no concern to me. However, should you continue to regard me with such eyes, prepare for death. The Supreme Lord of Cloud and the other powerful beings were seething with rage, yet their anger was impotent. After all, they lacked the strength to extinguish the female protagonist, who could easily subdue them instead. Returning to his throne, the Supreme Lord of Cloud gazed ahead, realizing his misjudgment. He had presumed to understand the Empress, only to find he did not at all. The Empress remained ever aloof, unchanged. Clearly, this situation could have been clarified. Why offer no explanation, but instead suppress them? The Supreme Lord of Cloud was aware that even an explanation might be met with disbelief. Yet it would surely be better than silence. If Jing Mingxian were privy to the Supreme Lord's thoughts, he would merely smile in silence. The Supreme Lord and the formidable beings were roughly of the same caliber, even sharing similar cultivation levels, allowing for humility in offering explanations. However, the female protagonist was different. She was the only emperor-level cultivator in the Xintian realm aside from Su Muchan. Once an explanation was given, as the female protagonist feared, the consequences were unimaginable. The situation could improve, but the likelihood of deterioration was greater. Thus, refraining from explanation and patiently awaiting the passage of time for people to forget was the wisest choice. In the small world of the Heavenly Cloud Grand Competition, Jing Mingxian gazed at the suddenly appearing Su Muchan without hesitation, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Su Muchan's already flushed cheeks turned an even deeper shade of crimson, resembling a ripe apple, prompting Jing Mingxian to steal a quick kiss. With a soft and endearing sound, Su Muchan met Jing Mingxuan's clear and profound starry eyes, her exquisite face illuminating with a radiant smile filled with happiness and sweetness. Jing Mingxian, equally enchanted by Su Muchan's beauty in this moment, found himself overwhelmed with emotion. Ultimately, he tenderly pressed his lips against hers. Initially taken aback, Su Muchan soon shut her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, and raised her delicate white hands to embrace Jing Mingxian, fully immersing herself in their kiss. Xiao Xian and Long Zhu watched this beautiful scene in silence, unwilling to intrude as mere third wheels. As time swiftly passed, a gentle voice emerged from the token area, announcing that the Beast Legion would arrive in 1 minute and urging all contestants to prepare. Jing Mingxian reluctantly concluded their affectionate exchange and embraced, savoring the moment before transitioning into a state of readiness. His consciousness expanded outward, swiftly enveloping the entire small world. A cultivator at the peak of the 9th level of the profound transformation realm would find it impossible to cover the entire small world with their consciousness. But Jing Mingxian was evidently no ordinary individual, thus achieving it with ease. A minute elapsed. One by one, magical beasts were unleashed throughout the small world. All contestants exhibited spirited expressions, believing they were on the cusp of altering their fates and outscoring Jing Mingxian. Indeed, one could not deny this sentiment. Aside from the female protagonist, the audience in the Heavenly Cloud Grand Competition held a similar belief. Jing Mingxian drew the purple lotus sword and raised it skyward, channeling his entire magical energy at that moment. The purple lotus sword emitted a soft purple radiance, followed by a barrage of sword energies that soared into the heavens. Under the night sky of the small world, it resembled a vibrant firework display or a swift meteor shower. The master had gathered 1,000 beams of sword light. Long Zhu murmured. Xiao Xian instantly realized something, her eyes widening in astonishment. Master, do you intend to slay all those 1,000 magical beasts for merely 10,000 points each? Indeed, Jing Mingxian affirmed with a slight smile. In an instant, both Xiao Xian and Long Zhu were astonished. For this indicated that Jing Mingxuan's consciousness could encompass the entire small world. In their perception, only a cultivator at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Journey realm could barely achieve such a feat. Master, you are truly astonishing. At this moment, the contestants had begun hunting magical beasts, their hearts still brimming with confidence and optimism. What is that? As the voice rang out, the soft purple sword light cascaded upon a nearby magical beast. The creature, towering at 5 or 6 meters, was swiftly cleaved in two, meeting a swift end. Even more terrifying was the subsequent sight. The corpse of the beast that could offer 10,000 points vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a phantom of a purple-red lotus flower. Such occurrences transpired repeatedly within the small world. Approximately 3 minutes later, the soft purple sword light finally dissipated. The cultivators within the small world collectively exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, the audience at the Heavenly Cloud Grand Competition stood dumbfounded, utterly unable to believe the current leaderboard. Jing Mingxian, who had been in first place, remained so, but now with a staggering increase of 10 million points. Goodness, this is utterly effortless for him. Is he even human? Can't he spare a chance for the other contestants? Indeed, the strong never lament their circumstances. A chorus of astonished exclamations arose. Soon, the contestants within the small world echoed similar sentiments. Gu Qingyuan and Yin Qianrou were likewise stunned, but it did not take long for them to regain their composure. They had initially believed that this unfair Heavenly Cloud Grand Competition would pose challenges for Jing Mingxian, only to realize their assumptions were misplaced. Observing the bittersweet smile on Gu Qingyuan's face, Yin Qianrou nodded gently. Indeed, I had planned to confront my grandfather after this competition, but now it seems I underestimated his capabilities. Jing Mingxian, how formidable he is! Why is he so powerful? Gu Qingyuan yelled into the air, and after venting his emotions, he turned to Yin Qianrou. We must hurry. We cannot lag behind him, then let us part ways. Yin Qianrou replied coldly, turning to leave. Gu Qingyuan paid her no mind, hastening toward the magical beasts sensed by his consciousness. He appeared somewhat aloof, but it was merely that Gu Qingyuan had grown indifferent to all beings, focusing solely on his relentless pursuit of cultivation. This, in fact, was advantageous. Many cultivators become ensnared by excessive desires and distractions, leading to a lack of devotion in their training. It's the venue of the Heavenly Cloud Grand Competition. The projected image revealed Jing Mingxian. Although it appeared he was alone, Su Muchan, Xiao Xian, and Long Zhu were nearby. Moments later, the Supreme Lord of Cloud and the other powerful beings exhibited expressions of astonishment. The female protagonist's lips quivered, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. How had Jing Mingxian advanced to the peak of the 9th level of the profound transformation realm? Had he truly spent these past 5 or 6 days in seclusion to break through? How terrifying! In just 5 or 6 days, he had elevated himself from the pinnacle of the entry realm to the peak of the profound transformation realm, achieving an entire major breakthrough. In contrast to the audience's realization that Jing Mingxian had not been slacking, the Supreme Lord of Cloud possessed an even deeper understanding. Damn it! This brat must have absorbed all the cultivation resources within the mysterious palace. What a despicable act! The Supreme Lord of Cloud fumed internally. For those resources had initially been intended for his granddaughter, Yin Qianrou, yet they had inadvertently contributed to Jing Mingxuan's ascendance. In truth, the most valuable asset within the mysterious palace was Long Zhu. While the other cultivation resources were indeed beneficial, they could not possibly account for Jing Mingxuan's complete elevation of a major realm. Look, Jing Mingxian raises his sword. A chorus of voices erupted as the audience turned their gaze. Even the female protagonist was unable to resist, sharing the same curiosity as the onlookers regarding Jing Mingxuan's next move. Chapter 47. The female protagonist's shock. My precious disciple, they are watching you. Su Muchan gently reminded. Jing Mingxian remained unfazed, betraying no sign of acknowledgement, as though he had not heard her words. Yet, he knew he must feign ignorance to maximize the audience's astonishment at the Heavenly Cloud Grand Competition. Without further hesitation, he channeled his magical energy into the purple lotus sword. In an instant, the sword radiated a fierce purple light, imbued with an otherworldly quality. Subsequently, waves of sword energies erupted forth, soaring towards the heavens and darting in all directions at high speed. In the venue of the Heavenly Cloud Grand Competition, the audience realized how he intended to slay the magical beasts. However, this method would significantly diminish the power by the time it reached the beasts. The reduction in power was inconsequential. What mattered was the ability to eliminate the beasts. 100 glimmers of sword light danced in the air, reminiscent of an array of magical beasts capable of yielding a staggering 100,000 points in total. Could it be? In an instant, the venue fell into a profound silence. With a wave of his hand, the Supreme Lord of Cloud Roll divided the scene into 100 segments, each corresponding to one of the 100 sword lights unleashed by Jing Mingxian. In the blink of an eye, a single magical beast was cleaved in twain by the radiant blade, utterly lifeless. It was evident that he intended to eliminate the magical beasts that could provide 100,000 points, but could he truly slay them all? It seemed rather improbable. The beast positioned farthest away should prove the most challenging to vanquish. I concur with this gentleman's assessment. Should he manage to accomplish such a feat, I would willingly perform a handstand and consume excrement right here. In a way, is it really necessary to resort to such extremes? Absolutely. After all, this fellow has overshadowed everyone else. As time swiftly passed, 99 magical beasts had already met their demise. Oh, that gentleman who was to perform the handstand and consume excrement. Are you feeling anxious now? Anxious? Not at all. I remain utterly composed. The calm cultivator replied, before gesturing towards the screen to elaborate. Observe. This sword light is dimming, its power evidently waning. How could it possibly kill? Boom. A thunderous roar interrupted the cultivator's discourse. As the final magical beast in the 100th segment was also slain in the blink of an eye, Jing Mingxuan's score soared to 21,100,000 points. Could it be? He truly accomplished it? He appeared so weak. How could he execute such swift kills? No one could fathom an explanation, yet all present became subjects of amusement, turning their gazes towards the cultivator who had been speaking earlier. Brother, hurry up and perform that handstand and consume excrement. The cultivator's expression turned frantic as he stammered. I was merely trying to lighten the atmosphere. Please don't take it so seriously. His voice abruptly ceased, and then, to everyone's astonishment, the cultivator inverted himself, soaring to the very center of the grand competition venue, evidently at the behest of a more formidable entity. A moment of reflection allowed the astute audience to deduce that this was not merely a matter of enforcing words, but also an attempt to curry favor with the female demon empress and Jing Mingxian, who has some fresh excrement. It was quite reasonable to ask this, as cultivators of high caliber had long transcended such trivialities. The inverted cultivator sighed in relief. Those attending the Tianyun Grand Competition were predominantly not weaklings. Yet, in the next instant, he gasped in disbelief. I have, just freshly produced. I have it too. I have it too. The chorus of voices echoed throughout the Tianyun Grand Competition, clearly eager not to miss the opportunity to appease the female demon empress and Jing Mingxian. Thus, a cultivator, suspended upside down in midair, began to consume the foul-smelling excrement. Upon witnessing this, Su Muchan recounted the event in detail. Xiaoxian and Longzhu erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Jing Mingxian joined in, utterly surprised by the unfolding hilarity. In a previous life, individuals who spoke so freely online would face no repercussions. However, here, without the internet, the reality was palpable. The scene at the Tianyun Grand Competition shifted to focus on Jing Mingxian. Observers interpreted his laughter as sheer joy from amassing 20 million points. Regaining his composure, Jing Mingxian continued to unleash sword energy, targeting 35 magical beasts capable of yielding 300,000 points each. The 35 sword lights surged forth in a matter of moments. Compared to before, these beams were significantly larger, adorned with mystical purple-red lotuses. Having learned from the previous cultivator's experience, no one dared to raise their voices. They were entirely focused on the spectacle. Moments later, all 35 magical beasts that could provide 300,000 points were annihilated. The female protagonist's gaze deepened, her brow furrowing as she seemed to discern a hint of insight, though she dared not be certain. Thus, further observation was warranted. She could only hope that Jing Mingxian would continue to reap the remaining magical beasts. I in the small world, disciple. It seems the Empress has discovered something. Do you wish to continue? Su Muchan inquired softly. Jing Mingxian sensed no trace of concern. Evidently, his master was unfazed by the potential exposure of the supreme imperial path. Truth be told, he was not particularly concerned either. Strength ought to be manifested. There was no need for concealment. Time flowed leisurely by. Whether the competitors within the small world or the audience at the Tianyun Grand Competition, all had become numb. The reason was simple. Only 5 magical beasts remained in the small world. All others had been eliminated by Jing Mingxian, leaving none for the other competitors. Though each remaining magical beast could provide 1 million points, discussing points in light of Jing Mingxuan's already staggering 41,500,100 points seemed utterly futile. Even if a single cultivator managed to slay all 5, surpassing Jing Mingxuan's current score was an impossibility. Meanwhile, the female protagonist's gaze grew increasingly sharp. She had surmised the nature of the purple-red lotuses. Though her certainty remained elusive, it could not possibly be the imperial path, could it? If so, Jing Mingxian would indeed be astonishingly formidable. Observing the now settled leaderboard, she feared that Jing Mingxian might, as before, choose to become complacent. Yet, she deeply wished for him to take action, so she could ascertain whether it was indeed the imperial path. Just then, Jing Mingxian seated himself on the ground, closing his eyes to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, replenishing the magical energy he had previously expended. The female protagonist felt her heart sink. For the first time, she hoped Jing Mingxian would not be complacent, but instead rise to the occasion. Yet, her inner pleas proved ineffective. He remained in meditation. 3 hours passed. Many cultivators ventured to challenge the remaining 5 magical beasts, yet they either perished on the spot, sustained severe injuries, or returned empty-handed. Among them, Gu Qingyuan and Yin Qianrou belonged to the last category. It was not that their strength was lacking, but rather that these 5 magical beasts were on par with the formidable heavenly dragon they had encountered earlier. Despite the significant improvements they had made through the resources in the mysterious palace over the past 5 to 6 days, the outcome remained unchanged. They could not defeat the beasts individually, leading them to consider an alliance. Each of us will take down 2, and for the last one, we will compete for it, Gu Qingyuan proposed. With a delicate veil covering her face, Yin Qianrou's eyes glimmered as she nodded in agreement. All right, let's proceed. Gu Qingyuan's voice brimmed with excitement as he gazed at the colossal magical beast not far away. At that moment, Jing Mingxian opened his eyes, fully restored to optimal condition, his repressed aura exuding immense strength. The female protagonist observed this scene, perplexed by the sudden change, but realized that Jing Mingxian might not be becoming complacent after all. How wonderful! Her heart swelled with excitement, and her previously stern expression softened into a charming smile, enchanting all who beheld it. Many cultivators who chanced upon this sight were left speechless, utterly astonished by the Empress's unexpected demeanor. And many attributed her transformation to Gu Qingyuan's influence. Jing Mingxian rose once more, having already received Su Muchan's report regarding the female protagonist's current demeanor. Dear protagonist, now open your eyes wide and behold what constitutes the most formidable imperial path. In the next moment, Jing Mingxian soared into the skies, ascending to an altitude of 10,000 meters. With a swift motion, he drew the purple lotus sword with his right hand, while his left grasped the open wine flask. Beginning to drink tea that moment, his purple-black robe billowed in the wind, creating a melodious sound, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. The manner in which he drank was so carefree, combined with his tall figure. He appeared as a dashing sword immortal. After consuming 4 generous gulps, Jing Mingxuan's face flushed crimson, akin to a state of inebriation. Yet his starry eyes remained remarkably clear and bright. Is it about to happen? The female protagonist's heart raced with excitement. Indeed, it was imminent. Jing Mingxian directed his focus towards the first magical beast he sensed, unleashing a strike that cleaved through the heavens, followed by 4 additional slashes. Each stroke bore equal might, with no diminishment whatsoever. 5 pale purple sword lights shone brilliantly, eclipsing the morning sun. The female protagonist was entirely transfixed, the purple-red lotuses within the sword lights appearing clearer than ever before. Boom, boom, boom. The small world resonated with 5 thunderous sounds that reverberated throughout, shaking the hearts of all present. Yet, the most profound shock was felt by the female protagonist, as her eyelids, face, and lips twitched simultaneously. Indeed, it was the imperial path. If it were merely the imperial path, it would not have provoked such an exaggerated reaction from her. However, this purple-red lotus represented the most potent imperial path, surpassing even her own. Jing Mingxian, the female protagonist cried out inwardly, her gaze deepening. She was now uncertain whether it was the female demon empress who had elevated Jing Mingxian, who was once merely an ordinary person, or if his prior mediocrity had been an act. The potential for greatness was undeniable. Now, Jing Mingxuan's might was also an undeniable truth. The female protagonist felt an increasing headache with each thought, compelling her to cease contemplating altogether. At present, she has only come to a singular realization. In the disciple battle 2.5 years hence, Jing Mingxian is highly likely to emerge victorious. Thus, she faces 2 choices. One is to resign herself to defeat, as loss is inevitable. The other is to adopt a more rigorous approach towards her disciples, for only through such intensity can she hope to cultivate the strongest among them. In truth, she prefers the first option. Yet the thought that the naive and innocent female demon empress could produce someone like Jing Mingxian fills her with indignation. Ultimately, she opts for the latter. After all, without a concerted effort, who can predict what the situation will be 2.5 years from now? Perhaps she could indeed cultivate a disciple even more formidable than Jing Mingxian. Considering that all her disciples bear immense fortune. Chapter 48, The Ultimate Champion. The nameless sword tablet. A multitude of ethereal purple-red lotus flowers floated above the site of the beast's demise. As Gu Qingyuan and Yin Qianrou stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scene before them, besides their astonishment, a deeper reason lay beneath their expressions. While their combined strength proved effective against a single magical beast, it was merely manageable. To slay it would require an extensive duration, yet it was certainly preferable to being unable to vanquish it at all. However, their joy was short-lived, as the magical beast seemed to sense something amiss, exerting all its might to escape and retreating at an astonishing speed. The 2 were bewildered by the occurrence, understanding it was not their joint effort that had frightened the creature away. After a moment of contemplation, they felt an overwhelmingly terrifying force manifesting above, infused with unparalleled pressure. Instinctively, Gu Qingyuan and Yin Qianrou looked up to behold an even larger pale purple sword light than before. In an instant, they comprehended that it was Jing Mingxian making his move. Yet, could a long-range attack truly slay the strongest magical beast in this realm? This doubt lingered only for 3 seconds, as the formidable beast suddenly halted in its tracks, crashing heavily to the ground, entirely devoid of life. Go obliterate the strongest magical beast in this world with a mere long-range strike exhibited an astonishing level of power. Their expressions froze, though they were not entirely immobilized. It was only when Gu Qingyuan suggested checking the leaderboard and discovered that Jing Mingxian had amassed another 5 million points that their faces went completely blank. Remaining unchanged for an extended period, killing one beast was acceptable, but 5 in one go was simply beyond their comprehension. Both believed this was not Jing Mingxuan's limit. It was merely that these 5 beasts were the only ones present in this world. Had there been more, it was highly likely he could have dispatched them all just as effortlessly. How incredibly powerful! The mere thought of the disciple battle 2.5 years later made Gu Qingyuan's robust form tremble involuntarily, as a deep-seated fear of Jing Mingxian took root within him, leading him to believe he would never stand a chance against his opponent. Unless he possessed overwhelming certainty, he had no intention of vying for the title of strongest disciple, even if his strength ranked among the best under the Demon Empress. After all, he would be facing Jing Mingxian. It felt as though he was destined for torment, and he was no masochist. Yin Qianrou, in contrast, appeared considerably more at ease, her eyes sparkling with affection as a gentle smile graced her lips, radiating warmth and brilliance. Truly, he was a man worthy of her admiration. Simultaneously, on the other side of this world, Jing Mingxian felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that something unfavorable was unfolding. After much contemplation, he concluded that it must be Yin Qianrou, lost in her romantic fantasies. He needed to put an end to her delusions. Should she push her luck too far, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. Before long, the cultivators within the small world realized that Jing Mingxian had slain all the magical beasts, leaving not a single one behind. To leave none was truly ruthless. If I possessed his strength, I would likely act with even greater ferocity, perhaps even against other cultivators. He was venting his dissatisfaction with the decisions made by the likes of the Supreme Lord of Cloud Roll. Yet I fail to comprehend how he dares to offend such formidable beings. Could it be that he is merely an inexperienced newcomer, unafraid of the tiger? The sentiments of the competitors within the small world inevitably reached the venue of the Tianyun Grand Competition. The audience could not suppress their smiles. The reason was simple. If you two had the most powerful female demon empress as your master, you could act with such reckless abandon. The expressions of the Supreme Lord of Cloud Roll and the other powerful figures stiffened. They understood that Jing Mingxian had laid their reputations to waste. Yet, they could not afford to display anger, lest the Demon Empress seize upon their weakness. To that point, they would either be subject to another plundering or, more likely, face execution. As a prominent figure within the realm of Yun, they were not foolish enough to forsake the pleasures of wealth and status to offer their heads to the Demon Empress. In contrast to the other powerful figures, the Supreme Lord of Cloud Roll pondered what reward to bestow upon Jing Mingxian, the strongest champion. Initially, he had intended to grant him the Cloud Roll sword technique, but that had already been given to the Demon Empress. To offer it again would be sheer folly unless he were mad or seeking his own demise. Ultimately, the Supreme Lord of Cloud Roll conceived of something even more formidable than the Cloud Roll sword technique. Could he truly offer that as a reward? After further consideration, he muttered to himself, "That item holds no value for me anymore. Bestowing it upon Jing Mingxian would serve as a gesture of goodwill towards the Demon Empress. Why not?" Within the small world, Jing Mingxian refrained from further grand gestures, gracefully landing and meditating to restore the mana, stamina, and spirit he had previously expended. Once fully recuperated, he seized the remaining time to indulge in the blissful solitude shared with Sumu Chan. Savoring their cherished moments together, half an hour passed, and the 7th day of the Tianyun Grand Competition concluded. Jing Mingxian and the other competitors vanished from the small world, reappearing at the venue of the Tianyun Grand Competition. At that moment, the leaderboard, now finalized, was revealed. First, Jing Mingxian, 46.5 thousand and 1 million points. Second, Yin Qianrou, 960,000 points. Third, Gu Qingyuan, 947,630 points. Fourth, Li Junqian, 451,700 points. Jing Mingxuan's gaze momentarily froze. He had not anticipated that Yin Qianrou's final score would surpass Gu Qingyuan's. Indeed, Without her romantic infatuation with Gu Qingyuan, it was difficult for Yin Qianruo to be outperformed by him. Just then, Yin Qianruo, dressed in a flowing pale purple gown and adorned with a delicate veil, approached him rapidly. As before, Jing Mingxian did not evade. He remained steadfast in place. In the blink of an eye, Yin Qianruo stood before him, her sweet voice ringing out, "Jing Mingxian, I finally found you. What brings you to seek me?" Jing Mingxian replied coldly, his expression as frigid as ice, conveying a sense of impenetrable distance. Yet, Yin Qianruo remained undeterred, instead offering a bright smile. "Nothing in particular. I merely wish to see you. Is that not permissible?" The surrounding competitors felt their hearts flutter. Was this what love felt like? Meanwhile, the audience displayed expressions of eager anticipation, fervently hoping that Jing Mingxian would falter, for such a misstep would surely incite the demon empress's wrath. Granting them an opportunity, "Yin Qianruo, are you determined to force my hand?" Jing Mingxuan's gaze sharpened, his murderous intent fully unleashed, his voice chilling as though encased in eternal ice. At that moment, Yin Qianruo realized that he truly harbored intentions to kill her. Her beauty paled, her delicate features drained of color, her lips devoid of blood as she finally managed to stammer, I understand." Once, she had naively believed that by shamelessly pursuing him, Jing Mingxian would be swayed. Yet, it was now evident that such actions only provoked his murderous intent. "Understanding is good. Should there be a next time, I shall not grant you another chance at life." Jing Mingxuan's voice was devoid of warmth. As he retracted his murderous aura, his presence subdued, as if nothing had transpired. Yin Qianruo turned away, her silhouette imbued with desolation. This stirred feelings of sympathy among the surrounding competitors, particularly the men, who began to feel pity for Yin Qianruo. Simultaneously, they deemed Jing Mingxian a scoundrel for wishing to kill such a beautiful woman. Uncertain whether it was due to the awe inspired by Jing Mingxuan's overwhelming prowess in slaughtering the magical beasts, the Supreme Lord of Cloud Roll's silence, or some other factor, the atmosphere remained one of profound silence. This should suffice to quell this romantic infatuation, Jing Mingxian mused, feeling a weight in his heart. After all, he was not a cold-blooded killer, especially towards someone who had not wronged him. Otherwise, she would have long been dead. Su Muchan observed the scene, her smile growing ever brighter. She could intervene, but she trusted Jing Mingxian to manage the situation. As for assessing his character through this incident, she deemed it unnecessary, for she had long understood the kind of person he was through their shared experiences. At that moment, the Supreme Lord of Cloud Roll regarded Jing Mingxian with a complex expression. Anger mingled with relief. In 7 days, Jing Mingxian would ally with the Demon Empress, and should his granddaughter interfere, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. He feared that he, the Lord of the Yun realm, might well meet his demise. With that thought, he felt a shiver of trepidation. He then realized he must clarify the stakes with his granddaughter. "Please summon the first-place winner of this Tianyun Grand Competition to the award stage." Jing Mingxian soared directly into the air, ultimately landing gracefully upon the grand and opulent award stage. The Supreme Lord of Cloud rolled out a remarkably gentle smile, exclaiming, "You are truly exceptional. Among all the champions of past cloud contests, I am pleased to declare you the strongest, dominating the competition and consistently astounding the audience. Even I am not immune to your prowess, young man. I hold high hopes for your future endeavors and wish for you to continue this remarkable momentum." Jing Mingxian, exhibiting a humble nod, soon caught sight of a weathered stone tablet. To be precise, it was more akin to a sword tablet, for the inscriptions within exuded a piercing sword intent. Yet, it appeared rather unremarkable and utterly ordinary. "This artifact was acquired in my youth, lacking a name and origin. Thus I have dubbed it the Nameless Sword Tablet. It has enabled me to grow ever stronger, becoming the current Lord of the Cloud Realm, cultivating to the 9th level of Supreme Realm, and comprehending the legendary Supreme Technique, the Cloud Sword Technique. Originally, the Champion's reward was to be the Cloud Sword Technique, but since your master has already obtained it, I see no need to bestow it upon you, especially as the Cloud Sword Technique does not align with your identity as the strongest champion in the history of the Heavenly Cloud Contest." The Supreme Lord of Cloud finished his words in one breath, feeling the weight of pressure increase. fearing that Jing Mingxian might not appreciate the significance of the nameless sword tablet. After all, its outwardly mundane appearance could easily lead one to dismiss its true value. Had it not been for the strength it granted him, he might have regarded it merely as a stone suitable for skipping across water. Jing Mingxian's gaze deepened. The nameless sword tablet. This object was indeed formidable. It seemed that the nameless sword tablet could only assist the Supreme Lord of Cloud in reaching the Supreme Realm. A limitation rooted in his own innate talent. In the original narrative, it wasn't until the nameless sword tablet aided Gu Qingyuan in breaking through to the Emperor Realm that the Supreme Lord of Cloud realized the true issue lay within himself. Furthermore, the original author had mentioned in the comment section that the nameless sword tablet was actually a fragment of an immortal artifact. Therefore, acquiring this reward made Jing Mingxian feel exceedingly fortunate. "Old man, I believe your words," Jing Mingxian declared. The Supreme Lord of Cloud sighed in relief, only to hear the next remark: "If it turns out to be worthless, I shall have my master exchange it." The onlookers were rendered speechless, their hearts filled with envy. How splendid it would be if they too had such a powerful master. The Supreme Lord of Cloud, albeit slightly anxious, managed a sheepish smile, stating, "No problem. I shall ensure a fair exchange." Instantly, the crowd fell silent once more, understanding that only the Empress and the Demon Empress could enjoy such privileges. Were it anyone else, the Supreme Lord would surely engage in a fierce confrontation. Jing Mingxian nodded slightly as he accepted the nameless sword tablet and subsequently inquired, "There's nothing more for me, is there?" "Indeed," the Supreme Lord of Cloud affirmed most earnestly. Jing Mingxian then called out, "Master, let us return home." In an instant, the audience at the Heavenly Cloud contest felt a jolt of tension. Most of the competitors were puzzled about the sudden silence. Chapter 49. The Resolute Demon Empress. In the next moment, accompanied by a series of mesmerizing chime sounds, a delicate figure suddenly appeared before Jing Mingxian. Clad in a flowing red gown, her beauty was striking, her skin radiant, and her legs long and graceful as jade. Her figure was astonishingly perfect, leaving onlookers in awe of the creator's extraordinary capabilities, marveling at the existence of such a beautiful woman in the world. Yin Shinro gazed at the scene, momentarily entranced. "Is this the Demon Empress who is Jing Mingxuan's master?" A brief comparison made her feel woefully inadequate. No wonder Jing Mingxian seemed indifferent towards her. Then she recalled Jing Mingxuan's mention of forming a bond with a woman. Just how remarkable must that woman be to surpass even this Demon Empress? Jing Mingxian smiled warmly. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and embraced Sumu Chan. Simultaneously, Sumu Chan lifted her delicate hand to embrace Jing Mingxuan's sturdy frame. To outsiders, the sight of Jing Mingxian and Sumu Chan appeared akin to a couple deeply in love. Yin Shinro sensed something unusual. Typically, even the closest master-student relationships would not display such intimacy in public. After a long pause, the Supreme Lord of Cloud dared not utter a sound, despite the award ceremony being indefinitely delayed. Jing Mingxian felt the moment had arrived. Thus, he lifted Sumu Chan and executed a graceful half-turn. His clear eyes gazing ahead. "In 7 days, the ceremony to bond with my master will be held in Tianyin City, with the Empress serving as our witness." Upon announcing this, an immensely satisfied smile illuminated Jing Mingxuan's handsome face. His features sharp and refined, a glance at Sumu Chan revealed her exquisite visage had turned a shade of crimson, yet she too wore an expression of profound happiness. Below, Yin Shinro stood in stunned silence. Unable to fathom Jing Mingxuan's audacity in declaring his intention to bond with his master, it finally dawned on her. No wonder Jing Mingxian had consistently rebuffed her, even displaying a fierce intent. He was destined to bond with such an extraordinary woman. It was she who had been overly sentimental. With a bitter smile, Yin Shinro severed her final hopes regarding Jing Mingxian, upon realizing that the intense gaze she once felt was now absent. Jing Mingxian understood that Yin Shinro had completely given up. It must be said that navigating romance without resorting to violence was indeed a challenge. With a sigh of relief, Jing Mingxuan's once dull gaze regained its brilliance as he looked at Sumu Chan. Cradled in his arms, "Master, let us go home." Sumu Chan softly responded with a barely audible her voice faint as a whisper. Just then, a deep, magnetic voice interrupted, Demon Empress, please wait. Both Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan froze, perplexed by the impending developments. The sound of rushing wind filled the air as cultivators from the audience soared towards the awards stage. Given the considerable number of contestants who had perished during the Heavenly Cloud contest, the venue felt much more spacious than before, allowing this group of cultivators ample space to land. They bowed respectfully, each displaying an expression of utmost reverence, ultimately speaking in unison, Demon Empress, we beseech you to accept us as your disciples. In an instant, apart from those intending to apprentice under Su Muchan, everyone else was left dumbfounded. Who could have anticipated such an occurrence? Jing Mingxian certainly hadn't. Even more surprising was that at this moment, Su Muchan released her embrace and, with a soft, tender tone, urged, "Disciple, release your hold." The Supreme Lord of Cloud's expression turned grave. If the Demon Empress were to accept disciples here, he, the Lord of the Cloud realm, would be utterly humiliated, destined for disgrace. Yet, he was no match for the Demon Empress. Any attempt to dissuade her could jeopardize his life. Choosing the lesser of two evils, preserving his life took precedence. Moreover, the Empress was present, and she had yet to intervene. How could he, a mere lord of the Cloud realm, possibly stop her? Such thoughts echoed in the minds of other powerful figures, leading to a spectacle where all simply observed. In contrast to the initial meeting between Gu Qingyuan and Su Muchan, Jing Mingxian now maintained a calm demeanor, his expression serene, devoid of any urgency. Su Muchan scanned the multitude of cultivators desiring to become her disciples. Totaling 784, had she encountered such a scene when recruiting disciples in Tianyan City, how splendid that would have been. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Jing Mingxian, whose face bore no hint of emotion. Fully aware of his unwavering trust in her, a gentle smile graced her lips, appearing so pure and innocent. Addressing the crowd of cultivators, she spoke softly, "I sincerely appreciate your willingness to become my disciples. However, I have promised my dear disciple that I shall only accept him as my sole apprentice in this lifetime. Thus I cannot accept your requests." For a moment, the crowd of cultivators stood in astonishment. Who could have imagined that Jing Mingxian had made such a request to the Demon Empress? Even more surprising was her commitment to uphold it. The Empress, Gu Qingyuan, and her remaining disciples were equally taken aback. When Jing Mingxian initially made this request, they had not considered it significant. In hindsight, it was a substantial foreshadowing. Demon Empress, you cannot forsake the entire forest for a single tree. You are the exalted Demon Empress. Jing Mingxian is merely your disciple. If he were to depart, he would be nothing. Why concern yourself with honoring his request? Indeed, Demon Empress, please reconsider. A chorus of pleas arose, echoing throughout the Heavenly Cloud contest venue. Su Muchan's phoenix-like eyes displayed a curious expression. She was perplexed by this fervor. Having clearly rejected their requests, why were they urging her to reconsider? What was there to deliberate? Yet, uncertain of how to proceed, she could only send a mental message to Jing Mingxian, "Beloved disciple, stop spectating and assist me." Jing Mingxian, unable to maintain his calm facade, broke into laughter, his joy palpable. "Ha ha ha!" The crowd was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by Jing Mingxuan's sudden laughter. The aspiring disciples wishing to take Su Muchan as their master all displayed looks of hostility. Had it not been for Jing Mingxian, they would undoubtedly have successfully become her apprentices by now. Jing Mingxian approached the bewildered Su Muchan with a light, rhythmic gait. Without the slightest hint of restraint, he raised his hand and placed it upon Su Muchan's delicate shoulder, pulling her close, and arrogantly proclaimed, "Are you all deaf? Did you not hear my esteemed master declare that she would not accept your apprenticeships?" The crowd of cultivators wore expressions of indignation. "Jing Mingxian, the Demon Emperor does not belong solely to you. She should be shared among all of us." Upon hearing this, Jing Mingxuan's expression turned frigid. "Master, eliminate him." Su Muchan did not hesitate even for a moment. Her enchanting crimson eyes widened, and the cultivator whose cultivation level was indiscernible to Jing Mingxian instantaneously perished, leaving not even ashes behind. That moment, everyone present was taken aback, never anticipating that the female Demon Emperor would heed Jing Mingxuan's words so readily. "Let me make it clear to you all. My master belongs solely to me and will not be shared with anyone. This declaration was utterly domineering. As Jing Mingxian asserted his claim over Su Muqian, Su Muqian felt no anger, for she harbored the same sentiment. She did not wish to share Jing Mingxian with anyone, wanting him all to herself. I am well aware of your thoughts. It is because you have risked your lives to seek my master's favor. And now that she refuses you, you fear punishment, do you not? The would-be disciples were startled by Jing Mingxuan's direct dissection of their thoughts. Surely, there must be a way for them to escape this fate. Observing the glimmer of hope in their eyes, Jing Mingxian smirked mockingly, but your punishment has nothing to do with me. The crowd was dumbfounded, completely unprepared for Jing Mingxuan's unexpected turn of events. Did he truly have no sense of humanity? Jing Mingxian, how can you behave this way? Another voiced their question. At that moment, Jing Mingxian fell silent, seemingly swayed by the words. Consequently, those who had failed to become Su Muqian's disciples began to perceive a glimmer of hope, urging one another with increasingly outrageous words, as if believing Jing Mingxian would not resist any longer. The Demon Empress and her disciple shared a sense of déjà vu at this scene. Gu Qingyuan trembled slightly, realizing Jing Mingxian was executing a cunning strategy to eliminate these fools. It was truly ruthless, but such was Jing Mingxuan's nature. Anyone who dared to provoke him would meet their demise. Moments later, as the rejected disciples noticed Jing Mingxuan's expression shift from somber to one of benevolence, they wondered, why is he smiling? Indeed, wasn't he supposed to be filled with shame, or even commit seppuku? Could it be that he was a masochist who relished in humiliation? Glancing at the furious Su Muqian, whose crimson eyes brimmed with murderous intent, Jing Mingxuan's gaze sharpened. Master, did you remember those people? I remember. Su Muqian replied coldly, casting an overwhelming aura of terror upon the crowd. Jing Mingxian, without a moment's hesitation, lightly declared, then let us eliminate them all, in the most excruciating manner. Instantly, the venue fell into profound silence. Those who had previously insulted Jing Mingxian were rendered speechless. They had not anticipated that his silence would unleash such a shocking response. Soon, all cultivators below the Haozong realm spontaneously combusted, their bodies and souls consumed. Those at or above the Haozong realm trembled in fear, their minds blank, terror reaching its zenith. The sounds of kneeling and pleas for mercy echoed throughout, with some even seeking assistance from their former sections. Yet, not a single person dared to respond to these cultivators. In fact, they were eager to personally slay these traitors who had betrayed their section's disciple. Open your skyward wine flask. We can use the remaining ones to brew wine. Su Muqian spoke lightly, as if these individuals were not living beings. Jing Mingxian voiced no objections, directly opening the skyward wine flask and absorbing all those at or above the Haozong realm within. He commanded the flask to employ the most brutal brewing methods on these individuals, ensuring they would regret offending him until their last breath. Simultaneously, he learned that this group could produce wine capable of yielding 149 drafts. Including the previous old woman, once the brewing was completed, he would possess a total of 1240 drafts of wine. Excellent, truly excellent. Jing Mingxuan's smile deepened, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present, their hearts trembling with fear. Utterly devoid of any thoughts of offending him, esteemed guests, upon hearing this, the crowd trembled in unison, collectively wondering what Jing Mingxian would do next. Surely, he would not target the innocent among them. Chapter 50. I am also willing to. At that moment, Jing Mingxian revealed a rather eerie smile. The crowd's hair stood on end, their hearts racing with trepidation. Among them were numerous renowned powerhouses within the realm of clouds. A cultivator at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the profound realm could not possibly be intimidated by a mere smile. Yet, Jing Mingxian was clearly not ordinary. His actions were unpredictable, yet invariably ruthless. Why is everyone so tense? I want to eat you. Consequently, the crowd was compelled to display a forced smile, all thinking the same thing. Indeed, you may not eat us, but killing us is hardly different. Is it? In 7 days, my master and I will hold our wedding. All of you are welcome to attend, but you must maintain order. Otherwise, your lives may be at stake. Jing Mingxuan's words, while seemingly lighthearted, carried an underlying threat. The essence was clear: do not disrupt my wedding, or the consequences will be dire. Even without such a warning, they understood well that they could not afford to ruin the ceremony. Yet, there would always be those who overestimate themselves, those who act without thinking. Thus, this warning held significant meaning. After all, many powerful figures intended to curry favor with the female demon emperor, and they certainly did not wish to lose their lives in the process. That concludes my message. Farewell, everyone. With that, Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan vanished without a trace. The crowd, their hearts finally at ease, collectively exhaled long sighs of relief. At last, they were gone. If they had lingered any longer, they might have suffered a heart attack. Within the deliberation hall of the Jing family in Tianyan City, Jing Mingxian, Su Muchan, Xiao Xian, and Long Zhu suddenly appeared. Su Muchan furrowed her perfectly sculpted brows, filled with confusion, and asked, "Disciple, what do you mean by bringing me back to the deliberation hall?" "Of course, it is to prepare for the wedding in 7 days," Jing Mingxian replied as if it were the most natural thing. Su Muchan's lips involuntarily curved into a sweet smile, yet she still remarked, "Really, all that is needed is for you and me to become partners. There is no need for all this preparation." "No way," Jing Mingxian immediately retorted, his expression extremely serious, the brilliance in his starry eyes exceptionally sharp and earnest. Su Muchan tilted her head slightly, puzzled. "Why not? Master, you are the woman I intend to accompany for a lifetime. Even for countless lifetimes, I do not wish for our wedding to be simple. I want to give you a ceremony that reflects the depth of my affection for you," Jing Mingxian stated. Meeting Su Muchan's mesmerizing ruby-like gaze, his face more serious than before, Su Muchan's heart trembled slightly, realizing that she had not placed adequate importance on her wedding with her precious disciple. A wave of guilt washed over her, and she lowered her head slightly while maintaining her previous tone. "Disciple, I apologize. I should place more importance on our wedding." Jing Mingxuan's gaze momentarily faltered. He did not comprehend why Su Muchan suddenly offered an apology. "Disciple, is the wedding truly that important?" Su Muchan lifted her head slightly, but upon meeting Jing Mingxuan's eyes, she shyly lowered her gaze again. Jing Mingxuan's lips twitched. He finally realized that Su Muchan seemed to have no concept of weddings. Hence her apparent lack of concern. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he lightly chuckled. "Master, weddings are indeed important. For you and me, there will only be this one opportunity in our lifetimes." Su Muchan's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that weddings were such rare occurrences. Subsequently, Jing Mingxian patiently explained the general flow of the wedding ceremony to Su Muchan. Outside the deliberation hall stood the Jing family patriarch Jing Cheng, Jing Mingxuan's mother Su Shuang, the grand elder Jing Xiang, and numerous other elders, all listening intently, temporarily hesitant to enter for fear of interrupting Jing Mingxuan's informative session with the female demon emperor. "Acheng, our Shinner takes this wedding very seriously." Su Shuang revealed a sweet smile filled with maternal affection. Jing Cheng nodded slightly. Of course, this was a significant matter in his son's life. Initially, he believed that Su Muchan was coercing Jing Mingxian, but now it seemed more like Jing Mingxian was enticing Su Muchan. Regardless, as long as his son was not being forced into marriage, he was indifferent. "I see. It feels rather troublesome to become partners." Su Muchan lightly nodded in exasperation. Jing Mingxian shrugged helplessly. It was indeed troublesome, but for his master, he was willing to embrace such trouble. Su Muchan's heart quivered violently, feeling as though she had melted. It must be said that her disciple's casual words made her heart race. Was this what her disciple meant by his profound affection for her? As her thoughts wandered, Su Muchan smiled sweetly and responded, "Hee, I am willing as well." Jing Mingxian inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed upon the tightly closed doors of the council hall, and he spoke in a solemn voice, "Father, mother, and esteemed elders, you may enter now." In the blink of an eye, the previously quiet council hall was now filled to capacity. Jing Mingxian turned to face his parents, who sat upright with an air of dignity, and respectfully bowed. "In 7 days, my master and I will hold our wedding, and I kindly request everyone's assistance with the preparations. After the ceremony, my master and I will express our sincere gratitude with generous gifts." No need, the elders exclaimed in unison. They believed that the Jing family's current status was firmly rooted in the formidable presence of the female demon empress, with Jing Mingxian marrying the demon empress. Any request for gifts would appear rather undignified. There is no need for such modesty. Consider it a wedding gift from my master and me, Jing Mingxian declared, deeply moving the elders, who felt fortunate for their initial decision to support the young master. Otherwise, they would have faced the same disdain and bullying as the departed elders within Tianyan City. As for the specific arrangements for the wedding, please discuss among yourselves and have my father relay the details to me once settled. With that, Jing Mingxian took Su Muchan's slightly cool jade-like hand and gently said, "Let us return to my courtyard." "Xianer, wait a moment," Su Shuya interjected, hastily stepping forward, disregarding her position as the matriarch, her gaze warm and her tone gentle. "I wish to accompany you. I need to have a good conversation with your master." "All right," Jing Mingxian answered decisively, confident that his mother would not act in a manner that would displease him. Moreover, she was well aware of Su Muchan's strength and status, making any foolish behavior highly unlikely to die in the next moment. The trio, along with a beast and a pearl, arrived at Jing Mingxuan's courtyard. Su Shuya turned to Su Muchan, her smile radiating warmth, and asked, "Master Xianer, may I speak with you inside?" "That would not be appropriate." Su Muchan gently shook her head in refusal, feeling uneasy without Jing Mingxian by her side. Su Shuya's expression faltered slightly, puzzled by the refusal, but upon noticing the intertwined hands of Su Muchan and Jing Mingxian, she realized the demon empress's dependence on her son. Reluctantly, she settled for a compromise, saying, "Then let us converse here." "Mother, please take a seat," Jing Mingxian gestured with his free hand. After Su Shuya sat down, her peripheral vision caught sight of Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan still holding hands. She wasn't a wicked mother-in-law. Was there really any need for such tension? "Master Xianer, you need not be so anxious. I merely wish to discuss a few simple matters with you." Su Muchan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but did not relinquish Jing Mingxuan's hand. Jing Mingxian noticed his mother's peculiar gaze and followed it, realizing it was directed at their clasped hands. It's strange for a mother to see us holding hands. What is odd about that?" He felt somewhat speechless, casually stating, "Mother, my master and I hold hands because we enjoy it. You need not concern yourself." Su Shuya finally understood, thinking she had inadvertently made her son and the demon empress anxious. Without further hesitation, she retrieved 2 phoenix hairpins and a pristine jade bracelet from her storage ring. "Xianer, Master Xianer, these are heirlooms of the Jing family that I received when I married your father. They are said to be over 1,000 years old." Turning to Su Muchan, Su Shuya's smile was as gentle as a spring breeze, exuding no discomfort. "Master Xianer, as Xianer is soon to be wed, I wish to pass these to you." Su Muchan was momentarily taken aback. She recognized these as ordinary phoenix hairpins and a jade bracelet, yet they held profound significance, transcending the mere title of being ordinary. She nodded solemnly, opening her lips to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words. Su Shuya's eyes widened in realization. She finally understood why Xianer was drawn to the demon empress. Such a pure and beautiful woman was indeed a rarity nowadays. "You may call me mother-in-law." Su Muchan nodded once more, her expression serious as she declared, "Mother-in-law, I shall cherish these 3 items deeply and will not allow them to suffer any damage. There is no need to elevate this to such a serious level. They are not of great value," Su Shuya quickly interjected, alleviating the gravity of the atmosphere. However, Su Muchan gently shook her head, asserting that while they may not be valuable in a material sense, their significance was immense. In that moment, Su Shuya felt a wave of emotion. She glanced at Jing Mingxian and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Xianer, I wholeheartedly approve of your master as your bride." Su Muchan's cheeks flushed a vibrant red, akin to a ripened apple, while her heart soared with joy at receiving her future mother-in-law's approval. Jing Mingxian exhaled in relief, realizing that the interaction had not been as awkward as he had anticipated. After a brief conversation, Su Shuya left the courtyard with a sense of reassurance. Su Muchan leaned wearily against Jing Mingxuan's sturdy shoulder, opening her mouth like a delicate bird. "Disciple, your mother seems quite pleasant." "That is certainly the case," Jing Mingxian replied matter-of-factly. After indulging in a moment of intimacy with his master, he recalled the nameless sword monument he had acquired from the Supreme of Cloud Roll. Without further ado, he released the sword monument. Seeing this, Su Muchan asked with curiosity, "Disciple, what prompted you to think of it all of a sudden?" "It is indeed a marvelous item." As soon as these words left his mouth, the little spirit and the dragon pearl, who had been observing their affection, immediately perked up in interest. Chapter 51. Invincible sword in tint. A marvelous item? Su Muchan murmured, her delicate lips parting slightly. Her captivating eyes suddenly narrowed, and her finely arched brows furrowed as she scrutinized the nameless sword monument resting on the table. In an instant, a series of sharp, resonant Tao rhythms erupted forth, flying directly towards Su Muchan. Jing Mingxian, the little spirit, and the dragon pearl were momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining their composure, they looked at Su Muchan, only to find her eyes closed, fully immersed in meditation. Jing Mingxian was momentarily at a loss for words. However, he did not disturb Su Muchan. Instead, he turned his head to look at the little spirit and the dragon pearl. "You two should come and observe the nameless sword monument, although you do not practice the sword path. Witnessing this monument for the first time will undoubtedly provide you with immense improvement." The little spirit and the dragon pearl were stunned, completely unprepared for such a revelation. No wonder their master referred to it as a marvelous item. As for questioning how their master knew this, that question was unnecessary, for it was clear their master had merely dreamed of it. Though they found this explanation somewhat nonsensical, it aligned perfectly with the peculiar events of the past. Moments later, the dragon pearl and the little spirit found comfortable spots to settle, then turned their attention to the nameless sword monument. In the blink of an eye, both fell into a meditative state. To avoid any disturbances, Jing Mingxian activated the Grand Emperor-level defensive array set up by his master in the courtyard. Now, even if the female protagonist were to arrive, she would not be able to interrupt them in a short span of time. After a moment of contemplation, ensuring everything was foolproof, Jing Mingxian fixed his starry gaze upon the unassuming yet battered nameless sword monument. In the next instant, he felt as if he were transported to an exceedingly secluded valley. Surveying his surroundings, he saw an array of various swords, heavy swords, wooden swords, even a blade of grass and a leaf. Anything that could embody a sense of sharpness could be considered a sword. Jing Mingxian was struck by emotion, realizing that the notion of a blade of grass capable of cleaving the sun, moon, and stars, as depicted in novels from his previous life, was not merely fanciful imagination. "Master!" a soft, adorable voice of a young boy echoed. Jing Mingxian turned towards the sound and found an impeccably intact sword monument, recognizing it as the unblemished nameless sword monument. The original text never mentioned that the nameless sword monument possessed a spirit. Yet, he felt no fear. In fact, he was somewhat excited, for this was a place even Gu Qingyuan had not entered. "What is this place?" Jing Mingxian inquired. The sword monument responded slowly, "This is my inner world. Practicing the sword path here will yield a speed twice that of observing my surface." Jing Mingxian was taken aback. A training speed twice that of the outside world was remarkable. To put it into perspective, merely gazing at the sword monument allowed Gu Qingyuan in the original text to enhance his sword training speed 5-fold. Now, with an additional doubling, would that not equate to a 10-fold increase in sword training speed? Wow, this is a significant opportunity. Jing Mingxuan's heart raced with excitement, yet he maintained a calm exterior, continuing to inquire of the sword monument. "Why do you refer to me as your master?" "Because throughout the endless ages since my inception, you are the only one who has ventured here." The words of the nameless sword monument filled Jing Mingxian with pride, making him realize that this was undoubtedly related to the perfect Tao realm, the perfect transformation realm, and the absolute Emperor Tao law. Otherwise, why had those stronger than him, such as the dragon pearl, the little spirit, and even Su Muchan, not gained entry? "I see," Jing Mingxian mused, then pondered something further, asking, "Is it possible to bring the three of them who are outside into your realm?" "Certainly, I have no objections. However, they are all currently in a state of meditation. Introducing them now would disrupt their ability to absorb the immense benefits I provide." The sword monument is both reasonable and well-founded in its assertions. Jing Mingxian slightly nodded, implying that, under such circumstances, I would be unable to absorb the immense benefits you offer? Not at all. You can absorb even greater benefits. For only you can perceive the entirety of my being, rather than a fragmented version of myself. Once these words left the sword monument, Jing Mingxian instantly grasped that Su Muchan, the little fairy, and Longzhu would not be able to attain the superior benefits in truth, they were incapable of obtaining them, as this person, beast, and pearl had already entered a meditative state, and the opportunity to gain such benefits was singular. Jing Mingxian exhaled a breath of turbid air, gazing at the sword monument, and spoke in a deep voice. I am ready. We may commence the absorption of the immense benefits at any moment. Excellent! The sword monument responded with a crisp affirmation. Subsequently, it appeared a meter before Jing Mingxian, emanating a divine golden radiance, sharper in its Tao rhythm than previously observed, which then transformed into ethereal golden swords. Racing towards Jing Mingxian, an sound accompanied their approach as the golden swords surged into Jing Mingxuan's body. Moments later, he absorbed all the golden swords, floating in midair, eyes tightly shut, resembling a celestial being. 3 hours elapsed. Su Muchan gradually opened her phoenix-like eyes, akin to a sliver of autumn water, her delicate face displaying an expression of lingering reluctance. Mistress, the master has yet to awaken, Longzhu urged anxiously. In an instant, Su Muchan regained full consciousness, severing all feelings of reluctance, her expression tense as she glanced at Jing Mingxian. After a moment of introspection, she discerned that there were no issues. Releasing a slow breath, she looked towards the little fairy and Longzhu. The former had already achieved a half-step Emperor Realm cultivation and merely needed to heal past external injuries, internal wounds, and soul damage to ascend to the Emperor Realm. The latter, though a treasured entity, had also experienced an elevation, advancing from the supreme level to the Emperor level. Its potential might not match that of a genius cultivator in the Emperor Realm. Yet it could easily suppress those of the Supreme Realm. As for her, following the acceptance of this immense benefit, her cultivation unexpectedly ascended to the 4th level of the Emperor Realm. The words of her disciple were indeed correct. This nameless sword monument is truly a remarkable treasure. The thought of the Cloud Roll Sovereign awarding such a terrifyingly potent enhancement as a prize for the Tianyun Grand Competition to her disciple made her lips involuntarily curl upward. Simultaneously, she found it perplexing how her disciple could endure the acceptance of the nameless sword monument. Had it been her, she certainly would have been grinning ear to ear. Another hour passed. A piercing aura erupted from within Jing Mingxian. Sword intent. He has comprehended sword intent? Longzhu exclaimed in astonishment. The little fairy's eyes widened, her 10 fluffy, snow-white tails standing upright in response, exuding an undeniable charm. Sword intent? Typically, only cultivators at the Yuan Saint realm can comprehend it. Among geniuses, according to the intelligence she acquired in the 10,000 Beasts small world, the fastest would be those at the Battle Emperor realm. Yet, her master has surpassed all expectations, comprehending it at the Transformation Xian realm. It is essential to note that the Transformation Xian realm is 3 major realms apart from the Battle Emperor realm. This is not mere sword intent. It is invincible sword intent, Su Muchan murmured in astonishment. Fortuitously, Jing Mingxian is her cherished disciple. Had he been taken by the Empress, even if she later acquired a disciple, she would undoubtedly have been overwhelmed and utterly defeated by Jing Mingxian at this moment. Her lips could not help but curve upwards. Outsiders might believe her treasured disciple benefited from her influence, yet little did they know it was she who was basking in her disciple's glory. With this thought, Su Muchan gazed at Jing Mingxian, whose sharply defined handsome features, though not as striking as Gu Qingyuan's, appeared to her as the most handsome presence in the world. She could not help but become enamored. And ultimately, unable to restrain herself, she leaned closer to Jing Mingxuan's rosy lips. Just as she was about to kiss him, she heard his languid voice filled with curiosity. "Master, what are you doing?" In an instant, Su Muchan was drenched in fragrant sweat, utterly flustered. Surely, she could not admit that her beloved disciple was simply too alluring to resist. But upon reflection, they were soon to become Tao partners. So why should kissing be off limits? Disregarding her apprehensions, Su Muchan pressed her lips against Jing Mingxuan's. Jing Mingxuan's expression initially stiffened. He had not anticipated that his once innocent master would be so forward. Soon, his expression returned to normal as he wrapped his arms around Su Muchan's slender waist, taking the initiative, for passivity would not yield a superior experience. Time passed, and eventually, Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan reluctantly concluded their kiss. Once her phoenix eyes regained clarity, Su Muchan recalled the question she had intended to ask earlier, her delicate lips forming words, "Disciple, how is it that you were able to comprehend invincible sword intent?" Upon hearing this, the little fairy and Longzhu simultaneously inquired, "Yes, master, what is the reason?" Jing Mingxian smiled warmly, "Well, you shall find out soon." In the next moment, a thought emerged in his mind. Su Muchan, the little fairy, and Longzhu found themselves aware that the scene before them was fading. They soon realized that their souls were being drawn into a unique realm. "Master, little fairy, Longzhu, this is the inner world of the Nameless Sword Monument, where the speed of cultivating sword techniques surpasses that of your practice in the external world by a full measure." At this moment, the trio's hearts brimmed with astonishment. Initially, none of them had considered cultivating sword techniques. But with such a remarkable enhancement to their sword practice, they could hardly resist the temptation to train. Besides, with their current slow progression in strength, they had ample time to engage in other endeavors. Suddenly, the little fairy's graceful form trembled. It seemed she sensed something passing by her side, and she inquired, "Longzhu, did you just see something pass by me?" "No." Just as Longzhu spoke, it felt a chilling aura enveloping it. Yet upon scanning the surroundings, nothing was visible. Could it be that its intuition was mistaken? Only Su Muchan directly placed her delicate white hand upon the top of the sword monument. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, "This thing looks remarkably similar to an undamaged Nameless Sword Monument. Can you see me?" The Nameless Sword Monument exclaimed in surprise. Su Muchan gently nodded. "Yes, I can see you. Shouldn't I be able to?" Jing Mingxuan's lips twitched slightly. He knew his master was formidable, yet he had not anticipated her prowess to extend to such heights. "It shouldn't be the case. Only the master should be able to see me. Other beings should be unable to perceive me." The Nameless Sword Monument mumbled in confusion. Moments later, it emitted a sound of realization. "Ah, I see. You possess the strongest demonic cultivation physique, the original celestial demon heart, and your mind is pure to the utmost degree. No wonder you can see me." Su Muchan was equally astonished. She had not expected such a situation. "Nameless, please share the results of your earlier assessment." Jing Mingxian urged. In an instant, Su Muchan, the little fairy, and Longzhu displayed expressions of keen curiosity. Chapter 52. Has the Demon Empress thrown a tantrum? Longzhu, your sword cultivation aptitude is outstanding. Upon the Nameless Sword Monument's proclamation, Longzhu froze momentarily, incredulous as it questioned, "I possess outstanding sword cultivation aptitude? What do you mean? Do you believe you lack sword cultivation aptitude?" Jing Mingxian inquired, puzzled. Longzhu swayed its form slightly, mimicking a human shaking its head. "No. It's just that I am merely a round, plump sphere, without even hands. How can I wield a sword?" The little fairy's lips twitched, envisioning the image of Longzhu, incapable of holding a sword. In response, the Nameless Sword Monument clarified, "A sword doesn't necessarily need to be held in hand. With your strength, you can control a sword effortlessly. Indeed, I can control a sword. How did I not think of that?" Longzhu exclaimed with great delight. Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan had also considered this, albeit slower than the Nameless Sword Monument. Following that, the Nameless Sword Monument continued, "The ten-tailed celestial fox possesses exceptional sword cultivation aptitude." The little fairy did not revel in joy. Instead, she exhibited a look of puzzlement. How is sword cultivation aptitude evaluated? Is exceptional better than outstanding or worse? Logically speaking, exceptional should surpass outstanding, but in all matters, there exists a chance of exception, hence her inquiry. The Nameless Sword Monument promptly explained, sword cultivation aptitude is classified as none, inferior, average, outstanding, exceptional, and supreme, with supreme being the pinnacle. The little fairy responded with a long, drawn-out, "Oh, She did not dwell on why she was not bestowed with supreme sword cultivation aptitude, as she was not specifically training in sword techniques as a spiritual beast. "What about my master?" Jing Mingxuan's tone was laced with urgency. The nameless sword monument did not hesitate and promptly replied, "Your master possesses supreme sword cultivation aptitude, just like you." Jing Mingxian was momentarily taken aback. His exceptional aptitude for swordsmanship was derived solely from the significant benefits he had gained from the nameless sword monument. Otherwise, he would possess only a mediocre talent for the craft. His master was truly remarkable, exhibiting supreme qualifications in a field where he himself was not particularly adept. However, it was hard to fathom that one could elevate the transcendent level of instant slash to the realm of an emperor without possessing a high level of swordsmanship talent. In the days that followed, Jing Mingxian devoted himself to the cultivation of divine techniques, subsequently engaging in dual cultivation with Su Muchan, and ultimately entering the nameless sword monument to refine his swordsmanship. Su Muchan was similarly occupied, but instead of honing her sword skills, she was comprehending the cloud roll sword technique. "Master, why do you not cultivate swordsmanship but instead focus on the cloud roll sword technique?" "Surely, there is no need to rush." Jing Mingxian could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired. Su Muchan smiled sweetly, her demeanor radiating warmth as she replied softly, "I wish to comprehend it to the emperor level before we become partners." "As a gift for you." Jing Mingxian was quite taken aback, deeply touched, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion within, reflecting, with a wife like this, what more could a husband desire? After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke, "Master, given our sincere feelings for each other, there is no need for you to provide a dowry, my dear disciple. You've stated that we only have this one wedding in this lifetime, and your mother-in-law has already bestowed upon me such a precious token as a betrothal gift. How could I possibly face you without offering a dowry?" Su Muchan's voice was imbued with heartfelt emotion, moving Jing Mingxian deeply. "Master, she truly is wonderful." Jing Mingxian ceased his persuasion, a broad smile gracing his face as he spoke tenderly. "Master, then I shall not disturb you any longer," Su Muchan gently acknowledged with a soft then closed her enchanting phoenix eyes to continue her contemplation of the cloud roll sword technique. Time flew by, and soon it was the eve of the wedding. At that moment, Jing Mingxian had just concluded dual cultivation with his master and, with a slight furrow of his brow, asked, "Master, are you confident you will comprehend the cloud roll sword technique to the emperor level before dawn tomorrow?" Su Muchan remained silent, clearly lacking absolute certainty. Jing Mingxian understood this, and thus he rephrased, "Master, if you have not comprehended it by then, let us first become partners, and you may present it to me later." "That is entirely different," Su Muchan huffed. Her cheeks puffed up adorably, rendering Jing Mingxian incapable of feeling any displeasure. Rather, he was tempted to pinch her smooth, pale face. Nevertheless, he restrained himself. Reflecting on his master's words, a thought struck him. Is master throwing a tantrum? To uncover the reason, he softly inquired, "Why is it entirely different?" "Because I wish to present it to you before the wedding. That would hold significance. Offering it afterward feels rather lacking in meaning." Su Muchan pouted, her beautiful eyes misted with tears, a picture of grievance as though she had been wronged. Jing Mingxuan's eyes widened slightly. He understood this was his master's heartfelt intention. Regardless, this sentiment must not be marred. Thus, he proposed an alternative. "Master, if you have not grasped the cloud roll sword technique by dawn tomorrow, I will have everyone postpone the wedding by a date." In an instant, Su Muchan's expression froze, then turned exceedingly serious as she declared loudly, "No, the wedding must proceed as planned." Jing Mingxuan's lips twitched, leaving him in a daze. With both options seemingly off the table, he questioned, "Master, according to your reasoning, you are left with only one choice: to comprehend the cloud roll sword technique before dawn." Su Muchan fell silent, realizing her earlier behavior had been rather willful. Yet in her heart, it was crucial to present Jing Mingxian with a dowry on time. Just as it was vital to become his partner, both were indispensable. "Master, you need not bear this burden alone. Do your utmost, and if it cannot be done." Before Jing Mingxian could finish, Su Muchan interrupted, "No, I must be able to do it, and I will do it. You must not say otherwise." Observing Su Muchan's determined demeanor, Jing Mingxian felt a pang of sympathy. Unable to speak the truth, he opted for a different way to show his affection for her. With a snap of his fingers, Jing Mingxian lifted his arms, embracing Su Muchan's curvaceous form. Her previously tense expression softened instantly as she buried her face in his chest. Whispering an apology, "Beloved disciple, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that." Jing Mingxian held her tighter, his voice rich and gentle. "It's all right. I understand you are also under pressure, and all of this is for me. I assent it." "Beloved disciple." Su Muchan's voice became hoarse, tinged with a hint of tears. Jing Mingxian continued, "Master, you must not act this way again. It saddened me deeply." Su Muchan softly acknowledged with a limb. And after a considerable time, they ended their embrace and entered the nameless sword monument to contemplate the cloud roll sword technique. As time swiftly passed, it was soon 10 o'clock that night. Noticing Su Muchan showed no signs of awakening, Jing Mingxian silently conveyed his thoughts to Jing Cheng and Jing Xiong. "Father, Grand Elder, if my master has not awakened by dawn tomorrow, please postpone the wedding by a day. Kindly relay this to everyone involved to ensure they are prepared." Jing Cheng and Jing Xiong were taken aback, unsure why Jing Mingxian would make such a statement, but they quickly realized that Su Muchan was likely in a state of enlightenment. Though they found it frustrating that this occurred at such a critical moment, they refrained from complaints and began relaying the message to plan for the next day, at 11 o'clock that night. Within the nameless sword monument, the cloud roll sword technique, resting beneath Su Muchan's seated form, emanated a faint imperial aura. Gradually, this aura intensified, and the technique burst forth in resplendent golden light, exuding an air of the divine. A subtle smile graced Su Muchan's lips as her phoenix eyes snapped open, her luscious lips parting to release a melodious sound of joy. "I never expected to achieve the final comprehension in one go." With a slow exhale, she curiously inquired, "Nameless, what time is it now?" "Just past 11 o'clock, the nameless sword monument replied gently. Su Muchan's eyes sparkled. She had feared she would miss the deadline, but it was still not yet the next day. This was simply splendid. After a moment of reflection, she exited the monument, her spirit swiftly returning to her body. Just as she stretched, Jing Mingxuan's excited voice echoed in her ear, "Master, have you succeeded?" Su Muchan continued to stretch lazily. Responding with a relaxed instantly, Jing Mingxian sprang from his bed, clad in loose sleepwear, and rushed to her side. Without hesitation, he grasped her slender waist and lifted her high into the air. "Wonderful." Su Muchan also gracefully ended her meditative posture, her long, flawless legs descending. She made no move to halt Jing Mingxian, allowing him to twirl her around in delight, as she, too, was filled with joy and excitement. After a moment, Jing Mingxian realized his exuberance might have been excessive. He promptly stopped, setting Su Muchan down so that her delicate feet could touch the ground. "Master, I got too carried away just now and didn't consider your feelings." Su Muchan gently shook her head. "I am fine, and I am just as excited as you are." After some time spent calming their emotions, Jing Mingxian and Su Muchan nestled into the warm bed, still retaining the warmth of his body. That night, the female protagonist sat alone atop the roof of the Jing family estate, gazing up at the vast, boundless starry sky. There was no particular reason. It was merely that the head of the Jing family had informed her that the wedding might not proceed as scheduled. For her, this matter was of little consequence, and she might even feel a sense of relief that the wedding would not occur on time. However, upon learning that the reason was due to the female demon emperor gaining insight, she was left utterly stunned, her heart heavy with discomfort that lingered long after Su Muchan had broken through to the Emperor realm 3 years later than her, and now she was still at the first level of the Emperor realm. The disparity felt insurmountable. For the first time, the female protagonist felt her talent for cultivation paled in comparison to others. She was in a state of despair. Once, she paid no heed to any cultivator who lacked talents inferior to hers. Yet now, Su Muchan remains indifferent as she continuously surpasses her. This must surely be the heavens' retribution, punishing her for her past smooth sailing and cultivation. The words, Qian Yuan, emerged in her mind once more. Were it not for the disciple competition set to occur in 2.5 years, she might have embarked on a journey right now. The next day, at dawn, in the picturesque Jingxiu mountain manor, Su Muchan donned a phoenix crown and a flowing wedding gown. Her exquisite features, only lightly adorned with makeup, rendered her a vision of unparalleled beauty. Adorning her left wrist was a white jade bracelet gifted by Su Shuang, and her elegant hair was pinned with 2 phoenix hairpins, also from Su Shuang, enhancing her mature and regal demeanor. Observing this scene, Xiao Xian's eyes gleamed like crescent moons, but she did not forget her purpose for being there. Hastily urging, "Mistress, the hour grows late. Quickly don your red veil. Soon, the master will come to escort you." Chapter 53. The arrival of the female demon empress. 8 imperial beasts carrying the wedding sedan. Yantanyan City. Within the Jing family estate, a sweeping glance revealed a sea of vibrant red decorations, particularly the auspicious red paper cuttings of the character 11, which were ubiquitous. "Congratulations! Congratulations!" Similar expressions of joy echoed throughout. Jing Xiang scanned the crowd, noting that most of the cultivators were strangers to him. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Rather, he perceived a perplexing aura surrounding their cultivation levels. It was worth noting that he himself possessed a 5th-tier cultivation in the Haozong realm. This indicated that these cultivators were either of higher rank than he, or they employed special means to conceal their prowess. Regardless of which, he felt that the Jing family was basking in a remarkable prestige today. Simultaneously, the admonitions of Jing Mingxian resonated in his mind. "Elder, as long as these cultivators do not cause trouble and adhere to order, we shall treat them with courtesy. Otherwise, they shall pay the price." Jing Xiang's mouth twitched slightly, pondering that today was the wedding of the female demon empress and his family's young master. Surely, no one would be foolish enough to disrupt such an occasion. Yet, who could predict such matters? Perhaps a defiant one would soon emerge. A swift, fierce beam of sword light descended from the heavens. The newcomer, though silver-haired, radiated vitality, his complexion rosy and full, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Beside him stood a woman in a pale purple gown, her delicate features veiled, projecting an aura of cool elegance. Though her visage was obscured, her enchanting figure and spirited eyes suggested she was undeniably beautiful. At this moment, the congratulatory voices ceased abruptly as the cultivators respectfully bowed to the elder, then in unison called out, "We pay our respects to the Supreme Lord of the Rolling Clouds." The elder's expression shifted to one of tension. This was indeed the domain of Jing Mingxian and the female demon empress. He could not overshadow their brilliance today. "I am merely an esteemed guest attending the wedding of the demon empress. Just like everyone else, so let us refrain from discussing our external identities." The cultivators nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while they might be formidable in the outside world, here they were but ants. Anyone daring to disrupt the union of the female demon empress and Jing Mingxian would undoubtedly face dire consequences, serving as a form of goodwill towards the empress. Jing Chang and Jing Xiang's expressions turned astounded. The Supreme Lord of the Rolling Clouds had personally arrived, a figure of such stature. While he could not compare to the female demon empress, he was the ruler of the Cloud Realm. Countless figures from the Cloud Realm, such as the city lord of Tianyin and various sect leaders, fell under his jurisdiction, rendering him a formidable presence. Suddenly, Jing Mingxian emerged, clad in a resplendent red robe adorned with dragon motifs. Upon seeing the Supreme Lord, he greeted him as if they were old friends, exclaiming, "Grandfather, I thought you wouldn't come. Your wedding is an event I simply must attend," the Supreme Lord replied with a warm smile. It was evident to all that the Empress had fallen from grace. Failing to cultivate a good relationship with her now would mean awaiting her vengeance in the future. Jing Mingxian then turned his gaze to Yan Qianrou. Noticing the absence of any desire in her eyes towards him, this brought him joy, prompting a smile as he remarked, "Yan Qianrou, I did not expect you to come. I promised I would, so I had to fulfill that promise." Yan Qianrou replied with a cool demeanor. The surrounding cultivators, aware of the threat Jing Mingxian had posed to Yan Qianrou a week prior, were taken aback. Wasn't she pursuing him just before? How had she transformed into this icy demeanor after being threatened? Could it be that the female demon empress had intervened? Ultimately, the cultivators concluded that the empress had indeed acted behind the scenes, as Jing Mingxian was destined to be the empress's consort, leaving no room for other women. Consequently, Yin Shinro felt the weight of many sympathetic gazes upon her, leaving her feeling rather exasperated. She had chosen to step back, believing the Empress far surpassed her in every regard. Deeming Jing Mingxian worthy of a far superior partner, at this moment, Jing Cheng reminded, Xian'er, it is now 1/4 past the hour. You must go and fetch the bride. Jing Mingxian nodded slightly, then clapped his hands twice. With a resounding echo, a wave of imperial might surged across Tianyan City. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Imperial might? 8 waves? Could there truly be 8 emperors in this world? It was unlikely. Many entities could produce imperial might. Just then, a magnificent red flower sedan began to glide through the air from the distance. Upon closer inspection, the Supreme Lord's expression changed drastically. Imperial beasts. 8 imperial beasts, the crowd gasped, lifting their eyes to see the sedan being drawn by 8 formidable beasts. Such a sight was unprecedented, and it was unlikely to ever be replicated. Securing even a single imperial beast was a rare feat, let alone 8. They were the Taiching Jade Rabbit, the Azure Sky Imperial Ox, the Ancient White Dragon Horse, the 7 Absolute Ice Deer, the Thunderous Wolf, the Supreme Cloud Lion, the 10 Directions Giant Whale, and the Shumi Azure Phoenix. The Supreme Lord murmured each name, his eyes filled with astonishment. These 8 beasts ranked among the elite of their kind, some being the most distinguished imperial beasts. The spectacle of them pulling a wedding sedan was truly surreal, with a series of thuds. The 8 imperial beasts landed on the spacious stone path outside the Jing family estate, while the sedan remained suspended in midair. Had they not tempered their power, the tremors would have obliterated the entire Tianyan city rather than merely shaking it. Father, elder, and all present, please follow me to fetch the bride. Jing Mingxuan's clear and resonant voice rang out as the purple lotus sword at his waist soared into the air, and he leaped onto it. Indeed, he intended to fly to Jingxiu Mountain Manor to retrieve Su Muchan. Initially, he meant to ride the 10-tailed celestial fox, but he felt it inappropriate to leave Su Muchan alone at the manor. So he had sent Xiao Xian to accompany her. With his hands clasped behind his back, Jing Mingxian shouted, "Let us depart." Yin Shinro watched this scene unfold, noting that Jing Mingxian appeared even more spirited than before. Resembling a true sword immortal traversing the realms in a blur, the purple lotus sword sped towards Jingxiu Mountain Manor, closely followed by the 8 imperial beasts, maintaining a distance of no more than 5 meters. The Supreme Lord and the accompanying cultivators employed various methods to keep pace. They were eager to witness the grandeur of the female demon empress's family. In truth, Su Muchan had no family. However, tradition dictated that they temporarily treat Jingxiu Mountain Manor as her family home. This also served to provide these cultivators with a glimpse of Jingxiu Mountain Manor, broadening their horizons. The female protagonist stood atop the high walls of the Jing family estate, her ethereal figure resembling a startled phoenix, radiating unparalleled beauty. Her emotions were complex. Despite the fact that it was the wedding of Jing Mingxian and the female demon empress, witnessing these events stirred a flutter in her heart. A feeling she had never anticipated. Did she perhaps desire marriage herself? Impossible. She was the unparalleled empress. Shaking her head vigorously, she employed spatial displacement, effortlessly appearing beside Jing Mingxian. To this, Jing Mingxian teased, "Empress, I thought you had forgotten your role as a witness." "Humph. This empress keeps her word. I would never forget," she retorted, a hint of irritation lacing her voice. Jing Mingxian refrained from further comment, sensing that the empress now resembled a powder keg, poised to explode at any moment. Merely her temper left him with a sense of dissatisfaction. In contrast, his Su Muchan was endearing, even when roused to anger. Reflecting upon the multitude of male leads enamored with the empress in the original narrative, he found himself unable to contain his frustration, questioning the nature of this world. However, looking back now, he recognized that he and Su Muchan were worlds apart. 1/4 hour later, at the outskirts of Jingxiu Mountain Villa, 8 imperial beasts let out a unified roar, instantly prompting the spirit beasts residing in the area to respond in kind. Simultaneously, the once lush ground was transformed in the blink of an eye, as countless trees burst forth in a riot of pink blossoms, infusing the entire Jingxiu Mountain Villa with vibrant life and unparalleled beauty. At that moment, The onlookers were left in awe, captivated by either the breathtaking spectacle or the cacophony of roars from the myriad spirit beasts. The female protagonist's enchanting eyes momentarily glazed over as the scene reignited the suppressed stirrings of her heart. Upon reflection, realizing this was a gesture from Jingming Xian to Su Muchan, she felt a pang of envy and jealousy swell within her. Yin Qianruo was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that a wedding could be rendered this romantically extravagant. To be honest, she felt a twinge of regret, but more than that, she harbored genuine blessings for them. Before long, the Zillion sword began to slow its pace, and the cultivators followed suit. Ultimately, they arrived at the heart of Jingxiu Mountain Villa, a place reminiscent of a paradise untouched by the outside world. "Welcome everyone to Jingxiu Mountain Villa," Jingming Xian called out with a slight smile. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, their minds racing to recall any knowledge of Jingxiu Mountain Villa, yet they could not fathom when this force had been established. "No need to ponder," Jingming Xian continued. "Jingxiu Mountain Villa is a burgeoning power forged by my master and me. Today marks its debut in your sight, and I believe that in the future, Jingxiu Mountain Villa will frequently grace the grand stage of the world." The crowd exchanged glances, realizing that this wedding served as a means to promote the renown of Jingxiu Mountain Villa. Yet, the layout, structure, the richness of spiritual energy, and the presence of those spirit beasts all rivaled that of an imperial-level power. Jingming Xian and the female demon empress certainly harbored grand ambitions. Upon further contemplation, they sensed that merely having a female demon empress in command could elevate Jingxiu Mountain Villa to a level comparable to the female emperor's domain, making it undeniably one of the most formidable forces in the Shantian realm. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept in, drawing everyone's attention. A magnificent 10-tailed fox, exuding an ethereal aura and swaying its 10 fluffy, snow-white tails, emerged. 10 tails? Shouldn't there only be 9? The 9-tailed celestial fox is an imperial beast. So a 10-tailed one. The crowd was momentarily stunned, the term celestial beast echoing in their minds. Jingming Xian's lips curved into a subtle smile as he confidently declared, "Indeed, Xiao Xian is a celestial beast. A 10-tailed celestial fox and my spirit pet." Silence ensued. All that followed was a wide-eyed astonishment. The female protagonist felt similarly. Although she had seen Xiao Xian before, her thoughts had been consumed by the female demon empress and Jingming Xian at that time. Upon reflection, she recognized the truth. The Xiao Xian she had previously encountered had 9 tails, clearly concealing one to avoid causing a stir. Now, the moment had come for the 10th tail to be revealed, perhaps to draw attention to Jingxiu Mountain Villa. Just then, Jingming Xian's refreshing and magnetic voice rang out, "Xiao Xian, why didn't Master accompany you?" Xiao Xian's lips curved slightly, and she chimed in cheerfully. "The mistress said you must personally come in and carry her out." Jingming Xian showed no hint of displeasure, but rather responded with ease. "If that is the request, you should have said so earlier." In truth, this was simply a customary part of the wedding, though it would appear even more affectionate this way. Subsequently, Jingming Xian sheathed the Zillion sword and strode confidently toward the interior. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Su Muchan, who was already adorned with a red veil, a blissful smile gracing his lips. "My dear disciple, stop smiling and carry me." The small red veil did little to obscure Su Muchan's view. Jingming Xian, unfazed, turned to crouch down, softly calling, "Master, please hop on." Without hesitation, Su Muchan, buoyed by magical energy, floated gracefully into the air, eventually landing gently on Jingming Xian's broad and sturdy back. In the next moment, Jingming Xian grasped Su Muchan's leg, which was draped in the veil, while feeling her delicate arms encircle his neck. As for the long trailing fabric of the veil, it was effortlessly kept afloat by magical power, preventing it from touching even a speck of dust. "Master, let us proceed," Jingming Xian cheerfully announced, to which Su Muchan softly responded with an Their steps remained light. After all, Su Muchan was not heavy, and Jingming Xian's cultivation was such that if carrying someone affected his pace, it would be better to crash into something instead. Before long, Jingming Xian, with Su Muchan on his back, exited the building, continuing on toward the grand red bridal sedan. Xiao Xian perfectly lifted her front limbs, parting the curtain at the front of the sedan. Jingming Xian promptly leapt into the sedan, Setting Su Muchan down before emerging himself, as the curtain fell, he had already reached the front of the procession, his voice booming with vigor, returned to the Jing family. As they soared out of the heart of Jingxiu Mountain Villa, the 8 imperial beasts roared once more, and the chorus of myriad beasts echoed in joyous farewell, a quarter of an hour later. At the main entrance of the Jing family courtyard in Tianyan City, Jingming Xian and the assembled cultivators descended from the sky. Following the same ritual of carrying the bride into the sedan, Jingming Xian bore Su Muchan into the Jing family. After navigating the intricate formalities, they finally stood before the solemnly seated Jing Qing and Su Shuang. Surrounded by elders and guests, the atmosphere was thick with solemnity. Bow to heaven and earth, bow to the high hall. After the first 2 bows, there should have been a third, but at that moment, Lai Fu did not call for it. Instead, he read from a paper in his hand. Jingming Xian, do you wish to take Su Muchan as your partner? The crowd's expressions darkened, wondering how the tone had shifted so abruptly. However, upon reflection, they understood that this must have been prearranged between Jingming Xian and Su Muchan. Jingming Xian gazed at Su Muchan, still veiled in red, and with a tender smile, declared, I do. Regardless of how Su Muchan may change in the future, my heart will forever belong to her alone. Su Muchan, do you wish to take Jingming Xian as your partner? Lai Fu inquired as he turned to her. Without hesitation, Su Muchan parted her rosy lips, declaring, I do. No matter how Jingming Xian may change in the future, my heart will always belong to him alone. Although the words echoed, they were imbued with sincere emotion. Every person present was moved, completely detached from the indifference they had felt at previous weddings. Now, please, the couple may bow to each other. Lai Fu's wrinkled eyes radiated warmth, his face adorned with a smile. Having watched Jingming Xian grow, he naturally wished for him to find a good partner, and it was clear that Su Muchan was that partner. In the next moment, Jingming Xian and Su Muchan bowed deeply to one another, their movements perfectly synchronized. With that bow, they were officially united as partners. The female protagonist observed this scene, her heart not merely stirred by ripples, but rather engulfed in tumultuous waves. She too longed for such genuine love. Why could Su Muchan, that simple and endearing woman, possess such a love? She found herself perplexed by the thought. That evening, after all the rituals had concluded, Jingming Xian and Su Muchan sat at the edge of the bed, momentarily enveloped in silence. Master, after we drink the cup of wine together, we can begin our true dual cultivation. Su Muchan did not fully grasp the essence of true dual cultivation. Yet she was now entirely Jingming Xian's woman, ready to comply wholeheartedly. Then, entwining their arms, they raised their cups of wine to each other's lips, both drinking deeply. With a flick of his power, Jingming Xian set the wine cups down on the table and began to tenderly caress Su Muchan. Su Muchan blinked her clear, watery eyes, confused about the reason behind his gentle touches. After a while, she felt as though her heart were ablaze. Jingming Xian, captivated by Su Muchan's blossoming passion, found her beauty irresistible and without hesitation embraced her onto the bed, embarking on a journey meant for adults. As night deepened, the sounds of their breaths filled the room, unwavering in their intensity. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the night, Jingming Xian held Su Muchan, who lay bare against him.